I suffered terrible torture in the end of the world. I was betrayed by Yen Ching-shu, the woman I pursued so hard. She colluded with the Japanese and tricked me into an encirclement. I was nailed to the cross. In order to obtain the method of becoming a superpower, they tortured me cruelly and even devoured my flesh and blood. However, fate gave me a chance to start over. I was reborn 1 month before the end of the world. At this moment, I was sitting at my workstation in the company, my body intact, but the pain of my previous life was still vivid in my mind. I decided not to make the same mistake again. I would use this month to acquire a large amount of funds, stockpile supplies, build a doomsday fortress, and then severely retaliate against those who had hurt me. The first thing I thought of was to resign. I could no longer endure the oppression of Lu Yen, the foreign-worshipping supervisor. Then, I would go to find my golden finger, which was the key to changing my fate. I knew that everything started from the Dream Love jewelry store at number 888 Xiafei Road. Could I successfully bind to the system and obtain enough resources to deal with the doomsday? This was a key challenge after my rebirth, and my fate would be rewritten again. In a shelter converted from an underground air raid shelter near the Danfeng Bailu community in Shenzhen, Sumu let out heart-wrenching howls and struggled desperately. But he was ambushed and his hands and feet were nailed to the cross, and he couldn't move at all. The violent struggle only caused his wounds to tear further, causing him even more pain. You Daxia people have an old saying, he who knows the current situation is a hero. I think the various torture instruments we have now will be able to pry open your mouth. I hope you can cooperate with us and tell us how you became a superpower. We will not treat you unfairly. A skinny Mediterranean man wearing glasses straightened up reverently from in front of the Buddha statue, counted the Buddhist beads in his hand, turned around and spoke slowly. Bah, Yamamoto, you beast in human skin. After the catastrophe, in order to obtain supplies, he led a group of villains to brutally kill so many neighbors, and now he is trying to peek at how to become a superpower. Sumu spat a mouthful of bloody saliva onto Mediterranean's bald forehead and said with a gasp, I will never tell you. Yamamoto Eiichiro took out a handkerchief to wipe the dirt off his forehead, his face livid, and he roared, torture him. I don't believe we can't pry his mouth open. Several Japanese pounced on him like wolves and tigers, and Sumu's screams became continuous. Boss, I tricked Sumu into the encirclement, so you guys were able to capture him successfully. A beautiful woman walked out from the shadow of the underground warehouse, hugged Yamamoto Eiichiro's arm, rubbed her towering breasts against it, and said delicately, when you distribute the supplies later, please give me more. No problem. Yamamoto Eiichiro smiled lewdly and put his hand into her clothes. As long as you cooperate with us, there will be great benefits. This liquor didn't even know that I had been yours for a long time, and I drugged him so easily. By the way, Sumu once told me that the blood of people with special abilities contains a special power. The woman said excitedly, if I drink his blood and eat his flesh, maybe I can awaken my superpowers. This woman was none other than Yen Ching-shu, the goddess whom Sumu had been pursuing for more than 2 years. If I hadn't provided her with shelter and food after the disaster, Yen Ching-shu would have starved to death long ago, and she was the only one who knew the secret of my awakening to become a superpower. Unexpectedly, this vicious woman turned evil into a betrayal, secretly colluded with the Japanese boss of her former company, tricked him into the Japanese encirclement, and now instigated them to devour her flesh and blood. That makes sense. Hearing this, Yamamoto Eiichiro and the others' eyes lit up, and they immediately pounced on Sumu like mad dogs, biting him and greedily sipping his blood, without paying any attention to Sumu's wailing. In this end times where order has collapsed and morality has fallen, even a sausage can be the cause of a life-and-death fight, let alone becoming a person with superpowers. Heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body, but Sumu could only scream while watching his flesh and blood being swallowed alive by these beasts. In his dying moments, he vaguely saw Yen Ching-shu also crowded together with them, biting him madly, and shouting loudly. I'm the one who told you this secret. Give me more of his flesh and blood. Sumu was breathing heavily, staring at Yen Ching-shu with bloodshot eyes, his heart filled with hatred and regret. He only hated himself for not discovering her true face earlier. If he could live his life over again, he would never be a bootlicker again, and he would never be soft-hearted to anyone again. As the blood lost, Sumu's eyes quickly went dark and he lost consciousness. But the next moment, he opened his eyes and stood up suddenly from his seat. The hellish scene I just experienced is still vivid in my mind, and I can still faintly feel the pain of my flesh being torn off. Sumu was breathing heavily, sweating profusely, and soon his whole body was soaked. What happened? Wasn't I just killed by those beasts? After coming to his senses, Sumu began to look around. This place was not unfamiliar, it was his own workstation in the company. Pang Yen, who was working at the next workstation, asked with concern, "Mutu, what's wrong with you? You look a little uncomfortable." Wasn't this neighbor, who lived in the same community as me, had his home broken into and all his supplies stolen shortly after the disaster, and he eventually starved to death? How come he was standing in front of me again? Sumu's mind was still a little confused. He looked down at his intact body. The central air conditioning in the building was running, and the comfortable temperature in the air made him a little uncomfortable. In the early morning of August 30, 2034, the sun was affected by a supernova explosion, causing drastic changes inside. The heat released suddenly dropped sharply, and the blue planet ushered in a Cambrian storm that swept the world. The global temperature plummeted and the blizzard lasted for more than 2 months, flooding the entire Earth. Shenzhen, where Sumu lives, is located in the south, where daily temperatures are around -40 to 50 degrees Celsius. It is said that in the north and south of Blue Star, the temperature even reached a terrifying -100 degrees Celsius. In such extreme weather, most creatures on the blue planet were frozen to death. Although humans had the shelter of houses, more than half of them died in this disaster. During this period, some people ran out of food they had stored because the outside temperature was too low, and began to target their own kind nearby. In the end times, cannibalism is not uncommon, humanity and morality have all become a joke, and money and status have become nothing. After enduring 2 months of the Ice Age, a strange revival followed. The corpses of humans and other creatures who died of freezing, starvation and disease were also turned into zombies under the influence of a mysterious virus. People who have eaten the flesh and blood of their own kind have basically been infected with the virus and turned into zombies, but they are zombies with some intelligence. Among the surviving humans, a small number of people have had their genes mutated under the influence of high-energy radiation particles, ionizing rays, gamma rays, etc., and have awakened a variety of superpowers. Some of the remaining plants, insects, birds, beasts, and fish have also mutated, and even dimensional holes have opened up in many places, revealing many monsters from other worlds. The global doomsday has finally arrived. Sumu slowly calmed down, took out his mobile phone and took a look. The time displayed on it was Monday, July 31, 2034, 16:30. There is still a whole month until the end of the world. It seems that I am reborn. Sumu took a deep breath and quickly understood what was happening. The apocalyptic experiences of those few months could not have been a dream, especially the pain of being eaten alive, it was too real. Sleeping during work hours. I'm going to deduct your salary. You must finish this document tonight by working overtime. If you don't, you won't get any bonus for the whole year. Before Sumu could fully come to his senses, a short and fat woman came over after hearing the noise, threw a document into his arms, pointed at his nose and scolded him sharply. Lu Yan is the director of this Japanese company. She is sarcastic and good at licking the Japanese management. However, she is extremely harsh to her compatriots and will punish them severely for the slightest mistake. Shut your dog mouth. You idiot, I quit my job. Sumu sneered, slapped her fingers away, threw the documents in his hand on her fat face, and walked out of the office without looking back, leaving Lu Yan and several stunned colleagues. The end of the world is coming soon, and he has to hurry up and prepare supplies to deal with the snowstorm in a month. He doesn't have time to chat with this Japanese lapdog. Ah, how dare you do this to me? Lu Yan couldn't believe that Sumu, who had always been docile and weak and allowed her to exploit him in the company, actually stood up today and dared to resign on the spot. Lu Yan reacted and yelled, but unfortunately Sumu had already walked far away and didn't hear it at all. After leaving the company, Sumu walked on the street, where people were coming and going and cars were busy. The 2034 World Cup was in full swing on the big screen outside the shopping mall. Everywhere there is a peaceful and lively scene, full of vitality and vigor. But Sumu knew that in another month, all this would come to nothing. He walked into a nearby Mishuai city, bought a glass of iced lemonade and drank it in one gulp. He couldn't help but groan and tears flowed down. It's delicious. In the end times, let alone lemonade, with supplies scarce, even drinking clean water is a luxury. Since God has given me the chance to be reborn, I must live well in this life. As for those who drink my blood and eat my flesh, just wait for now. You will only die more miserably than I did in my previous life. Sumu survived the disaster, and an extremely sharp light flashed in his eyes. Thinking of the deep hatred in his previous life, Sumu immediately wanted to kill Yen Ching-shu and the others. But in the end reason prevailed and he did not act impulsively. There is only 1 month left until the end of the world, so the important thing to do is to hurry up and find ways to make money and stockpile supplies. If I were to seek revenge now, I would definitely be arrested and wait for death in the police station. It would be better to let them live for a month, wait for the doomsday to come, and then find an opportunity to slowly deal with them. What Sumo has to do now is to obtain a large amount of funds as soon as possible, stockpile massive supplies, and build a doomsday fortress so that he has enough capital to survive comfortably in the doomsday. Then, while ensuring safety, take revenge on those beasts. The starting capital doesn't need a lot, probably about $1 billion. US dollars. Although Sumu was reborn, he did not bring back the supernatural powers he awakened in his previous life. But it doesn't matter, he knows an item that can bind to the legendary system. In his previous life, Sumu had just bound to the system and had not had time to collect supplies to upgrade the safe house before he was betrayed by Yen Ching-shu, who knew the efficacy of his blood. He died miserably at the hands of those villains. The first step to change your destiny starts from the Dream Love jewelry store at number 888 Xiaofei Road. There is his golden finger. Finally, the golden finger was bound again. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought, his consciousness instantly entered the infinite space. This is an extremely huge white space, boundless and no one knows where it ends. Sumu exited the infinite space, glanced at the ground, picked up a half-broken brick from the corner and tried to put it into the infinite space. The brick suddenly disappeared without any warning, and then appeared in infinite space, and he could take the brick out of the space with just a thought. Although we only have permission to use 10,000 cubic meters, it's enough for now. Sumu licked his lips. The infinite space could still be used normally like in his previous life, so that he could safely and boldly stockpile supplies to deal with the doomsday crisis. However, the task of owning an independent house covering an area of more than 500 square meters is not easy to accomplish. This is Shanghai, and the housing prices are very expensive. Unless you buy it in a very remote place, you can't buy such a big house. Let's take it one step at a time and think about the future later. After working for a long time, Sumu felt a little hungry. It will be the end of the world in a month. We need to eat all the delicious food quickly, or we won't have the chance to eat it later. He had been cold and hungry for months and was now eager to eat some hot, delicious food. Why keep money? When the doomsday comes, money will become waste paper and will be too hard to wipe your butt with. It's better to spend it all now to avoid waste. He looked around and found a high-end seafood restaurant not far away, so he walked in quickly to have a good meal. This seafood restaurant called Tianhai Pavilion is very famous in Shanghai, and many internet celebrities come here specifically to check in. A meal would cost at least 5,000 or 6,000 yuan, and in the past Sumo was reluctant to go in for a meal. But now he doesn't care at all. He has come back to life and must celebrate. Because Xinjiang discharged nuclear wastewater despite opposition from the whole world, almost the entire ocean is polluted. Now the seafood eaten in the country is basically raised in Xinjiang. Not to mention, it tastes pretty good. After entering the restaurant, Sumu found a seat by the window and sat down. Then he ordered all the dishes on the menu that he had wanted to eat but was reluctant to eat, and asked for a bottle of expensive red wine. Soon, a large table was filled with high-end ingredients such as Australian lobster, grouper, bohai abalone, deep-sea sashimi platter, tiger prawns, tuna, etc. The good-looking waiter looked at him with ambiguous eyes, as if he was looking at a top-notch rich son-in-law. Sumu didn't care what others thought. Before all the dishes were served, he started stuffing food into his stomach in big mouthfuls. Perhaps it was because I had experienced the apocalyptic crisis for several months, but I felt inexplicably moved to eat such delicious food again. Seeing Sumu eating so ferociously and ugly, the customers next to him looked at him strangely and talked about it. This is a high-end restaurant. Everyone here behaves elegantly and eats slowly. How can this guy eat so much? He looks like a starving ghost. Sumu ignored everyone's gazes, picked up food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, taking a sip of red wine from time to time. Humph, this liquor just treated me like that. Next time, even if he buys me 2 bags, I won't forgive him. Yen Ching-shu was treated coldly by Sumu and remained angry for a long time. That's right, what an ungrateful person. Xie Baiwei added fuel to the fire. After what happened, the two of them no longer felt like shopping, and as it was getting late, they wanted to find a small restaurant to have some spicy hot pot. The two people passed by Tianhai Pavilion seafood restaurant and inadvertently saw Sumu sitting inside and eating with relish through the glass window. They couldn't help but be stunned. Ching-shu, look, why is that Sumu in there? And he ordered so many delicious things. And that bottle of red wine is actually an original imported product from Chateau Lafite. Xie Baiwei covered her mouth and said in surprise, this table must cost tens of thousands. Who would eat such expensive dishes in one meal? Yen Ching-shu was also extremely surprised and murmured, could it be that I really misjudged Sumu, and he is actually a hidden rich man? Xie Baiwei's eyes turned and she grabbed her bestie's hand, don't you dislike this licking dog? Why don't you give it to me? Yen Ching-shu shook her hand off and said angrily, what are you thinking about? Sumu really likes me, that pendant was definitely bought for me. Chinese Valentine's Day is just over half a month away. He must want to give me a surprise on that day. As for the misunderstanding just now. Oh, he must be trying to test me. She automatically imagined the embarrassment just now, after all, we accidentally discovered the secret that he is a rich second generation. Isn't that how it's played out in TV dramas? I am very rich, but I pretend to be an ordinary person in order to find true love. The more Yen Ching-shu spoke, the brighter her eyes became, and the more she felt that this possibility was very high. After all, Sumu has been pursuing her for more than 2 years. She felt that as long as she nodded, Sumu would immediately kneel down and propose to her. Xie Baiwei also felt that this possibility was very high, and said, in that case, let's go in and find him. She was actually envious of the seafood feast and wanted to have a free meal. He definitely can't finish such a large table of food by himself. Okay. Yen Ching-shu also wanted to have more contact with Sumu. After all, she had hung him too tightly before and had not even let him touch her hand once. Now that she had discovered the secret that Sumu was a rich man, Yen Ching-shu was afraid that he would get angry and ignore her, which would be a huge loss. The two entered the seafood restaurant and walked directly to Sumu's side. Yen Ching-shu said with a smile, Sumu, what a coincidence, I didn't expect you to also eat in this restaurant, we meet again. Why, don't you want us to sit down together? She reached out and gently tucked her hair behind her ears, deliberately revealing her fair neck and pink earlobes. This is the classic trick of the green tea lady, the goal is to make a man's heart beat without her realizing it. Sumu looked up and saw these two things again. He felt disgusted and said coldly, I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of eating with others. Yen Ching-shu had been planning to sit down directly, but when she heard Sumu's refusal, she was stunned and so surprised that she couldn't speak. The script shouldn't be written like this. Xie Baiwei saw that something was wrong and hurriedly persuaded, Sumu, haven't you always liked Ching-shu? But how can a girl be pursued so easily? It turns out that those were Ching-shu's tests for you. I have already persuaded Ching-shu, and she has been touched by your sincerity and is preparing to date you. Yen Ching-shu played a pitiful look just right, and any normal man would be moved by her cute look. Xie Baiwei continued, how about you treat us two to a meal, just to celebrate your official confirmation of your relationship today? Sumu was about to refuse, but suddenly changed his mind and said with a smile, it's my honor to have dinner with two beautiful women. But I've almost finished eating this table, it's not appropriate to let you eat the leftovers. How about this, you guys go and get another table and eat by yourselves. Xie Baiwei asked quickly, can we also order whatever we want? You guys eat by yourselves, of course you can order whatever you like. Sumu wiped his mouth and stood up, I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei didn't ask him what he was going to do. They happily found a table and sat down. They ordered a dozen kinds of expensive seafood and asked the waiter to open a bottle of red wine like Sumu. Sumu smiled at them and walked to the counter to pay the bill for his table. He was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned to the waiter and said, "The food here tastes good. There's a wedding in my family, and we're going to have a grand banquet. I want to reserve 1,000 tables of seafood dinners. I wonder if you can do it." While taking a taxi to the Dream Love jewelry store, Sumu began to think about how he could survive in the apocalypse that would come in a month. His own conditions are pretty good. His parents died in a car accident 2 years ago and left Sumu a house of about 130 square meters in Danfeng Bailu, an upscale community in Shanghai. After working for so many years, he now has more than 1.2 million yuan in funds, including the compensation and savings from his parents. In fact, Sumu's savings should have been much higher than this, but in the past 2 years, he had spent 300,000 or 400,000 yuan in pursuit of his goddess Yen Ching-shu. Not to mention kissing, we haven't even held hands once. When he thought of this, Sumu wanted to slap himself twice. More than 1 million is considered relatively ample in peacetime, but the end of the world is coming, and with just this little money in his hands, he can't stockpile much stuff, not to mention the massive amount of supplies needed to build a doomsday fortress. According to the memory of the previous life, in order to complete the construction of a first-level doomsday fortress, at least $1 billion is needed. Moreover, if he can prepare in advance, Sumu also hopes that his future life will have a certain quality. You have to take into account diet, entertainment and exercise, otherwise you will suffer a mental breakdown over time. Of course, some weapons and equipment are also necessary, otherwise how can he protect his own safety and complete his revenge on those bastards? Thinking of those Japanese beasts, Sumu smiled cruelly and already had a rough plan in his mind. It was the time when the lights were just coming on and the Xiafei Road commercial street was bustling with activity. However, Sumu had no interest in appreciating the scene. He got off the taxi and headed straight for the Dream Love jewelry store. "Hey, Ching-shu, isn't that your #1 liquor, Sumu?" A beautiful young girl quietly pulled the clothes of her companion next to her and asked, "Why is he, a grown man, coming to a jewelry store alone?" The girl next to him, who had a graceful figure, delicate makeup, and an LV bag on her arm, was stunned and said, "I don't know either." This woman was none other than Yen Ching-shu, who had killed Sumu in her previous life, and the other was her best friend Xie Baiwei. This afternoon, the two of them were off work, so they made an appointment to go shopping, and unexpectedly they met Sumu. What's the use of guessing? Xie Baiwei excitedly pulled her into the Dream Love jewelry store. "Come on, let's go in and take a look, then we'll know." The Dream Love jewelry store is very large and magnificently decorated. The lobby on the first floor alone is several hundred square meters, and all kinds of jewelry fill the counters. Sumu didn't notice the two people at all. After entering, he went straight to a separate booth in the center of the hall. Seeing that the jade pendant emitting a warm glow was still under the glass cover, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In his previous life, he managed to survive a snowstorm, but when he was out looking for supplies, he was bitten by a mutant wolfhound and fled to the Dream Love jewelry store. The blood from the wound accidentally stained the jade pendant, which bound it to the system. "Beauty, wrap this pendant for me." Sumu snapped his right fingers and called the jewelry salesperson standing not far away. The salesman's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that this slightly fat customer would directly buy a piece of jewelry without even asking the price. His commission from this order alone would be 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. "Sir, this teardrop-shaped natural full-green jadeite pendant is a rare treasure. The price is 360,000. Are you sure you want to buy it?" "Of course I will." Sumu frowned. He was afraid that the night would be long and he ordered repeatedly, "Wrap it up for me quickly." "Yes, sir." The salesperson was delighted and quickly packed the jade pendant and handed it to Sumu. "Please go to the counter to pay." Sumu chose to pay with the credit card linked to his mobile phone. He started using credit cards since college and has cards from several major banks. Since he has a good credit and high authorization limits, and he combined several cards together, there was no pressure at all to buy this jade pendant. The disaster is only a month away. By then, the whole city will be blocked by snow and money will gradually become worth less than waste paper. If we don't spend it now, when will we spend it? Seeing that Sumu bought such a beautiful jade pendant without blinking, Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei were stunned. The salesperson just told him that this pendant was 360,000 yuan, but he bought it without even bargaining. Xie Baiwei murmured, simple and crude, is this the way the rich buy things? She looked at Yen Ching-shu with some jealousy. Ching-shu, you are so lucky. The dog who is chasing you turns out to be an invisible rich second generation. This pendant might have been bought especially for you. As Yen Ching-shu's best friend who shared the apartment with her, Xie Baiwei knew that Sumu had been pursuing Yen Ching-shu for 2 years. However, Yen Ching-shu had been keeping Sumu in suspense, neither refusing nor agreeing. From time to time, she asked him to give her some expensive little gifts, but she refused to let him take advantage of her. Because Yen Ching-shu has always felt that she has good looks and a good figure, knows how to enjoy life, and has learned many tricks, so she can definitely marry a high-quality rich second-generation man and live the affluent life of a young lady. But she has a low level of education and is just a clerk in the Japanese company Benimaru Corporation. It is difficult for her to come into contact with upper-class people. Therefore, she was reluctant to give up Sumu, a bootlicker who had a house in Shenzhen, and always treated him as her number one backup. The first principle for treating a spare tire: no commitment, no initiative, no refusal, no responsibility. Yen Ching-shu has always grasped this point very well. However, today, when she saw Sumu spending a huge amount of money at the Dream Love jewelry store and buying a jade pendant without even bargaining, she couldn't help but doubt her previous judgment. But out of showing off between best friends, Yen Ching-shu still smiled proudly and said, that should be it. This Sumuman is just as his name suggests, he is dull and honest, and his nickname is Wood. Except for me, I've never heard of him having a crush on anyone in the company. She pulled her clothes on her chest with her hands to expose it a little more. Just wait and see, this pendant must have been bought for me. He usually wears ordinary clothes, but I didn't expect he's quite rich. He actually bought me such an expensive gift. Yen Ching-shu decided to have a chance encounter with Sumu and inadvertently asked for the jade pendant. In this way, even if Sumu is really a low-key rich man, he will not have any bad feelings towards her, thinking that she is a gold digger, and continue to be her licker. Sumu was about to leave after paying the bill when Yen Ching-shu came over in high heels with a scent of fragrance. She pretended to bump into Sumu by accident and greeted him with a smile. Hey, Sumu, what a coincidence. Aren't you going to work today? How do you have time to go to a jewelry store? Sumu turned his head and saw that it was the one who betrayed and killed his number one enemy. His eyes suddenly became somewhat cold, releasing naked murderous intent. Anyway, the end of the world is coming soon, so should we kill her now? Yen Ching-shu's smile suddenly froze. In the middle of summer, she inexplicably felt a chill in her heart. She couldn't help but take a small step back and asked nervously, Sumu, what's wrong with you? Sumu quickly retracted his gaze and said calmly, nothing, I just suddenly thought of something and couldn't help myself. He suddenly changed his mind. Wouldn't it be too easy for this vicious woman to die? It would be better to let her experience the despair of the end of the world first, and then slowly kill her. And the most important thing now is to quickly bind the system to create a safe shelter so that you can survive comfortably in the end times. Thinking of this, Sumu raised a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Sumu treated her coldly, Yen Ching-shu was stunned again, and Xie Baiwei next to her also looked incredulous. What's wrong with this liquor today? Normally, even if I just smile at him, he can be happy for a long time. Now that I have taken the initiative to greet him, why doesn't he look grateful? Yen Ching-shu suppressed the doubts in her heart and pretended to be surprised. Wow, this pendant is so beautiful, did you buy it for me? No. Sumu answered coldly, then turned and left, leaving Yen Ching-shu stunned. He was in a hurry to test whether the jade pendant could still be used, and had no time to chat with this gold digger. After leaving the jewelry store, Sumu looked around, turned to a secluded corner where no one was, bit his right index finger with his teeth, and smeared the blood on the pendant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Doomsday Fortress system. After being stained with blood, the jade pendant instantly turned into a stream of light and sank into Sumu's forehead. A faint mark was left in the center of his forehead, like Erlangshan's third eye. At this moment, a mechanical voice appeared in Sumu's mind. Ding! The host activates the Doomsday Fortress system and obtains the Infinite Space reward. Infinite space, the space is infinite in size, time does not pass, everything does not decay, things are the same when you put them in, and they will be the same when you take them out. Currently, you have the right to use 10,000 cubic meters. Current task: own an independent house covering an area of more than 500 square meters as the base of the Doomsday Fortress. Reward: get all the rights to use the unlimited space. 1,000 tables. The waitress was shocked. This was a big customer and she couldn't make the decision, so she quickly called the hotel manager over. The hotel manager was a mature woman with a plump figure. She was also shocked when she heard Sumu's request. This was the first time they had encountered such a thing since the opening of their hotel. After seeing Sumula's menu, she became even more confused. Australian lobster baked with matsutake mushroom and cheese, sea cucumber stewed with abalone sauce and oats, stir-fried deep-sea grouper with scallions, crispy crusted silver cod, fish maw and sea cucumber stewed with grains, yellow croaker with pickled mustard greens and winter bamboo shoots, steamed king crab with chicken oil and huadia wine, all are the specialties of their restaurant. However, with such a large order and huge profits, we must take it no matter what. The hotel manager hesitated and said, "Sir, it's not impossible for you to book 1,000 tables of seafood dinner, but we need time to prepare. You know, we don't have that much inventory, some ingredients even need to be flown in from overseas, and the chefs who cook the dishes also need to be mobilized. It will take at least 3 days before I can start cooking for you, and it will probably take 2 days to finish. After all, in order to ensure the quality and taste of the dishes, some dishes cannot be prepared quickly." She calculated for a while with her calculator. Besides, this table has more than 20 dishes, it's not cheap. Each table costs 88,888 yuan, so 1,000 tables would cost 88.88 million yuan. I can round off the price, but it will still cost 88 million yuan. This initial cost. It doesn't matter. I can pay you a deposit of 100,000 yuan first. Sumu thought for a while and said, "I will pay you 1/5 of the total amount when you start delivering the food, and I will pay you the rest of the money after the delivery." The gross profit margin of catering is more than half, so this deal will definitely make a lot of money, and the requirement to pay the balance after the meal is delivered is also very reasonable. As for refusing to pay, this person spent tens of thousands of yuan on a meal, and the address he left was also a famous high-end residential area in Shanghai. He doesn't seem like that kind of boring person. If it really doesn't work, I'll just send a small amount of food to test it out first. Although there were certain risks, the manager gritted his teeth and happily agreed. He also thoughtfully took 2 bottles of Taizi and 2 strips of huazi, put them in a beautiful gift bag and gave it to Sumu. Sumu walked out of the seafood store, took a taxi to the nearest welfare lottery store, and bought a double-color ball lottery ticket. Red balls are 01, 03, 12, 19, 28, 32, and blue ball is 14. Although Sumu never buys lottery tickets and doesn't understand the twists and turns here, he just happens to remember the winning numbers for this period. But the prize money for this period is not much, only 5 million. There is no way. This is because in her previous life, Yen Ching-shu always fantasized about getting rich overnight, and she would buy lottery tickets to try her luck whenever she had nothing to do. She was just 3 numbers away from winning the jackpot in this draw, so she got angry at Sumu who came to show his courtesy, and only then did he remember this set of numbers. The lottery draw will be held tomorrow night, and the prize money can be collected the day after tomorrow. Sumu is in a good mood when he thinks that he can make a small fortune because of Yen Ching-shu. After getting off the car at the gate of the community, Sumu looked up and saw a large supermarket not far away. He couldn't help but feel moved and hurried over. He ignored the other goods and walked straight to the food area. Seeing the dazzling array of goods on the shelves, he took a deep breath and then frantically put them into the cart. Chocolate, beef jerky, ham, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, and all kinds of canned food, he buys them in large quantities as long as it is edible. Of course, carbonated drinks are also indispensable, including Coke, Sprite, orange juice, coconut milk, etc. However, this action left the customers who were buying things nearby stunned, and they pointed fingers at him secretly. Sumu didn't care about other people's surprised looks and still put the food he liked into the shopping cart. Anyway, he has now opened up the unlimited space authority of 10,000 cubic meters, so he is not worried about the food expiring or spoiling. If he wasn't afraid of causing unnecessary unrest and attention, he would even want to empty the entire supermarket right now. One cart was soon full, and Sumo pulled over another one to continue shopping like crazy, buying a lot of fresh meat, fruits, and vegetables. When he went to check out, he pushed 5 shopping carts, each of which was almost piled up like a small mountain. This attracted a lot of people's attention, and some people even took videos and photos and posted them online. The cashier at the supermarket was also shocked. She had never encountered such a situation before. It took her a while to calculate the bill. The total is 32,503.5 yuan. Sumu paid the bill without even blinking. If you have food in your hands, you will not be worried. In his previous life, due to food shortage, Sumo once survived for 3 days on a packet of instant noodles. He still remembers the feeling of hunger vividly. So now he has a perverted desire for food in his heart. Since Sumo bought a lot of things, the supermarket readily lent him the 5 shopping carts and arranged for 2 employees to help him take the things home. Sumu and the supermarket employees pushed 5 large carts of supplies all the way back to the community. Many neighbors who were taking a walk after dinner saw this scene and couldn't help but talk about it. Occasionally, when I meet a familiar neighbor, I would ask him with a smile why he bought so much food. Why? Of course I ate it. Sumu sneered and replied, what if the world ends someday? I have to stock up on more things to get by. In the previous life, there were many people in this community who assisted the evil, joined Yamamoto Eiichiro's team, and participated in eating their own flesh and blood, so Sumu has no good feelings towards them now. Since God has allowed him to be reborn, Sumu has to stay in this community and wait until the end of the world to take revenge on them in the cruelest way. Otherwise, his heart disease will never go away. Sumo even deliberately spread the news to let his neighbors know that he was stockpiling goods. In this way, when those hungry neighbors try to rush into his house to steal things, Sumu will have an absolute reason to kill them all. Seeing Sumu so indifferent, the neighbors smiled, shook their heads and walked away. But even after they walked away, they were still talking about Sumu, laughing at him for suddenly going crazy and hoarding food. There is a fool in the community who hoarded Isatis root and salt during the last epidemic. It has been more than 10 years, and he still hasn't finished eating them. Sumu ignored them and continued walking home with the supermarket employees. A few aunties who were playing with their children in the community were chatting. When they saw Sumu coming over with a person pushing a lot of food, they looked at each other in surprise and walked up to greet him. Xiao Su, why did you buy so many things at once? Is your company holding some promotion and selling some products at a discount? Yes, the Japanese retail company you joined has really good benefits. It allows employees to buy discounted items regularly, which saves a lot of money compared to buying outside. A few days ago, when I was walking in the neighborhood, I ran into your company's chairman, Mr. Yamamoto Eiichiro. Although he is a Japanese, he is very polite and even asked me about you. Why did you buy so much food at once? Aren't you afraid that it will go bad if you can't finish it? Xiao Su, do you still have the discount coupons issued by your company? Give some to Auntie, and I'll go buy some things too. These people are all retired and taking care of their grandchildren at home. When they have nothing to do, they like to spread some family gossip everywhere, queue for 3 hours to get eggs, and take various small medicines every day. There is nothing in the entire community that they don't know. They are known as the underground intelligence station, and most people don't want to mess with them. Moreover, they usually love to take advantage of small bargains. They are the kind of people who buy a piece of onion and get a head of garlic as well. They often let Sumu use his position as a company employee to ask for discount coupons from him to buy cheap goods. Oh, isn't the world about to end? I should stock up on some food in case I get hungry. Sumu answered expressionlessly that these aunties were all loudspeakers and he just wanted to use them to spread the news of his hoarding of items, and it would be best if the whole community knew about it. The aunts were stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "What do you mean the end of the world? Xiao Su, have you watched too many movies? Yes, we live in a society ruled by law now. We shouldn't spread rumors. Be careful or the police will arrest you." That's right, Xiao Su, you bought so much that you can't finish it all at once. It will go bad after a while. Why don't you just give us some and we'll settle the bill with you later? As she spoke, one of the ladies had already taken out a bag of beef jerky from the cart, tore it open and handed it to the child next to her. She smiled and said, "I think this is good, let my grandson try it first." When the other children saw this, they also started clamoring for snacks. Seeing this, several other middle-aged women also reached out to the cart, ready to take the items they liked. Sumu didn't stop him. He crossed his arms and sneered, saying, "Let me make it clear first. This bag of beef jerky is imported from abroad. The supermarket sells it for 368 yuan, and I haven't even torn off the label yet. Antly, I won't ask you for the errand fee. When are you going to transfer the money?" Aunt Lee's expression changed immediately. She had a sharp eye and could naturally see the value of this bag of beef jerky. It's just that they often do this, getting things for free under the pretext of giving them to their children to taste. For the sake of the neighbors, Sumu usually swallows his anger and doesn't make a fuss about it. She didn't expect Sumu to be so disrespectful this time, which made her feel embarrassed on the spot. The hands of several other ants were also frozen in midair, neither able to stretch out nor to retract them, and the scene was a bit awkward for a while. But the beef jerky packaging had been torn open, and it was impossible to put it back. Antly could only force a smile and said, "Xiao Su, I didn't bring my phone or cash with me today. How about I pay you back next time I see you?" Sumu curled his lips. The cell phone pendant in the old woman's pocket was exposed. She was still lying and saying that she would pay her later. She just wanted to default on her debt. Not so good. Sumu snatched the beef jerky from the child's hand and said coldly, "Taking it without asking for permission is a crime. If you want to eat it, go to the supermarket and buy it yourself." The faces of the ants suddenly turned very ugly. Antly put her hands on her waist and shouted, Who are you calling a thief? Whoever did this is a thief." Anyway, the end of the world was coming soon, so Sumu didn't even bother to be polite. He told the supermarket employee to push the cart and left. The ants were very angry when they saw that Sumu, who was always kind, suddenly didn't give them face. The little boy whose beef jerky was taken away burst into tears and even lay on the ground and started throwing a tantrum. Antly hurried to comfort her grandson, while constantly blaming Sumu, "Isn't it just a bag of beef jerky? Even if you give it to the child and he eats it, what's wrong with that? You are such a grown-up, why are you still arguing with a child?" Sumu turned around after hearing this and said, "I'm not arguing with the child, but with the ignorant adults." Hearing Sumu speak so impolitely, the ants were stunned until he walked away for a distance before they reacted. Antly suddenly became extremely angry and started cursing, and several other people echoed her. Sumu immediately turned around and glared at her, "Shameless old woman, if you curse me again, I will smack you to death." Seeing Sumu's look of choosing someone to eat, Aunt Lee's scolding suddenly stopped. No one could believe that this usually smiling young man suddenly became so scary, and they quickly fled while protecting their children. After all 5 carts of supplies were pushed back home and unloaded, Sumu asked the supermarket employees to leave with the carts. With a big wave of his hand, he took all the materials piled up in the living room back into the infinite space. While Sumu was experimenting with the functions of the infinite space, Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei took photos and posted them on WeChat moments before slowly enjoying the delicious seafood dinner that they usually couldn't bear to eat. Cheers! The two of them drank imported red wine and it felt great. When they finished eating and were about to leave, they were stopped by the waiter, who reminded them, "Ladies, you haven't paid the bill yet. The discount is 48,000 yuan. Would you like to scan the code or pay by card?" "What?" Yen Ching-shu was stunned. "Didn't my boyfriend just pay for it?" That's the tall, slightly fat gentleman who was sitting at that table originally. The hotel manager happened to be here too, and he replied, "You are talking about Mr. Su, right? Mr. Su paid for his table and booked 1,000 tables of banquets worth 88 million yuan from us, but he didn't pay for your table." She looked at Yen Ching-shu suspiciously. "Mr. Su didn't say that his girlfriend was having dinner here. You guys are not. Although this woman is pretty, I am not bad either, and some of my breasts are even fuller than hers." The hotel manager didn't finish his words, obviously not believing that Yen Ching-shu was Sumu's girlfriend. When they heard that Sumu had spent 88 million to book 1,000 banquet tables here, they were completely stunned. Oh my god, what kind of rich person can do such a thing? Let's not talk about why Sumu ordered the banquet. Just based on the price of nearly 90 million, you can see how rich his family is. The two looked at each other, their faces full of excitement. Yen Ching-shu swallowed her saliva, calmed herself down, and said, "Don't worry, let me make a phone call first. It's just tens of thousands of dollars, isn't it? It's nothing." Seeing that it was a call from Yen Ching-shu, Sumu smiled playfully and pressed the answer button. As soon as the call was connected, Yen Ching-shu's exasperated voice came from the inside. "Sumu, what do you mean? You treated us to a meal but left without paying the bill, leaving two of us girls here, embarrassing us. You, come here right now, immediately, and settle the bill. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. When did I say I'd treat you two to dinner tonight?" After she finished yelling, Sumu said leisurely, "Isn't it natural that you should pay for the food you ordered yourself?" After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Yen Ching-shu to answer and turned it off. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei were stunned when they heard that Sumu was unwilling to come to pay the bill. Thinking back carefully, Sumu did not mention treating them to dinner tonight, it was just their wishful thinking. The two could no longer maintain their composure and started swearing loudly. Their salaries are not high to begin with, and they live paycheck to paycheck. After receiving their salary, they either pay off their credit card bills or buy clothes and cosmetics. How can they afford such a huge bill? Seeing that the two people were about to dine and freeload, the hotel manager's face began to turn unfriendly. She made a gesture and two security guards came over immediately. "Ladies, if you can't pay, don't blame us for calling the police." Yen Ching-shu looked at Xie Baiwei, who immediately turned her head away, pretending to appreciate the decoration of the store and ignored her completely. "What a joke. I'm helping you to catch rich men, how can I possibly pay the bill, and that much at that?" Seeing that neither of them had any intention of paying, the hotel manager sneered and was about to call 110. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei immediately backed down, and finally gritted their teeth and each paid half, emptied all the money in their bank cards, and swiped their credit cards to pay the bill. The two men walked out of the seafood store in embarrassment, blaming each other as they walked. "It's all your fault. You coveted this seafood feast and got cheated by that damn Sumu. I lost so much money. Now I'm going to be broke. It's as if you didn't eat anything. I paid for half of it, too. Didn't you say that Sumu was a hidden rich second generation? How come he can't even afford a meal? But he does have money. Didn't you hear from the manager that he has reserved 1,000 tables of top-quality seafood dinners, with a total value of nearly 90 million yuan, and he has even paid the deposit?" Yen Ching-shu was stunned. Yes, he ordered so many banquets probably because he wanted to entertain relatives and friends in the family and officially announce the news of being with me. Maybe he will even propose to me at the banquet. This is definitely another test for me. In the past, Sumu was just a humble bootlicker, and he would almost satisfy any request made by Yen Ching-shu. He would also ask about her well-being every day and often give her gifts. But after Yen Ching-shu happened to discover the secret that Sumu was a hidden rich man today, he suddenly seemed to have become a different person. She felt a little regretful in her heart, wondering if she had tortured him too hard before, which made Sumu develop a rebellious mentality. "No, I can't let such a good son-in-law get away. At worst, I'll find a chance for him to take advantage of me. Men are all animals with lower bodies. With my figure and appearance, shouldn't it be easy for me to take control?" Yen Ching-shu thought about it, and a smile appeared on her face again, as if she had really married into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. After turning off the phone, Sumu did not rush to rest. Instead, he took out a pen and paper and prepared to make detailed plans for the preparations for the next month. The first step is of course to make money, enough money. Buying a 500 square meter house as a base, stockpiling massive amounts of supplies, and transforming a safe house, which one of these doesn't require money? Moreover, according to memories from previous lives, upgrading the Doomsday Fortress to level 1 would require a large amount of building materials such as steel, stone, wood, cement, sand, clay bricks, etc. Some precious metals and alloys are also needed, and all of these require a lot of money to support. Merchants nowadays are very savvy and they insist on clearing payment for goods. It is basically impossible to get something for free by selling on credit or paying a small deposit. Fortunately, as a reborn person, Sumu has his own information advantage. He calculated that if everything went well, it shouldn't be a problem to get $10 billion. After we get the startup capital, the next step is to build the strongest safe house. Sumu then wrote the word villa on the paper. Although he owns a 130 square meter house in Danfeng Bailu community, it does not meet the requirements of the Doomsday Fortress system, and he must buy a 500 square meter house as a base. In that case, just sell this house or mortgage it. The money from the sale will be just the startup capital. Sumu put a check mark after the word villa and included it in his plan. If you want to live comfortably in the apocalypse, you must get enough supplies, especially food and water. This is easy to solve once you have money. As an international metropolis, Shanghai has many large supermarkets, vegetable markets, and slaughterhouses. We can just go shopping a few times when the time comes. And now that I have my own alternate dimension, I can ensure that the food I put in will always stay fresh. Although I only have access to 10,000 cubic meters at the moment, as long as I complete the tasks issued by the system, I can unlock unlimited space. Sumu wrote the words food and water on the paper again and put a check mark behind them. The fourth is the issue of heating and electricity supply. With the global freeze, the national grid will soon shut down and heating will become a big problem. Then we have to use the simplest and most primitive method to keep warm. A fireplace is the first choice. The principles of fireplaces and kangs are similar. Europe is located at a high latitude and the temperature is particularly low in winter. Many families use this method to spend the long winter. Just build a few more fireplaces and add some insulation, and you don't have to worry about heating the entire house. As for the better solution of electricity supply, we just need to purchase dozens of large generators, oxygen generators, air purifiers, etc. Of course, you also need to prepare enough fuel. There's also the issue of safety. Sumu felt a tightness in his heart when he recalled the scenes in his previous life where many of his neighbors had their homes broken into, their last bit of supplies stolen, or even killed and eaten. We must build our home into a steel fortress that cannot be breached from the outside. All walls and floors must be covered with thick steel plates or alloy materials, so that even if someone uses explosives to blow them up outside, there will be no problem. When the end of the world comes, people will do anything to survive, so they must be fully prepared. You must never joke about your own life safety. Sumu has tasted death once and he doesn't want to experience it a second time. The problem of safe houses is easy to solve. There are special security companies in Shanghai that provide the service of building safe houses. He had read in the news that a top tycoon abroad had built a super fortress that could even withstand attacks from small nuclear weapons. The sixth is the problem of medicine. Sumu put a check mark behind the word medicine again. People eat grains and cereals, and no one can predict whether they will get sick. I must stock up on some common and special medicines to prevent myself from getting sick and being unable to be cured. He has a friend who is a pharmaceutical agent. He has very creative ways. As long as you pay enough money, he can get you any medicine, no matter whether it is domestic or foreign. Next, there is only one last problem to be solved. His eyes sharpened, that's a weapon. The end of the world has come, humanity has been lost, and battles for supplies can be seen everywhere. Human life is worthless. If you want to stay alive, you must have enough force. However, Sumu is just an ordinary office employee and doesn't know any fighting skills. But no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife, and no matter how well you are dressed, you can be knocked down by a brick. With weapons in hand, you can greatly improve your combat effectiveness. Machetes and axes are easy to buy. If you have money and put in some effort, you can get a crossbow. However, the country has strict control over hot weapons, so there is no good way to buy guns and ammunition. It's not realistic to go abroad. There are many restrictions on buying guns abroad. And even if I apply tomorrow, it will take 15 to 20 working days to get my passport. If anything goes wrong, I'll have to face the frozen apocalypse abroad. Sumu touched his chin. There was no way to solve this problem for the time being. But he still has a month, and as long as he is willing to spend money, he should be able to find a way to get it done. He spent more than 2 hours working out a perfect plan, then took a nice hot bath and fell asleep in his bed. During those last few months of the world, he suffered from hunger and fear for his life every day. He hadn't had a good rest for a long time. Sumu didn't sleep well that night and woke up several times because of nightmares. After waking up, he found himself still lying in the warm and comfortable big bed at home, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The hellish scene of himself being eaten caused enormous damage to his mind, and even now he can still feel the intense pain of his flesh and blood being torn off alive. After tossing and turning several times, he finally fell into a deep sleep peacefully. The next morning, Sumo woke up refreshed. Today was another day full of energy. It's time to start making money. After leaving the welfare lottery center, Sumo took a taxi directly to the bank. He had two purposes, to cash checks and to apply for a mortgage. Although Sumo also has a car worth more than 200,000 yuan, the traffic in Shanghai is too congested, and his car is restricted today. In the bank's VIP customer room, the bank manager respectfully handled the check cashing business for Sumo, but some problems arose when processing the mortgage loan business. Sumu's 130 square meter house is located in Danfeng Bailu, a high-end residential area in Shanghai. According to the current market price, it is more than 5 million yuan. He had all the necessary documents and a good credit, so his loan application was approved quickly. According to 70% of the house price, the loan amount is exactly 4 million yuan, but according to the bank's procedures, it will take half a month to officially release the loan and transfer the money to Sumo's account. Sumo still needs this money to carry out his plan. If the money arrives by then, it will be too late. He thought for a moment, leaned forward, and whispered in the bank manager's ear. If you approve the loan today, I'll give you a 3% rebate. The fat bank manager's breathing immediately became heavy. He swallowed and said with difficulty, "Mr. Su, this is not about money, and I don't have the final say on the bank alone." 5%. Sumo said firmly, "No more. If I can't do it, I will go to other banks to borrow money immediately. I think that for a good customer like me, many banks are willing to slightly bend the rules." There was a hint of ruthlessness in the manager's eyes, and he said, "Let's do it. It's all about making money, there's no shame in that." Soon, another 3.8 million yuan was added to Sumo's bank account. The funds that were defrauded from the Japanese executives had all arrived in the morning. Together with the lottery winnings, mortgage loans, and original deposits, Sumo now had more than 46 million. After leaving the bank, Sumo wandered aimlessly on the street. Now the plan is going very smoothly. Whether he can make a big move depends on tonight. Sumo took a look at the famous World Cup goal scenes replayed on the big screen outside the street shopping mall, turned around and went into a public toilet. He had just drunk too much tea in the bank and now he needed to release some stress. In the slightly dirty toilet, Sumo was happily smoking a cigarette and taking a dump, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a small advertisement for quick loans posted on the wall next to him. Usury. His eyes lit up. It would be unjust if he didn't take advantage of this opportunity before the disaster. He would be letting his ancestors down. Sumo quickly shook his little brother with his hands twice, put the gun into his pants, took out his cell phone and dialed the number. The person who answered the phone was a girl with a sweet voice. When she heard that Sumo wanted to borrow tens of millions of dollars, her tone immediately became enthusiastic, and then the phone was handed over to a man. "Want to borrow 10 million? No problem. Where are you, brother? I'll send someone to pick you up right away, and we'll have a face-to-face meeting. I'm at Times Square on Renmin Road. When will you come over?" 20 minutes, coming right up. While waiting for someone, Sumo sat on a chair next to the square and started downloading various online loan apps and contacting various small advertisements. What happened just now gave him an inspiration. There are many ways to make money, so why should he love only one flower? Whether it's JD Finance, Yuki Anwa, or Jiabe, both formal and informal, Sumo borrowed from them all according to the highest amount. It doesn't matter whether the interest rate is high or low, since you don't have to pay it back anyway. 20 minutes later, a Wuling van stopped in front of Sumo, and the driver with dyed yellow hair grinned at him. "Su Hua, business manager of Daiduoduo Financial Services Company, Limited, is dedicated to serving you. Our loan sharking company so professional nowadays." After Sumo got in the car, he sat in the back seat and continued to use his mobile phone to apply for online loans. However, the yellow-haired manager Su Hua was very talkative. He kept talking to Sumo, asking about his family background, work unit, income status. Sumo chatted with him casually, saying that he had encountered difficulties in his investment business and urgently needed some funds to turn around. He happened to see the advertisement of Daiduoduo Company and decided to give it a try. Su Hua smiled and said, "Boss Su, you made the right choice by choosing our Daiduoduo Financial Services Company, Limited. How does the saying go? When you are at your lowest and in need of help, the people who can give you 20 are passers-by, the people who can give you 200 are friends, the people who can give you 2,000 are relatives, the people who can give you 20,000 are brothers, and the people who can give you 200,000 are parents. What can give you 2 million? It's a loan company." Ha ha ha. Sumu also laughed happily. "If possible, I want to borrow 20 million. Soon, the van drove to a remote office building, and Sumu was enthusiastically led to their boss's office by the yellow-haired manager Su Hua. Su Hua whispered a few words in the boss's ear and then stood behind him. The boss of this lending company is a burly middle-aged man. Even in the hottest weather, he is still dressed very formally in a white shirt and tie. However, there was still some hostility between his brows. Only a big brother who had fought in the gray area of society for many years could give people such a feeling. Sumu was not stage-frightened. He sat opposite the boss confidently and took the cigarette handed to him and lit it very naturally. "Brother, I'm Li Jian, the boss of this company. You were the one who called to ask for a loan just now." As expected of a company specializing in loan sharking, they get straight to the point right from the start, simple and straightforward. Sumu said, "That's right, I'm in urgent need of 10 million yuan for a turnover project, and I can return it in a month. Our company specializes in saving people from danger. If you need money, you can come to us. But 10 million is not a small amount. Let's be frank with you. We can't lend out our money without any evidence. We need collateral." Li Jian blew out a smoke ring and deliberately showed an embarrassed look. "Brother, you should know that our interest rate is 5%. 10 million. Are you sure you want to borrow it? As long as you can lend it to me right away, interest is not a problem. Boss Li, don't worry. I have a 130 square meter house in Danfeng Bailu worth more than 5 million yuan, and a car worth more than 200,000 yuan. I can mortgage it to you." Sumu took out the property certificate and placed it on the desk. "If you are still not satisfied, I am willing to double the interest." He just went to the bank to apply for a loan and happened to have this thing with him. The cigarette in Li Jian's mouth fell directly onto his pants. He hurriedly slapped the cigarette butt to the ground and stared blankly at Sumu in front of him. He was completely dumbfounded. Su Hua, who was standing behind Li Jian, was also stunned. He had been in this business for so many years and had never seen such a reckless person. Double the interest. 5 cents becomes 1 center. 9 out and 13 back, donkey rolling scene reappears. Is this guy crazy, or does he have some misunderstanding about the 1 cent interest? This is no longer considered usury, it is definitely a sky-high loan and a skinning loan. Li Jian showed a greedy look in his eyes, and he quickly took the property certificate and checked it carefully. After confirming the information of the property, he felt more satisfied. He was not afraid at all that Sumu would default on his debt. As the boss of a lending company, Li Jian had plenty of ways to make him pay back. "This deal is very profitable, let's do it." "Brother, your collateral value is a bit low, I can only lend you 5 million. After thinking for a while, Li Jian decided to be a little more cautious and only agreed to an amount of 5 million. This kid is so happy that it's really abnormal. It would be bad if there is some hidden change. If we only lend him 5 million now, he will make a profit just on this 130 square meter house. But you have to write an IOU for 6 million. Li Jian sat in the boss chair, relit a cigarette, and smiled, "And I have to deduct 1 month's interest first, so I can only give you 4.5 million in the end." Sumu pretended to hesitate for a moment. "Okay, 5 million is 5 million. As long as it can be deposited today, I agree. I have to say that although lending companies are unscrupulous, they are very efficient." 1 hour after Sumu signed the contract, the money had been transferred into his account. Seeing Sumu's departing back, Li Jian smiled so much that his mouth almost reached his ears. This silly boy seems to be really short of money. He even dares to borrow money at a 1 cent interest rate. Li Jian said proudly, "We can make at least 1 million from this." People who need money urgently are either addicted to drugs or gambling, that's why they signed the contract so happily. Su Hua took over the conversation. But boss, is there any problem with his house? Li Jian took the property certificate on the desk and looked at it twice, then said with a smile, "It's okay, I checked it, the property certificate is real. As long as this house is his, he can't run away. With the property certificate, ID card copy, contract, and the IOU of 6 million in hand, they will have plenty of ways to get the house when the time comes. If it doesn't work, you can contact Northern Myanmar and ask them if they need any valuable spare parts." His eyes flashed dangerously, like kidneys or something. After having a sumptuous dinner in a restaurant, Sumo had downloaded more than 100 online loan apps, took and uploaded small photos 36 times, and the loan amount ranged from 1,000 to tens of thousands. In the end, he took out an online loan of 1.97 million. Including the Tianli loan borrowed from Li Jian today, Sumu now has a net worth of more than 52 million. Tonight, he will take the final and most important step and use the more than 50 million funds to earn $1 billion. The most profitable method is naturally written in the criminal law. Sumu turned on his cell phone, and as expected, Yen Ching-shu had called him dozens of times in one night, and left him more than 99 messages on WeChat. But what surprised him was that Xie Baiwei actually sent him several WeChat messages, and the content was quite ambiguous. Sumu thought about it and realized that his consumption yesterday was indeed not at the level of a normal person. Xie Baiwei and Yen Ching-shu are good friends, and they are basically the same kind of people, green tea lovers and money worshippers. When she saw Sumu spending money lavishly, she couldn't help but have some ideas. Sumu sneered, ignored them and deleted the message directly. He has more important things to do now and has no time to play with them. Sumu took out bread and milk from the refrigerator, fried 2 eggs, had a simple breakfast, and then went online to search carefully for scam routines and methods. After careful consideration, he decided to use AI face-changing technology to impersonate the company's president, Eiichiro Yamamoto, to commit fraud. In his previous life, it was this old Japanese bastard who instigated Yen Ching-shu to drug him, and then led that group of beasts to attack him, and finally he and they ate him alive. When Sumu thought of the deep hatred in his previous life, his eyes began to turn red. He first applied to register a WeChat account, then downloaded photos of Eiichiro Yamamoto and his speeches at events from the company's intranet, and finally used editing and voice-changing software to synthesize them. Fortunately, Sumu had some basic computer skills, and after working on it for a while he finally completed it. After testing it several times he felt very satisfied. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Although Sumu has resigned, the contact information of various departments in the company is still there. He added the company's deputy financial director Chen Jing using a secondary WeChat account and asked her to create a new internal company work WeChat group. Chen Jing was set as a manager, and she was asked to add the company's 3 financial staff to the group, saying that there was something to be arranged. When Chen Jing saw that it was Chairman Eiichiro Yamamoto who personally arranged an important task for her, she was very excited. She directly set up a group according to Yamamoto's request and humbly asked what it was about. Sumu did not rush to answer, but waited for more than half an hour before asking Chen Jing in the group to transfer 200 million yen from the company account to the designated account. Of course, in order to increase credibility, Sumu sent voice messages processed by voice-changing software in the WeChat group. But, Chairman, we can't transfer money directly without a funding plan. One of the financial staff raised an objection. Baka. Yamamoto yelled, as the chairman of the company, I have the right to mobilize funds not exceeding 200 million yen to do anything. If the failure to transfer the funds in time causes misunderstandings among customers and affects the subsequent cooperation, can you bear this responsibility? I will complete the relevant formalities before the end of the month. If you're willing to work, do it. If you're not willing, get out. Damn big summer pig. I have an important meeting to attend next, so hurry up and handle it. Watching Yamamoto Eiichiro end the call swearing, the 4 financial staff looked at each other. The tone of the curse is very Yamamoto, it's definitely the boss himself. Well, you are the boss, what you say is the truth. That afternoon, the money was transferred to the account designated by Sumo. It was so easy to become a multi-millionaire that even Sumu himself couldn't believe it. 200 million yen may seem like a lot, but in fact it is only equivalent to 10 million renminbi. For a multinational retail company like Benimaru Corporation, it is just an insignificant expense. Moreover, according to Sumu's understanding of the company's financial system, the accounts are only checked once at the end of each month. By the time they checked the accounts and discovered they had been cheated, the end of the world had already come. So what even if they knew it was Sumu who did it? Come and bird me when the time comes. Sumu originally wanted to cheat more, but unfortunately there is still nearly a month until the end of the world. If the amount of money is too large, it will easily attract attention. Once discovered and thrown into jail, it will not be worth it. Humph, today is Army Day. Spending a little money on our daily life will be like adding more color to the people of Dacia. It seems that there is still potential in this group of people. Sumu's eyes turned and he came up with another idea. He still used his second account under the name of Eiichiro Yamamoto to pull more than a dozen senior executives of the company into a WeChat group. These bastards were basically involved in murdering him in his previous life, so Sumu felt no psychological pressure at all to cheat them. Everyone, I have an investment project. It will take 1 month and I expect to make 3 to 5 times the profit. If you are interested, please transfer the funds to this account. If you don't want to invest, you can just quit the group. It's still the same old rules. You can invest any amount you want. The deadline is tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, but this time we'll only accept RMB. Gentlemen, this operation involves some confidential information of the company headquarters, so the requirements are strict. You must keep this confidential. During this month, you are not allowed to ask each other about this matter or discuss it privately. If I find out that anyone leaked the information, they will be expelled from Benimaru Corporation. Sumu posted a video in the group. In the video, Eiichiro Yamamoto was sitting in the office and said these words in Japanese with a serious face. Of course, this video was edited and synthesized by Sumu using AI face-changing technology, and even the dubbing was done by him independently. Working in a Japanese-funded company, Sumu said there is no pressure to speak Japanese. He once heard the Japanese manager of his department mention inadvertently after getting drunk that Yamamoto Eiichiro would occasionally take advantage of the convenience of multinational companies and lead them to fleece the head office as a welfare benefit, so he decided to give it a try. Hey, is Yamamoto going to give us benefits again? I, Watanabe, will be the first to support you. I will transfer 1 million to you in a minute. Watanabe-kun is too stingy. He only invested 1 million for such a good opportunity. I will invest 2 million. That's great. I'll go raise funds right away. This time I want to invest 3 million, and it will be in place by tomorrow morning. Why didn't you inform me in advance, Yamamoto-kun? I recently bought a girl from a university, and it cost a lot. I don't have much spare money, so I can only invest 500,000 this time. Haha, Kamita-kun, you're at a big loss. But let me make this clear first. If anyone dares not listen to Yamamoto-kun and accidentally leaks this information, I will make him commit seppuku in a minute. Don't worry. I'll definitely keep it a secret. Sure enough, 1 stone caused 1,000 ripples, and all these Japanese executives became excited. They hold important positions in Benimaru Corporation, and their annual salaries are basically over 1 million, but when they heard about this good opportunity to make money, they still greedily expressed their desire to invest. As for what Yamamoto Eiichiro said about keeping the matter confidential, who can go against money? Just keep it a tacit understanding for this month. You invested 1 million and he invested 2 million, the least invested 500,000, and in the final calculation, it turned out to be 27.5 million renminbi. An average of 250 per person. Unexpectedly, things went so smoothly. Sumu couldn't help but somersault on the bed with joy. This time he finally got some revenge for his blood feud in his previous life. After a busy day, Sumu was hungry, so he ordered a large table of delicious food through the food delivery platform. Anyway, he now has access to 10,000 cubic meters of unlimited space, so he is not worried about food spoiling or being wasted. Today is Tuesday, and the welfare lottery draw is scheduled at 9:15 p.m. Sumu is eating steak while watching the ball bouncing in the prize box. When the dust settled, it turned out to be the number that Sumu had chosen. Red balls are 01, 03, 12, 19, 28, 32, and blue ball is 14. After tax deduction from the grand prize, another 4 million was received. But Sumu was not too excited. The total amount of money was only 30 to 40 million renminbi, which was still a long way from his goal of $1 billion. Yen Ching-shu sent dozens of messages via WeChat in the evening, but Sumu still ignored her. Early the next morning, Sumu took the house title and various documents and went out early. Sumu can redeem the prize in Shenzhen where he lives, so there is no need to travel to other places. He took a taxi directly to the Welfare Lottery Center's prize redemption counter and took out the lottery ticket he had purchased. The staff at the Welfare Lottery Center were very efficient and quickly took him to verify the authenticity of the lottery ticket, went through the prize redemption confirmation procedures, and then signed to receive the prize. After Sumuda took a photo wearing a panda mask, he received a check for 4 million yuan. The staff asked with a smile whether he wanted to make a charity donation. "Isn't this mandatory?" Sumu asked. After getting a positive answer, Sumu smiled and said, "Then I'll donate a penny." The person in charge of the Welfare Lottery Center's face immediately turned green. Sumu didn't care about that and left with the check. What a joke. God knows where the money I donated went. The end of the world is coming soon. It's better to spend the money on myself. Yen Ching-shu called Sumu several times, asking him if he had time to go shopping with her, but he coldly refused all of them. Sumu had long seen through her materialistic nature, and now he was busy making money, so he had no time and was unwilling to pay attention to her. "Ching-shu, let's go. This Sumu is so cold to you now, he must be trying to play hard to get. Just leave him alone for now. You can't hang yourself on a tree, and he's not the only one who's your bootlicker. Han Lei from the company's HR department has asked me several times to treat you to dinner. He said that tonight is the World Cup final, so he will take us to the Qingjing bar to watch the game after dinner and introduce us to a big boss." Xie Baiwei put on delicate makeup and urged from the side. "But I didn't expect Sumu to be so rich. I'm so unwilling to accept this." Yen Ching-shu felt very uncomfortable. Over the past 2 years, Sumu had been very kind to her. He cared about her every day, tried to make her happy, and found various reasons to chat with her at night. As long as you make a request, it will be done immediately without any further ado. However, in recent days, Sumu seems to have become a completely different person. His attitude towards her became lukewarm, and he even ignored her calls and messages. This made her completely confused, and she even had an inexplicable sense of crisis in her heart. In Yen Ching-shu's heart, she could be uninterested in Sumu, but she would never allow Sumu to lose interest in her. Let's go, just relax." Xie Baiwei smiled and pulled her best friend out of the door. "I've asked around, the consumption level of the Qingjing bar is not low. Han Lei has invested a lot of money to pursue you." Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Sumu, who had just finished a delicious meal, walked into Qingjing bar. He found a place to sit down, ordered a bottle of Hennessy Richard Cognac, and drank it by himself. No one knows who opened this bar, which is located in a prime location. But the word Qingjing in its name seems to have a metaphor, and it also sounds like Qingjing, which makes it look very classy. During the World Cup, many customers choose to watch the game with friends in the bar, and the business here is very prosperous. Today is August 2nd, and at 1 a.m. on August 3rd, it will be the final of the 2034 World Cup. Many guests have already arrived at the bar early to wait. Sumu listened to many guests around him talking about football, many of whom were complaining about how much money they lost betting on the World Cup this year. He shook his wine glass and smiled contemptuously. "You lose money because you don't know who will win in the end." But for him, a reborn person, this is not a problem at all. That's right, Sumu came to Qingjing bar not only to relax, but mainly to make money by betting on the World Cup. Of course, there are a lot of beautiful girls here, and their minds are very open. Sumu has been holding it in for so long, if there is a chance, he wouldn't mind releasing his passion. Seeing that Sumu actually ordered such an expensive bottle of foreign wine and was sitting there alone, 2 beautiful girls came over to chat with him soon. "Handsome, are you alone? Can we play card?" Sumu glanced over and saw that both girls were scantily clad and had hot bodies, especially their straight and long thighs, which made people's blood boil. One of them was wearing heavy smoky makeup and looked like a veteran in the bar. Although the other girl was wearing a belly-bearing outfit, she had a pretty face and a pure temperament, and she looked timid as if she was visiting a bar for the first time. Of course, it's also possible that he's pretending. Okay, sit down. Hearing Sumu's words, the two girls sat down with a smile. The girl with the innocent look sat next to him, and her smooth calves touched his legs intentionally or unintentionally. Sumu didn't care and ordered another bottle of Hennessy Richard Cognac, poured a glass for each of them, and flirted with them while drinking. At the entrance of Qingjing Bar, a Mercedes-Benz was trying to park sideways with difficulty. The Mercedes-Benz S-Class has a relatively long body, and Han Lei, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had just obtained his driver's license and had failed to park the car after reversing several times. Sitting in the back of the car were the goddess Yen Ching-shu, whom Han Lei had been pursuing for a long time, and her best friend Xie Baiwei, which made Han Lei's face turn red and he became extremely nervous. Although the air conditioner was on in the car, beads of sweat still appeared on his forehead. But the more nervous he was, the harder it was for the Benz to get in. Unfortunately, there was only one parking space with lines marked around, and he didn't dare park anywhere else. After all, I borrowed my cousin's boss car with great difficulty to go out and pick up girls and show off. If I accidentally get a ticket from the police, I would inevitably be scolded. Han Lei finally parked the Mercedes-Benz crookedly, and immediately got out of the car to open the door for Yen Ching-shu and the others to show his gentlemanly demeanor and warm-hearted style. He was in a good mood today because after so many appointments, Yen Ching-shu finally came out to have dinner with him and agreed to go to Qingjing Bar with him. The only flaw is that she still has Xie Baiwei, a light bulb, with her. But this is already a great progress, and it's worth spending so much money tonight. On the way here, Han Lei had been bragging, "This bar called Qingjing is second to none in Shanghai. I'm quite familiar with their boss, so I can give them a 20% discount." In fact, his cousin's boss knew the bar owner, and he brought his cousin here to apply for a membership card. Han Lei didn't even know whether the bar owner was a man or a woman, let alone having ever been here. However, when he leaves to pay, he will directly deduct his cousin's membership card and pretend it is his own card. Han Lei thinks this will be cooler. Before leaving, he had already discussed with his cousin that he would transfer the money to his cousin after swiping the card. This kind of behavior is quite childish, but some men are like this, they like to pretend to be something inexplicable and low-level. However, Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei were not listening to Han Lei's bragging along the way. They were sitting in the back seat and whispering about Sumu, analyzing the reasons why he had ignored her recently. After all, how could a rich second generation who dared to spend 88 million to order 1,000 tables of seafood feasts let it go easily? After getting off the car, the three of them walked into the bar together, feeling a little curious about everything there. The bar was rather dim, and only after they sat down did they realize that the person sitting not far away seemed to be Sumu. "How come I can meet this guy here?" Han Lei cursed inwardly and carefully suggested, "Should we change bars?" He also knew that Sumu liked Yen Ching-shu, but he was from another place and could not afford to buy a house in Shenzhen. He had been renting a house. His conditions were much worse than Sumu's, so he always regarded her as his number one competitor. Yen Ching-shu shook her head and focused her eyes on the two beauties beside Sumu. Whether it's manners and temperament, figure and appearance, or the obvious long legs, these two girls are no less than Yen Ching-shu. This gave her a deep sense of crisis, just like when she was a child and her toys were taken away by others. Even though she might not like that toy very much, it didn't stop her from being angry. Bah, what a thing. Even if Ching-shu didn't agree to his pursuit, you wouldn't have come here to degenerate. Han Lei also saw the two long-legged girls. Although he was envious, he quietly slandered Sumu, "They are nothing like me, who is infatuated and loyal." He felt that at this moment, he must be in sharp contrast with Sumu in Yen Ching-shu's heart. "If you don't want to change, just sit here." Yen Ching-shu suddenly spoke with a hint of anger. Sumu also noticed this side after hearing the noise. He didn't expect to meet the two of them in the bar, but he didn't care. After Doomsday's betrayal, he now has nothing but deep hatred for Yen Ching-shu, and he is extremely contemptuous of his previous dog-licking behavior. What a joke. I sent a red packet of 5,200 yuan to the little fairy and all I got was a dog licker, and she still thought it was not enough. But if I spend 5,200 yuan to treat my brothers to eat skewers and sing at KTV, I will get a large group of adopted sons who will kneel down and call them Dad. When Sumu saw Han Lei looking over here, he stared back at him, causing Han Lei to look away awkwardly. "Brother Su, what's wrong? Did you meet someone you know?" the girl with heavy makeup asked with a smile. "Nothing, just an ex-girlfriend." Sumu picked up the cup and took a sip of wine, then continued flirting with the two girls. At this moment, the big screen in the bar is replaying the highlights of the World Cup, and many guests are still discussing the last game. Some were excited, some were annoyed, and some were beating their chests and stamping their feet. Xie Baiwei listened to many people around her talking about football and said excitedly, "It's the World Cup now. I heard a lot of people are betting on football recently. Are there any among you?" Yen Ching-shu shook her head, a little absent-minded. Han Lei said, "In an hour, it will be the final of this year's World Cup, Argentina versus Germany. I plan to make a small bet of 20,000. He began to demonstrate his financial strength intentionally or unintentionally, and even his voice became a little louder. 20,000. That's so much. Xie Baiwei asked in surprise. It's okay. Big gambling hurts your body, but small gambling is fun. Han Lei stared at Yen Ching-shu and his voice became a little louder. The background music in the bar was played softly, but the volume of the replay of the football game was turned up high, so that Han Lei's voice could be heard clearly by Sumu. That's right, Han Lei just wanted to show off in front of Sumu. World Cup betting is a huge industry. According to statistics, the total amount of global betting for the 2028 World Cup in Los Angeles, USA, is as high as $195 billion, about 1,421.9 billion renminbi. If we take into account the black and gray industries behind it, this number must be multiplied by at least 10. But gambling on football is full of capital operations and shady dealings. In every World Cup, the rooftop is filled with people who have lost everything from gambling on football. However, there are also examples of people getting rich overnight. In 2014, a drunk Dutchman used €200 to buy Germany 7:1 Brazil, and finally won 11 million renminbi with odds of 6,500. This story of getting rich overnight has become a classic that will be passed down every year. Facing Han Lei's shouting, Sumu ignored him completely and continued to sip his wine calmly. Only 20,000. Sumu doesn't care about this little bit of money at all now. But the two girls next to them were not happy. The one with a broad mind and smoky makeup said, "Brother Su, the pretty boy your ex-girlfriend brought is showing off to you. I happen to know a platform company with strong financial resources. If you win, the compensation will be deposited into your account in seconds. Brother Su, do you want to invest a little to suppress the arrogance of that pretty boy?" During the World Cup, this girl worked part-time on several football betting platforms. As long as customers placed bets through her, she would get a commission regardless of whether she won or lost. Okay, throw some in then. Sumu opened his cell phone and checked his bank card balance. There was still about 200,000 yuan left, which was the money he had saved for spending at the bar tonight. Rich people are easy to fool. The girl was very excited. "Brother Su, which country did you bet on to win?" Unexpectedly, Sumu shook his head and said, "I don't bet on winning or losing, I bet on the score." Brother Su is quite ambitious. He actually bets on the odds directly. "Which scores do you want to bet on?" Another innocent girl was a little surprised. Although she didn't watch football very often, she had seen many customers betting on football in the bar, so she had some common sense. It's easy to bet on winning or losing, but the probability of betting on the score is much lower. Of course, the odds will be much higher. Sumu asked the girl with smoky makeup, "What are the odds of Argentina versus Germany 5:5 on your platform?" The girl picked up her phone and looked at it, then said, "Let me see, the odds are 145. Then I'll buy one for 200,000. Sumu said without hesitation. 200,000, right? That's fine. No, how much did you say you wanted to buy? The girl looked up and exclaimed. Well, just buy 200,000. Sumu said, "Come here, help me place the bet." According to the odds of 145, if you win 200,000, you can get a full 29 million renminbi. The girl sitting in Sumu's arms who helped him place the bet was shaking with excitement, and she failed to operate successfully after clicking several times. It was normal for rich people to spend 30 or 50,000 on gambling, and she had seen people betting even more. But spending 200,000 to buy a score, and only one score, the nature of the matter is completely different. It's not that no one buys scores when betting on football, but they won't just buy one score. After all, the odds are so high. If you buy a few more scores, as long as you hit one, you'll make a profit. But buying just one like Sumu is too risky. However, for Sumu, the reborn person, he was deeply impressed by the final score of the World Cup final and already knew the result of the game. This can't be considered gambling, it can only be said to be making extra money. How could he give up such a good opportunity? He placed bets on major platforms early in the afternoon. He divided the bet into more than a dozen domestic and overseas sports lottery and betting platforms, as well as some privately run underground platforms, and bet more than 52 million, or more than $7 million US. All in. Sumu bought all the scores, Argentina versus Germany, 5-5. According to the odds ranging from 120 to 150 times on each platform, if Sumu wins, he can directly get $1 billion US, which is equivalent to more than 7 billion renminbi. However, he only bet $400,000 to $500,000 on each platform. He didn't dare bet too much, mainly because he was afraid that they would not have that much money to pay out after he won. The two booths were not far from each other, and the girls' screams were quite loud. Yen Ching-shu and the other two clearly heard Sumu bet 200,000 yuan, and he even bought the score. Are you bragging? Sumu really bet 200,000. Xie Baiwei said in a low voice. Humph, he's crazy, where does he get so much money? Han Lei frowned. The fact that Sumu bought 200,000 yuan made him suddenly feel that the 20,000 yuan he invested was a bit embarrassing. It is undeniable that there are many wealthy young men who spend a lot of money during the World Cup. Some spend hundreds of thousands on tickets for a single game, and some even spend more. A little gambling is good for fun, and what we want is excitement. But what is Sumu's identity? Before he resigned, he was just an ordinary employee of the company, with a monthly salary of at most tens of thousands of yuan. Why would he bet 200,000 on a football game? Moreover, there is almost no precedent of a high-scoring tie in a World Cup match. Generally speaking, if 4 or 5 goals are scored in a game, it can be considered a goal battle. A high-score draw like 3-3 is very rare. Throughout the history of the World Cup, there have only been 2 horrifying 4-4 draws. Sumu betting on Argentina and Germany to end in a 5-5 draw is basically a fantasy, and the probability of this is not much higher than Mars hitting the Earth. But he spent 88 million to order 1,000 tables of seafood dinner a few days ago. Yen Ching-shu said uncertainly, maybe his parents left him a lot of property. What? How is this possible? Sumu just resigned 2 days ago. Based on his wealth, I believe he is worth tens of millions. Han Lei's eyes almost popped out of his head. 88 million, what a joke. You can't win that much money even if you win the lottery. Sumu resigned. Yen Ching-shu was also stunned when she heard this, but 2 days ago, Wei Wei and I saw him spend 360,000 to buy a top-quality jade pendant. Then we spent tens of thousands on a seafood feast and booked 1,000 tables of banquets. Xie Baiwei frowned and said, I say, is it possible that we have all been deceived by Sumu? Maybe he deliberately acted with others just for us to see. Both the pendant and the banquet can be refunded. He actually only spent tens of thousands of dollars. The purpose is to make us think that he is a super rich second generation, so that you will take the initiative to throw yourself into his arms. After all, who would spend 88 million to book so many banquets? This is not writing a novel. Yen Ching-shu was stunned when she heard this. Considering Sumu's abnormal behavior, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this possibility was very high. Sumu is really going too far. She was so angry that her chest rose and fell. I thought of him as a good friend, but he dared to lie to me like this. Have you forgotten? Xie Baiwei exaggerated again. That night he said he would treat us to seafood, but he ran away, and we each spent more than 20,000 yuan. After hearing this, Yen Ching-shu became even angrier. Han Lei was secretly happy on the side, he didn't expect the situation to reverse so quickly. Yen Ching-shu scolded Sumu severely, didn't it mean that he had a better chance? He leaned over and whispered, my cousin and I just analyzed it and felt that Argentina would definitely win, so we bought another 20,000. Ah. Xie Baiwei was a little surprised, and Yen Ching-shu also raised her head and looked at Han Lei. It is said that small gambling can bring joy, but big gambling can harm the body, and gamblers will never die a good death. We are all office workers. Isn't it a bit too risky for Han Lei to play like this? In fact, Han Lei hardly pays attention to football on weekdays, and he doesn't understand football at all. And in fact, when it comes to football, it doesn't really matter whether you understand it or not. Apart from the Chinese national football team, which knows the outcome as soon as it watches the game, which World Cup has not had a few upsets. Like the match between Germany and Brazil in 2014, who would have thought that they would end up with a 7-1 score? Han Lei said in a deep voice, Argentina has Messi, so it's very stable. To be precise, he actually only knew one person, Mei Dong. Do you want to buy some fun stuff too? Xie Baiwei was very interested and said that she wanted to buy 5,000, and asked Yen Ching-shu to buy one too. Yen Ching-shu had no interest in football, but she couldn't resist her best friend's chattering, so she also bought $5,000 to bet on Argentina to win. Han Lei had already made up his mind that if Argentina won, he would transfer money to Yen Ching-shu. If Argentina loses, I will say that I did not communicate well with my cousin, made an operational error, and did not buy in. Anyway, I can't let Ching-shu lose money and affect her mood for hanging out with me. It is said that warm men are ranked behind dogs. If dogs see his actions, they will feel ashamed. At this time, a yellow-haired man and a burly middle-aged man walked into Qingjing Bar. They were Su Hua, the business manager of Daiduoduo Financial Services Company, Limited, and his boss Li Jian. Cousin, we are here. Han Lei saw Su Hua and quickly waved and greeted him. After the two of them sat down, Li Jian couldn't hide his lustful eyes at all. He kept looking Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei up and down, which made them feel sick. After hearing Han Lei introduce the two as being in the loan shark business, the two of them unconsciously shrank back behind the booth. These people were ruthless villains, and the two men were quite scared from the bottom of their hearts. Hey, isn't that the guy who handled the mortgage loan at our company today? Not long after the yellow-haired manager Su Hua sat down, he recognized Su Mu, who was sitting not far away, at a glance. After all, there were not many people who would sign a contract so readily. Mortgage during the day, drink and pick up girls at the bar at night. Li Jian lit up a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring, also with a playful look on his face. Tsk tisk, I have to say, young people nowadays are quite playful. What? Su Mu actually took out a loan from your company? And it was a mortgage loan. Yen Ching-shu was just trying to find an excuse to leave, but was shocked when she heard this. She had been involved in naked loans in college, but she knew the greedy nature of these loan shark companies. She and Xie Baiwei looked at each other and were very disappointed. No wonder Su Mu suddenly became so rich. It turned out that he had borrowed high-interest loans by mortgaging his house. The main reason why Yen Ching-shu had been keeping Su Mu in the dark was that she had fallen in love with his house located in Danfeng Bailu community. Now I heard that he actually used it to mortgage a loan. I am so angry that my heart aches. Their analysis just now was indeed correct, this is now confirmed. Yen Ching-shu didn't mention leaving anymore. She picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp, swearing that she would never pay attention to Su Mu again. Time passed by minute, and the 2034 World Cup finals finally began. The commentary of the famous CCTV host began to echo in the room, and it was really brilliant. The spectators in the bar were all drunk and extremely excited. Every shot would cause a commotion among the crowd. The Argentina and Germany teams exchanged shots and goals. By the end of the first half, the score had reached an astonishing 3-3. The more Han Lei looked at it, the more nervous he became. He was almost losing his temper. After all, he bet 40,000 on Argentina to win, and now judging from the battle situation, everything is still unknown. Su Mu, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He kept flirting with the two girls and occasionally had some intimate interactions with them. The second half started quickly, with the two teams chasing each other. With 10 minutes left in the game, the score was 4-4 again. Historic moment. The atmosphere in the bar reached a climax in an instant, with some people cheering and others cursing. The two teams seemed to be in a killing spree. In the last 10 minutes, each team scored a goal. 5:5 draw. Boom. The bar exploded instantly. This kind of low-probability event actually happened. If nothing unexpected happens, the rooftop will be crowded again tonight, and many gamblers will line up to jump off the building. The dust has settled. Sumu picked up the wine glass and drank it all, then hugged the innocent-looking girl beside him and kissed her. The girl moaned and her face turned red, but she didn't resist at all. At this moment, the girl with smoky makeup was still clapping and cheering loudly. "Brother Su is awesome, he bought 200,000 Argentina versus Germany 5:5, this is so cool." All of a sudden, all eyes in the bar were focused on Sumu. After all, the guests who have stayed until now must be people who watch the game, and the proportion of people who buy the games is extremely high. After hearing this, many people began to talk about it. Damn it. They dared to buy a 5:5 bet for 200,000 yuan. The youngsters nowadays are really awesome. What a tough guy. I don't even dare to bet 20,000 on a single win, but he dares to bet 200,000. I remember the odds of a 5:5 draw were about 140 to 150 times. Hey, I won 20 to 30 million in one go. I'm rich. Are you so lucky? It's okay for those who won money, but those who lost money tonight were so envious that they wanted to go crazy after hearing about this. A drunk guest couldn't help but stand up and ask, "Girl, how many scores did your Su brother buy?" "I don't have any other intentions. I just want to learn from him and study his strategy for buying scores." The girl with smoky makeup had drunk a little too much, and said in a boastful tone, "Of course I bought the 5:5 and I won. Isn't that awesome? Make way, it's my turn." After saying that, he pulled the innocent girl away, hugged Sumu and kissed her actively. It was very wild. This made the drinkers around even more shocked. For a moment, they didn't know whether this young man was fearless or just too lucky. I didn't even buy a few more scores to share the risk, and I actually bet on a tie in the regular season, but we still won. There's nothing much to say, winning money is awesome. Everyone was pointing and talking, their eyes were red with envy. On the other side, Han Lei was a little overwhelmed. Including the 5,000 yuan each from Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei, he lost 50,000 yuan in one go tonight, which is not a small amount. And seeing Sumu win a lot of money, he felt worse than death. It was okay for him to lose 40,000 yuan. Even though his heart was bleeding, he forced himself to smile and pretend that he didn't care, and showed off his financial strength in front of Yen Ching-shu. I acted very pretentious in front of the girl I liked. If you round it off, it doesn't seem like a loss. But Sumu won more than 20 million in one night. It's more than 20 million, not more than 2,000. And me? What about me? I lost 5,000 yuan with my girlfriend. Although I will help her pay the 5,000 yuan out of kindness, the psychological gap cannot be made up. Li Jian and Su Hua looked at each other, shock written all over their faces. But thinking about the contract signed by Sumu, he is no longer worried that he will not be able to pay back the money. The two were very happy to think that they could easily make a fortune, and they raised their glasses and drank them all. Let's go. Seeing Sumu hugging two beautiful girls and walking out of the bar, Yen Ching-shu's face turned pale. She picked up her bag, stood up and chased after them. Sumu actually won more than 20 million, he is really a multi-millionaire. As for the oath she made just now about never paying attention to Sumu again, she had already forgotten it. She is still shocked that Sumu won a lot of money. The loss or gain of her own 5,000 yuan doesn't matter anymore. She must keep Sumu. Han Lei saw all of this and felt heartbroken. But when Yen Ching-shu chased out, Sumu had already got into a taxi with the two girls and drove away. She tried desperately to call Sumu, but Sumu didn't answer at all. Finally, he got annoyed by her and simply turned off his phone. Around noon the next day, Sumu woke up from the spacious bed in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. Looking at the vaguely visible snow-white bodies of the two girls beside him, he smiled knowingly. The $1 billion have all been received as planned. All that remains is to implement the established plan step by step and stockpile supplies to deal with the doomsday crisis. The two girls were a little tired from the excessive attack last night and are sleeping soundly now. Sumu didn't wake them up. He threw the 10,000 yuan he withdrew from the ATM last night on the bedside table, put on his clothes and walked out. The first priority today is to buy a villa. Doomsday Fortress system, since the mission was issued, requiring a house covering an area of 500 square meters as a base, he certainly did not plan to renovate his 130 square meter building. Sumu came to the sales office of Danfeng Bailu community and asked if there were any villas for sale. Of course, Sumu could buy a villa in the suburbs, but what's the point? To relieve the hatred in your heart, draw your sword and kill your enemy. Most of his enemies live in this community, and Sumu has to watch them being tortured to death in front of him, so that he can slightly dispel the hatred in his heart. Danfeng Bailu community is a high-end community in Xinjiang, divided into two parts, high-rise area and villa area. All the villas for sale are designed by famous designers and decorated at great expense. In addition, it covers a large area, has a reasonable structural layout and a beautiful surrounding environment, so it has always been sold at a high price. In Sumu's impression, until the end of the world, there were still a few sets that had not been sold. "Hello, beautiful lady, I'm here to see the villa." Sumu was the only customer in the sales office right now, but he walked around inside several times and the sales ladies acted as if they didn't see him. Some were browsing their phones, some were chatting, and no one paid any attention to him, which made him a little annoyed. This is a high-end residential area. Villas are very expensive. Are you sure you want to buy one? A sales lady was drawing her eyebrows with an eyebrow pencil in front of a makeup mirror. She didn't even raise her eyes and spoke in a disdainful tone. These sales ladies had sharp eyes. Seeing that Sumu was dressed in ordinary clothes and didn't look like a rich man at all, they treated him very coldly. To be honest, the salespeople in this kind of villa communities have been receiving rich people for a long time, and they seem to have become rich themselves, and they speak in a very arrogant manner. "Oh! How expensive is it?" Sumu didn't expect to be despised here. He didn't get angry at the moment and said it playfully. "Haha, do you know how much this villa costs? The deposit alone is 1 million. The sales lady rolled her eyes at Sumu and asked, "Do you know how much 1 million is?" "I know." Sumu smiled indifferently and threw a black plastic bag on the table. 1 million is just a plastic bag. When he came, he specifically went to see the fat bank manager and withdrew 10 million in cash just in case. Because even today when electronic transactions are so advanced, some merchants still insist on accepting cash. Although withdrawing 10 million in cash without an appointment was a bit against the bank's rules, but with a 1% rebate, the fat manager quickly got the matter done. Nerve. Before the sales lady could utter the word "sick," the plastic bag exploded with a pop, and the table was covered with red bills, as if a giant flower had bloomed. Suddenly, the sales lady's face looked like she had been hit hard. She stood there frozen, unable to utter a word. At this time, many employees in the sales department were also alarmed. Although there are many wealthy people who come here to buy villas, they have never seen a rich man like Sumu, a young man in his early 20s who dresses casually like a loser. The worst thing is that Sumu actually casually put 1 million cash in a plastic bag and brought it over. "First, sir, which one do you want to order? Do you want to go to the site to see the house and understand the specific structure of the villa?" The sales lady finally calmed down, forced out what she thought was the most perfect smile, and even changed the way she addressed Sumu. After all, buying a house is an important matter, let alone a villa. Sumu did not answer. He looked at the sand table model and pointed at the largest villa in the middle, which was also the only villa in the middle of the community. "Let's take that one." "Feng Lin Wan, it's actually Feng Lin Wan," the sales lady exclaimed, and this sentence almost blew away everyone in the sales department. This villa area has been developed for nearly 5 years, but the Fenglinwen villa in the middle has never been actually sold because of its high price. Although many people come to ask about the price, not many really want to buy it, or can afford it. During this period, some people paid a deposit to buy the property, but ended up breaking the contract. This villa covers an area of more than 800 square meters and has a construction area of 2,000 square meters. The nearest villa to it is a group of single-family villas on the periphery, but the distance is also 30 meters away. All the stones used to build the villa come from surface mines in the Alps. It is said that the Louvre, Versailles Palace and Notre Dame de Paris in France all use this stone. It comes with a private garden, swimming pool, tennis court, basketball court and indoor elevator, which is simply the ultimate in luxury. First, sir, you are not kidding, are you? I don't know whether the sales lady was nervous or excited, she couldn't speak clearly. Just tell me the price directly. Sumu said. The hall also became quiet, and everyone was looking at Sumu and the sales lady. 500 million. The sales lady swallowed nervously, fearing that Sumu might misunderstand her, and quickly explained, Sir, there is a reason why this villa is worth 500 million. If you buy a villa, all the land within 30 meters around it will be given to you for free. You can develop it independently. This villa also has a basement, which is equipped with a complete fresh air system, air conditioning and lighting system, and even a ground source heat pump system, so people can live there directly. The design concept of the entire villa is very advanced, and the structure is also very scientific. For example, in Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, this price for a single-family villa of this level is quite reasonable. Stop. Sumu suddenly interrupted the salesperson and said, when you go to the supermarket to buy a bottle of beverage, will you ask the boss how many milliliters of the beverage it is, how much sugar it contains, how many levels of sweetness it has, and what materials the bottle is made of? The salesperson was a little confused and answered stupidly, no, it won't. Yes, so I won't have so many questions. You just need to complete the formalities quickly. Sumu said. The salesperson was stunned, then suddenly reacted. Could it be that Mr. Su bought such a villa as casually as buying a bottle of drink in the supermarket? By the way, sir, a girl came to see this villa before and seemed to want it. She even said she would call me in a week. Excuse me, has she paid the deposit? No, she said she would go home and discuss it with her dad. That's none of my business. Sumu didn't waste any time and directly asked the sales lady to prepare the contract and transfer the full amount. He is now worth more than 7 billion renminbi, so he doesn't care about these 500 million. The sales lady didn't dare to say anything more and immediately started to process the procedures for Sumu. The price hasn't even been negotiated yet, and the Fenglinwen villa in Central has been sold. This series of operations made everyone in the hall dumbfounded. Mr. Su, this is the key to your villa. Our villas are all fully renovated and you can move in right away. We will send someone to handle the property certificate for you. Please wait here for a while. It will be delivered to you in an hour at most. Once the money is in place, everything will be done quickly. After Sumu signed the transfer, the sales manager personally put the key respectfully into his hands after a while. The sales lady standing behind the manager was smiling brightly. Her commission from this villa alone was worth several million. The gaze directed at Sumu at this moment was like that of an octopus, tightly wrapped around his body, his plump thighs twisting back and forth in an interlaced manner, as if wishing to eat him on the spot. The other sales ladies had already surrounded Sumu, and they were fawning on him. Some of the bolder ones even started touching him. They, who work in sales, have seen a lot of wealthy people, but this is the first time they have seen someone so young and rich who could spend 500 million yuan to buy a villa. These graceful salespeople were naturally restless inside, and there was a lot of coquettishness in their eyes. Sumu accepted everyone's invitation and readily added them on WeChat. There were still more than 20 days left until the end of the world, and he was not going to waste them. He was determined to live a carefree life. He originally didn't want to pay the full amount for the villa, but the Doomsday Fortress system required that the property must be under his name in order to count. After all the documents were completed, Sumu walked out of the sales office with the documents and came to his newly purchased villa. The villa is very large, with 3 floors above ground, an attic, and 2 basements below. It was designed by the designer in an orderly manner, and each functional area is very complete. The decoration is also very luxurious, and all the furniture is imported high-end goods. The living room is very large, with various oil paintings and ink paintings hanging on the walls. He doesn't understand them, but he just thinks they look beautiful. Sumu sat on the soft sofa and felt very satisfied. It's just a little empty, he sighed. Ding, it is detected that the host has an independent house covering an area of more than 500 square meters, which can be used as the base of the Doomsday Fortress. Mission completed. Reward, get all the rights to use the infinite space. Ding, do you want to bind the current property and set it as the host's Doomsday Fortress base? Bind. In an instant, Sumu seemed to have opened a god's perspective, knowing all the information about the villa he was in. Even the crawling of a cockroach in the kitchen could not be hidden from him. The 3D image of the entire villa was projected into his mind very clearly. The images of each room could be switched at any time according to his thoughts, and all the doors and windows could be opened and closed as he wished. In this base, Sumu seems to be a god who can control everything. Sumu was overjoyed. In this way, even if some enemy accidentally sneaked into the villa, he could be easily trapped to death. Ding, the current level of the Doomsday Fortress is 0. Please work hard to upgrade the shelter level. Upgrade conditions: 100,000 tons of steel, 100,000 cubic meters of stone, 100,000 cubic meters of wood, 100,000 tons of cement, 100,000 tons of sand, 10 million clay bricks, 100,000 barrels of paint, 100,000 square meters of glass, 10 tons of gold, 100 tons of silver, 100 first-level crystal cores. Oh my god. It takes so many resources to upgrade the Doomsday Fortress to level 1. Even if you pile all these things up, this villa cannot even hold them all. Those building materials are easy to deal with, but why do we need so much gold and silver for upgrading? And what are the 100 first-level crystal cores? Sumu was a little confused, but he quickly put this doubt behind him. Since the system is needed, there must be a reason for it. Just follow it. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally decided on his own Doomsday Fortress base. All he had to do now was to use the infinite space to store as many supplies as possible before the catastrophe came. At this time, the phone rang. Sumu looked and saw that it was the manager of Tianhai Pavilion calling. Mr. Su, part of the 1,000 tables of seafood you ordered has been prepared. Where should we send it to? Oh, just send it to Fenglinwen Villa in Danfeng Bailu Community. I'll wait here. Sumu paused, and then said, by the way, make me 1,000 copies of each of your specialties, and make sure they are not duplicated with the dishes on these 1,000 tables. I'll pay you for them together after I send them over. The beautiful manager of the seafood restaurant was stunned. You want to order another 1,000 servings of ingredients? Not 1,000 copies, 1,000 copies of each. Sumu corrected him, send me your bank account number, and I will transfer the first installment of 17.6 million to you first. This reminded Sumu that eating only seafood would make him tired, so he had to order more from other hotels to change the taste. He thought about what else he liked to eat, and then found the phone numbers of several famous restaurants in Shanghai on the internet. He placed orders with them and asked them to send 500 tables to him each. Nearly 10,000 tables of 8 major cuisines, including Western food, were ordered. As for fast food such as KFC and Daikos and various snacks, he also stockpiled a lot of them. This way, all of his meals for the rest of his life were taken care of. Manager, our account just received a sum of 17.6 million, which was transferred by Mr. Su. A financial staff member came over hurriedly to report. The beautiful manager stared blankly at the documents brought by the financial staff, and suddenly shouted excitedly, attention everyone, a big deal is coming. We have to work overtime these 2 days to complete Mr. Su's order, and everyone will get a bonus later. Not long after, the food truck from Tianhai Pavilion Seafood Restaurant arrived at the entrance of Danfeng Bailu Community. There were more than a dozen cars, blocking the road so tightly that all the neighbors were dumbfounded. Several security guards quickly stepped forward to stop them and asked them what they were doing there. The hotel manager explained the situation, but the security guards couldn't believe that someone would spend tens of millions to buy 1,000 tables of seafood dinners, so they all laughed. Even when the hotel manager opened the car to let the security guards check, they refused to let him go and insisted on having the owner come before opening the door. What a joke! There are many rich people living in Danfeng Bailu, but which idiot would waste money like this and buy so much seafood at once? If you can't finish eating it, you can't release it. The most important thing is that this fact is really unbelievable, so the security guards would rather be cautious than let them in easily. Seeing that more and more people were gathering at the entrance of the community to watch the fun, the hotel manager had no choice but to call Sumu and ask him to come and greet them in person. Sumu did not expect this situation to happen, so he had to walk out of the villa and come to the gate of the community. It's just that the villa is quite far from the entrance of the community, and by the time he got there, more than 10 minutes had passed. It seems I have to buy another car. Sumu thought to himself. His original car was taken away by someone sent by Li Jian when he was applying for a mortgage. He has been busy these days and has no time to pick out a new one. At this time, the entrance to the community was crowded with people, including neighbors from Unit 7, as well as Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei who had squeezed into the crowd to watch the excitement after get-off work. Sumu walked up to the security guards, threw a pack of huazi to each of them, and said with a smile, "Brothers, these are the ones who delivered the food to me, let them in." The onlookers were suddenly shocked. What a generous man. They were just a few security guards guarding the door, but they were given such good cigarettes, 1 box each. The security guards were also stunned when they took the food. Only at Sumu's strong request did they shyly put it in their pockets and asked in surprise, "Brother Su, are these people really delivering food to you?" Seeing Sumu nod, the neighbors who were watching the fun suddenly exploded and started talking loudly. My goodness, there must be at least several hundred tables. Could it be that Sumu is getting married and is going to have a wedding banquet? But hundreds of tables are too scary. There's not a big enough place in the community to accommodate so many banquets. Look carefully, the logo printed on the car is Tianhai Pavilion, a famous seafood restaurant in Shenzhen. We have booked several hundred tables at Tianhai Pavilion, which would cost at least tens of thousands. My God, a banquet can cost tens of thousands of dollars. This Sumu is really a hidden talent. I only knew that their family was well off before, but now it seems that they are probably very wealthy. Rich but inhumane. The neighbors looked at Sumu with complicated eyes, including envy, jealousy, flattery, contempt, disdain, all kinds of expressions. Although everyone lives in Danfeng Bailu, an upscale residential area, most of them live in a well-off environment. There are many people who have taken out loans to buy houses, or even roommates. No one would dare to spend thousands of dollars to buy such a large seafood feast. What do you mean by tens of thousands? These seafood sumacs cost a total of 88 million. Yen Ching-shu screamed in her heart, pursed her lips, and became more determined to take down Sumu. But Sumu is ignoring her now. Yesterday, he even took 2 long-legged girls from the bar into a taxi. It was obvious what he was going to do. This made her very discouraged. Don't worry, Brother Su, from now on, anything you order will go smoothly without any problems. When the security guards saw the real boss coming and accepted the bribes, they hurriedly opened the gate and diligently directed Tianhai Pavilion's convoy into the community. Sumu ignored the reactions of the neighbors, sat in the front car to lead them, and drove all the way to Fenglinwen Villa. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei looked at each other, and quickly followed along with many other neighbors who were watching the fun. When they arrived at Fenglinwen Villa, the employees of Tianhai Pavilion began to move tables of packed dishes to Sumu's house. Fortunately, his living room was spacious enough, and the first batch of 200 tables were quickly put in. Sumu, how come you have the key to Fenglinwen Villa and moved your things in here? In order to keep up with the dining car, Yen Ching-shu jogged for quite a distance. She was so tired that she was out of breath, and her face was slightly red, which added to her feminine charm. I rented it. Sumu glanced at her, then turned to the hotel manager and said, "The other banquets I ordered must also be delivered as soon as possible." No problem. The hotel manager replied respectfully, "I have arranged for the staff to work overtime, and all the banquets you booked will be delivered tomorrow." Very good. Sumu nodded with satisfaction, took out 2 gift certificates from his pocket and stuffed them into the hotel manager's hands. I deposited some money in the bank, and they gave me some Estée Lauder Cosmetics gift certificates. I don't need them, so I'll give them to you. Yen Ching-shu was going crazy. She had seen this kind of gift certificate once. A set of Estée Lauder's top-grade cosmetics like this would cost at least 100,000 yuan, but it was given to a strange woman so easily. The hotel manager was also a man of discernment. He looked at Sumu with eyes that were about to shed tears. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I will personally take care of this matter when I get back. Including the 1,000 portions of top-quality ingredients you just ordered, they will also be delivered tomorrow. She bit her lip, and intentionally or unintentionally pushed her towering chest upwards, looking at Sumu with a bit of a tug in her eyes, and said softly, "Also, you can also chat with me privately if you have anything." Sumu knew that now he only had to snap his fingers and this woman would be his gun mount at night. "What? Sumu, you ordered another 1,000 servings of top-quality ingredients." Automatically ignoring the hotel manager's fuss, Xie Baiwei also widened her eyes in surprise. "Why did you buy so much food? You can't finish it all by yourself, it will go bad soon." Sumu's eyes rolled and he said with a smile, "Actually, I bought these things for the Japanese boss. And last time we went to Tianhai Pavilion for dinner, he also treated us. You know, I'm just a small employee of Benimaru Company." As he said this, he sighed, "Oh, if only I were really that rich. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes that you won 29 million by betting on football, I would have almost believed your lies. Also, you just said that you are just a small clerk. Would the Japanese boss treat you to a meal? The devil is fooling anyone." Yen Ching-shu was so angry that her chest hurt. There was definitely something wrong with this Sumu. Yen Ching-shu sneered in her heart, but a charming smile appeared on her face. "Mumu, why don't you invite me to sit in the villa? I have heard of the Maple Forest Villa for a long time, but I have never been inside to see it for myself." And Yen Ching-shu leaned close to Sumu's ear and blew gently, "I have always had a good impression of you. I confessed my feelings to you that day without caring about my dignity, hoping to get to know each other better, but you—" Her eyes suddenly turned red, and I felt so sorry for her delicate look. I have to say that Yen Ching-shu is a rare beauty, and she is an expert in tea making. She is very good at understanding men's psychology, and her every frown and smile is captivating. Sumu's heart was moved and he almost couldn't control himself. He quickly took a deep breath to calm himself down, then sighed deliberately and said, "You know how much this villa is worth. I can never afford it even if I work hard for 8 lifetimes. As for letting you in for a tour, forget it. My boss behind me wouldn't be happy if he knew about it. But if you want to get to know me better, that's fine. I'm still living in that 130 square meter apartment, which is in the same unit as the one you rented. Call me later and I'll feed you." Sumu's words were half true and half false, and Yen Ching-shu's face was uncertain. As a top-level green tea, the most important rule is, talk about feelings with the rich and talk about money with the poor. But Fenglinwen Villa is worth hundreds of millions of RMB. Sumo made some money from gambling on football, but if she said that it was really bought by Sumo, she herself would find it hard to believe. Sumu ignored her and directly closed the door of the villa, putting all the seafood dinner that was delivered into the infinite space. Then I called the property management and asked them to send a car to take me out via the underground garage. While there is still some time today, he wants to take care of the security of the villa. Doomsday Fortress system only set up Fenglinwen Villa as a base. It had no defense capabilities before it was upgraded to level 1. He had to find a special security company to build a safe house. Golden Shield Security Company, the largest security company in Daxia, is also one of the world's most famous security companies. I heard that it seems to have some kind of deep official background. Although the company's name is a bit tacky, its strength is unquestionable. It specializes in providing a variety of security services for wealthy people and celebrities. Many wealthy people's villas at home and abroad are safe houses designed and built by their company at great expense. Sumu took out 5 red bills and handed them to the driver as a tip, then went to the front desk of the Golden Shield Security Company and explained his purpose. "Hello, I'm Sumu who just called to make an appointment for security service." Seeing the big customer coming, the staff of the business department immediately and respectfully invited Sumu to a negotiation room, and the beautiful waitress served him freshly ground civet coffee. After a while, a burly man with a shaved head walked in. He was simply wearing a black tight-fitting t-shirt on his upper body and a pair of jeans on his lower body. His bulging muscles were very conspicuous, making people worry that the clothes would burst at any time. This outfit is not formal, but I have to say that when guests see someone like this, they will feel full of security. "Hello, sir. My name is Wu, and I am the manager of the business department of Golden Shield Security Company." Wu sat down opposite Sumu and asked with a smile, "What business do you want to handle?" Sumu took a sip of slightly bitter coffee and replied, "I want to build a doomsday safe house, the kind that will allow me to rest assured even if the world ends." When normal people hear about something like a doomsday safe house, they would definitely find it absurd, even ridiculous. But for the Golden Shield Security Company, it is not a rare thing at all. They have built this thing for many wealthy people at home and abroad. After all, in this world, the richest and most powerful people are often the most afraid of death, and they wish they could arm themselves to the teeth at all times. Some people may really be afraid of encountering large-scale natural disasters or wars, but there are also some people who simply have too many enemies in their daily lives, so they hope to give themselves some extra sense of security. When Wuan heard that Sumu was going to build a doomsday-level safe house, he immediately became more polite. Doomsday safe houses are very expensive, and they only receive a few such big orders in a year. No problem. Do you have any specific requirements for the safe house? Wuan smiled slightly. Mr. Su, our Golden Shield is a world-class security company. As long as you ask for it, we will definitely be able to meet your needs. Sumu took out the blueprint of his villa and handed it over. I want you to do your best, use the best materials and technology in the world, and turn this villa into a top-notch safe house. And the construction time is only 20 days. Of course, price is not an issue. Today is August 3rd, and there are less than 27 days left until the end of the world. The sooner Sumu completes the safe house, the more at ease he will be. Besides, if there are any plan changes or other unexpected situations in the middle, there will be time to correct them, right? Feng Linwen. Wu En's eyes narrowed after seeing the villa drawings. This is one of the more famous top-level villas in Shanghai. I heard that no one was interested in it because of the high price. Unexpectedly, it was bought by this unremarkable, slightly plump young man in front of me. Time is a bit tight. But it's no problem. We can add more people, divide the construction into sections, and work overtime to complete it. Wuan grinned, showing strong confidence. He touched his left wrist and a control platform suddenly appeared. He tapped it a few times and a 3D projection and a dense product introduction immediately appeared on the table. All our company's services are customized. You can choose the services you need, and there are corresponding prices on them. In the information age, communication is convenient. Sumu supported his chin with one hand and began to carefully screen the services above. I have to say, a professional company is a professional company. As long as you have enough money, Golden Shield Security Company can meet almost all your requirements, and can even build safe houses 30 meters underground and on the seabed. But there are so many projects here that Sumu is dazzled. Moreover, he is not a professional and cannot understand many parameters. No need, I trust your professional vision. Well, you guys first make a design based on my villa for me to see, and then we can discuss if you have any opinions. Sumu rubbed his eyes and kicked the ball to Wuan. I only have two requirements, one is quality, the other is time. No problem. We will call our experts to your villa to conduct on-site measurements and designs. We will come up with a plan overnight and give it to you tomorrow morning. Remember, I want the best experts. Sumu emphasized. Although most of the so-called experts nowadays are not trustworthy, the experts of Golden Shield Security Company still have a certain level in the industry. No problem. Sumu took the Golden Shield Security Company's car back to Feng Linwen Villa, left them there to carry out measurement and design, and returned to his original 130 square meter nest to live. He was not idle at night and started ordering various supplies online. Rice, vegetables, fruits, various meats, and aquatic products. Steel, stone, wood, cement, sand. Large ice makers, oxygen generators, air purifiers, water purifiers, generators, solid alcohol, anthracite. Tents, backpacks, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, cold-proof clothing, climbing ropes, rock spikes, carabiners, ice axes, rock hammers, helmets. Although it may not be necessary, it is better to be prepared. As long as the deal is settled, you can directly pay 30% as a deposit, and pay the rest after the goods arrive. If the goods can be delivered in advance, the price can be increased by 10%. The main feature is that he has a lot of money and is rough. Of course, the quality must be guaranteed, otherwise double compensation will be required. Sumo even directly acquired a medium-sized private gas station that was not doing well, and could go to sign the contract at 9 o'clock the next morning. There was no other way. The country had very strict control over this area. If he wanted to stockpile gasoline and diesel, he could only take a roundabout way to save the country. Sumu worked until midnight before he fell asleep. The next morning, he was woken up by a call from Wuan, saying that the plan for building a safe house had been designed and asked him to review it. Sumu washed his face, drank a pack of milk, and excitedly came to Fenglinwen Villa. Wuan had big dark circles under his eyes, obviously he hadn't slept all night. He handed a stack of information to Sumu, opened his laptop, used 3D projection technology to project the entire villa in front of Sumu, and began to explain bit by bit. The first thing is to reinforce the whole house and replace all the materials of the villa. The walls, ceilings, and floors are all reinforced with 100 mm thick steel plates. Steel plates won't work, replace them all with special alloys. Sumu interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I want to use the kind that even a bomb can't blow up. Wuan quickly wrote it down. Okay, I'll replace it with the special alloy used in the aerospace industry. Not only is it strong and lightweight, but it also has a level 10 explosion-proof function. Unless the enemy uses heavy weapons such as tanks, they can't attack at all. Also, all the doors in the villa need to be replaced, and each one must be built to the same standard. Do we need to replace all the doors in the house? Wuan was a little surprised, but still recorded it faithfully, no problem. He went on to introduce, the glass of all the windows in the villa has been replaced with military-grade bulletproof plexiglass, which is bulletproof and explosion-proof, and even stronger than 100 mm steel plates. And it won't affect your lighting and necessary external observation. Sumu nodded with satisfaction and had no objection to this. The bulletproof glass is indeed a bit thick, but the safety factor is greatly increased, and Sumu also feels more secure. Not long after the end of the world came, the evil side of human nature began to gradually emerge. Robbery and vandalism occurred one after another. It was also common to kill people with a knife just to grab a piece of bread. Sumu remembered very clearly that in his previous life, a family in his unit was broken into in the middle of the night. The hostess was gang-raped to death, and the host could only watch his wife being humiliated. She was stabbed dozens of times while resisting and died from excessive bleeding. And the child, who was less than 3 years old, was thrown to death by the robbers and taken away as food. What's even more terrifying is that no one from the neighbors came to rescue him, and they all just stood by and watched. Oh, and there's a wall. I want to rebuild it, and raise it to 3 meters. The foundation must be at least 1 meter deep, and it must be cast with that special alloy material. Sumu suddenly remembered and pointed outside the villa, spread broken glass on it, put up barbed wire, and connect high-voltage electricity. The original wall was just a decoration, only about 1 meter high, and was in the style of an iron railing. It couldn't stop anyone at all. People with long legs could even come in just by raising their legs. No problem. Wu An's voice remained steady, without a trace of surprise in his voice. He had seen this kind of request many times. I also want to put a roof over the yard to completely enclose it, preferably one that doesn't block the sunlight. Wu An thought for a moment and asked, "You mean the sun roof?" "Yes, it's a sun roof, but I want the strongest and most durable one." "No problem." Wu An wrote it down. The frame is made of 6063-6 high-strength titanium magnesium alloy, and the top is made of the best endurance plate. It is also made of military-grade bulletproof glass material, with an automotive-grade paint treatment and electrophoresis process on the surface, making it as transparent as tempered glass. But it's lighter, has higher impact resistance, is UV-resistant and radiation-resistant, and has strong heat-insulating properties. In the winter, there's no cold wind blowing in. The temperature inside is kept at a constant 10 degrees Celsius, so there's no need to turn on the heater. He frowned and said, "It's just that Mr. Su, your yard is quite large, and it will probably need to be reinforced with special steel bars. Each frame will need to use double the material, so this price is not an issue." Sumu said calmly, "Use the best materials for me. They must be strong and sturdy. If they can't pass the inspection, I won't pay the balance." Wu An nodded and continued to introduce, the ventilation system of the house is also military grade, which can filter out any harmful gases and prevent people from launching poisonous gas attacks from the outside. At the same time, a whole house water purification system is installed to filter out all harmful impurities and meet the standards for safe direct drinking. In addition, the heating system of the entire house has been completely rebuilt, using special materials used to build the Antarctic Scientific Research Institute, which can isolate more than 90% of the temperature loss. There is also a garbage decomposition system that can quickly and effectively decompose various household garbage such as feces, urine, kitchen waste, plastic, etc. He paused. We installed 2 sets of each system, one for use and one for backup. In addition, we have designed professional fireplaces in each main room according to your requirements. They can intelligently control the fuel input according to the temperature in the house and are connected to the ventilation system to exhaust all harmful gases. Gas poisoning will never occur. We also use special alloys to reinforce the 2 underground floors, and replace the door leading to the underground garage to ensure that the enemy cannot attack from underground. Finally, there is a full set of monitoring systems, so you can monitor the inside and outside of the house in all directions without blind spots. In addition, everything is done without damaging the decoration of your villa. Even if it must be destroyed due to construction, we will try our best to restore it to its original state without affecting your living comfort. Sumu nodded. Golden Shield Security Company is very professional and has taken many details into consideration. In this way, his villa became an iron cuckold, and no one could break into his home by force unless they were an army carrying heavy weapons. Very good, I am very satisfied. Sumu stood up and shook hands with Wu-en. Let's carry out the renovation according to this plan. Let's sign the contract now. After calculation, the entire construction will cost a total of 3.5 billion renminbi. Don't think it's expensive. Sumu checked online and found that 1 gram of aviation titanium alloy costs several hundred yuan. Moreover, many materials are strictly controlled by the state. You can't buy them even if you have money. Only large companies with deep backgrounds like Golden Shield Security Company can get them. Sumu signed the contract very happily and transferred a 10% deposit as a down payment. It was agreed that 50% of the full amount would be paid when the construction was halfway completed, 90% would be paid after the construction was completed and accepted, and the remaining 10% would be kept as a warranty, and the bill would be paid 1 year later. In addition, according to Sumu's request, when building the safe house, the Golden Shield Security Company used fences to block the surroundings and the sky above the villa, so that people outside have no idea what is going on inside. Wu-en patted his chest and said that he would personally supervise the construction, and he also called on a few old contacts to work overtime to first ensure their own supply of materials, and that the safe house must be built within 20 days. It's just that the time is a bit rushed. Wu-en said with some regret, otherwise, I can definitely turn this villa into a small fortress, the kind that others can't break through even with guns and cannons. Sumu's heart moved when he heard this, and he lowered his voice and said, then do you have a way to get this? He stretched out his thumb and index finger and gestured. Wu-en's expression suddenly became serious, and he said carefully, Mr. Su, you should understand that some laws in Daxia are very strict. In principle, private ownership of that kind of thing is not allowed. I'm afraid I can't help you with this kind of thing. We are a formal company. Unlike some countries, private possession of firearms is not allowed in Daxia. But when it comes to the so-called principle, Sumu becomes hee-hee. He could tell from Wu-en's eyes that it wasn't that this guy couldn't get a gun, but that he didn't want to go through this muddy water. Sumu took a deep breath. I offended some people on the road. They were very ruthless and had guns in their hands. I just want some defense, guys. If you can help me with this, I will never treat you badly. He held out a finger and said, I can give you this number. Wu-en did not speak, he frowned and weighed the matter. Of course he has the connections. However, he didn't know the origin of Sumu, so he naturally didn't dare to introduce it easily. Considering that Sumukin spent 3.5 billion renminbi to build a doomsday safe house, this finger definitely does not represent a mere 100,000. And judging from his appearance, it seems that ordinary light weapons are simply not enough. Wu-en thought about it again and again, and answered cautiously, well, although I can't do this, I can help you find out. If there is any news, I will contact you again. Sumu smiled and held up 3 fingers. 3 days. I'll only give you 3 days, if it expires I'll find someone else. Some people say that money makes the devil work, but I say, money makes the devil work. You know, I'm not short of money. As long as I offer a high enough price, someone can even get me a full set of special equipment for the Thai army. No problem. Wu En's eyes narrowed and he nodded vigorously. After finalizing the renovation design of the villa, Sumu took a taxi to the gas station to sign the contract and spent 17.2 million to buy the operating rights of this medium-sized gas station. After the former boss confirmed the transfer and left with a smile, Sumu immediately called a meeting of all employees. We promise that all employees will not be laid off, but will receive a 50% salary increase, to be implemented next month. Amid the cheers of the employees, Sumu made a request: no more retail sales of fuel, all rationed fuel should be stored and he would take it away on a regular basis. But we can sell at least 20 tons of various fuels every day. It would be a shame to stop doing this. Someone raised an objection. Who said I'm quitting? I just won't sell in small quantities anymore. I have found a long-term big customer. All we have to do is deliver it to him on time. I'll buy a few more oil tanks and fill them all up. Then I'll arrange for someone to haul them away. Besides, I'm the boss, I just need to pay you less. What's there to be afraid of? Sumu explained a few words, and then suddenly said with a stern face, "This is my business secret. Anyone who talks nonsense will be fired immediately." Everyone agreed solemnly. After all, you are the boss, you can sell it however you like. Even if you lose money, it's not yours. Instead, you can enjoy some free time. Sumu thought about it and spent another 30 million to purchase 1,030-ton standard oil storage tanks and asked the manufacturer to deliver them to the gas station as soon as possible. Then he pulled the finance department aside and said, "I don't care what method you use, fill these 1,000 oil tanks for me within 20 days and deliver them to the location I specify. Money for the fuel isn't a problem, I'll call you when the time comes. I'll give you another 1 million to build some connections at the oil company, and the rest is yours." Sumu stared into his eyes. "Can you do it?" The finance officer swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, I can do it." "Very good." Sumu patted his shoulder with satisfaction. "I'm counting on you." He then smiled grimly, "But if you want to play tricks, I am very rich. It should be easy for me to buy your life and the lives of your family. In this world, the only things you cannot look directly at are the sun and the human heart." Sumu doesn't want anyone to cause trouble at this critical moment and provide him with a batch of substandard fuel. The finance officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and said, "Don't dare. Don't dare." After finishing all these, Sumu went to the 4S store again and bought a Ferrari sports car with full payment. The price is not expensive, the total including the license and procedures is about 3 million. The main reason is that I have been running around a lot these days, and it is really troublesome without a car. With the private phone number left by the plump salesgirl and a reluctant look, Sumu left the 4S store. He drove his sports car around the suburbs for several laps and finally found a place where he could temporarily store his belongings. This place was originally a warehousing and logistics center. Later, due to the city government's planning, the entire project area gradually began to move elsewhere, so it gradually became abandoned. Sumo found a warehouse that used to store large industrial machinery. The area was more than 10,000 square meters, and the words "for rent" were written in large letters on the wall at the entrance. He dialed the number and soon a skinny old man came over. When he heard that Sumu wanted to rent his warehouse, he immediately became excited. "How long do you want to rent it for? How much is it per month?" The old man frowned and said, "My warehouse is rented for half a year. How can I rent it to you for a month? Your old warehouse is already abandoned. It's good enough that I'm willing to rent it. 100,000 a month. If you want to rent it, then rent it. If not, forget it." Sumu took a look inside and said disdainfully, "Also, the sanitation inside must be cleaned." Seeing Sumu was about to leave, the old man quickly stopped him and said with a smile on his face, "Rent, I'll rent. I'll go clean up now." Although his warehouse is big, this shabby place is already in decline. It's already a blessing to be able to rent it for 30,000 yuan a month. Now someone is offering 100,000 yuan. Only a fool would not rent it. After the contract was signed, Sumu transferred the money to him directly, and the old man was so happy that he laughed his eyes out. Sumu's heart moved. "I have several batches of goods to store here, you can help me look after them, and I will give you another 10,000 yuan as a reward for your hard work." Okay. No problem. The old man patted his chest and agreed quickly. As evening approached, Sumu received a call from Wuan, the manager of Golden Shield Security Company. Wuan told Sumu that everything was basically ready and they would be able to build a safe house for him tomorrow. Some of the ordered materials and equipment are also being produced overtime and will be delivered soon, which will definitely not delay the delivery of the house. Sumu was very happy and praised him repeatedly. After hesitating for a while, Wuan lowered his voice and said, "Mr. Su, if you really need that, I can recommend a way for you. It's just that the price is a little bit expensive." Sumu was ecstatic. As long as he could buy weapons, he didn't care about the money at all. That's not a problem, as long as the quality is good. Okay then, tonight at 9 o'clock, room 1888 of Sihai Hotel. Sumu was stunned. Sihai Hotel is a 5-star hotel. Have all the underground transactions now moved to such a place? Why is it different from what is shown in the movies? Okay, see you there. After hanging up the phone, Sumu first returned to his villa and put the second batch of seafood and various top-quality ingredients sent by Tianhai Pavilion into the infinite space. Then he drove his sports car to Sihai Hotel, just in time for dinner. It was almost 9 o'clock after dinner. Sumu knocked on the door of room 1888 and saw a person sitting alone on the sofa, sipping tea leisurely. What was surprising was that the man wore gold-rimmed glasses, was neatly dressed, had a dignified face, and looked elegant. He was completely different from the gang boss Sumu had imagined. "I need a batch of weapons." Sumu didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "The price is no problem." "Oh, I wonder what kind of weapon you need, sir," the man said calmly. "I'll give you 100 million, and you can choose whatever you want from me." Sumu stretched out his index finger and gestured, "I believe that the people introduced by manager Wu are very disciplined and will not lie to me." The man's eyes narrowed when he heard that, and his breathing became heavy. "You want so many things, are you going to rob a bank?" Sumu laughed. "Why rob a bank? Ordinary banks may not have as much money as I do. I'm just buying something to protect myself." The man thought for a long time and replied, "Yes, but you need to go to the border in person to pick up the goods." "No." Sumu refused flatly. "The border is so dangerous." Sumu was unwilling to joke with his own life after finally living a new life. "Another 20 million. Sumu told him the address of the warehouse he rented. "Just send it to this place." The man's eyes immediately turned red. "I'll take this job, but you have to pay a deposit first." "No problem. There are 30 million in it, the password is 6/8." Sumu took out a bank card. This was the bank account he opened with the ID card he bought online. Pay the balance after the job is done. A problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. The key is that he is very rich now and can solve many problems. As for why he doesn't go to the United States to buy for free, that's a joke. Sumu just has an infinite space, he is not Rambo. There are shootings happening there all the time. What if you get hit by a stray bullet by accident? After solving the gun problem, Sumu did not go back, but directly booked a presidential suite at the Sihai Hotel and stayed there. He poured a glass of red wine, sat on the luxurious sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the bright lights outside and drank it all in one gulp. This is life. This is what it's like to enjoy. Sumu was about to take a shower and go to bed, when he took out his cell phone and took a look. The number of messages sent by Yen Ching-shu on his cell phone had increased to 99 plus. It seems that yesterday's seafood dinner and her performance at Fenglinwen Villa have given her other thoughts. Sumu sneered and was about to delete the message, but suddenly he changed his mind and came up with an evil idea. He directly posted a photo of himself in a 5-star hotel on his Moments, and also posted the remaining balance of more than 10 million yuan in his WeChat wallet. It's so boring to be alone in a 5-star hotel. Looking at the tens of millions of dollars in my wallet, I really wish I had someone to accompany me. Sure enough, within 2 minutes Yen Ching-shu sent him a message. "Sumo, are you living in a hotel alone now? Wow, you have so much change in WeChat. Hee, this gold digger really took the bait." Sumu raised the corner of his mouth and immediately replied to Yen Ching-shu, "Yes, I live in the presidential suite alone, and it's a bit boring. I just bought a Ferrari sports car during the day, which cost me over 3 million yuan, and no one is going for a ride with me. Oh my god, you bought a car, and spent more than 3 million on it. Yen Ching-shu exclaimed. In order to convince her, Sumu sent her several selfies of himself driving a big red sports car, then threw his phone on the bed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. This woman is very realistic. As long as you keep luring her with money, she will probably find ways to throw herself into your arms soon. When Sumu came back from taking a shower, he found that Yen Ching-shu had sent him more than a dozen messages. Sumu, you were really amazing that day. You won 20 to 30 million yuan in one go by betting on football. Also, why did you buy so many banquets? Do you have any inside information? Chinese Valentine's Day is coming soon, and I'm still single. Hee, you have to seize the opportunity. Sumo, I think we've known each other for so long, we can take it a step further. Yen Ching-shu changed into sexy black satin pajamas with two thin straps loosely draped over her shoulders, as if they would slip off at any moment. She leaned forward slightly, found the best angle, made the groove in front as deep as possible, then took a photo and sent it to Sumu. Looking at this information, Sumu couldn't help sneering. This woman is so realistic, she doesn't even have any shame. In addition to her, Yen Ching-shu's good friend Xie Baiwei also sent several messages, even including 2 selfies of her practicing yoga. Sumu sneered, ignored him completely, turned off his phone and went to sleep. Fishing requires patience. The next morning, Sumu drove to a small sword forging factory in the neighboring city, where an acquaintance of his was the boss. Rat. In Han Hao's office, Sumu threw 2 pieces of silverware over to him and said, I need to buy a batch of swords with sharpened blades. He didn't waste any time and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Brother Su, it's true that our factory produces craft swords, but things with sharpened blades are contraband. Han Hao was surprised at Sumu's generous way of throwing the cigarette, but still spoke with embarrassment. I don't believe you don't have a way. Sumu sneered, I'll pay double the price, and I want 10 more crossbows and 10,000 arrows. A sword becomes a weapon once it's sharpened. And a bow and a crossbow, if you're not careful, they can hurt people. Sumu had helped him a lot before, so Han Hao did not refuse immediately. He stared at him cautiously and said, 3 times. I can pay you the full amount right now. You don't need to deliver the goods. Just put them in a box and let me take them away. I won't cause any trouble for you. Sumu lit a cigarette and said, I only have one request, which is to ensure quality. This. Han Hao pondered for a while, then suddenly leaned over to Sumu's ear and whispered, Brother Su, are you in any trouble? Sumu was startled, then smiled, I did run into a little trouble. But the main reason is that I have arranged to go hunting in an African safari park with a few friends in a while, so I need to get some more equipment. You even want to go hunting in the African safari park? I don't believe you. Seeing that Sumu was unwilling to tell the truth, Han Hao looked at him for a long time before slowly saying, okay. But I only have 10 sharpened swords, 5 fine steel crossbows, 5 compound bows, and 2,000 arrows of various kinds. He smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I don't want to help you, but all the private goods I have saved over the years are basically here. Okay. Sumu didn't even bargain for the price. He transferred the money without hesitation and followed Han Hao into a hidden small warehouse. He pulled out a hunting knife, swung it and cut off the corner of the table next to him, exclaiming, nice knife. This is made of Damascus steel. It is tough and sharp. Unless you chop hard objects for a long time, it is very difficult to damage it. Han Hao smiled proudly and pointed his thumb at his chest. Our Han family has been making swords for 8 generations. This is a craft passed down from our ancestors. The warehouse was located in a remote area, so Sumu simply drove his sports car over, piled the cardboard boxes containing swords, bows, and crossbows on top, and covered it with a torn canvas. You just load stuff into such a new sports car. Han Hao felt very distressed watching this. This is a Ferrari sports car with a market value of several million, but how come its treatment is not even as good as Wuling Hongguang? The car is bought to be used, so it doesn't matter what you pull. Sumu laughed loudly, and suddenly lowered his voice and said, the temperature this year is a bit abnormal. I have inside information. The days ahead will be very difficult. Just in case, you'd better stock up on food, drinks, and clothes. He paused, and of course, weapons. Han Hao had a good relationship with Sumu, and he sold him so many things at once. Sumu couldn't help but give him a reminder, then drove away. As for whether Han Hao believed it or not, he didn't care. After turning a corner and seeing that there was no one around, Sumu raised his hand and put these things into the infinite space. Although the hot weapons have been ordered, Daxia has very strict control over guns, so it is still unclear whether the men with gold-rimmed glasses can successfully get the goods. Sumu had to be prepared for both situations, and sometimes cold weapons might be more useful than guns. When driving past a river, Sumu slapped his head and wondered how he almost forgot the source of the water. After the ice apocalypse comes, even though it is freezing cold outside, you can get water by chiseling ice and melting snow. But by then the temperature outside will generally be -50 to 60 degrees Celsius, and going out may mean danger. Snow water is not clean either, and contains various bacteria and viruses. In order to avoid turning yourself into Jetman, a clean water source is very necessary. He parked his car on the side of the road, searched online, and ordered 1,000 huge water storage barrels directly from a factory. Each barrel could store 10 tons of water, which was enough for his own use. In addition, we can buy mineral water from supermarkets, so the water resource problem is perfectly solved. In a quiet tea house, Sumu was discussing business with Zhou Tsong, a salesperson from a pharmaceutical company. This Zhou Tsong was introduced by a friend of his. It was said that he had very unscrupulous means and could buy any medicine as long as money was paid. "Mr. Su, what medicine do you want to buy?" Sumu thought about it carefully and said, "Trauma, cold, painkillers and anti-inflammatory, stomach medicine, frostbite medicine, antibiotics, anti-heat medicine. Fenjiujing, Qingliang oil, 84 disinfectant, disinfectant cotton pads, gauze, adhesive tape, cephalexin, vitamin tablets, iodine, watermelon frost. Oh, by the way, give me some ginseng, deer antler, and Ganoderma lucidum. There are also special medicines and vaccines for treating various diseases. Give me 10 boxes of each of the above." After the end of the world, everyone who survived was in danger. Various factories of course stopped operating, technology regressed, and there were ruins everywhere, and things have never recovered. But no matter what era we are in, everyone will get sick, so medicine is extremely scarce and precious in the end times. Although I heard that some people have awakened healing powers, it cannot cure all diseases. Some minor illnesses still require medication. Zhou Tsong was drinking tea from a cup, and he almost choked on the tea. He coughed loudly a few times and asked in disbelief, 10 boxes, did I hear it wrong? Many families would stock up on some common medicines, but this was the first time he had heard of so many. Oh, I want to open a drugstore and stock up on some goods first. Sumu just kept talking nonsense. Zhou Tsong stared at him suspiciously and was about to refuse when Sumu held up 2 fingers and said, "Just bring it over and I'll pay double the market price. I only have one request, guarantee the efficacy of the medicine and deliver it to me within 3 days." When Zhou Tsong heard that he was willing to pay such a high price, he couldn't hold back any longer. In the end, the two people reached a deal at a price of 50 million, mainly because some special medicines and vaccines were relatively expensive and had to be airlifted from abroad. After getting the medicine, Sumo breathed a sigh of relief and called the fat manager of the bank to buy a batch of gold and silver. Since an individual can only purchase 50 kilograms of gold at a time in a designated bank, the fat manager tried his best but could only get him a share of 100 kilograms. It was not realistic to deliver through precious metal futures. Sumo had no choice but to go to major gold shops and jewelry stores to buy goods. Even if he bought out almost all their gold and silver stocks, it was still not enough. After doing the math, he found that it would cost tens of billions to buy 10 tons of gold and 100 tons of silver. Sumu took a deep breath and decisively stopped buying. At this time, the phone rang. As soon as Sumu picked up the phone, he heard Wu En's anxious voice. "Mr. Su, someone is blocking the construction of the safe house." Sumu was immediately angry. This safe house was his most important trump card to save his life. Now someone was blocking the construction. It was unforgivable. When he arrived there in his sports car, a large group of people had already gathered in front of Feng Linwen Villa. There were construction workers, property management staff, and many neighbors watching the fun. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei were also in the crowd watching the fun. As soon as Sumu squeezed in, he heard someone yelling arrogantly in Japanese, "Baga, this is a public area, why are you enclosing it with barriers?" They carried out construction illegally, which not only damaged the surrounding environment, but now the road is blocked. I have to take a long detour to walk the dog. How do you manage your property? Is this what should happen in a high-end residential area? The property manager nodded and bowed beside him, saying sorry repeatedly. Sumu's eyes narrowed. Isn't this Eiichiro Yamamoto, the boss of Benimaru Corporation where he used to work? Yamamoto's villa is not far away. When he was walking his Tosa Inu today, he saw that the road here was blocked by fences and vehicles pulling materials, and he immediately became unhappy. Not only did he obstruct Wuan's construction, he also called the property management and cursed at them. In the previous life, it was this sinister old guy who led people to attack and eat him alive. When enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other. Sumu immediately squeezed in and said in a cold voice, "This is my own house, I can decorate it however I want. What are you barking about here?" Yamamoto Eiichiro didn't know Sumu, but he had some impression of him. He knew that this was an employee of his company. He immediately got angry when he heard this, "Baga. Don't you know who I am? How dare you speak to the CEO of your own company like that? I order you to kneel down and apologize to me immediately." "Bullshit, boss." Sumu sneered, "I quit my job a long time ago." Resigned. Yamamoto Eiichiro was a little doubtful, that won't work either. This is a public area of the community, not your private land. How can you just build something there? This is truly my personal territory. Sumu showed a playful smile. According to the signed contract, the land within 30 meters around Fenglinwen Villa is mine, and I have the right to develop it independently. So, the place where you are standing now also belongs to me. I don't mind what happened in the past, but from now on, I will never allow you to pass through my territory again. He glanced at the Tosa dog that Yamamoto was holding, turned around and told Wuan, "Put up a circle of barbed wire 30 meters around the villa. Put up another sign, Japanese and dogs are not allowed to enter." You. Yamamoto Eiichiro was furious and pointed at Sumu, speechless. Sumu ignored him and said to the property manager, "It's been so many years since the victory of the anti-Japanese war. Why are you still so weak when it comes to daily life? Next time you encounter something like this, just beat them with a broom." The neighbors who were watching also became excited and applauded loudly. "Well said. These Japanese people, relying on their filthy riches, don't take us seriously at all. They bully the community all day long, making it a mess. That's right, I've been displeased with them for a long time. If they make trouble unreasonably next time, I will kick them out of the community." Seeing that the crowd was very excited and that he had no help, Eiichiro Yamamoto dared not say a word. He pulled his Tosa Inu out of the crowd and fled. Sumu spat at his back. "Bah, what a class, living in a villa in this community like me." Yen Ching-shu happily walked to Sumu and hugged his arm. "Would you look so domineering when you yelled at Yamamoto just now? I like it so much. I sent you messages a few times recently but you didn't reply to me. I'm so upset." Sumu felt the softness on Yen Ching-shu's chest and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This woman is really proactive. If that's the case, it would be unreasonable not to sleep with her if she's given to me for free. I've been a bit busy these past few days, but I have some free time tonight. Why don't you come over to my house and have a couple of glasses of wine? Yen Ching-shu blinked her eyes, feeling very excited. She was not a fool and she knew very well what Sumu meant by inviting her to his room. But she just heard with her own ears that Sumu said that Fenglinwen Villa was his and the contract had already been signed. There is also a big red Ferrari sports car parked at the door, plus all kinds of lavish spending without blinking an eye, all of which show that he is now a real rich man. Although I don't know how Sumu suddenly became so rich, it is probably related to gambling on football. He definitely bet more than 200,000 that night. Yen Ching-shu pretended to be shy and leaned her head on Sumu's shoulder. "Oh, just be sure." Xie Baiwei looked at them jealously but could do nothing. Although she is also considered a beauty, she is not as beautiful and dazzling as Yen Ching-shu. A few days ago, with the mentality of giving it a try, Xie Baiwei also sent Sumu a lot of ambiguous messages, and even some slightly revealing private photos. Unfortunately, Sumu has always ignored her. Sumu talked to Wuan for a few words, urged them to complete the renovation of the villa as soon as possible, and then took Yen Ching-shu to his home. As for why they didn't go to a 5-star hotel, it was because Sumu felt she was not worthy. He spent 30,000 yuan to hire a private chef to prepare a sumptuous dinner for them. Sumo, I didn't expect you to be so rich now. After drinking 2 glasses of red wine, Yen Ching-shu's face turned red. She pretended to be slightly drunk and looked at Sumu with a dazed look. She really didn't want to let Sumu get away with it easily, but based on her observations over the past few days, she thought that Sumu's worth had reached a very terrifying level. Mortgage your house to borrow high-interest loans. Would someone who can afford a villa worth hundreds of millions be short of this little money? Most likely they're just trying to raise funds for investment. Haha, do you really think so? Sumu did not deny it. He looked at Yen Ching-shu with ill intention and slowly placed his hand on her long legs covered in black stockings. Oh, that's annoying. Why are you touching my legs? Yen Ching-shu said something coquettishly, but did not open Sumu's hand. Instead, she leaned into his arms. Seeing that Yen Ching-shu had no intention of refusing, Sumu understood what was going on. He let out a low growl and pounced on her, carrying her towards the bed. Sumu had no sympathy for the woman in front of him. His eyes were full of madness and his movements were very rough, even leaving red marks on her fair body. Too, don't use so much force, it hurts. Yen Ching-shu frowned slightly, but did not dare to resist, and just tried her best to please him. Drug me. Let those beasts eat me. Oh, you acted so aloof, but you wouldn't even let me touch your hand. Now you've become my plaything, haven't you? When Sumu thought of the evil things Yen Ching-shu had done to him in his previous life, he couldn't help but increase his strength. That night, Sumu was tortured several times before he was able to vent a little of the hatred in his heart. It was not until Yen Ching-shu collapsed on the bed like a ball of mud and had no strength left that Sumu stopped, lay on the bed and lit a cigarette. Too, you are so mean. You have troubled me for so long. Yen Ching-shu covered her naked body with a blanket and looked at Sumu with great resentment. She was really a little tired. This guy, could it be that he is the reincarnation of the green bull demon? Her land is almost destroyed by his cultivation. Okay, go back first, I'll buy you a few bags to compensate you later. Really? Then I want those new LV bags. They're not that expensive, only about 300,000. Yen Ching-shu said excitedly, but suddenly froze and asked in surprise, you won't let me stay here overnight? Of course not. Sumu exhaled a puff of smoke and said leisurely, we haven't officially confirmed our relationship yet. Staying here is not good for your reputation. Yen Ching-shu cared about Fart's reputation, but since Sumu said so, she didn't dare to refute. She had to put on her clothes and limped away in pain. Fortunately, Sumu had already agreed to spend money on her, so she didn't care much. What a joke. How could I possibly let such a vicious woman sleep in the same bed with me? What if she had any bad intentions again? As for the new LV bag I promised to buy her. Sumu sneered and called a friend who sold high-end imitation luxury goods. No matter what brand of bag it is, you can buy 2 or 3 from him for 1,000 yuan. Want to spend my money? Are you worthy? The days passed one by one, and Sumu was never idle. He spent every penny in his hand without any savings. He goes to the best restaurants for meals every day, then buys a lot of food from there and stores it in his infinite space. At night, he called Yen Ching-shu to his home, whipped her severely, then threw a high-end imitation bag at her and told her to get out. During this period, the machines and materials he ordered arrived one after another. Sumu signed for them at a warehouse on the outskirts of the city every day and then stored them in infinite space. Since the goods he ordered were all from famous and large manufacturers, the quality could be basically guaranteed. After a general inspection, he happily transferred the money to pay the balance. The financial officer did a good job, and the fuel from the gas station was delivered here one after another and collected by Sumo. The 1,000 huge water storage barrels were also in place and were placed in the warehouse. He gave 20,000 yuan to the old man who rented the warehouse, pulled in dozens of water pipes, and filled the warehouse with water day and night. When it was full, he collected them one by one into the infinite space. Various materials were delivered to the warehouse at flowing prices, and Sumu's money was spent like water. Especially precious metals such as gold and silver, he spent a lot of money to collect enough of them. The materials such as steel, stone, wood, cement, and various large-scale machinery purchased, all added up to more than 2 billion yuan. With this calculation, his fortune of over 7 billion was quickly spent. 1 billion is spent in a month on movies. I can spend all of it even if you give me 10 billion. Such an action naturally could not escape the eyes of those who were interested. But everyone around him treated Sumu as a joke, thought he had mental problems, and laughed at him in private. Look, isn't that Sumo? I heard that he renovated the newly bought villa and even installed a big iron gate. It's not the end of the world, but you've stockpiled so much. I'm afraid you're crazy. I haven't even finished the salt I stockpiled last time. He's not rich just like that. I guess his brain has been stimulated by something. Sumu didn't care about these people's cold words at all and continued to do as he pleased. There was a stray dog near the warehouse. One day, Sumu felt sorry for it and fed it a sausage. Unexpectedly, this skinny black dog would become obsessed with him. Every day, it would accompany Sumu to receive goods in the warehouse, and from time to time, it would bring him dead rats that it had caught. Nowadays, dogs are more grateful than humans. Sumu sighed, adopted it, and named it Lao Mo. Half a month later, the men with gold-rimmed glasses delivered a batch of guns and ammunition to the warehouse. 30 AKs, 20 pistols, 20 submachine guns, 10 domestically made QBZ-191 automatic rifles, 3 M200 sniper rifles, and 5 boxes of grenades. There were even 2 portable rocket-propelled grenade launchers, commonly known as RPGs, as well as a dozen boxes of matching bullets and 10 bundles of C4 plastic explosives. These equipments can almost arm an entire reinforced platoon. No one knows what methods they used, but they actually managed to get so many weapons and transport them to the suburbs of Shanghai, an international metropolis. An AK-47 only sells for 10,000 or 20,000 yuan on the black market abroad, but the offer given to Sumu was 300,000 yuan. Sumu didn't bargain at all. With Decia's security level, it was already very difficult to transport these things here safely. He readily transferred the balance to their designated account, and added an extra 5 million. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. I'll treat you to a drink if you have any extra money, he said generously. These people are all desperados, but they are very law-abiding. Maybe they can survive the apocalypse, so it's better to make some good friends with them now. The man with gold-rimmed glasses had a gleam in his eyes. He nodded without saying anything, then led his men and drove away. Sumu put these weapons and equipment into the infinite space. With crossbows and guns, plus a super safe house with a full metal shell, he will not be afraid of any danger that may come. A few days later, Wen called and said that the renovation of the villa had been completed and asked him to go over for inspection. Sumu walked around Fenglinwen Villa and was very satisfied with this safe house. After on-site testing, the outer wall of the safe house now fully meets the requirements put forward by the Sumo Institute for Explosion Resistance, High Temperature Resistance, and Extreme Cold Resistance. Wen smiled mysteriously at Sumu. In order to ensure your safety, we have installed surveillance systems in all villas and buildings in the entire community. With more than 1,800 high-definition cameras, you can check the situation on every floor of every building in the community without leaving your home. After hearing this, Sumu was so surprised that he was speechless. He could only sigh that the Golden Shield Security Company did a very good job. He happily transferred the balance, but as for the remaining 10%, Doomsday was approaching and he probably wouldn't be able to pay it in this lifetime. Ding! It has been detected that the structure of the host's Doomsday Fortress base has undergone major changes, and a security scan is now being performed. Ding! After scanning, no security loopholes were found. The system has now taken full control. The host can control the base autonomously through consciousness. Ding! It is detected that the host has obtained some materials for upgrading. Currently, it is still short of 0.7 tons of gold and 100 first-level crystal cores. Please continue to work hard. Sumu was overjoyed. Although he believed in the professional ethics of Golden Shield Company, he was still afraid that they would leave some backdoor. But now that the Doomsday Fortress system has taken over, all authority is in my hands, so I can rest assured. As for the first-level crystal core mentioned by the system, although he didn't know what it was, he was not in a hurry. There is always a way when you reach the mountain. There are still 6 or 7 days until August 30th. Sumo goes to the shooting range in Chongqing every day to practice bow and crossbow and gun shooting, and strives to improve his skills. It was unrealistic to train himself to become a shooting expert in just a few days, but it did make him more familiar with the performance of these weapons. August 29th is the day when Sumo took action against Benimaru Corporation. As a world-renowned retail giant, Benimaru Corporation has a huge storage and logistics warehouse on the outskirts of the city, which has everything and stores a huge amount of supplies. At night, Sumo drove to the warehouse alone and parked in a blind spot where the cameras could not reach. He is a former employee of this company and has followed the leaders to inspect the work many times. He is very familiar with the situation here. The warehouse is staffed 24 hours a day, but at night, there are only 10 people on duty. Sumo used the simplest and most brutal method, which was to inject anesthetic gas through the crack in the door when they were all in the office preparing to change shifts. Anyway, there is only 1 day left until the end of the world, so he is not afraid of being found out that he did it. Since Sumo was very familiar with their shift-changing times and methods, and the security here had always been good, the security guards were very complacent and careless, so he succeeded easily. When the drug took effect, the security guards fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep one by one. Sumo went to the monitoring room and turned off all the cameras in the warehouse. Wearing a mask, a cape, gloves, and shoe covers, he rode a balance bike, entered the warehouse and began to collect supplies. As long as Sumo touched the shelf with his hand, he would collect it into the infinite space with a thought. He didn't make any distinction and just collected the items from the shelves. Boxes of cigarettes, tens of thousands of tons of mineral water, beverages and alcoholic beverages, including many high-end liquors, red wines and foreign wines. There are mountains of noodles, rice, flour, eggs, milk, cooking oil, canned food, packaged roast chicken, roast duck, puffed food, convenience food, high-end snacks. Clothes, watches, jewelry accessories, toothpaste, toothbrushes, facial cleansers, shampoo, shower gel, laundry detergent, disinfectant, soap, toilet paper rolls, tissue paper, wet toilet paper, kitchen paper, charcoal, solid alcohol, masks, disposable gloves, and even burp kits for children. He stuffed them all into his own infinite space. After getting all the daily necessities, Sumo went to the area where the sports equipment was stored. These things are all useful. Exercising and strengthening your body on a daily basis can ensure your health, and even save your life when necessary. Anyway, the system space is unlimited, so why not take it? He also found some particularly practical items in it, such as baseball bats, skiing, and mountaineering equipment. There are even many national athlete-level professional cold-proof clothing. I heard that these high-tech products can withstand extremely cold temperatures of -80 to 90 degrees Celsius. Sumo didn't hesitate and immediately collected dozens of top-grade cold-proof clothing and sleeping bags in the warehouse. He did not consider leaving part of it to others. On the one hand, it was a revenge on the Japanese company, and on the other hand, after the end of the world, these things would not fall into the hands of ordinary people. It took Sumo 2 full hours to completely empty this giant warehouse covering an area of more than 200,000 square meters. Sumo could not use up all the collected materials even if he used them up in hundreds of years. After doing all this, he returned to where he hid the car and drove away in his sports car. The next morning, the staff on duty woke up and found that all items in the huge warehouse were missing. They were so scared that their legs went weak and they quickly reported the matter to the company's senior management. A large group of executives were shocked and rushed to the scene and called the police to deal with the matter. When Yamamoto Eiichiro saw the empty warehouse, he was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. He yelled at the people who were on duty last night, trying his best to vent his anger. But in just one night, the entire warehouse with materials worth billions disappeared. This kind of thing is really unbelievable. Even if the police conduct a full investigation, they will not be able to find out the truth in a short period of time. They even suspected that Benimaru Corporation was the one who stole the money from the company. Because they checked all the surveillance cameras nearby, they did not see any other vehicles passing by that night except a red sports car. Although the video footage inside the warehouse was turned off, it is impossible to steal a whole warehouse of supplies without leaving any trace. Sumu didn't care about all this. He returned to his villa and closed and sealed all the doors and windows, so that even if the police came to arrest him after solving the case, they wouldn't be able to get in. He slept soundly and then waited quietly for the end of the world. The early morning of August 30th finally arrived. At 12 o'clock in the morning, the terrifying energy brought by the supernova explosion passed through the sun. Although it was only for a moment, it caused drastic changes in its interior. The heat released by the sun suddenly dropped sharply, bringing devastating effects to the blue planet, and it has since entered an ice age. Sumu was sitting on the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his adopted black dog Lao Mo, and saw a bright white light suddenly appear at the end of the sky outside the window. It was clearly late at night, but the earth seemed to be illuminated all of a sudden. But this light only lasted for a second or two, and then quickly faded away. Snowflakes began to fall slowly outside the house. The snow got heavier and heavier, and soon a thick layer accumulated. Sumu was silent for a while, poured himself a glass of red wine, and raised it towards the heavy snow fluttering in the sky. "Welcome to the doomsday again, Sumo." The cold wind was howling outside, but Sumo was at home wearing pajamas, drinking spicy soup and eating a sandwich, and didn't feel the cold at all. After all, it was a top-level safe house that cost $3.5 billion to build, and it was made entirely of the latest thermal insulation materials used in building Antarctic scientific research stations. He also specifically emphasized the thermal insulation function, so that the temperature in the house could be recycled and very little was lost. After dinner, Sumu played games for a while, then went to the gym to exercise for more than an hour, and then practiced the use of compound bow and crossbow in a specially designated room. In many cases, this kind of cold weapon can play a very powerful role, and is even better than hot weapons. With a professional compound bow in hand, after these days of practice, Sumu can guarantee that he will hit the target as long as he shoots within a range of 20 meters. Han Hao is an ancient weapon enthusiast and has the convenience of running his own forge. The arrows he processes are all triangular cone-shaped arrows, which have certain armor-piercing capabilities. Not to mention dealing with humans, even if encountering a large wolfhound or even a wild boar, it can cause considerable damage. Lao Mo followed Sumu closely and kindly helped him pick up the dropped arrows and brought them to him. By the afternoon, the snow on the road had accumulated to more than half a meter, and the temperature outside had dropped to nearly -20 degrees Celsius. After Sumu finished exercising, he took out a bottle of Fat House Happy water from the refrigerator, gulped it down in one breath, burped, and sat on the sofa to look at his phone. The news in the Building 7 owner group has already exceeded 99 plus, and the number of buildings is still increasing. His original 130 square meter house was in Building 7. Although he has moved into a villa now, he has never left the group. "Oh my God, the temperature in my room has almost dropped to below zero. It's really freezing." Yes, the snow is still falling. I saw a video someone posted, and the snow on the road was more than half a meter high. I feel cold even with the air conditioner on at home. Food delivery is no longer available. I don't have any food prepared at home. I'm almost starving to death. You guys are fine at home, but I'm still working in the company. I heard that the snow was too deep and the road sweepers couldn't handle it. The buses and taxis have also stopped running. I won't be trapped in the company, will I? It's okay, you can still take the subway. But I suggest you buy some food at the supermarket on your way back, because I don't think the snow will stop anytime soon. Yes, bring some for me too, and I'll pay you later. What are you talking about? I'm not a crab with 8 arms. How can I possibly carry so many things? Can't you go out and buy them yourself? But it's too cold outside, I don't want to go out. The owners in the group were discussing that although the sudden heavy snow had begun to affect their normal lives, no one took it seriously and thought the snowstorm would pass quickly. Many people were glad that they didn't have to go to work because of the snowstorm. Some neighbors even dug out their winter down jackets and planned to take their children outside to make snowmen. After all, it was only the first day of snow and temperature drop, and many people still braved the cold to go to work. Some people went out to buy some noodles, meat, vegetables, etc., but not much, just enough to eat for a few days or a week. However, looking at the heavy snow falling outside, many owners, except for some people with keen senses, gave up the idea of going out to buy supplies. There is no such thing as panic buying. After all, with the management level of the daxia government, it is generally rare to encounter shortages of supplies. Sumu sneered and threw the phone aside. The owners in the group can still chat calmly now, but it won't be long before their mentality slowly collapses. By evening, the snow was getting heavier and heavier, and the thickest part of the street was more than 1 meter high. Government departments dispatched large-scale road sweepers and bulldozers to clear the snow, but they could only ensure traffic flow on a dozen main roads. The sun has set and it's getting even colder outside. Even if the price is higher, the delivery guys will no longer accept the order. Today is September 1st. Unknown reasons have caused sudden heavy snowfall and a sharp drop in temperature around the world. Monitoring shows that the lowest temperature in Antarctica has exceeded -100 degrees Celsius, and even the temperature near the equator is close to -10 degrees Celsius. People in many countries were caught off guard and suffered frostbite, and there were even rare cases of people freezing to death. Some experts say that this dramatic global weather change is rare in 1,000 years and may be related to the internal activities of the sun. However, this kind of internal activities are usually short-lived and will soon be over. Please do not panic and keep warm. Sumu watched a bald expert talking on TV and couldn't help but sneer. Expert? Can we trust what so-called experts say? Just do the opposite of what they suggest. What nonsense. The people who deserve to die the most in the Ice Age are experts like you who do nothing. Sumu cursed. If they called on everyone to stockpile more supplies to resist the wind and snow, Sumu would admire his ability. In my previous life, I listened to these experts and did not stockpile much supplies. In the end, I suffered a lot and only survived the early Ice Age with tenacious perseverance and a bit of luck. Sure enough, by noon the next day, the temperature outside had dropped to more than 30 degrees below zero. Almost all ground transportation in the city was cut off, and many people were trapped in their homes or workplaces, anxiously waiting for the snow to stop. After Sumu finished his workout, he came out of the bathroom wearing only shorts and a vest. He teased Lao Mo for a while, then sat on the sofa and picked up his phone. It's snowing heavily outside, and I can't go out. There's almost nothing to eat at home, by way, and I are starving to death. Sumo, didn't you buy a lot of food? You've booked over 1,000 tables for the seafood feast alone. Can you send some to us? Looking at the message Yen Ching-shu sent him, Sumu couldn't help but feel a little funny. In fact, it is not impossible to go out even though the temperature outside is as low as -20 or 30 degrees Celsius. As long as you take proper warming measures, you can still go to the supermarket to buy some food. But this is the last chance. Today is the second day of the sudden heavy snowfall. After tonight, the snow outside will be so deep that it will be impossible to drive or walk. Coupled with the extremely low temperature, it is basically impossible to go out to find food. Yen Ching-shu thought that she had been a sex partner with Sumu for a few days and took him seriously. She didn't want to risk frostbite by going out, so she asked Sumu for food directly. I'm sorry, although Sumu has stored a lot of food, none of it is left for her. Besides, it was Yen Ching-shu who drugged him in his previous life, causing him to be devoured by those little bad guys. A playful smile appeared on Sumu's face. He only regarded Yen Ching-shu as a plaything. Now he just wanted to tease her and then watch her die painfully bit by bit in the end times. That was a month ago. How could those things be stored for that long? I only have a little food at home now, not as much as you think, and I've almost eaten it all, but I just made lunch. As he spoke, Sumu took out a steaming tomahawk steak and Australian lobster from the infinite space, opened a bottle of red wine, and started eating. He thought about it, took a video of himself eating, and then sent it to Yen Ching-shu. At this time, Yen Ching-shu was curled up in her rental house, wrapping 2 quilts tightly around her body. She and Xie Baiwei had already turned on the air conditioner in their home to maximum power, but because the temperature outside was too low, the air conditioner was of little use. Yen Ching-shu clicked on the video sent by Sumu and her eyes widened immediately. In the video, Sumu was wearing a vest and shorts, sitting at the dining table and eating steak in big mouthfuls. He suddenly frowned. This steak is a bit overcooked today, it doesn't taste good. After saying that, he actually put the plate on the ground and called Lao Mo to come and eat. Australian lobster is still tasty, fragrant and tender, just what I like. As Sumu spoke, he broke open the lobster shell with his hands, took out the tender white shrimp meat and put it into his mouth, then poured himself a glass of red wine and took a sip. Yen Ching-shu really couldn't believe that in such cold weather, Sumu was wearing a vest and shorts, eating lobster and drinking red wine comfortably. The most infuriating thing is that he actually fed the steak that he hadn't even taken a few bites of directly to the dog. Obviously, we all live in the same community. Why do I feel like I am living in two different worlds? Sure enough, the end of the world has finally arrived. In the early hours of the morning, most people fell asleep. After all, tomorrow is September 1st, which is also the day when students officially start school. Whether you are an office worker or a student, you have to get up early. No one noticed that the global catastrophe had quietly arrived. Sumu didn't go to bed, but threw a few more pieces of wood into the fireplace that had just been lit. After more than 10 minutes, the snowflakes began to grow larger and finally turned into heavy snow. The cold wind howled outside the window, and the sky above the entire city was covered by sudden heavy snow. Such heavy snow in late summer is unprecedented. As the fire in the fireplace burned fiercely, the temperature in the villa began to rise slowly, becoming extremely warm, even a little hot. Sumu glanced at the thermometer on the table, which showed 25.5 degrees. Looking outside again, the overwhelming snow seemed to have submerged the entire city. Sumu turned on his mobile phone and found that the news about the sudden drop in temperature had spread all over the internet. Even though it was late at night, there were still many night owls who had not slept. Many netizens uploaded the videos they had taken, and everyone was talking about the sudden heavy snow. Why is it snowing so heavily in the middle of the night? What's going on? The weather forecast didn't mention this. That's right, I have to go to work tomorrow. It snowed so heavily, the roads will probably be frozen tomorrow, and we still have to work. What the hell? It's snowing heavily in the 7th month of the lunar calendar, and it's summer now. It didn't snow this heavily even in Dui Yuan. Could it be that some strange injustice has happened again? I have never seen such heavy snow in my life. It is a once-in-a-century wonder. Wow, the snow is falling beautifully. I want to go out and build a snowman. Many people commented on the video of snow, especially some netizens in the south, who excitedly posted photos of themselves with the heavy snow. Some netizens in northern cities are even willing to go out and live stream naked streaking and ice bathing in temperatures of -10 to 20 degrees Celsius. Everyone was talking and expressing their feelings. Most people did not take the sudden change in weather seriously, but were rather surprised. That's not right. The temperature outside has dropped to -10 to 20 degrees Celsius. Is this going to freeze people to death? I was woken up by the cold in the middle of the night, so I quickly got up and turned on the air conditioner. The heating effect of our broken air conditioner is not good. It's getting colder and colder after running for a long time. I have to find 2 quilts to cover myself. I see your IP address is in New Brunswick. Is it snowing there too? That's right. We are located inland, so it's usually dry and rainy. It's snowing heavily this time. It's snowing all over the country. Is this the end of the world? Nonsense. Rumors about the end of the world pop up every once in a while, but which one has come true? During the last civet cat incident, someone said there must be a shortage of salt. My mother, who was in her 50s, risked her life to get 8 boxes back, and she still hadn't eaten them all when she passed away. Woohoo, no matter what, let the end of the world come and let everything be destroyed. Many people on the internet also noticed that the situation seemed to be not good, and prepared to buy cold-proof clothing and stock up some food early tomorrow morning. Sumu sighed. This was just the beginning. As the snow fell heavier and the temperature dropped, it would truly be an icy hell. The ice age has officially begun. Putting down his phone, Sumu yawned, returned to his warm big bed, covered himself with a thin silk quilt, and closed his eyes comfortably. There was heavy snow outside the window and the cold wind was howling. The fireplace in the house was burning and the temperature was pleasant. Sumu fell asleep quickly. The next morning, Sumu woke up early, opened the curtains and looked outside. The heavy snow is still falling, goose feather-like snowflakes keep falling to the ground, with no sign of stopping. It seems even crazier than last night. Looking from the third floor, the community was covered in white, with snow more than a foot thick. Some low shrubs had been mostly covered by the snow, with only a little green showing. Sumu took out an avocado and tuna sandwich, a pancake, a bowl of spicy soup from the infinite space, poured a glass of milk, put them on the table in the living room as breakfast, sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. The black dog Lao Mo lay down beside him obediently. Sumu touched its head and poured it some dog food. After Sumu's careful feeding these days, Lao Mo is no longer as weak as before, and his fur has become much smoother and shinier. Morning news: at 12 a.m. last night, heavy snow began to fall all over the world, and the temperature in most areas dropped to more than 20 degrees below zero. The sudden global cooling trend has caused a lot of discussion and speculation among experts, but the specific cause has not yet been determined. The government has issued an orange snowstorm warning signal. The snowfall will reach more than 10 millimeters within 6 hours, which may have a significant impact on transportation or agriculture and animal husbandry. Experts predict that this round of snowfall will last for 3 to 10 days. Residents are advised not to go out unless necessary. They are encouraged to work from home and follow the unified command of the streets and communities to jointly resist the snowstorm. The government has activated the emergency plan procedure to clear the snow, divert traffic, and deliver and allocate various supplies to ensure the daily needs of citizens. Please do not panic, do not believe or spread rumors, keep warm when going out, and follow the government's arrangements. Drivers, please be aware that the road is slippery and slow down. Improper driving will bring tears to your loved ones. Due to the sudden heavy snowfall, according to the instructions of the Municipal Education Bureau, all primary and secondary schools in the city have postponed the start of school. The specific start time will be notified separately. Any piece of news is about the sudden heavy snowfall around the world. It was the same in the previous life. I don't know whether the government made a misjudgment or wanted to stabilize people's hearts in the early stages of the snowstorm, but all the news tried to exaggerate the heavy snow as if it was non-threatening. Many people believed the government's announcement and did not make much preparations at home, which made things more difficult later on. After just one night, the temperature in Shanghai dropped from over 30 degrees Celsius to minus 10 degrees Celsius, which means it dropped 40 or 50 degrees in an instant. Shanghai is located south of the Yangtze River, the winter is very short, and there is no heating. Most residents do not have the habit of buying cold-proof clothing, nor do they have the habit of hoarding food like residents in the north. They even buy onions one by one. They are not used to the sudden drop in cold weather. In such bad weather, it is almost impossible to go out without wearing down jackets, but unfortunately, most families do not have down jackets. However, if you wear more clothes now, grit your teeth and go out to buy and stockpile some supplies, and eat sparingly when the time comes, you will definitely be able to survive the ice age at home. When the snow outside is more than 1 meter deep and the temperature drops to minus 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, it becomes difficult to go out. Unfortunately, no one, whether the government or the people, expected that this heavy snow was not temporary, but would last for 2 whole months, and the temperature would get lower and lower. In the end, it brings a disaster that no one can bear. At this time, Yen Ching-shu called and Sumu answered the call. Mu too, it suddenly snowed so heavily outside today. It's so cold. I had to cover myself with 2 quilts last night before I could fall asleep. Wait until the snow stops tonight, then I'll go and accompany you, okay? Also, the Chanel bag you promised me. It's the end of the world and you're still thinking about bags. You're such a stubborn person. Sumu sneered in his heart, but agreed happily, no problem. I'll buy it for you later. The company posted a notice in the group chat, saying that everyone should work from home due to the sudden heavy snowfall. Yen Ching-shu said coquettishly, I wanted to go out to buy something, but it's so cold outside, I really don't want to go out. It's snowing so heavily outside, if you don't want to go out, then don't go out. This silly woman gave up the last chance to stockpile supplies. It's none of my business. By the way, you stockpiled so many supplies before. Did you know the inside information that the temperature would drop drastically in advance? I just heard it casually from a friend, but I didn't expect the temperature to drop so much. Sumu looked up at the thermometer on the table. After the fireplace had been burning all night, the temperature in the room had now reached 27.5 degrees, making him sweat a little. "You are such a fool. You make me suffer like that every day, but you didn't tell me such an important thing in advance." Yen Ching-shu said coquettishly, "Humph, I see you don't take me, your girlfriend, seriously, and I'm freezing." Sumu snorted coldly, "I think you don't want that Chanel bag anymore. You have no shame at all, actually claiming to be my girlfriend." Hearing that Sumu was a little angry, Yen Ching-shu immediately softened and quickly explained, "Don't, Mu-tu, I was just joking with you, I don't mean to blame you at all." But before she could finish her words, Sumu had already hung up the phone, and Yen Ching-shu was so angry that she cursed, "Humph, you heartless guy. If you hadn't bought me a brand-name bag, I wouldn't have served you like that." Xie Baiwei was looking at Yen Ching-shu jealously. This best friend of hers had been hooking up with Sumu recently, and she had been showing off in front of her. Gucci, Dior, LV, Prada. She carries a different bag every day, but she never lends it to herself to show off. Xie Baiwei felt that she was no worse than Yen Ching-shu, so she tried to contact Sumu and even sent him several seductive photos. Unfortunately, Sumu was busy dealing with the doomsday crisis and ignored her at all. "Humph, all the bags you Sumu bought for you are fake." She cursed silently in her heart. In order to keep it secret, Sumu never let Yen Ching-shu enter his villa. He always played with her in the original house and never let her stay overnight at home. Looking at the luxurious decoration background and top-quality ingredients in the video, especially the delicious lobster on the table and the bottle of high-end red wine, Yen Ching-shu's saliva was about to flow. As a top green tea with ideals and ambitions, she has done research on many high-end ingredients and has a very sharp eye. The Australian lobster that Sumu ate was 2 feet long and obviously very expensive. And the bottle of red wine was at least produced by a classified winery. Even the steak fed to the dog looked like top-quality Wagyu. "I'm living worse than a dog." Yen Ching-shu thought a little aggrievedly. "Wow, Sumu, are you living in a villa? It's so big and beautiful. And isn't your house cold? I want to eat lobster and drink red wine too." She deliberately sent a voice message, saying in a pinched voice, "After eating, I will accompany you tonight. I just bought a black stocking." Sumu's attitude towards me has changed a lot during this period, and he is no longer as cold as he was at the beginning. Except for the fact that he was sometimes slow in replying to messages, he almost always responded to her requests. I gave her more than a dozen brand-name bags. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. Sumu saw the message on his phone, his face full of mockery. He acted like that on purpose just to let this woman see how comfortable his life was. She couldn't really think that just because she slept with me a few times, I had to be responsible for her forever. When Yen Ching-shu saw this message, her face suddenly turned dark. Isn't this nonsense? It's over 30 degrees below zero outside. Even if you wear a 3-layer down jacket, the cold wind will still penetrate into your bones. If you stay there for a little longer, you might get frostbite. I am a delicate and exquisite little fairy, and I have slept with you so many times. How could you bear to let me go out to buy things in such a heavy snowstorm? That's too much. Mu-tu, I mean I want to go to your house to eat. It's snowing so heavily outside now, how can I buy it? Go buy it on foot. Sumu suddenly realized, you don't have any money, how about I transfer some to you? Yen Ching-shu was so angry that she almost vomited blood, and threw the phone aside. This Sumu actually acted crazy and stupid to make me angry, so don't ever think of letting me do the kind of thing with you again. Yen Ching-shu was certain that Sumu would apologize to her soon. After all, she was very confident in a certain skill of hers. Seeing that Yen Ching-shu no longer sent him messages, Sumu smiled slightly. He was about to play indoor golf when suddenly a strange phone call came in. After Sumu answered the call, a dignified voice came from the other end. I am Officer Lee from the Shenzhen Public Security Bureau. Sumu, you have committed a crime, come here and surrender immediately. Are the scammers in northern Myanmar so dedicated now? They still commit fraud in such cold weather. Sumu was stunned, muttered, and then hung up the phone. Unexpectedly, the phone came again and again. Sumu frowned and blocked the call directly. After a while, a landline number ending in 110 called, and Sumu finally felt something was wrong. You are quite an awesome guy. You even dared to confiscate the phone number of our officer Lee. A cold snort came from the other side. You still say we are liars from northern Myanmar. To tell you the truth, when Benimaru Company Limited checked its accounts at the end of the month, it discovered that it had been defrauded of 200 million yen and reported it to the police. We have already found out that it was you who did it. I advise you to hurry up and surrender yourself to the police station to seek leniency. Sumu was not surprised. After all, his deception skills were not very sophisticated, so it was normal for the police to find and locate him. Their efficiency is really high. Just one day after the end of August, they found out that they had committed fraud. However, he had no intention of turning himself in. What a joke. The police station is not as comfortable as your own villa. Are you going there to wait for death? I did defraud a sum of money in the name of Yamamoto Eiichiro's little life. But it's snowing so heavily outside, how can I turn myself in? He thought for a while and said, how about this? I still have more than 10 million yuan on my card. I can just give it back to them. Also, it's so cold, don't be so dedicated. There's no need for us, the Dacia police, to provide protection for a small-time vampire company. Listen to my advice, the snow won't stop anytime soon, so hurry up and stock up on supplies and go home to find a place to stay, so you don't freeze to death. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He was reminding her sincerely, but it made the other party so angry that he was fuming. I have never seen such an arrogant criminal. Not only did he openly admit the crime, but he also provoked the police. We must catch him today. Officer Lee threw his hat down. But how do we catch him? The brothers who were in action in Danfeng Bailu community just now also said that this kid's villa has been specially renovated. The door was shut tightly, like a tin can, so tight that they couldn't find a way in. The brothers are helpless, so they report to us to see if they can get this sumo to surrender voluntarily. Besides, the snow outside is getting heavier and heavier. The roads are blocked by heavy snow. Except for special vehicles, other vehicles can't drive out now. There is no way to provide support. Officer Lee was a little dumbfounded. He scratched his head and sat down dejectedly. Forget it, let him go free for 2 days. When the snow stops, I will go catch him myself. Anyway, the city is snowed in and he can't escape from the house. I just don't believe that I can't defeat that iron bastard. Sumu's mind moved, and he sank into the Doomsday Fortress system. Sure enough, he found a prompt saying that someone was approaching and trying to enter the base. It's just that he was immersed in the pleasure of teasing Yen Ching-shu and didn't notice it at all. Sumu was secretly alert, turned up the system prompt volume to the maximum, and vowed never to make such a mistake again. He ran to the monitoring room and called up the footage on the huge screen that filled one wall, and found several people in police uniforms moving around outside the villa. They soon received a phone call, then angrily withdrew their team, jumped into an off-road police vehicle, and drove out in the snow that was more than 1 meter thick. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Since even the police who came to arrest him couldn't get in, it meant that the performance of his safe house was still very powerful. Others should not even think of getting in easily. But since the police can't catch him today, forget about it in a few days. A cold light flashed in Sumu's eyes. He hadn't even started to cause trouble for this Yamamoto Eiichiro yet, but he had called the police so quickly. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. It's already the end of the world, and his identity as the chairman of a Japanese-owned company is worthless. Suddenly, the phone rang. Sumu clicked it and saw that it was a message from the owner group of Building 7 addressed to all the owners. Chuanxia Montien, Lu Chuanxia at all members, I am Lu Chuanxia, the property management staff of Danfeng Bailu community, and also a resident of our Building 7. According to the leadership's arrangement, I am now responsible for the management of our building during the heavy snow. Did everyone see the news last night? Experts said that this heavy snow will soon pass, so don't panic, just stay home. It's too cold outside now. Going out might cause frostbite. Please be patient. Persistence is the key to success. The government is working hard to clear the snow, restore traffic, and ensure the supply of materials. We will be able to return to normal life soon. Some people are creating panic online, saying the world is about to end. Please do not believe these rumors, or else they will cause social unrest and soaring prices. Our property management company and the neighborhood committee are also actively trying to find ways to help the owners solve their problems. We hope everyone will obey orders and follow instructions to overcome this difficulty together. Danfeng Bailu community has a total of 20 buildings and 20 villas. In order to cope with the sudden heavy snow, each building has an administrator and the villas are managed separately. Lu Chuanxia works in a property management company and is usually responsible for the daily management of Building 7. She is the one who notifies the property management company and the neighborhood committee of any news in the group. Naturally, Lu Chuanxia regarded herself as the backbone of the building. Aunt Lu, at first the media reported that the snow would only last a few hours, but it has been a whole day and night and it still hasn't stopped. That's right, I don't have much food stored at home. If it continues to snow, what will I do in the future? I think so too. It's better for everyone to go to the supermarket and buy some things to stock up at home. Vegetable prices go up as soon as the snow starts. Now we don't know when the snow will stop. I'm afraid vegetable prices will go up again. That's right. If you go too late, the supermarket might be sold out, and you might have to buy it from scalpers at a high price later. Yeah, last time when I was wearing masks, I spent 1,000 yuan on a cabbage. Perhaps out of instinct, when everyone saw such heavy snow suddenly falling, they felt a little uneasy and habitually wanted to go out and stock up some food and vegetables to prevent any disaster from happening. Seeing that everyone in the group advocated going out to buy supplies, Lu Chuanxia suddenly became angry. I just said that we should respond to the call from our superiors and not go out to loot supplies. Not only did you not listen, you also refuted me. Isn't this a slap in my face? Are you guys blind to what I said? Rush buying supplies now will only drive up prices and cause social unrest. If your family is short of food, neighbors can borrow from each other and return it after the snowstorm, or just buy it with money. If you don't listen to me, don't blame me, Lu Chuanxia, for not giving you face. I won't notify you of any further notifications from the community property management. Also, it is a policy set by our superiors not to loot supplies. If anyone dares to secretly buy supplies and I find out, I will report him to the relevant department for driving up prices and hoarding goods. After hearing what she said, some people who were afraid of trouble gave up the idea of going out to buy supplies. After all, it was too cold outside, and there was nearly 1 meter of snow, so it was not very convenient to go to the supermarket. When Sumu saw this, a sneer appeared on his face. Although it is already the second day of the Ice Age, thanks to strong government guarantees, many main roads are still passable and some large supermarkets are still operating. Moreover, many people thought that the heavy snow would soon pass and they would be able to return to normal life soon. Not many people were hoarding supplies, so the supplies in the supermarkets were still very sufficient. If you go out in the heavy snow now, as long as you keep warm, it is still very easy to stock up on supplies. But on the third day, the temperature outside dropped further to -50 or 60 degrees Celsius, and the snow piled up to more than 1 meter thick, making it difficult to go out again. Shanghai is a southern city where it has basically never snowed, and it has no experience or ability to deal with large-scale snowstorms. As time went on, the government became less able to guarantee the supply of materials, and even failed to operate normally. Gradually, even electricity could not be guaranteed. That was when it became true hell on earth. Due to Lu Chuanxia's intimidation, many people took chances and did not go out to buy groceries and stock up. The final result can be imagined. But what does all this have to do with Sumo? He has already stockpiled a huge amount of supplies, enough for him to live comfortably in this doomsday. However, many people who can afford to live in Danfeng Bailu community are not short of money. They rarely keep warm clothing, and don't even have the habit of storing food. People usually go directly to restaurants to eat, and almost no one cooks at home. After 2 days of heavy snow, the family has long run out of food. Now seeing that Lu Chuanxia actually didn't allow people to go out to buy things and even blamed the higher authorities, many hot-tempered owners immediately started to confront Lu Chuanxia. Lu Wei, the owner of the 18th floor of Unit 2, sneered, "What a powerful official. You are just a property management staff serving the owners. I pay so much property management fees every year to support you in vain. Now you are barking like a dog here. It's been snowing for 2 days, we're almost freezing to death and you don't care. Now I want to go out to buy some things but you won't let me. Who are you threatening with your superiors? I'm going out to buy something right now. Who dares to stop me? Qin Peng, owner of Unit 1, Floor 7, that's right, what do you do as a property manager? You are just a property management staff. It's none of your business whether I go out to buy things or not. You guys are taking the owner's money and bullying others every day. Do you really think you are the owner? To put it bluntly, you are just servants and dogs serving your master. You need to put yourself in your proper place. If you have a brain problem, go to the hospital. You dare to report me? Report me. If you say that again, I will kill you, believe it or not. Chao Guangming, owner of Unit 1, Floor 27, you two are right. I have been fed up with this idiot for a long time. Count me in, let's go out and buy some supplies together. The three of us can bring back more stuff. Several people scolded Lu Chuanxia, and then stopped talking in the group. It seemed that they went out to buy things. Lu Chuanxia's face turned red after being scolded, but she didn't dare to say a word in reply. As a property management staff, she was very familiar with these people and knew they were not easy to deal with. Lu Wei is the owner of a fight club. He has a bad temper and his lumps of fat are very conspicuous. Qin Peng is a well-known gangster who works on earthwork projects and has hundreds of people under him. It has been rumored that he is responsible for several deaths. Even Chao Guangming is the manager of a listed company and has a net worth of tens of millions. These people had seen a lot of things and ignored the threats from Lu Chuanxia, a small property management staff member. Lu Wei, Qin Peng, Chao Guangming, you bastards, I'm doing this for your own good, why are you scolding me like this? Okay, let's see if you guys can freeze to death outside, ugh. Lu Chuanxia was very angry, but she didn't dare to say a word in the group. She could only vent her temper helplessly at home. Lu Chuanxia, no one knows how long this snowstorm will last. What if it takes a long time and everyone has nothing to eat? Can you bear the responsibility? If they want to go out, let them go out. Frostbite is their own choice. I see you don't live near the sea, so why are you so nosy? Sumu watched the show with great interest and couldn't help but say a few words in the group. I don't mean anything else, I just want to add fuel to the fire. Everyone was somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Chuanxia's dominance, but unlike the three people who were rich, powerful, and well-connected, they had to rely on the property company for many things during the city closure caused by heavy snow. Now hearing Sumu expressing everyone's thoughts, there was an immediate uproar. That's right. If the snow doesn't stop, Aunt Lu, can you take responsibility for not letting us go out to buy supplies? Yes, if you don't let us stock up on supplies, who will be responsible for the shortage of food and drink? You are just two old people living together in your family. You don't eat or drink much, so you don't need many things. But I have a big family. Lu Chuanxia became furious when she saw this. She said, I didn't dare to provoke those three people. You are just an ordinary clerk in a Japanese company. How dare you jump out and talk about me? He also incited everyone to go out and stockpile goods. Isn't this just shitting on my head? Xiao Su, who are you targeting with all this sarcasm? You spent a lot of money to stock up on supplies some time ago, and then renovated the villa and spread rumors that the end of the world is coming. This is a typical case of disrupting social order and creating mass panic. I didn't report it to the relevant authorities because we all live in the same neighborhood. She paused, then continued, also, don't think I don't know where your money comes from. You cheated the Japanese company you originally worked for out of hundreds of millions. I wasn't going to tell you this originally, but it doesn't hurt to tell you now. This morning the police asked the property management for his address and came to arrest him. Upon hearing this gossip, the neighbors were immediately shocked and started discussing it. Even many divers came out to watch the fun. Zunda Jiadu, I think Sumo is a very nice guy. It's probably true. I just saw a police car coming from Fenglinwen Villa from the window. Has he been arrested? Nonsense, how could Sumu be able to speak in the group after he was arrested? I was wondering how he suddenly became so rich that he could afford a villa and a sports car. It turns out he cheated his own company out of money. Even Yen Ching-shu sent him a WeChat message, asking him if the story was true. Sumu was so angry that he was fuming. What a shameless old hag. Last time, because he didn't give her something when she asked for it, she had been keeping it in mind. This time, she even exposed his secrets in the group. But now Sumu was not afraid of her, and he just sneered back at her. Nonsense, the police didn't come to arrest me at all, I'm living well at home now. What's your business if I'm rich? Are you jealous? Also, next time you spread this kind of bullshit rumor, be careful or I will be rude to you and directly smash your glass. The neighbors saw that Sumu was not arrested by the police and clarified in the group. They all lived in the same community and saw each other every day, so they felt a little embarrassed. Sumo, everyone just cares about you, there is no other intention. Yeah, I'm glad he wasn't captured. It seems like it was just a misunderstanding. When Lu Chuanxia saw that Sumu was not arrested by the police and dared to talk back to her, she suddenly felt panicked. The police did ask our property management about your situation and address, and they also said you were suspected of fraud. It's none of my business. But even if you weren't arrested by the police, what do you mean by inciting people here? When this snowstorm is over, I will definitely report you to the relevant departments. You are a scum who corrupts social morals and creates social panic. Seeing Lu Chuanxia calling him a scum, Sumu raised his eyebrows, but this time he was not angry. Scold me if you want, it won't hurt me anyway. Don't put such a big hat on me, I can't afford it. Don't worry, it's so cold outside, I won't go out even if you ask me to. I'll lie down, you guys can do whatever you want. He had already stockpiled all the supplies, so there was no need for him to go out and join others in grabbing rotten fish, shrimp and vegetable leaves from the supermarket. Also, I'm a scum. Go report me now, or I'll really look down on you if you don't. Sumu would not tolerate her and gave her a look of contempt. You kid, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will kick you out of Building 7. Lu Chuanxia was furious. How could there be a shameless resident like you here? You don't have to drive me away. I don't live in Building 7 at all. I live in Fenglinwen Villa. But let's get back to the point. It's snowing so heavily outside. If it continues like this, the temperature outside will drop to at least 50 or 60 degrees below zero after tonight. If you don't let the owners buy items, will you, Aunt Lu, distribute supplies when there is no food or water? Sumo's machine gun-like string of questions completely confused Aunt Lu. Before she could organize her words, the owners in the group were once again aroused. That is to say, Aunt Lu, if it is inconvenient for you to go stock up on supplies, I can bring some back for you. As long as you have food in your hands, you won't be worried. I don't care. I'm going to go out and buy some food. There's not much food left at home. It won't last for a few days. The property management is all idiots. We have our own money, so we can just go buy things if we want. Why do we need to ask for their opinions? It's okay if it's cold, it's better than starving to death. Let's stop talking, I'm going to go buy something to eat first. Seeing that almost all the owners in the group stood up to oppose, Lu Chuanxia suddenly felt like she was out of control. We can responsibly tell you that there will be no shortage of supplies and the snowstorm will soon pass. Please rest assured, a notice has been issued. If the heavy snow continues tomorrow, the government will have a special team to deliver supplies to your door. Think about it, even when the city was locked down due to masks more than a decade ago, was there a shortage of food and drink for everyone? Lu Chuanxia typed quickly and took a screenshot of the notification message from her superior and sent it to the group. This message was like a shot of adrenaline, calming everyone in the group and stopping the noise. Well, since the government is backing it up, what is there to be afraid of? After all, it's so cold outside, you might as well sleep in bed and save some energy. Seeing that the people in the group gradually became quiet, Lu Chuanxia smiled proudly. Humph, boy, you are too young to fight with me. This news is killing me. Because of the snow and ice on the roads, the government's material dispatch team only delivered a small amount of supplies to dozens of communities on the third day and had to declare the operation suspended. The Danfeng Bailu community did not even get this first batch of supplies, and missed the last chance to go out and buy supplies. It was still snowing outside the window. Sumu, wearing shorts and a vest, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window made of bulletproof glass on the third floor, looking outside. Lao Mo was lying obediently at his feet. The snow was falling heavily, and the several meter-tall trees in the community were half buried in the snow. If nothing unexpected happens, the temperature outside will drop to -50 or 60 degrees Celsius tonight. From this time on, the outdoors will no longer be suitable for human activities. If you don't wear special cold-proof clothing, you can easily get frostbite. By then, everyone will realize that the snow disaster facing humanity will be unprecedentedly severe. Sumu felt a little sad in his heart. The doomsday is coming, and he doesn't know how many people will die of hunger and cold. Some people really deserve to die, but many people also died innocently in this harsh environment. There has never been any fairness in this world. He shook the red wine in the glass and drank it all. But what does the life and death of others have to do with me? In the luxuriously decorated villa, Sumu sat on the soft sofa and felt a little bored. There is nothing interesting to watch on TV except news about the snowstorm. Various outdoor live broadcasts were also shut down due to the extremely low temperatures. Even his favorite beautiful anchor on a certain audio platform was shivering in her quilt. If they could really twist their hips and pose in this kind of weather, Sumu would really admire them and would send them a few big rockets as rewards. Ordinary houses built in modern times mostly use exterior wall insulation, double or even triple glass, and good ceiling, which can effectively reduce heat loss. Under normal circumstances, the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors can reach 20-25 degrees. But it is so cold outside that even with the air conditioner turned on full blast, the temperature in the house doesn't even reach 0 degrees. Sumu took out the gaming equipment from his infinite space, connected it to the huge plasma TV in his living room, and started playing games. He bought hundreds of PS5s and Switches, and prepared tens of thousands of game cartridges. Sumu was playing an old game, Heroes of Might and Magic 3, Shadow of Death. He had downloaded a huge number of maps in advance, so he could play it however he wanted. As for other games like Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, Minecraft, Assassin's Creed, StarCraft, Counter-Strike, and Diablo, he has prepared a lot of them. There are also his favorite novels. Dozens of high-capacity hard drives have countless classic online novels downloaded into them. If you want to kill time, they are all very good choices. I don't have to worry about work and social interactions in the future. This kind of life will be even better than before the end of the world. Oh, online games are still interesting. After playing a few games, Sumu sighed, then opened the game League of Legends and started playing. Now that everyone is stuck at home and the internet is still connected, play a few games. In a few days, even if the internet is not disconnected, everyone will be dizzy with hunger. Who will be in the mood to play ranked games with me? Seeing that it was getting dark outside the window, Sumu felt a little hungry, so he took out a hamburger, chicken legs, potato chips, and the happy fat house water from the refrigerator from the infinite space. He took a bite and fed Lao Mo a bite, feeling very comfortable. When he had nothing to do these 2 days, Sumu also studied the Doomsday Fortress system he owned. But now there is only an infinite space that can be used, and you can enjoy absolute control within the base. As for those outside the base, I'm sorry, I can't reach them. In addition, Sumu also discovered something very interesting. For example, he could actually see Lao Mo's loyalty to himself, 80. This is a relatively high loyalty data, any higher than this is a die-hard fan. In addition to wanting to find a living companion, this is also the reason why he allowed the black dog Lao Mo to stay in his villa. Sumu took out his cell phone and found that the number of messages in the Building 7 owners group had accumulated to 99 plus. When he opened it, he found that Lu Wei, Qin Peng, and Chao Guangming, who had gone out to buy supplies, had just returned. The message they sent instantly caused an uproar in the group. Lu Wei, owner of the 27th floor of Unit 1, fellow owners, to be honest, Qin Peng, Chao Guangming and I were all wearing very warm clothes when we went out. I wore 2 sets of thermal underwear, stuck heat packs all over my body, put on 3 down jackets, and even stuffed 4 hot water bottles, but I still froze like a dog. There are still a few roads outside that are passable, but it's too cold. Chao Guangming, owner of Unit 1, Floor 27, yes, the scariest thing is that many supermarkets are closed, and there is not even a single person inside. We looked through the glass and saw that all the supplies inside had been sold out. We drove Boss Chin's SUV to several supermarkets before we got some supplies back. He sent the photos he took in the supermarket to the group, and the shelves in the supermarket were empty. The streets were covered with snow nearly 1 meter high, and some cars were even buried with only the roofs left. Qin, the owner of Unit 1, Floor 7, also cursed in the group, "Where is that bastard property manager who didn't let us go out to buy supplies? Get out here. People in other communities and buildings have already gone out to stock up and buy supplies, but you have so much to do. If I hadn't insisted on going out, I wouldn't have been able to buy even this little bit." As soon as the news about the 3 people came out, it immediately set off an uproar in the entire group. At this point, everyone was upset. Damn it, it's not the end of the world. Are the others crazy? Are they rushing to buy supplies? There's nothing left in the supermarket. Doesn't that mean I won't be able to buy anything even if I go out now? Yeah, how about trying your luck in a remote place? It's over, it's over. I only have a box of instant noodles and a few sausages left. How can I survive in such a cold weather? Lu Chuanxia, please come out quickly. Is it true that the authorities said that supplies will be distributed tomorrow? Listening to Lu Wei and the other speeches, the entire group suddenly fell into panic. Lu Chuanxia hurried out to calm everyone's anger and solemnly assured that she had just received a call from the higher authorities. They are equipping the supplies overnight and will deliver them to various communities early tomorrow morning. To increase credibility, she also posted screenshots of her phone records and notices issued by the government. After seeing that this was really what she said, everyone finally calmed down a little. At this time, Zhang Lili, the owner of Unit 2, Floor 2, said in the group, "Brother Lu Wei, can you share some of the food you bought with me? I don't usually have the habit of hoarding food, and there's nothing to eat at home. Don't take too much, just some fast food will be fine. The authorities will distribute supplies tomorrow anyway." When Sumu saw the message, he burst out laughing. Many of the owners in this community are wealthy people and do not have the habit of hoarding food, which he can understand. But this Zhang Lili really doesn't stock up on food at all. At least she should have some snacks or something. It was only the second day after the apocalypse and she had nothing to eat. At this time, human nature has not yet been completely destroyed. We all live in the same community and we see each other every day. In addition, the owners believed that the snowstorm would be over in a few days, so Lu Wei readily agreed and sent some food to Zhang Lili. However, this is also the last glory of humanity after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Seeing the neighbors who killed him in his previous life having fun together, Sumu felt indignant. He rolled his eyes and added fuel to the fire in the group. "I told you guys to stock up on supplies, but you didn't believe me. Are you regretting it now? The city is blocked by heavy snow outside. The snow on the streets is more than a meter deep. It is impossible to pass without special vehicles. What if the official team distributing daily necessities doesn't come tomorrow? What will you do?" After saying that, he actually sent a photo of himself wearing a vest and shorts, eating a hamburger and potato chips to the group. Well, there is also a photo of feeding Lao Mo chicken legs. This blatant show-off directly angered the neighbors, and everyone criticized his behavior. "Sumo, you are a parasite in society. Stop fanning the flames here and get out of the group chat." Seeing that the group, which had finally calmed down, had become chaotic again, Lu Chuanxia angrily cursed, "I will never tell you any news from the authorities or the property management in the future. I won't leave. What can you do to me? If you hate me so much, just kick me out. However, I advise you not to do this, otherwise you will definitely beg me to join the group." Sumu laughed out loud and didn't take it seriously at all. "Who do you think you are? Would I ask you to join the group?" After Lu Chuanxia sent this message, she kicked Sumu out of the group chat. She hid in the quilt and cursed, thinking that when the authorities came to distribute daily necessities tomorrow, she would definitely delay giving them to Sumu on purpose. Who made him so crazy and so annoying? Sumu looked at the message displayed on his mobile phone. "You have been removed from the Danfeng Bailu Community Building No. 7 Owners Group by the group owner," and didn't care. He had already used another account to infiltrate the group a long time ago, and any news that Lu Chuanxia and the others discussed could not be hidden from his eyes. Moreover, Sumu currently lives in the best Fenglinwen villa in the community, and the property staff has already pulled him into another group chat. Among them are Eiichiro Yamamoto, chairman of Benimaru Corporation, and several Japanese executives. They bought 3 villas here, and other people are also distributed in various buildings in the community. Baga, is Dashia's government mobilization ability so poor? Yamamoto Eiichiro complained, it's the second day of the city being closed due to heavy snow. Why can't I go out? My company has even stopped working. Yes, fortunately, the huge refrigerator in my villa is full of frozen food and beer, so I won't be short of supplies in the short term. Watanabe Yuta, Yamamoto's general manager, also sent a message, it's just that the room is too cold. Me too. But my Tosa Inu needs to eat a lot of meat every day, I'm afraid it won't last long. Yamamoto frowned and said, send some to me through the underground garage later. What are you talking about, little devil? If you don't want to go to Dacia, you can go back to your country of Japan. Stop complaining here. The person who spoke was Wang Hao from Villa Number 8. This kid's father was in the real estate business in Shenzhen. He was a top-rich second generation and was fearless. He couldn't stand Yamamoto's behavior and couldn't help but say in the group, damn it, when the snowstorm is over, I will fly directly to Japan and find a few pure girls to serve me. That's right, you are a bunch of selfish people. If you hadn't discharged nuclear wastewater, my seafood business wouldn't be so bad. This is Li Guodong, the owner of a dried seafood restaurant business. He is from northeast China and has never had a good face towards these Japanese devils. Seeing someone objecting, Eiichiro Yamamoto and Yuta Watanabe immediately fell silent. They cursed inwardly, withdrew the message, and started chatting privately in the group they created. Sumu remained silent, looking at the familiar bald head, his heart filled with resentment, and kept thinking about how to take revenge on this old devil in the most cruel way. But these little devils are not easy to deal with. In previous lives, these Japanese people, who were good at forbearance, quickly formed a powerful force with their strict hierarchy and obedience. They gathered a group of desperate criminals, massacred and robbed other people in the community, committed all kinds of atrocities, and finally survived the 2-month ice age. But there is no need to be too anxious, the ice apocalypse has just arrived, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Looking at the heavy snow outside the window, Sumo stretched lazily, went to the kitchen, took out some fresh tomatoes and eggs, and started making tomato and egg noodles. I've been eating greasy food these past 2 days, so I'll just have some noodles tonight to help me get rid of the greasiness. After dinner, Sumo exercised for another hour, took a hot bath, and lay comfortably on the bed to watch the downloaded movie. The big black dog Lao Mo lay quietly beside him and watched with him. It was around 9 o'clock on the third morning when Sumo slowly woke up. He opened the curtains and saw that the snow in the community outside the window had reached an astonishing thickness of more than 2 meters. Looking around, the entire community was covered in white snow. All the bushes had long disappeared, and the tall trees were half buried. Many branches could not bear the weight and had been broken by the heavy snow. Under the blowing of the cold wind, the first floor of his villa was almost completely buried, and the glass of the sun room in the yard was also covered with snow, which was almost piling up to the windows on the second floor. Even so, the snow continued to fall, even heavier than the previous 2 days. Sumu got up and washed, only to find that the water had been turned off. He changed his mind and realized that the outside temperature was too low, which had frozen the water pipes and prevented water from flowing in. But this did not pose a problem for Sumo. When he was building the safe house, he had already dug a 1,500-meter deep well in the yard, so he had no shortage of water. What's more, he has stockpiled 1,000 huge water barrels that can be filled with 10 tons of water, as well as countless mineral water in the infinite space, just to be prepared. After starting the backup water well and washing, Sumo took out the generator from the infinite space and installed it to prevent sudden power outages. It is only the 3rd day of the sudden heavy snowfall, and the country's power supply system can still ensure a normal power supply. But in a few days, as the snow accumulates further, many lines will be frozen or broken. Power plants will also be unable to ensure normal electricity supply due to a lack of maintenance workers. Except for important state agencies and bases, civilian communities can only be powered on for a limited time. This is the best the government can do. Sumo took out fried dough sticks, steamed buns, banana muffins, coconut milk tarts, fruit toast pudding, and fried a few eggs in the kitchen. I had a delicious breakfast with Lao Mo with a bowl of tofu pudding. Well, I still support the salty tofu pudding. Just after exercising for a while after dinner, Sumu received a strange phone call. Who would call me at this time? Could it be the same policeman from yesterday? He was a little curious, but he still pressed the answer button. Hello Mr. Su, I am Su Hua, the business manager of Daidoduo Financial Services Company, Limited. A familiar voice came from the phone. Today is September 3rd. Your mortgage loan with our company is due. When can you pay it back? Sumu was stunned, and then he remembered that in order to raise funds, he had borrowed money from Tianli Loan by mortgaging his real estate in this company. I didn't expect them to be so dedicated. It's the third day since the city was closed due to heavy snow, and they still haven't forgotten to urge repayment of the loan. However, none of the loan sharks are good people. When Sumu borrowed money, he never thought about paying it back. He said sarcastically, "It's snowing so heavily outside and the snow on the street is so thick. I can't go out at all. How can I repay you?" "It's okay. Mobile payment is so convenient now. I'll give you an account number. Just transfer 6 million to me today." Not sure if it was an illusion, but Sumu felt that Su Hua's voice sounded a little cold, and occasionally he could hear the sound of teeth chattering. This. Sumu deliberately hesitated for a moment. "Unfortunately, my business is not going well for the time being, and I can't come up with 6 million all at once. How about this, you lend me another 6 million. When the snow stops, I will pay you back with 1 cent interest." Su Hua was stunned. "I came here to collect the debt. How did I become a debtor? Not only did I not receive the 6 million, but I also had to lose another 6 million. We saw you betting on football at Qingjing Bar that night and won at least 29 million. Boy, I advise you not to play tricks and return the 6 million to us. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make it impossible for you to live in this city." There was a pause on the other end of the phone, and then a gloomy voice came from inside. Sumu listened carefully and recognized the voice as that of Li Jian, the boss of the company. He couldn't help but be stunned. These two guys were actually staying together. Are they both trapped in the company? Sumu's guess turned out to be correct. The snow was not very heavy during the day on September 1st. The two men did not take it seriously at all and still went to the company and insisted on going to work. As a result, they were delayed in the evening and were both trapped in the company. Fortunately, there was a supermarket downstairs. Seeing that the situation was not good, they bought and stockpiled a lot of food and water early. It's just that the company's heating effect is not very good, and the central air conditioning can't be used at all. The two of them bought several quilts from the supermarket, several heaters, and turned them on, and put on all the clothes they could, but they were still freezing. Sumu laughed in his heart. He didn't expect that these two people still remembered his football betting. "Well, I've already spent all the money I won from gambling, and now I can't pay it back." Hearing that the other party seemed to be getting angry, he said leisurely, "But don't be impatient. Haven't we signed the contract yet? Otherwise, my house will belong to you. The title deed is still in your hands anyway." Li Jian was stunned. He didn't expect that this guy was so straightforward. "Okay, then it's settled. Because you couldn't pay back the money, you voluntarily used the 130 square meter house in Danfeng Bailu community to pay off the debt. Now this house belongs to me. This house is located in a high-end neighborhood. It can be sold for more than 5 million yuan at any time. It is very easy to sell." However, in just 1 month, he earned more than 1 million. This deal is worth it. Li Jian felt very excited and didn't seem so cold anymore. "As soon as the snow stops, we'll go through the formal transfer procedures." Li Jian threatened, "I recorded what you just said, don't think about going back on your word." "No problem. I won't regret it." Sumu hung up the phone, feeling amused. This heavy snow won't stop any time soon. Let's not talk about whether you two can survive this 2-month freezing period. Even if you did, so many people would have frozen to death or starved to death. There are a lot of uninhabited houses. They are worthless at all. You can take them all. These loan sharks go to the company even on snowy days. They really value money over life. The snowstorm outside was still going on, and the snow on the streets was nearly 2 meters deep. The official team transporting and distributing supplies was slow to arrive, and the group in Building 7 started to get lively again. When I got up this morning, I saw that even the water had stopped running. I guess the water pipe outside was frozen. I haven't washed my face yet. I just went outside the building to dig up some snow and melted it before washing up. You know what, it's really cold outside. During this short period of time of digging snow, I felt a little overwhelmed even with my 3-layer down jacket. By the way, is your sewer pipe frozen? My toilet seems to be clogged. What the hell is this property management doing? Why don't they fix it up right away? Yes, Aunt Lou, didn't you say that the government would distribute supplies today? It's already noon, why haven't you come yet? That's right. We've been trapped at home for 2 or 3 days due to the heavy snow. We've almost run out of food. Stop being a coward and come out and explain to us what's going on. Some hot-tempered owners started to directly at Lu Chuanxia and even started cursing. Lu Chuanxia also felt very aggrieved. She was clearly doing it in accordance with the instructions from her superiors, and it was clearly for your own good. Why are you not grateful but saying this to me? But amid the outrage, she did not dare to offend everyone too much, so she had to explain in the group. It's snowing so heavily outside and the roads are hard to walk on. You have to give the authorities some time. She posted several photos of the official material delivery team distributing materials in other communities. Did you see it? Some people are far away, and some are near. It's not that they haven't come yet, they just haven't reached our community yet. It's not easy for the government either. Everyone should be patient. Neighbors who are short of supplies can lend to each other first. Everything will be fine once the heavy snow passes. We are all neighbors. Let's help each other and get through this difficult time together. After seeing the photos posted by Lu Chuanxia, the owner's anger subsided temporarily and they turned to discuss other things. When will this damn snow stop? Didn't the news say that today? The heavy snow won't last long. It will probably be over in a couple of days. Luckily I was smart and bought some food when the snow first started, so I can last for a week. I really want to go out to a bar and dance. The weather is so cold now, and the house is not warm. I can't even get excited to watch porn. I have no food left at home. I want to ask if any neighbor has any food left. Can you lend me some? I will return double the amount after the snow stops. I can even pay double the price for it. However, as a property management personnel, Lu Chuanxia is not as optimistic as ordinary owners. This snowstorm came too suddenly, and even now official experts have not given any indication of what will happen, let alone when it will stop. Unlike rich people who squander money, Lu Chuanxia and her husband Wang Dehai have stockpiled some food at home, enough to last them for a while. But she was not going to reveal this information, and she didn't even reveal it when Zhang Lily, the owner of the second floor of Unit 2, asked for help in the group. Lu Chuanxia is not a fool. If the snowstorm doesn't stop in a short time, food will be the most precious thing if she can't go out to buy supplies. Yen Ching-shu was stunned. Then she remembered that Sumu had never said that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Every time we meet, we just work hard and never say a single word of sweet talk. Yen Ching-shu sleeps with Sumu and Sumu buys a bag, there is nothing wrong with that. She did get what she wanted, but she never expected that Sumu never took her seriously from beginning to end. How could it become like this when he has been kneeling down to lick his own spare tire and become a bootlicker? Sumu, you are a scumbag, a bastard. You slept with me, and now you're not recognizing me with your pants pulled up. Are you still a man? You must be responsible for me. In an instant, anger rushed directly into Yen Ching-shu's brain. She, who had always been so proud, was actually being treated as a sex buddy. Whether I am a man or not, haven't you already experienced it? We two sleep together, it's totally consensual. Sumu playfully sent a voice message, didn't I buy you more than a dozen bags? What else do you want to be responsible for? Ah. Yen Ching-shu was extremely angry and sent a series of voice messages, madly insulting Sumu. 60 seconds is the upper limit of voice messages on WeChat, but it is not the upper limit of her anger. Yen Ching-shu sent more than 99 messages greeting Sumu's ancestors, but he did not respond at all. Sumu neither blocked her nor deleted her, and of course he would not open the voice message he sent, allowing Yen Ching-shu to vent her anger at will. When the time was almost right, he said leisurely, "Don't waste your energy. Cursing also consumes energy. You don't have any roast suckling pig to eat, be careful not to have too much." Yen Ching-shu was so angry that she sat up from the bed, but was then frozen back by the cold temperature. She was so ashamed and angry that she curled up in the quilt and burst into tears. Although Yen Ching-shu is materialistic, promiscuous, and plays with men's feelings, she always thinks she is a good girl. Xie Baiwei, who was standing by, tried to comfort her hypocritically. "No man is a good person. Ching-shu, you are so beautiful and have a great figure, are you worried about not finding a man? Once the snowstorm is over, we'll find a better one." Only a few dozen centimeters apart, she could hear the conversation between Yen Ching-shu and Sumu clearly. Over the past half-month, Xie Baiwei has watched Yen Ching-shu change her bag every day, and she has been so envious that she is about to bite her back teeth off. "You stinky bitch, Sumu bought you so many bags and didn't share any with me, you deserve to be slept with for a month for nothing." All the jealousy and hatred in her heart were released at this moment. "By the way, didn't Han Lei from the company's HR department also rent a house in this neighborhood in order to pursue you? And it's in the same building as ours." Xie Baiwei's eyes turned and she came up with another idea. "He should have some food. Let's ask him for help." Under Xie Baiwei's persuasion, Yen Ching-shu slowly stopped crying, took out her mobile phone and started sending messages to Han Lei. "Alii, it was my fault before. I was blind and chose the wrong person. Now I have broken up with that scumbag. After the snowstorm, can you treat me to a meal?" Han Lei was curled up in the quilt, scrolling through his phone. He was stunned when he received Yen Ching-shu's message. Yen Ching-shu and Sumu have been very close recently and have hardly paid any attention to him, except for one time when she asked him to buy a box of burping condoms for children. Han Lei met Yen Ching-shu, a charming girl, walking out of Sumu's house in the elevator several times with a famous brand bag on her back. How could he not understand what was going on? He felt heartbroken and even drank alcohol several times to relieve his sorrow. "What, my only sense of participation was that the goddess used the condoms I bought for her myself." Unexpectedly, Yen Ching-shu had broken up with Sumu and took the initiative to send him a message asking him to treat her to dinner, which made Han Lei surprised and happy. Even though a delicious cake has been bitten a few times, it is still a cake and is better than steamed bread. He hesitated for only a second before quickly replying, "Okay." Not long after, Han Lei, wearing 2 quilts and carrying a box of instant noodles, knocked on the door of Yen Ching-shu's house. However, Sumu didn't know all this. After he and Lao Mo finished playing the game of 3 people and a pig, they took out a disaster movie and started watching it. The movie is an old one from several decades ago, called The Day After Tomorrow, and he feels it is very relevant to the current situation. The sun rises and the moon sets, the years are peaceful, and 3 more days have passed. During these 3 days, although the authorities tried various ways to ensure the supply of materials, the wind and snow outside were so strong that the vehicles transporting the materials were stuck on the highway and could not get off. As Shanghai is an international metropolis with a permanent population of more than 20 million, the authorities sent many rescue teams to distribute supplies in trucks, and even the army was dispatched. Unfortunately, it was just a drop in the bucket and they couldn't handle it all. On this day, Sumu got up early at daybreak because he had something important to do today. He put on a complete set of cowhide armor that he had specially ordered before the snowstorm, including hand and leg guards. This thing is very tough. Even if you poke it with a knife, you can't pierce it without enough strength. He then took out 2 heart-protecting mirrors that he had bought from Han Hao in the infinite space and placed one on the front and back of his body. This way, even if he encounters an opponent using a gun or a bow and crossbow, he will not be able to hurt his vital points. Finally, he put on special polar cold-proof clothing and a customized alloy protective helmet. Of course, Sumu didn't forget Lao Mo and dressed him up as well. That's right, Sumu is going out. The city was blocked by heavy snow, and the snow outside was more than 2 meters deep. People were trapped in their homes and couldn't go out. It was a perfect time to implement their plan. Moreover, we still have enough food at the moment, and our humanity has not been lost. Even if we go out now and run into someone, the danger is not great. Sumu brought Lao Mo to the underground garage, opened the door, and took out a Dodge Mammoth from the infinite space. He jumped into the car and drove away in this big pickup truck equipped with an 8-cylinder engine, turbocharger, and shock-absorbing and anti-skid tires. The entrance and exit of the community's underground garage had been half blocked by heavy snow, and the Dodge Mammoth could not move after it rushed into the snow. Sumu jumped out of the car, put on snow goggles, put the Dodge Mammoth into the infinite space, took out a snowmobile, and drove onto the snow with Lao Mo. Outside, the wind was howling and snow was falling. The temperature was about -40 or 50 degrees Celsius, but Sumu was wearing professional cold-proof equipment and did not feel cold at all. It was white everywhere outside and there was Northwest 1 on the street. Sumu drove a snowmobile and soon arrived at Xiafei Road. This is the largest jewelry and gold street in Shanghai, and also Sumu's destination. The system upgrade actually requires 10 tons of gold. Sumu tried very hard to get it but failed, so he had to resort to this last resort. Antiques in prosperous times, gold in troubled times. As the most famous currency on the blue planet, people's love for gold is engraved in their bones. Not to mention that gold is also an important industrial metal that is used in the production of many products. The city has just been closed due to heavy snow, and people have not yet realized how long the snowstorm will last. Social order has not completely collapsed, so no one may necessarily miss the gold and silver jewelry here. But it is not certain after a period of time. Not to mention whether the country will send people to recover these precious metals. Those people who go out to look for supplies will pass by the gold shop and see that no one is watching the things they cannot afford normally, so they will just grab them like it's a piece of cake. Therefore, we must strike first. The doors of all the shops on this street were closed. The heavy snow had covered most of the entrances. Standing on the snow, one could reach the second-floor windows with just one hand. Sumu stopped the car and put it into the infinite space. He then took out a crowbar as thick as a thumb, climbed up to the second floor of the gold shop next door, and violently pried open the anti-theft guardrail on the window. He left Lao Mo on guard outside, then smashed the glass and got in. Ignoring the shrill alarm, Sumu rushed into the gold shop and put all the gold, silver, and jewelry inside, along with the counter, into the infinite space. The whole process took less than 5 minutes, and Sumu had moved all the items in the 3-story gold shop cleanly. After doing all this, Sumu quickly climbed out of the window and followed the same method to enter another gold shop. As Sumu expected, with such a heavy snowfall, no one was left in the gold shop and the police station was shut down. The alarms here were blaring continuously, but no one came. It took Sumu a whole day to rob all the gold shops on the street. He was relieved when he saw the system prompt that the amount of gold was sufficient. However, it is still not advisable to stay here for long. Sumu took out the snowmobile and took Lao Mo away again. Sumu had just finished exercising and was sitting on the sofa to rest. He picked up his mobile phone and found that the Building No. 7 owners group, where he had been lurking with his secondary account, had become lively again. Zhang Lily, the owner of the second floor of Unit 2, at everyone in the group, "Does anyone have anything to eat? I have run out of food again. If you still have some, please give me some. When the snowstorm passes, I will return you double the amount." But this time, no one paid any attention to her. Even though she specifically at Lu Wei and begged him, Lu Wei pretended not to see the message and did not respond at all. It is already the 5th day, the snowstorm has not stopped, and the supplies promised by the authorities have not yet arrived. At this point even a fool would know that something was wrong, and feelings of fear and uneasiness were spreading. No one knows when the snowstorm will end, and everyone is locked in their homes and unable to go out. Food is the greatest guarantee for life and is more precious than money. Who would lend it out easily? Zhang Lily also at everyone in the group, "Please give me something to eat, I really have no food to eat. Are you going to watch me starve to death?" Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Zhang Lily started at the property manager Lu Chuanxia. "Lu Chuanxia, come out. It was you who didn't let us go out to buy and stockpile food. Now I have nothing to eat. You must be responsible for this. Send me some food right away, or I will complain about you to the property management company." By evening, the official team delivering supplies still hadn't arrived, and all the residents of Danfeng Bailu community were still suffering from hunger and cold. But they had no way to deal with it, even scolding the property management was useless. In building number 7, Lu Chuanxia could only post the notices sent by her superiors in the group over and over again, trying to appease everyone. Sumu was lying on the sofa in a vest and shorts, watching TV. The coffee table was filled with snacks, drinks and fruits. His black dog, Lao Mo, was lying beside him. The temperature in the villa is 27 degrees, very comfortable. Now many TV stations across the country have stopped broadcasting, and only some provincial channels and CCTV are still broadcasting. Most of them are slogans promoting official disaster rescue work and encouraging everyone. We stand together through thick and thin, and we will overcome the difficulties together. It is easy to shake a city, but it is difficult to shake the unity of the people. The people of XX are united in fighting this sudden snowstorm. Look out for each other and help each other to overcome difficulties. XX local authorities have fulfilled their responsibilities and never backed down. They have united and led the masses to gather the same strength to fight the snow disaster and built disaster-resistant fortresses that cannot be blown down by wind or collapsed by snow. Stand up and show your responsibility. XX organized volunteers to form a 200-member commando team to charge into the front line of protecting people's livelihood in the raging snow and wind. With a sincere heart, we are not afraid of the wind and snow. Our faith is like fire that will melt the ice. Electricity workers in XX are on call all day and patrol day and night to ensure that the people can use electricity stably and safely in the snowstorm. According to reports, the United States has failed to effectively prevent and control the snowstorm, which has caused 200 million people to be affected and hundreds of thousands of people to die. The snowstorm will soon pass, and spring will eventually arrive. I hope everyone will not panic, and trust the power of the authorities. Sumu shook his head. The scale and horror of this snowstorm were beyond human imagination. Although the authorities are trying hard to solve the problem, human power is too weak in the face of the mighty power of nature. The phone rang. Sumu picked it up and saw that it was a message from Yen Ching-shu. Mu too, Wei Wei, and I have been trapped at home for 3 days and have nothing to eat. Can you send us something? And with a crying expression. A sneer appeared in Sumu's mouth. As expected, whenever this woman came looking for him, it would be up to no good. This is only the 3rd day since the city was closed due to heavy snow. Except for those owners who never cook at home, many people have some noodles, sausages, snacks, and so on at home. Yen Ching-shu didn't have this idea. It was probably because Xie Baiwei saw that the situation was not good and instigated her to ask for food from her so that she could have some backup plan. Oh, there's nothing to eat at home. You know I've been eating out at restaurants lately. Then can you give me a few packs of instant noodles? I heard you bought several carts full of stuff last time. That was a month ago, and I finished eating long ago. Besides, I don't have any instant noodles. Look, this is all I can eat normally. Sumu smiled, took a photo of the dinner on the table and sent it to Yen Ching-shu. His dinner today was not that sumptuous, with only a roast suckling pig, a portion of foie gras, a portion of almas caviar, a portion of roasted truffle, a portion of smashed cucumber, and a dish of Buddha jumps over the wall. In addition, there is a pot of pu'er tea on the table, steaming hot. Yen Ching-shu on the other side saw the photo and her eyebrows raised in anger. Damn it Sumu, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to piss me off? Her best friend Xie Baiwei poked her head out from the bed beside her and asked, how is it? Did Sumu bring us food as he promised? Because the weather was so cold and the house was not warm, the two of them squeezed into one bed to keep each other warm. Look for yourself. Yen Ching-shu angrily threw the phone to Xie Baiwei. When Xie Baiwei saw so many delicious foods in the photos, her eyes suddenly lit up and her saliva couldn't help but slide down from the corners of her mouth. These delicate little fairies have never cooked on weekdays. Every day they either order takeout or let the men who bootlick them treat them to meals. Apart from snacks, drinks and fruits, there was not much food at home. Moreover, these things cannot be regarded as meals. They are okay to eat for 1 or 2 meals, but drinking too much of them will cause acid reflux. The city was blocked by heavy snow these days, which made them both feel very uncomfortable. After eating all the fruits in the refrigerator, there was no food left in the house. Seeing that Sumu could eat roast suckling pig and goose liver in such an environment, they felt angry and envious at the same time. Xie Baiwei immediately said sourly, wow, this Sumu is too much. There are so many delicious foods at home, but I didn't even think of you. You slept with him for so long, I think it was just fake. Yen Ching-shu was also very unhappy. This was the second time Sumu had sent her photos to show off. But she couldn't understand why Sumu suddenly turned against her. I clearly served him very well, and even unlocked several poses for the brand name bag. Not only have I walked along water routes, but I have also walked along mountain roads several times. Wood, are you really not going to care about me? I want to eat roast suckling pig too. Although Yen Ching-shu was angry, she suppressed her anger and took the initiative to contact Sumu again. If you want to eat, you can go buy it yourself. If you don't have enough money, I can call you some. In order to make Yen Ching-shu even more uncomfortable, Sumu simply turned on a video call and pointed the camera at his big black dog. Come on, Lao Mo, show me a 3-bite and a pig. You. It's so cold outside, and everything in the supermarket is sold out. I can't buy anything to eat even if I go out. Yen Ching-shu swallowed her saliva and said angrily, we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Isn't it natural for me to share some food with my girlfriend? Besides, you even bought me those bags worth tens of millions, so what's wrong with sharing some of your food with me? What do you mean by boyfriend or girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense. I'm going to get married in the future. If you try to make connections, I'll sue you for defamation. When Yen Ching-shu heard Sumu say this, she was dumbfounded. What's the meaning? Sumu, are you trying to ignore me by pulling up your pants? If they are not boyfriend and girlfriend, then what does it matter that they have sweated over their hormones together many times before? Mu too, stop joking around now. I'm really hungry. If you think it's cold outside, I can go to your house and get food myself. In order to get food, Yen Ching-shu actually used the clapper sound. Even Xie Baiwei next to her couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. This clip sound, you must have practiced it for several years, right? Sumu shuddered all over. He had never noticed Yen Ching-shu was so good at clamping in bed before. It's not impossible even if I live at your place. She licked her lips and continued, the few pieces of underwear I just bought arrived a few days ago. They are the kind that are specially worn by private people. I don't know what Sumu has renovated in the villa. It's snowing heavily outside, but he's actually wearing only shorts and a vest at home. Doesn't he feel cold? Yen Ching-shu is now drooling over the thought of living in Sumu's luxurious villa. This is much better than starving and freezing at home. Who's kidding you? Stop being so conceited. You don't think that you'll get attached to me after we've slept together so many times, do you? Come on, we are all adults now. It's wrong for you to call me baby after you get out of bed and pull up your pants. After saying that, Sumu hung up the video. Seeing Zhang Lily's attack suddenly turn to her, Lu Chuanxia, who was shivering in the quilt, felt a little depressed. However, if she continues to pretend to be deaf and dumb after being called out by name, it is estimated that this group will be impossible to manage in the future. She helplessly replied to the crowd, Sister Zhang, I did all these things according to the requirements of the higher authorities. The official items have not been delivered yet, and there is nothing I can do. I don't care. If you don't bring me food today, I'll tell my husband and ask him to discuss this with your property manager. Zhang Lily is actually the mistress of a powerful boss with connections. He bought her a house in this community to keep her as his lover. As a member of the community's underground intelligence station, Lu Chuanxia knew about this situation. She did not dare to offend her at all and explained in a humbly. But Zhang Lily refused to listen and insisted that she find a way to send her some food. At this time, other owners in the group also reacted. At first, they also wanted to go out in the severe cold to buy and stockpile some supplies like Lu Wei and others, but they failed to do so because of Lu Chuanxia's obstruction. For a time, Lu Chuanxia became the target of public criticism. Damn it, damn management, when we first started, did you say the snowstorm would be over soon? Damn it, if it weren't for you, I would have gone to buy food a few days ago. That's right, it's all this stupid property management's fault, it's all her fault. Lu Chuanxia, I don't have much food left at home. Please hurry up and send me some food. Yes, send some to my house too. If you can't solve everyone's food problem, you'll be kicked out of this community. There are many wealthy people living in the Danfeng Bailu community. They feel like they are superior to others and speak in a domineering manner. Lu Chuanxia suddenly became anxious. She and her husband usually had the habit of hoarding food, but they couldn't afford to feed so many people. She explained for a long time, but everyone was still very excited, and soon she could no longer control the situation. Lu Chuanxia was so anxious that she was sweating profusely, but suddenly an idea came to her. By the way, there is food at Sumu's place. The city was blocked by snow for several days, and everyone knew that Lu Chuanxia couldn't get much food even if she had any. They just had suppressed their emotions for a few days and they urgently needed an outlet. However, after hearing what Lu Chuanxia said, everyone reacted. Yes. How could I forget about this? Some time ago, food trucks from different hotels came to deliver meals to Sumu's house almost every day. In addition, he posted various showing-off photos in the group, which showed that this kid must have prepared a lot of supplies. That's right, Sumu's family has stockpiled a lot of supplies. I saw with my own eyes more than a dozen food trucks delivering food to him. Exactly. He posted a photo yesterday. There was a bunch of delicious food on the table. Damn it, the city has been closed for 5 days due to heavy snow, and everyone is short of food and water. This Sumo not only has no shortage of food, but even has extra chicken legs to feed the dog. This guy must have known something, that's why he stockpiled a lot of supplies in advance. Aunt Lu, please bring Sumo in quickly and ask him to provide some supplies for everyone. That's right, pull him in quickly. The owners asked Lu Chuanxia to add Sumo back to the group and borrow some food from him, and Lu Chuanxia quickly agreed. Sumu was enjoying watching the show on his second account when Lu Chuanxia sent him a message asking him to join the group. Sumo, hurry up and join the group, there is something very important to announce in the group. Sumu originally wanted to join the group and play a good trick on these damn neighbors. But this old woman had just kicked him out of the group yesterday, and now she invited him back with such a deceptive attitude, which made him very unhappy. Damn it, if I didn't have a small account Undercover in the group, I would have almost been deceived by this old hag again. He did not hesitate and sent a voice message directly, cursing, "You old woman who bullies the weak and fears the strong. You say kick and I kick, you pull me in and I go in, Grandpa, am I such a casual person?" After hearing the voice message from Sumo, Lu Chuanxia felt embarrassed and angry, and was in a difficult situation. I didn't realize this guy was so funny before. She really wanted to curse back, but unfortunately, all the owners in the group were looking forward to Sumu returning to the group and distributing the supplies to everyone. If I can't give them an explanation, I don't need to do this property management job anymore. Lu Chuanxia took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and replied. Putting aside the facts, it was my fault to argue with you yesterday, but are you not wrong? We are all homeowners in the same community. We'll see each other sooner or later. Don't make it so awkward. There's something big happening in the group right now, hurry up and join the group. In the end, she chose to take a step back and give herself and Sumu a way out. But what Lu Chuanxia didn't expect was that Sumu simply refused to take this opportunity. Fuck you, who are you with? What did I do wrong? I told you yesterday that you'd better not kick me out, otherwise you will definitely beg me to join the group. Unless you sincerely apologize to me, I will never join the group. You. Lu Chuanxia suddenly sat up from the quilt, her head buzzing with anger. I don't know when the heavy snow will stop, and now everyone doesn't have much supplies left. She had finally managed to turn the criticism directed at herself towards Sumu, and she couldn't lose the big picture for the small one. She took several deep breaths before calming herself down, and decided that she couldn't let the relationship become so strained. Okay, I sincerely apologize to you, please join the group quickly. In the end, Lu Chuanxia chose to compromise, but she kept cursing Sumu in her heart. Boy, I will remember today's shame in my heart. I will definitely teach you a lesson when I get the chance. Sumu looked at the message on his phone and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. TSK, since you've begged me so sincerely, I'll agree to it with reluctance. After Sumo re-entered the group, the owners in the group began to at him frantically. Sumo, you've stockpiled a lot of food at home recently. Take it out now to help us out. Yes, we don't want it for free. We will pay you the same amount as you paid when you bought it. As long as you give us some, it doesn't matter if I pay you a little more. That's right, as the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Everyone will remember your good deeds. Hundreds of owners in the group were talking at once, constantly speaking well of Sumo. Seeing the message in the group, Sumu narrowed his eyes and felt inexplicably familiar. When I was almost starving to death in my previous life, I also asked these people for help, with an extremely humble attitude, but unfortunately no one extended a helping hand to me. Antli lives on the 7th floor of Unit 1. Her son and daughter-in-law work in other cities, so she lives alone with her grandson Wang Xiaohu. She is frugal and stingy and has a habit of hoarding food. There is also a female college student on the 20th floor of Unit 2. She is a foodie anchor and she usually stores a lot of food at home. Not to mention Lu Wei, Qin Peng, and Chao Guangming, who just bought a lot of food from outside 2 days ago. Even the elderly couple Lu Chuanxia, who work in a property management company, have a lot of rice, flour, and oil stored at home. If they eat them sparingly, they will definitely have no problem getting through a month or two. Unfortunately, they still mixed in with the owners who really lacked food, shamelessly asking for supplies from them, and even specifically used the pat function. Perhaps they had instinctively realized that the snowstorm might last for a long time. Now I stockpile as much food as I can. Even if I have some at home, I want to get a share from Sumo. There was a flash of murderous intent in Sumu's eyes. Few of these neighbors were good people. In the previous life, several of them even participated in the action of sharing me. Human nature is evil. Even if Sumu distributes supplies to these people now, they will not remember his kindness when they really encounter problems. Sumu grinned and took out plates of roast chicken, roast duck, cakes, KFC family buckets, boxes of instant noodles and sausages, bags of flour, and various fruits from the infinite space. There was no more room on the large table, so the sumac was simply piled on the floor. Then I chose a good angle to take a photo and sent it to the group. Yes, I have quite a few of these things at home. All the owners became excited when they saw the photo of the living room almost filled with food. Good job, Sumo. I want a box of instant noodles and a box of sausages. I want roast chicken and roast duck, and some small cakes. I want 10 bags of flour, and I'll give you the money. I want all those burgers and KFC family buckets. My kids haven't had them for days. I want. Their eyes were wide open, and they immediately sent messages to Sumu according to their needs. Before Sumu could speak, Lu Chuanxia suddenly interrupted, "Let me say something fair." Sumu's things were also stored up with great effort. It's not fair to him and it's not fair to other owners who can't buy food. We don't know when the heavy snow will stop, and we don't know when the official material dispatch team will arrive. Now is a special period. Each of us should abandon the concept of personal interests, take the overall situation into consideration, work together and overcome difficulties together. Therefore, I propose that not only Sumo, but also the neighbors who have sufficient supplies at home should take them all out and have them kept by our property management company. We will scientifically distribute these things to each household according to the number of people in each household. Of course, this supply is not for nothing. We will calculate according to the market price and collect double the money from each household based on their consumption. We will return it to the people who donated the supplies after the snowstorm. So, I will set an example and contribute my home as a temporary command center for disaster relief in Building 7. I will keep a record of the extra supplies that the neighbors have sent over. What do you think? This old hag is quite clever. What she said sounded like human language at first, but it changed its tone later. Why collect the owner's belongings and bring them under unified distribution and management by the property management company? Isn't it just an attempt to take advantage of the opportunity to steal and enrich themselves? My God, it takes some skill to do such a dirty thing while standing on the moral high ground. However, Lu Chuanxia's statement was actually agreed by many people. They spoke in the group and asked the owners who had stored more food to take it out and distribute it equally. Among them, Atsumo had the most comments. Lu Chuanxia was very proud. "You kid, if you want to fight with me, you are far from it." Sumu sneered, "Are you afraid your brains are frozen? I took the photos just for you to enjoy. When did I say I would sell them to you? Why should I share them with you?" He picked up an apple, took a bite, and sent a voice message in the group while chewing. It's still snowing heavily. Are you scared? You haven't found a single steamed bun in such a long time. It's still snowing heavily. I'm so scared. There's not even a bag of potato chips left at home. When the owners heard Sumu singing the adapted song in a tune-deaf accent to mock them, they became angry. Many people in the group accused Sumu of being shameless, unsympathetic and immoral. Lu Chuanxia, in particular, criticized him fiercely, saying, "We are all neighbors, Sumu, don't be so selfish. Now is an extraordinary period. It is your basic obligation as a citizen to contribute the supplies at home. At worst, when the snowstorm is over, I will report to my superiors and give you a special contribution award." Sumu sneered and said faintly, "Lu Chuanxia, don't play moral blackmail, I don't care about that at all. Also, don't just blame me. I'm not the only one with supplies in Building 7. You have the ability to get Lu Wei, Qin Peng, Chao Guangming, and others to contribute supplies. As long as they take the lead, I will give all these things to everyone for free without saying a word." Lu Chuanxia didn't dare to say anything immediately. These people were all rich and powerful, especially Qin Peng, who was in the earth-moving business. He was used to being rude and not easy to mess with. She was just a small property management staff. How could she dare to ask them to hand over the supplies to her for unified distribution? Seeing that Lu Chuanxia was silent, Sumu was very proud. "You guys are bullying the weak and afraid of the strong, and you only want to take advantage of me." What Sumu said made sense. Some of the owners in the group who were not afraid of trouble started at Lu Wei and the other three. Qin Peng, who had the most bad temper, was annoyed by the and cursed in the group, "Dream on. I braved the freezing cold to buy these supplies, why should I give them to you guys who are getting something for nothing? Why don't you hand over your belongings so I can distribute them among you? Also, Lu Chuanxia, you damned old woman, if you hadn't stopped us from going out to buy supplies, how could this have happened? If anyone at me in the group again, I will come to your house and kill you in a minute." Lu Wei and Chao Guangming also echoed in the group, showing no mercy at all. "That's right, if you want to eat, go buy it yourself. Don't use moral blackmail, I won't fall for it. Get lost. We don't know when this snow will stop. I don't even have enough food for myself at home. I'd be crazy to share it with you." Several people sent voice messages, and from their tone you could tell they were really angry. Chao Guangming is fine, but Lu Wei and Qin Peng, one is the owner of a fight club and the other is a gangster in the gray area. How could they be easily controlled by these neighbors? Lu Chuanxia shuddered all over after hearing this, and everyone else kept silent, fearing that they would get into trouble. Ordinary people like them tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. Now, seeing Qin Peng and the others' tough attitude, they instantly become intimidated. After Qin Peng finished cursing, he still felt unsatisfied, so he had Ed Sumu again. "You little bastards, I don't care what you say, but what do you mean by bringing trouble upon me? Are you looking for death, or are you itching to find your grandfather to loosen up your muscles?" Qin Peng was in the earth-moving business. He had countless arguments and fights with others in order to gain business. In addition, he has hundreds of people under his command, and he usually behaves in a very arrogant and domineering manner. Neighbors who live in the same community as him know that he is not someone to be trifled with, so they basically avoid him. But although others are afraid of Qin Peng, Sumu is not afraid of him. Now he is hiding in his renovated villa, he is very safe. He immediately cursed back, "Who the hell are you? How dare you curse me?" It was that old hag Lu Chuanxia who started this. "Why are you trying to bully me? You are just a scum of society who made a little fortune by being violent and ruthless. Why are you trying to show off in front of me? This Qin Peng is not a good guy. In his previous life, he relied on his ferocity to rob a lot of supplies from his neighbors and survived the 2-month ice age. Later, he joined the gang of Yamamoto Eiichiro and became a die-hard traitor, doing whatever he wanted and committing all kinds of evil in the area. It was also he who led his men to ambush and attack Sumo. Qin Peng doesn't have a good reputation in the community. The people in the group felt secretly relieved when they saw Sumu scolding him, and they all watched the show in silence. People in the underworld all care about their face. Qin Peng didn't expect Sumu to dare to openly talk back in the group, and what he said was so ugly. He was almost mad with anger. You dare to mess with me, Qin Peng. I think you, little brat, don't want to live anymore. Who are you trying to scare here? Sumu was totally dismissive. Who doesn't know how to be ruthless? Come find me if you're brave enough. Okay, you little bastard, just wait. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll take your last name. After Qin Peng finished speaking, he picked up a baseball bat from home and walked out of the door angrily. The names of the owners in the group all show their house numbers, so he is not afraid of finding the wrong person. As a result, as soon as he went out, Qin Peng shivered due to the low temperature outside. He cursed, tightened his down jacket, and pressed the elevator button for the 19th floor. Sumu went to the monitoring room of the villa, called up the pinhole camera originally reserved in Building 7, and clearly saw the image of Qin Peng's activities. Qin Peng ran to the door of room 1901, Unit 1, angrily and began to bang on the door with a baseball bat, cursing as he did so. In order to appear more ferocious, he even deliberately pulled the zipper of his down jacket partly downwards, vaguely revealing the big gold chain around his neck and the tattoo on his chest. Sumu doesn't care at all. He doesn't live there. You can smash the door as you like. It won't hurt me at all. Not only that, he also shouted loudly through the communicator reserved in the room, Qin Peng, smash it hard. Didn't you eat? A woman is stronger than you. If you can't get in today, you'll be raised by a stepmother. Hearing Sumu's provocative words, Qin Peng was so angry that he fumed and banged on the door even harder. The door of Sumu's house was not high-end. When Qin Peng hit it with a stick, a small dent was left. He was experienced and specifically smashed the area near the door lock, breaking the lock in a short time. When he breathlessly opened the deformed door and was about to teach this poisonous boy a lesson, he was stunned when he saw the door. The house was completely empty, all the furniture and electrical appliances were gone, even the curtains were torn down and the lights on the ceiling were removed. At this time, the door of room 1902 opposite opened a crack, and a shivering voice came out. Brother Qin, Sumu doesn't live here. He has already moved into Fenglinwen Villa. Qin Peng was so angry that he turned around and smashed the door of his house with a stick. Damn it, Sumu doesn't live here, why didn't you tell me earlier? It took me so long to figure it out. The owner of room 1902 was startled, and quickly closed the door and locked it from the inside, not daring to say a word. Qin Peng panted for a while, holding his baseball bat and cursing as he was about to go back. I spent so much effort to break into the door, but Sumu doesn't live here. This is so fucked. Sumu was laughing as he watched from the villa. When he saw Qin Peng was about to leave, he immediately started to mock him loudly. You idiot, you're going to kill me, aren't you? Why are you leaving in such disgrace? I'll be waiting for you at Fenglinwen Villa. If you don't come, you'll be a grandson. Qin Peng had never experienced such a provocation before. He was so angry that he swore to make Sumu bleed. He took the elevator back home, dug out a fire axe, and went to the basement garage. The snow outside the house was more than 2 meters thick. Although Building 7 was not too far from Fenglinwen Villa, it was not realistic to walk through such thick snow, so the only way was to go around through the underground garage. The garage was very empty. A cold wind blew through the various parked vehicles. Qin Peng shuddered and quickly zipped up his down jacket. Damn, it's cold. Qin Peng's face turned a little blue, but this time it was not because he was angry, but because he was cold. Before, he only knew that cold weather could make people younger, such as freezing into a grandson. Now, Qin Peng also knows that cold weather can cause people to change their species. He is almost frozen like a dog. However, face is important in the underworld. If this arrogant boy is not taught a lesson, how can Mr. Qin survive in the future? Qin Peng pulled himself together, walked through the underground garage with murderous intent, and came to the door of the private parking garage of Fenglinwen Villa. He was stunned again. Unlike the underground parking garages of several other villas, the automatic door of Sumu Villa has been replaced. It's like a large piece of black steel plate, fitting perfectly with the surrounding walls. Qin Peng didn't care about that. He spat on his hands and immediately chopped the garage door hard with an axe. With a loud clang, sparks flew on the garage door, Qin Peng's palm was cracked, and the fire axe almost fell out of his hand. He looked at the door again. Wow, there wasn't even a crack on it. Just a little paint was scraped off, but there was some blood on his hands. Damn, what is this door made of? It's so hard. Sumu saw through the camera that Qin Peng came out of the underground garage carrying a fire axe and smashed the door, and he was waiting in his garage early with a crossbow. Seeing that Qin Peng couldn't do anything about his gait, Sumu couldn't help but laugh. Qin Peng endured the pain in his hands and knocked a few more times, but unfortunately the garage door was like cast copper and iron and didn't move at all. He was so tired that he was panting. The cold wind in the garage made the little sweat he had just produced turn ice cold in an instant, and he immediately wanted to give up. Damn it, you kid, just hide in there like a turtle. This snow will stop sooner or later. Then you'll see what Grandpa Qin will do to you. Qin Peng had no choice but to turn around cursing and walk towards the elevator entrance dragging the fire axe. He hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly heard a sentence, "Grandson, look at the arrow." Then there was a flash of cold light, and a crossbow arrow more than 20 centimeters long flew straight towards him. It turned out that Sumu stood on a chair, opened a small shooting hole reserved on the garage door, and shot an arrow directly at Qin Peng with a crossbow. Guns make too much noise and are not as useful as crossbows in this situation. However, this crossbow was specially made by Han Hao to imitate the ancient hunting crossbow. Even a 200-kilogram wild boar would not be able to withstand being hit by it. After practicing for this period of time, Sumu has become very proficient in using the crossbow. He may not be able to hit the target every time within 20 meters, but Qin Peng is such a big guy, he is confident that he won't miss the target. However, Sumu did not aim at his vital points. It would be too easy for him to let this bastard die easily, so Sumu specifically aimed at his legs. Maybe it was because it was his first time pointing a crossbow at a living human being, so he was a little nervous. This crossbow arrow that could kill wild boars actually brushed against Qin Peng's thigh, passed through between his legs, and blasted a small hole in the hard concrete floor, before sliding a long distance along the ground. Ah! Qin Peng only felt a chill between his legs, followed by a piercing pain. He couldn't help but let out a shrill scream, threw away the fire axe, fell to the ground, and covered his crotch and wailed. I just smashed his door, but Sumu shot the crossbow without hesitation. Only then did Qin Peng realize what a terrible and ruthless person he had met. As the saying goes, the aggressive ones are afraid of the stupid ones are afraid of the aggressive ones, and the aggressive ones are afraid of the desperate ones. These social people who live in the gray area rely on their unruly and ruthless nature to scare others. It's okay to bully those honest people, but if they really meet a ruthless person who dares to risk his life, they dare not provoke him. Qin Peng was so scared that he pissed his pants. He endured the pain and climbed up. He didn't even bother to pick up the fire axe. He stumbled into a blind spot where the shooting was blocked, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. What happened just now happened so fast that he didn't even see clearly where the crossbow arrow came from. TSK, what a pity. Sumu sneered, did not continue the pursuit, closed the shooting hole and returned upstairs. He saw a pool of blood on the ground and knew that Qin Peng was injured. Although we don't know how serious the injury is at the moment, in such low temperatures of -50 to 60 degrees Celsius, if Qin Peng does not receive timely treatment, he will sooner or later die of infection. This is much more interesting than simply shooting him. Qin Peng was indeed a big brother who had been in the underworld. After taking a breath, he ran back to the elevator with a trail of blood and struggled to return home. He sat on the sofa, sweating all over, soaking his down jacket. He was quickly frozen stiff in the extremely low temperature. Qin Peng's heart was colder than the temperature of the air. The opponent's ruthless attack just now made him feel the naked murderous intent. The blood flowing from the groin dyed his trouser legs red and quickly froze into ice. The pants couldn't be taken off, so I could only cut them open little by little with scissors. He looked down at the wound and couldn't help but gasp. The crossbow arrow went right through his legs, cutting his third leg in half. Under the cold temperature, the wound froze quickly and stopped bleeding, making Qin Peng's pain less intense and even a little numb. But this did not make him feel happy, instead he was frightened. He had some medical knowledge and knew that if he didn't receive treatment quickly, his leg would be ruined. Qin Peng quickly took out his cell phone and called 120, but he kept calling and no one answered the call. Just when he was in despair, the phone was finally connected, and a voice with chattering teeth came out. "This is the Municipal People's Hospital." "Who is it? What do you want?" Qin Peng was overjoyed and quickly told the other party about his situation and asked them to send an ambulance to pick him up. The other party was silent for a while. "It's freezing outside, and the snow has piled up more than 2 meters high. What car can go over to pick us up? The hospital has been shut down for a long time. The doctors are either confined at home or trapped in the hospital. I don't know how many critically ill patients have died. How can they have time to take care of you? If I hadn't been unlucky enough to be trapped here, I wouldn't even answer your call. May the best for you," he said and hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Qin Peng's heart sank suddenly, knowing that he could no longer count on the hospital. His wife divorced him a long time ago and left with the children. He is now the only one at home without anyone to help him. Qin Peng hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to perform the surgery on himself. Fortunately, he often got into fights, so he always had gauze, alcohol, and some medicines at home. He disinfected the wound with alcohol, sprinkled Yunnan Baiyao on it, and then bandaged it with clean gauze. Hiss. After doing all this, Qin Peng broke out in a cold sweat and almost fainted from the pain. He lay on the sofa, gasping for breath, and hated Su Mu, who shot him with an arrow, to the core. When you are in the world, you will inevitably get hurt. Qin Peng kept comforting himself in his heart. It was just a matter of an inch or two, it was child's play. But since it concerns my own sexual happiness in the future, how can I swallow this? I must kill this little bastard. Qin Peng was truly determined to kill now. He picked up his phone to send a message to Su Mu, but he had already been blocked by him. He had no choice but to add Su Mu in the owner's group. "Su Mu, just wait for me, or I'll write the word Qin upside down. Ha ha ha, Qin Peng, you just said you were going to teach me a lesson, or else you'll take my last name. In the end, you didn't do anything to me. Now you should call me Su Peng." "No, your bird is gone, it should be called Su Peng." Su Mu didn't indulge him, and immediately replied, "My dear son, you should write the word Su upside down. As long as he stays in the villa, he will be absolutely safe. He doesn't care about 100 Qin Pengs." He continued to speak into his phone. "I wonder if that arrow just now turned you into a eunuch. Trash, scum, traitor, useless piece of shit. If you dare to mess with me again, it won't just be the third leg that's left behind." Everyone in the group was shocked. They all knew that Qin Peng was a rude and unreasonable person. He was very cruel, and it was rumored that he even killed several people. Seeing him going to teach Su Mu a lesson, no one dared to say a word to dissuade him, for fear that they would be implicated in this matter. Some people are worried, some are watching the show, and quite a few are gloating over other people's misfortune. Lu Chuanxia happily said to her husband, "When dogs bite each other, they get a mouthful of fur. These two people are not good people. It would be better if Qin Peng gave Su Mu a good beating for scolding me like that. Bah, he deserved it." Yen Ching-shu was still angry towards Su Mu, and after seeing the news, she really hoped that he would be taught a lesson. But now seeing the messages sent by the two, it seems that Qin Peng suffered a loss. By the way, what does it mean to leave the third leg? Could it be that? When Qin Peng saw this message in the group, he almost fainted from anger. He held the phone tightly, veins popping out on his hands, and his face felt like he had been slapped twice. It was burning with pain. Qin Peng couldn't help but look down at his crotch, feeling a little sad. If I really become a eunuch, what's the point of living? Sumo, just wait for me, I will kill you. Qin Peng felt a strong surge of resentment in his heart, and vowed to chop him into meat paste with his own hands. He picked up his cell phone and called the gangster he had hired outside. "Hey, bring your weapons, come to Danfeng Bailu community, and help me kill someone. Anyway, it's freezing outside and the police station is probably shut down. Just be careful and no one will care if you kill someone." Even if the police investigated after the snowstorm, they could completely blame Su Mu's death on the snowstorm. "Brother Peng, we are all trapped at home now. It's freezing outside. How are we going to get through?" On the other end of the phone, several younger brothers were telling about their difficulties. "Damn it, useless piece of trash. I don't care, you guys find a way to get here. Qin Peng was so angry, otherwise, when the snow stops, you don't have to hang out with me anymore. Hearing the boss's death order, the younger brothers had no choice but to use all their powers. They took machetes, baseball bats, steel pipes and other items and went to Qin Peng's home. Even so, in one night, only 13 of the 20 or so brothers made it over. The others were almost frozen to death by the biting cold wind halfway through their journey and had to turn back. No matter how Qin Peng threatened them, they just said they couldn't come. Later on, they even stopped answering his calls, which made Qin Peng very angry. With the insignificant effect of the air conditioner, a dozen young men drank a bowl of steaming hot noodles and slowly warmed up. After hearing Qin Peng's account of what happened, these younger brothers clamored to hack the men to death to avenge him. This guy is very insidious. He has a crossbow in his hand for self-defense. He used this thing to attack me by surprise. Qin Peng reminded, be careful when you go there. Of course, it was too embarrassing to have his third leg shot off by Su Mu's arrow. Qin Peng was too embarrassed to say it and just vaguely said that he was shot in the leg by him. So what if he has a crossbow? How many people nowadays have actually seen blood? The arrow that shot Brother Peng was probably just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. One of the younger brothers said nonchalantly, with so many of us, if we rush in all at once, he won't be able to stop us even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Qin Peng thought so too. He thought that he might have been careless at that time and did not dodge. However, the door of this guy's underground garage has been modified and is too strong. He then raised another question. I hit it with an axe, but there was not even a white mark. There was no way I could get in. Another younger brother burst out laughing. Brother Peng, don't worry. Doesn't this Su Mu live in a villa? He remodeled the door, so he couldn't have remodeled the windows as well. The mountain cat and I made a sled out of the bed planks at home to get here. I'll go and see if there's anything suitable at home that I can transform into a sled. I'll lead the brothers to slide directly to the window of his villa. Then, hee hee. Qin Peng patted his shoulder happily. Ergu, you are really smart. I think this method will work. This guy is the only one at home. You just need to make sure he doesn't shoot you. You can kill him easily after breaking into his house. Also, he lives in a villa. I heard that there are a lot of food and other supplies stored in it. The city is now blocked by heavy snow, and we don't know when it will stop. It's a good opportunity to rob his villa and use it as a base. Our brothers can also survive this snowstorm safely. Since he knew that Su Mu had a crossbow, Ergu dismantled the dining table and mahjong table to make a few simple shields. The next morning, a dozen of the younger brothers sled from Building 7 and headed straight to Fenglinwen Villa. The heavy snow had basically submerged the entire first floor of Fenglinwen Villa, and only the top of the courtyard wall, which was more than 1 meter high, was exposed. When I got closer, I found that there was barbed wire and countless broken glass on it. Hiss, this Su Mu is really careful. He actually put so many vicious things on the courtyard wall. Fortunately, the wall was not too high. They put all the sleds on it, pressed down the barbed wire, and then slowly climbed over it. After these people came to the window on the second floor, they began to smash the glass of Sumu's house with the hammers and iron rods they brought. Open the door. You dare to offend our brother Peng, wait and see how we kill you today. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Su Mu was sleeping comfortably in bed when he suddenly heard a frantic prompt from the system. An enemy is trying to invade the base. Do you want to fight back? The black dog Lao Mo was also barking loudly and scratching him with his claws, and Su Mu suddenly woke up. Through the Doomsday Fortress system, he quickly locked the position of the invading enemy, ran to the window on the second floor, and pulled open the curtains. Seeing a dozen ferocious-looking men outside, Su Mu immediately understood what was going on. But he was not panicked at all. He actually pulled a recliner and sat down in front of the window, saying leisurely, "It's you little Karamis who want to avenge Qin Peng. It's okay, smash it hard, I'm watching from inside. Can't you guys use a little more strength? You didn't have breakfast." He took out a burger and milk from the refrigerator and lay back in the chair. How about coming in and eating something? Through the glass, several younger brothers clearly saw that Su Mu was not afraid of them but was so arrogant. They were so angry that their eyes turned red. They started cursing and didn't bother to think about why Sumu was only wearing thin pajamas in such cold weather. They smashed the glass even more frantically. However, as the group of people were smashing things, they realized something was wrong. How could this glass be so hard? I thought it could be broken with a few hits from an iron rod, but more than a dozen people smashed it for a long time and couldn't even make a crack. What kind of glass is this? Why is it so hard? Is it bulletproof glass? How is that possible? You must have watched too many movies. Who would use bulletproof glass for windows? Everyone was dumbfounded. They wanted to rush in and beat Sumu to death in no time, and then occupy his villa as a base. I didn't expect that I couldn't even break the window. How can I report back? You've smashed enough, now it's my turn. Sumu stood up and stretched, with a cruel smile on his face. Sumu climbed up to the third floor, connected a water pipe to the faucet, opened a small hole, and poured water out directly. I see you're all very angry, so I'll pour some water on you to cool you down. The hooligans outside the second floor window were still shouting and cursing, and no one paid attention to what was above their heads. A turbulent stream of water suddenly fell from the sky. Blown by the cold wind outside, it instantly turned into a mixture of half water and half ice, pouring down on them. Can you imagine what it feels like to have cold water poured on you at a temperature of more than 50 degrees below zero? The water was still steaming when it first flowed out, but after it fell on those people, it quickly froze into a layer of ice. When these gangsters came out, they were all wearing thick down jackets and sweaters. Now their whole bodies were soaked by the cold water, making them feel as if they were put in an ice cellar. It's so cold, I'm freezing to death. Ah, stop watering it, stop watering it. Run. Damn it, kid, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Caught off guard, the shields they had prepared were useless. Their lips turned purple from the cold and they quickly ran away from Sumu's window, even dropping the weapons in their hands. In just a dozen seconds, the water had soaked their entire bodies, and when the cold wind blew, their clothes were all frozen stiff. Some of them panicked and even fell into snow pits, struggling to climb out. Only with the help of others did they barely escape the spray range of the water pipe. They supported each other, climbed over the wall, and ran towards building number 7 with difficulty. Sumu watched them run away, then turned off the faucet with a sneer. There were too many people on the other side, so he did not use crossbows, but instead chose this flooding attack method. In such low temperatures, it is easy to catch a cold if you get drenched in water, which can be very fatal in the current living environment. Moreover, Sumu also felt that there was still a lot of time, and the game would be more interesting if he played slowly. So he didn't use the crossbow, nor did he activate the high-voltage electricity on the barbed wire. After dealing with Qin Peng's men, Sumu opened his phone and sent a message in the group chat, "Grandsons, how does it feel to be drenched like a drowned dog?" Qin Peng was waiting at home for his younger brothers to return triumphantly, fantasizing about how to torture Sumu and then occupy his villa as a base. Unexpectedly, I first received a nonsensical message, and then after opening the door, I saw the embarrassed figures of my younger brothers who had abandoned their weapons and armor. The brothers' faces turned blue from the cold, and some of the weaker ones even fainted. Qin Peng was stunned. What happened to you guys? How did you end up like this? They didn't bother to explain to Qin Peng. As soon as they entered the house, they hurriedly took off their clothes that were covered with ice chips, and then rummaged through the drawers to find warm clothes and quilts. Wait. Urga shivered and shouted, "After frostbite, you must rub your body with snow to promote blood circulation and restore blood circulation, otherwise it will rot." Everyone knew that he had been to college and had some knowledge, so they quickly opened the window and brought back basins of ice and snow. After rubbing his skin until it turned red and feeling a hint of warmth, he shivered and wrapped himself in the quilt and hugged each other to keep warm. It's just that there were too many people and too few quilts, and a dozen naked men were crowded together, which made the scene a bit weird. After the brothers' body temperature had recovered a little, they had the opportunity to explain the situation to Qin Peng. That Sumu is too despicable. He actually used a water pipe to spray us in such a cold weather. Yes, my body got wet, and the cold wind blew on it, and it felt like a knife cutting my flesh. It was totally unbearable. If it weren't for everyone's support, we would have almost not been able to come back. Isn't the water supply cut off now? I don't know where he got the water from. Also, I don't know what kind of glass their windows are made of. We smashed them for a long time but there wasn't even a white spot. After listening to the reports from his younger brothers, Qin Peng frowned deeply. He pondered for a while and asked, "Ergu, what do you think?" This Ergu wears gold-rimmed glasses and looks gentle, but he is actually their group's chief military advisor. He is full of evil intentions and is deeply trusted by Qin Peng. He trembled as he said, "This kid's villa has obviously been specially renovated. Judging from the current situation, it will be difficult to attack it by force. The brothers have suffered varying degrees of frostbite. It is better to recuperate first and then settle the score with him after your bodies recover." Ergu sneered, "Even if his family is an iron bastard, there will always be flaws. He can't stay at home forever. Let's send people to keep an eye on him. As soon as he goes out, we will immediately go out and cut off his escape route. This way, his villa is at our fingertips." Qin Peng nodded after hearing this, and then he became a little distressed. "Since my brothers are helping me to get revenge, I must provide them with food and lodging. Although I went out and stockpiled some supplies when the snow first started, there are too many people and too much consumption. I don't know when the snow will stop. I don't think it will last long." Ergu laughed grimly. "We can send people in batches to use sleds to go out to supermarkets or warehouses to look for supplies. If there's still not enough food, then we'll have to ask Brother Peng's neighbors to help." Qin Peng and his companions were all desperate criminals. They immediately understood what he meant and began to sneer. After being disturbed by Qin Peng's brothers, Sumu no longer had the heart to continue sleeping. He went to the kitchen and simply made a bowl of plain noodles and 2 eggs for breakfast. As for Lao Mo, there is plenty of high-end dog food. After these days of feeding, Lao Mo's loyalty has increased to 83 points. It seems that the animals also know that the environment outside is dangerous, and they will have food and water and will not have to suffer from the cold if they follow their owners, so their loyalty increases quickly. Sumu knew that Qin Peng and others would not give up, but unless they had heavy weapons like tanks, it would be impossible for them to break into his home. Then what is he afraid of? As for going out, Sumu had no such plan at all. He now has sufficient supplies, including food and drink, and even hundreds of lifelike dolls and high-end cat-girl robots. He just wants to stay at home and live there forever. Seeing that Qin Peng did not reply to his message, Sumu did not pay much attention to it and just went about his own business. Since the end of the world came, he has relaxed his tension and stayed at home every day, with a freer schedule. Sleep when you are sleepy, eat when you are hungry, watch movies and play games when you are bored, and go to the gym or do archery when you are tired. There is no need to distinguish between day and night, no need to consider neighborhood relationships, and you are far away from workplace PUA. It seems that you have lived the life you have always dreamed of. The heavy snow was still falling outside the window, but the villa was warm and comfortable, with a roaring fire in the fireplace and the room temperature remaining stable at 24 or 25 degrees. It feels great. Sumu lay in the jacuzzi, took a sip of red wine, and felt that his life had reached its peak. However, others were not treated as well as he was and could only endure hunger. 2 days later, the heavy snow still showed no signs of stopping, and the power in the entire Danfeng Bailu community suddenly went out. Under such a natural disaster, the authorities have tried their best to ensure electricity supply to residents, and it is a miracle that it has lasted until now. The water supply was cut off a few days ago because the extremely low temperature froze the pipes, but we can still dig up ice and snow outside and melt them for use. The power outage plunged ordinary people's lives into darkness. The already unusable air conditioners and heaters all stopped working, causing everyone to panic. Sumu turned on the 2 silent generators that he had prepared in advance and connected the backup circuits, and suddenly the villa was bright again. Why did the power go out suddenly? It's so cold, the air conditioner is completely useless, and there's no way to use the heater. How are we going to live like this from now on? Why don't the authorities intervene? If things continue like this, people will probably freeze to death. Didn't the experts say the snowstorm would soon pass? How come it's been 7 days and there's still no sign of the snow stopping? Yeah, it's so cold outside and it's not warm inside. I'm almost running out of food stored at home. Damn it, what a bullshit expert, he's not accurate at all. From now on, even if you trust a dog, you can never trust so-called experts. The internet is flooded with curses. The more they believed in the experts before, the harsher the curses are now. But the experts seem to have disappeared collectively, and no one responded at all. The official department's phone has been flooded with calls, but unfortunately either no one answered or the replies were dry. Heavy snow has been falling, and the government has almost come to a standstill due to severe staff shortage. It is already very good to be able to ensure the operation of some important departments. The whole world was engulfed in a blizzard. In some northern cities, the temperature even reached more than 80 degrees below zero, and many cities were covered under snow. 7 days is neither long nor short. But for countless people who have to endure the severe cold and can only huddle at home every day to survive, it is even longer than 7 years. Although the authorities are still encouraging everyone to unite and help each other and live well through the few channels available. But looking at the frozen city outside, everyone's hearts began to sink slowly. Seeing the discussions on the internet, Sumu shook his head silently. At this time, the authorities have no time to take care of everyone. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. The end of the world has truly arrived from today. The community owners group was also filled with various discussions at this time, complaining about the lack of water, electricity, and supplies, and cursing the experts. Thanks to Dacia's world-leading power grid construction, even after so many days of heavy snow, residents can still maintain electricity supply for about 2 hours a day. During this period, you can melt snow to use for cooking, drinking, charging your cell phone, etc., but forget about using large heating appliances. There are also satellites in the internet, which can actually be used barely, which ensures that they can communicate normally in the group. On the other side of the ocean, in America, except for a few wealthy people who were well prepared and could use generators at home, the entire country was plunged into darkness, and countless people died of hunger and cold. Zhang Lily, the owner of the second floor of Unit 2, once again at everyone in the group, "Does anyone have anything to eat? I don't even have a cookie left at home. Please give me some food." She had no habit of storing food, and last time she begged Lu Wei for a long time before he gave her some supplies, which barely lasted her a few days. Now she even licked the crumbs out of the snack packaging and finally couldn't bear it anymore. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to her this time. Everyone played deaf and dumb, pretending not to see anything, and even the discussion stopped. Zhang Lily panicked a little and quickly at the property manager Lu Chuanxia, "You bastard property manager, come out and give me some food. Otherwise I'll call my husband right now and ask the property management company to fire you." However, the message still fell on deaf ears, and Lu Chuanxia ignored her altogether. It has been snowing heavily for 7 days. Now everyone knows that food is life. Who would give up their life easily? Zhang Lily cursed loudly in the group, but no one paid any attention to her. Finally, it was the female college student Lu Qian who lived on the 20th floor who couldn't help herself and said in the group, "Sister Zhang, I have some food here. I can give you some, but not much. I'll leave it at the door, come and get it yourself." Zhang Lily was overjoyed and nodded in agreement. Okay, I won't ask for your things for nothing. I have a set of L'Oreal cosmetics here, brand new and unopened, worth more than 5,000 yuan, I'll give it to you. She said in the group in a sarcastic tone, "Humph, there are still many good people in the world. Lu Qian is much better than you guys who watch people die without helping." After seeing this, Sumu sneered, "Silly girl, you are really too kind. You have underestimated the human nature in the apocalypse. You must know that once you are targeted by someone, not only your food and supplies, but even your life may be in danger." As expected, seeing Lu Qian actually taking the initiative to share food with Zhang Lily, many neighbors began to have evil thoughts. "Sister Lu, I'm out of food, can you give me some? I won't take it for nothing, I'll trade it with you. Qian, please give my family some supplies. My baby is only a few months old. I have nothing to eat and can't breastfeed. The baby is crying because of hunger. Big sister, I gave you a tip in the live broadcast room. Now I have nothing to eat, please give me something." Even the property manager Lu Chuanxia started at Lu Qian, "Kid, have you forgotten? The house you rented here was found by me. Auntie, there isn't much food left at home. Please send me some." Looking at the faces of these owners in the group, Sumu sneered. Still the familiar recipe, still the familiar taste. This bunch of shameless people, even if there is still some food at home, they pretend that there is nothing and come here specifically to bully the little girl. Lu Qian never expected this result, and quickly said in the group, "Don't do this. I didn't stockpile much stuff." But how could they believe it? When Lu Qian gave the first bite, everyone thought she had a lot of food in her hand. The owners used threats, inducements and connections, all wanting to get a piece of the pie from her. Lu Qian was terrified and sent a message in the group with a crying voice, "Everyone please let me go, this is really all I have." Well, the amount I gave to Sister Zhang was already my limit. Now that this is the case, I can't give you any more from Sister Zhang. After saying that, he actually left the group. Zhang Lili was very anxious and quickly added Lu Qian's WeChat, but unfortunately she had set it to not allow any friends. Lu Qian no longer exchanges supplies with her, so she can't just go to her house and rob them. Zhang Lili was furious and started cursing the neighbors who had ruined her business in the group. If it weren't for them, I would have at least gotten some food to survive. There is no food at home now. It's so cold, I don't know if I can survive tonight. No one expected things to turn out like this. They all felt a little embarrassed and gradually stopped posting messages in the group. Zhang Lili was still angry and kept cursing loudly in the group. Sumu looked at it for a long time and couldn't help but reply, "Sister, I advise you to save some energy. You don't have food and drink like me. You know, scolding people also requires physical strength." He took a photo of his lunch and sent it to the group. Today's dinner is simple, just 1 boiled pork slices, 1 braised lion's head, 1 fried steak and a steaming roast chicken. In order to prevent the food from feeling greasy, Sumu also smashed a cucumber and stir-fried a plate of broccoli. There are both meat and vegetarian dishes, and paired with a bottle of 1982 Lafite, it's perfect. Show off, naked show off. That's right, Sumu posted this photo for no other purpose, just to discuss them. Sure enough, after seeing the photos, the neighbors felt mixed emotions and were extremely jealous. They are now short of food. Seeing that the heavy snow outside has not stopped, they can only cook thin porridge with dozens of grains of rice. Even if there was enough food, they would not dare to put in more than 2 taels of rice, or they would just eat instant noodles or bread to fill their stomachs. However, they only dared to curse secretly at home. Now Sumu's temperament has changed drastically, and even Qin Peng, a big brother in society, has suffered at his hands. They don't have the courage to confront him openly in the group. After seeing the photo, Zhang Lili's saliva started to flow. She no longer cared to scold her neighbors and immediately started to try to please Sumu. "Brother Sumo, I know you are the best. You have so much food now, can you give some to your sister?" "I'm sorry, I don't have much food stored." Sumu said playfully, "Why should I give away the food I spent so much effort to store for free?" Zhang Lili was anxious, "I can buy your food at a high price. I don't want your steak or grilled chicken either. Didn't you have a lot of instant noodles in the photo you posted last time? I'll pay you $1,000 for a box of them." As a mistress kept by a big boss, she is not short of money. But what she said served as a reminder to others. Before Sumu could say anything, some smart people in the group started sending messages. "Sumo, please sell me your instant noodles. I'll give you 2,000 yuan a box. I'll pay $3,000 a box. Sumo, I'll take as many as you have." There are many wealthy people in the group, and other neighbors are also constantly raising the price. Instant noodles that usually cost dozens of yuan a box were quickly driven up to 10,000 yuan. "How could you do this?" Zhang Lili was stunned and angrily cursed in the group. Although Zhang Lili's boss gave her a lot of money, she had no money left. She usually spends her time buying brand-name cosmetics and bags or going shopping and eating. In order to maintain her figure, she has also signed up for yoga classes and private fitness training. Now, there are only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan left on her card. Now that these unscrupulous neighbors have hyped up the prices, she can't buy much at all, and Sumu may not be able to sell anything to her. Suddenly a message popped up, "I'll pay 10,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles, and 10,000 yuan for a bottle of mineral water." Not only Sumu, any of our neighbors who want to sell anything can directly message me privately. No matter what kind of food it is, no matter the quality, no matter the quantity, as long as someone is willing to sell it, I will buy it for 10,000 yuan. The speaker was Wang Hao, a super-rich second generation who lives in Villa number 8. Somehow, he had also sneaked into the owner group of building number 7. This guy used to be very resistant to his neighbors here, thinking that they were all petty people who were not on the same level as him and always looked down on him. Not to mention chatting, they don't even look at each other more when they meet. Wang Hao kept an 18th-tier celebrity in his villa. A few days ago, his sexual interest was just a little higher than usual. He had a few more rounds of sparring with the celebrity and felt very tired, so he decided to stay here for one night. Unexpectedly, when he woke up, the whole world had changed. Heavy snow blocked the roads and the car could not drive out at all, trapping him and his girlfriend in this community. A single stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Wang Hao's words directly caused an uproar in the entire chat group. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei in front of their phones were even more stunned. What? A pack of instant noodles costs 10,000 yuan, a bottle of mineral water costs 10,000 yuan, am I seeing this correctly? One owner said tremblingly, "Hey, don't drive up the prices like this, I'm a little scared. The snowstorm will definitely pass, right? There's really no need for this." He sent a voice message, and his trembling tone fully demonstrated his inner panic. Although they had been trapped by ice and snow for 7 days, people had not completely given up hope. Every day when I wake up and open my eyes, I long to see that the snow has stopped, the temperature has risen, and everyone has returned to normal life. However, the fact that the rich second-generation Wang Hao offered such a high price to buy food deeply touched the already fragile string in their hearts. Someone pretended to be calm and said, "Don't be ridiculous, a pack of instant noodles costs 10,000 yuan. Do you really think it's the end of the world, ha ha ha?" Wang Hao said arrogantly in the group, "Don't compare me with you poor bastards. If it weren't for this damn heavy snow, I would have been eating lobster in a 5-star hotel with a beautiful woman in my arms. Instant noodles, bah, I normally wouldn't even look at that. Except for instant noodles and mineral water, other food is fine too. I'll buy them all for 10,000 yuan. Anyway, I have money. If you're willing to sell it, just send me a private message. If you're not willing, forget it." Rich people may not be kind, but they are definitely not stupid. Many people think that the so-called second-generation rich are all uneducated and uneducated playboys. But in fact, the rich second generation have received elite education arranged by their family since childhood, and their starting line is much higher than that of ordinary people. Most of their thinking, consciousness, and knowledge are much more advanced than ordinary people. Wang Hao grew up in a wealthy family and was well informed. After seeing such extreme weather and using some connections within his family, he knew that the snow would not stop anytime soon. He was extremely scared, otherwise he would not have asked for such a sky-high price of 10,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. He was not short of money at all, and he knew that food was life at this time. The more food he stockpiled, the greater the chance of surviving this snowstorm. Zhang Lili said excitedly, "Wang Hao, how could you do this? I don't have a single bite to eat right now. Buying food is life-saving." Wang Hao said very straightforwardly, "I didn't compete with you. It's just that I offer a higher price. It's their freedom to sell to whomever they want. Is it your business?" Seeing that Wang Hao didn't care about her at all, Zhang Lili said in the group, "Then I will also pay 10,000 yuan per bag." She was furious in her heart, thinking that at worst she could ask the old man who supported her to transfer some more money to her. 20,000 a pack. Wang Hao said nonchalantly, "This is your only chance, but you are responsible for delivering the food to my villa. It's too cold outside. I don't want to go out." Zhang Lili's defenses were completely broken. She wanted to curse but didn't dare to, so she could only be angry in secret. The group began to grow silent, with everyone secretly weighing the pros and cons. The average wage level in Shanghai is only over 10,000 yuan. Although there are many wealthy people living in this community, most families only have savings of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. How could they have ever seen a fortune like Wang Hao's? In the past, everyone thought that the disaster would soon be over and the city would be unsealed, and people would still have to live and make money. So, although there are occasional food transactions, the prices are only several or even dozens of times higher than usual. But nowadays, more and more people's supplies at home are almost consumed. At times like this, food is life and the hope of survival. Who would be willing to sell you the supplies they have worked hard to save at a low price? Some owners who were hoping for a lucky break had already started to grit their teeth and squeeze out the few remaining meals, and had private conversations with Wang Hao to discuss deals. Sumu chose to watch the farce in the group coldly, ignored them and continued drinking his red wine. Anyway, most of these neighbors can't survive the 2-month ice age, so what does their life and death have to do with me? Zhang Lili panicked and quickly called her big boss who supported her, begging him to send someone to send her some food. Unfortunately, the big boss himself was trapped at home and couldn't take care of himself. Zhang Lili was just one of his many playthings, and the tigress was trapped at home with him. He was annoyed by Zhang Lili's harassment and was afraid that the tigress would find out, so he blocked her in anger. Zhang Lili was completely dumbfounded. She cursed the old man for being very bad and having no moral principles, but there was nothing she could do. Seeing that the WeChat group had fallen silent, Zhang Lili touched her hungry stomach and her eyes rolled. She knew that in this situation, if she wanted to get food, she had to raise the stakes. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Lili directly at Sumo in the group, "Sumo, sister really can't hold on any longer. Just give me some food. It's not impossible for me to live with you. You know what my sister means. Although she is a mistress, she is definitely not stupid." In the photo that Sumo just posted, the lights were bright and the food was steaming. Although I didn't understand what was going on, it was obvious that there was no power outage in his home, and there were plenty of supplies. So what if I had to sleep with him? What's more, as a serious and sexy woman, she would feel uncomfortable if she didn't do it for a day. After seeing this message, Sumu, who was drinking, almost spit out the red wine in his mouth. "I just wanted to let you know how well I'm doing now, but I didn't expect you would even fall for me." This flirtatious mistress survived the ice age in her previous life by selling her body, and finally became the collective plaything of Yamamoto Eiichiro's gang of devils. Zhang Lili is indeed beautiful and has a hot body, but Sumu is very distrustful of this slutty woman who would go to bed with anyone just for a little food. The experience of being eaten by others in his previous life made him have a natural psychological resistance to anyone who wanted to enter his safe house. People's hearts are hidden in their stomachs, let alone the person who sleeps next to you. "Sorry, I'm not interested in you at all." Sumu rejected her mercilessly. Zhang Lili was very confident about her appearance and figure. She didn't expect Sumu to reject her mercilessly. She suddenly felt hot on her face. "I sleep with you because I think highly of you. There are plenty of people who want to sleep with me as long as I make a move." She couldn't help it and started cursing. Sumu ignored her and blocked her messages directly. Zhang Lili cursed for a while and stopped helplessly. Since Sumu looked down on her, the problem of hunger was still not solved. She had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and started chatting privately with Wang Hao, hoping to live in his villa. Since Wang Hao bought a lot of instant noodles and other supplies, he was naturally the best candidate besides Sumu. Although instant noodles are not as delicious as steak, she has no other choice at this time. However, Wang Hao unexpectedly rejected Zhang Lili, saying that the food he could buy was limited and that he already had a beautiful woman by his side, so he could not afford to feed too many people. He is not stupid. There is no telling when the heavy snow will stop. Sharing his things with a strange woman is something only an idiot would do. Zhang Lili was a little dumbfounded. She didn't expect that the appearance and figure that she was so proud of were not attractive to these two people. However, there are still many single men in Building 7, and not all of them can resist Zhang Lili's charm. She tried several times and finally exchanged a few packets of instant noodles from Lu Wei. At this time, Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei were also stunned when looking at the information in the group. They never thought that a pack of ordinary instant noodles would be sold at a sky-high price of 20,000 yuan at this time. Wei, what should we do? We don't have much supplies left. We can only support ourselves for 3 or 4 days at most. Wang Hao is such a bastard and has no moral principles. He is buying food at such a high price. With our savings, we can't even buy a pack of instant noodles. Yen Ching-shu was very anxious, her voice was filled with tears. The snow is still falling, and we don't know when it will stop. Will we starve to death? Xie Baiwei rolled her eyes and said, how about asking Han Lei, that licking dog, to bring some food? He just sent over 10 packets of instant noodles yesterday. I guess he doesn't have much food left. Thinking about how Han Lei had lost a lot of weight in the past few days, Yen Ching-shu said, you can't squeeze anything out of him. He doesn't have a drop left. Then we can only look for Sumu. Now he is probably the only one who still has a lot of supplies. There were a lot of delicious things in the photo he posted a few days ago. Xie Baiwei swallowed. Just now he said he was eating steak and roast chicken. Yen Ching-shu couldn't help drooling. Everyday instant noodles, it makes me sick. I also want to eat steak and roast chicken. Xie Baiwei continued, and have you noticed that Sumu was wearing tank tops and shorts when he was video chatting with you 2 days ago? This shows that his home is very warm. If you enter his home, you will have enough food and clothing. However, Yen Ching-shu was very frustrated, but as you saw that day, he didn't give me any food at all. I have slept with him for so long, but he is so unfeeling towards me. I don't even know why. Xie Baiwei thought for a moment and said, it's hard to figure out what these rich people are thinking. Maybe he has other considerations. But we have no choice now. It's better to bow to him than to starve to death. Besides, a husband and wife are bound by love for 100 days. I don't believe that he has no feelings for you at all. At worst, I can just give him some sweet treats later. All men are like that. Under the persuasion of her best friend, Yen Ching-shu finally let go of her face and sent a voice message to Sumu. Mu too, I miss you so much. I have calmed down for a long time these past 2 days. Thinking back on every little thing that happened between us over the past month, I realized that I really love you so much. I know you love me, too, otherwise you wouldn't have been pursuing me for more than 2 years. I admit that I didn't have any feelings for you at the time, but as the saying goes, love grows over time. Isn't love something that is cultivated slowly? As time went by, I was gradually moved by your sincerity and slowly accepted you. I want to have children with you and live a peaceful life, otherwise I wouldn't sleep with you. You know, that was my first time. I don't know what misunderstanding you suddenly have about me, but I really have nothing to eat at home now. Can you bear to watch me starve to death or freeze to death outside? Sumo, when the snow stops, will you come and marry me? Yen Ching-shu choked up and spoke sweet words tenderly, looking very aggrieved. Sumu shuddered. This woman had gone to great lengths to get into his villa. If she were still her old self, she would have been ecstatic, but after her betrayal and rebirth, Sumu only felt deep disgust towards her. Betrayal, there is only 0 time and countless times. Moreover, he had already used such vicious words to provoke and retaliate against Yen Ching-shu before. She was not a fool and she definitely knew that Sumu was just playing with her. Now the city is blocked by heavy snow and the doomsday is coming. All the neighbors are starving and freezing, but his home is the only one that is warm as spring and has plenty of supplies. Sumu acted like a Versailles-man many times in the group, and no one knew how many people were trying to take advantage of him. This Yen Ching-shu probably pretended to be weak and aggrieved on purpose, and entered here after gaining Sumu's trust. Afterwards, just like he betrayed him in his previous life, he found an opportunity to betray him again, or even killed Sumu directly. Thinking of this, Sumu broke out in a cold sweat in the warm room. He has already suffered a loss once at the hands of this woman, and he will never make the same mistake again. The word lust is like a knife hanging over your head, not to mention that this is the end of the world. After thinking for a while, Sumu replied with a teasing look on his face, I admit that I pursued you for a period of time in the past. But you don't think I would fall in love with someone like you, do you? You are indeed quite pretty, but I never planned to have a romantic relationship with you. At most, we are just having fun. Based on my current conditions, it's not difficult for me to find a girlfriend with good looks, good figure, and good reputation in Shenzhen. He was telling the truth. Sumo was a native of Shenzhen City, had a household registration, and owned his own property. With millions in savings and a stable job with a monthly salary of over 10,000, he is definitely a high-quality man in the blind date market in Shenzhen. If Sumu had known how to have fun in his previous life, he would have been around countless women. Sumu's words were like knives, piercing directly into Yen Ching-shu's heart. For a white lotus who calls herself a goddess, the most unacceptable thing is that her charm is not recognized. In the past, she thought Sumu was just a spare tire and a bootlicker. She could keep Sumu hanging while looking for rich second-generation guys to flirt with. In the end, Sumu told her that he was just playing with her, which Yen Ching-shu could not accept no matter what. Her voice changed into anger. Sumo. You should not go too far. Sumu ignored her and continued to taunt her with a sneer. Also, don't pretend to be a pure and beautiful girl in front of me. What do you mean by your first time? Don't bully me because I don't understand. That was faked with pigeon blood. I've seen through your true nature. You're obviously not that good, but you're always thinking about catching a rich husband. By the way, let me tell you one more thing. You are well known among the rich second-generation circles in Shin City. Do you think rich people are all fools? They're just playing with you for a few days, and you really fantasize about becoming a rich family's mistress. You know what they call you in private? Slut, bus, human toilet. Yen Ching-shu's face turned frighteningly pale, and her body began to tremble with anger. All kinds of negative emotions such as shame, anger, frustration, helplessness, etc. suddenly flooded my heart. When had she ever been humiliated in public like this? Moreover, he was mocked so mercilessly by the person she saw as a spare tire and a bootlicker. This was completely crushing her self-esteem to the ground and rubbing it like crazy. Yen Ching-shu roared, Sumu, shut up. Sumu sneered, I'm just telling the truth. Why are you so excited? Didn't you do all these things yourself? You really want to be a whore and also want to build a monument. After saying that, Sumu didn't give Yen Ching-shu the chance to curse and directly blocked her WeChat and phone number. Aw Sumo, you bastard, you scumbag, you're still saying this to me after we've slept together. Yen Ching-shu never thought that after spending nearly a month with Sumu, she would get such an answer in the end. After she realized what was happening, she sent a crazy voice message to curse Sumu. But after a series of messages were sent, the dialogue box was filled with red exclamation marks. She was deleted by Sumu. She called again, but was blocked as well. Yen Ching-shu cursed in the room for a long time and even broke her favorite stuffed teddy bear. Although Xie Baiwei was a little disappointed that she didn't get food from Sumu, she felt inexplicably relieved when she saw her best friend like this. You stinky bitch, I'll let you pretend in front of me. Yen Ching-shu got very angry and picked up her phone to see that Sumu had contacted her on WeChat again and had sent her a few messages in reply. She wanted to delete it directly, but she couldn't help but click to check it out. Although you are a scumbag, a jerk, and a money worshipper, it is undeniable that you are pretty good in bed. After all, we've been friends for so long, maybe we'll communicate with each other in the future. After thinking it over, I think what I said to you just now was a bit too much. After all, there is still some emotional foundation between us. Even if we can't be friends in the future, we can still be sex buddies. Seeing that you're having a hard time, I feel bad too. I apologize for my harsh words just now. Seeing Sumu's somewhat submissive look, Yen Ching-shu's angry mood calmed down a little, and an ugly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This damn licker finally can't let go of his own body. We all live in the same neighborhood. We'll see each other sooner or later. We should help each other, not to mention that we're fuck buddies. Don't you have anything to eat? Well, since you've been sleeping with me for such a long time, I'll reluctantly give you some supplies. But the weather is too cold and I don't want to go out, so I'll leave it at the door of my basement garage. You can come and get it yourself. After saying that, Sumo sent a photo, which showed a lot of frozen beef, mutton, chicken, pork, as well as some fresh vegetables and eggs. Yen Ching-shu was overjoyed and immediately forgot about Sumu's humiliation of her just now. She got up and put on her clothes. What are you going to do? Xie Baiwei couldn't help but feel puzzled when she saw her best friend looking so anxious. Yen Ching-shu said proudly, Sumu still can't let me go, and promised to give us some food, but we need to get it ourselves. This time, she was actually very grateful for her superb skills and for attracting Sumu with her body. I'll go with you. After hearing what she said, Xie Baiwei also hurriedly started to put on her clothes. In order to further gain Sumu's trust, Yen Ching-shu sent him another voice message, saying aggrievedly, Sumo, there's actually no need for you to apologize. I admit that I liked to play a little in the past, but that was just because I didn't want to waste my youth. And after meeting you, I have changed and never dated other messy people again. I'm really in love with you. As long as you open the door and let me in, my whole body is yours, and you can do whatever you want with me. Any posture is fine. Sumu shuddered when he heard this and quickly said, "Stop, stop. Our relationship is limited to being friends with benefits. If you want these supplies, come and get them. If you don't want them, forget it. I'll just leave it at the door. If someone else takes it, I won't be responsible. I want it, I want it." Yen Ching-shu quickly wrapped herself in a quilt and opened the door with Xie Baiwei. As soon as they opened the door, they felt a piercing chill penetrating into their bones. Both of them are from the south and are not used to this extremely cold weather. Even though they wore sweaters, leather pants, and down jackets, and wrapped themselves in 2 layers of quilts, they were still shivering with cold. Because of the power outage, the elevator had long stopped working, so I had only the choice of taking the stairs down. But in order to obtain supplies, the two of them gritted their teeth, supported each other, and walked downstairs step by step. The snow outside was too deep, and the only way to reach Sumu's villa was through the underground garage. Sumu was sitting in the monitoring room, and through the surveillance cameras throughout the community, he discovered that Wang Hao relied on his ability to spend money to buy supplies from many neighbors, including those in Building 7. The quantity is still quite large, and if they eat them sparingly, it will be enough for Wang Hao and his girlfriend to get through the next 2 months. It's good to be rich. Sumu touched Lao Mo's dog head, sighed, and then sneered, "However, this is the last remaining heat that money can play in the doomsday. As stored supplies gradually run out, it won't be long before people find that money has become waste paper, and food is the absolute king. By then, I wonder how many people will regret selling supplies." Sumu was checking how much supplies Wang Hao had purchased through the surveillance camera, when he suddenly heard a reminder from the Doomsday Fortress system that someone was trying to attack his base, and he quickly switched the surveillance screen. In the picture, he found 2 figures wrapped in thick quilts with only their heads showing. They were Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei. They were shivering at the door of their underground garage and kept banging on the door angrily. The camera equipment transmitted the sound and picture perfectly. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei slapped Sumu's garage door and shouted, "Sumu, we are here, open the door quickly." Well, it came pretty quickly. Sumu smiled contemptuously. How could he possibly give her any food? He just wanted to play a trick on her. He pretended not to hear and picked up a novel to read with relish. Yen Ching-shu was extremely angry, she felt that she was being fooled. "Sumu, that bastard, there's nothing in front of the garage door, where is the black plastic bag containing food?" She banged on the cold garage door angrily, but the door was like a mountain, completely indifferent. Yen Ching-shu was shivering from the cold. She couldn't bear it any longer, so she took out her cell phone and called Sumu. Maybe the signal in the underground garage was not very good. I couldn't get through to Sumu on the phone or send messages. Sumu sat on the sofa and sneered, the signal jammer in the underground garage was really useful. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei waited for a while, but the door still didn't open. A cold draft blew through the underground garage, and both men's hands were frozen red and purple. Unable to bear it any longer, they turned around and walked away trembling. After waiting for so long in vain in the freezing cold, Yen Ching-shu was so angry that she almost cried, cursing at Sumu. "Sumu, you scum, you beast, how dare you play tricks on me? Just wait, if I go to bed with you again I'll be a whore." After finally returning home, Yen Ching-shu and her partner picked up the thermos with trembling hands, poured a cup of hot water and held it in their hands. It took them a long time to slowly recover. Yen Ching-shu became angrier and angrier as she thought about it. She picked up her phone and started cursing at Sumu. Sumu looked very innocent. "When did you come here? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I was afraid that the food would be taken away by others, so I didn't put it outside in advance. Besides, why didn't you call me when you got there? Who said I didn't call? Who knew that the signal was so bad at your location in the underground garage, so you couldn't make calls or send WeChat messages? I think you just want to play a trick on me." Yen Ching-shu was furious and was about to curse again when she saw Sumu sent another message. Sumu used his mobile phone to record himself taking out chicken, mutton, pork, potatoes, and vegetables from the refrigerator and filling a large black plastic bag. He then sent the video to Yen Ching-shu. "How about this? I'll put the things at the garage door now, you guys go get them." He walked to the underground garage, opened the window above the door, and threw the bag outside. "See, I've already thrown the stuff in front of the garage door. My garage door is frozen and won't open, so I won't let you in." Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei looked at each other. It seemed that they had indeed wronged Sumu. He really filled a big bag with food and threw it outside the garage door. Based on the market price that Wang Hao spends 20,000 yuan to buy a pack of instant noodles, this large pack of food is worth at least 1 or 2 million yuan, enough for the two of them to eat for 2 or 3 weeks. The two were overjoyed and didn't care that they were still cold. They quickly put on their thick quilts and rushed out. They didn't notice at all that Sumu tied a thin rope on the bag, and immediately pulled the things up after filming the video. What a joke! This meat is for human consumption, how could it be fed to heartless dogs? When the two finally arrived at Sumu's garage door again, they were dumbfounded. On the thin snow outside the door blown by the wind, there was nothing at all except for the traces of a heavy object. Yen Ching-shu was going crazy. She pounded Sumu's garage door with her gloved fists and cursed loudly. Xie Baiwei followed by here twice and was almost frozen to death. She got nothing and was very angry. She stamped her feet to keep warm and kept joining in the discussion. Sumu watched them getting frustrated through the surveillance camera and couldn't help but burst out laughing. However, the door was closed. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei were angry for a while but couldn't stand the cold draft, so they supported each other and walked home. Occasionally, a few neighbors who were carrying items to Wang Hao for trade saw them and couldn't help but look at them in surprise. By the time the two of them slowly climbed the stairs back home, their lips had turned purple from the cold and a layer of white frost had formed on their eyebrows. "This Sumu is playing tricks on us again." Yen Ching-shu's teeth were chattering, she curled up on the bed, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She felt so wronged. But the video he shot doesn't look fake. Why don't you ask him again? Xie Baiwei put the hot water bag on her face. Her face was red from the cold and a little painful. Yen Ching-shu hesitated for a while, but finally couldn't bear it anymore and sent a message to Sumu asking what was going on. Sumu was shocked. "I just sent you a video. I swear I really put the food outside the garage. I did leave it outside, but I pulled it back with the rope. Hee hee. As you know, my garage door was frozen shut and couldn't be opened at all, so I just threw things out of the window." He paused. Now there are many community owners who sell food to Wang Hao privately passing by here. Did they take it away? Yen Ching-shu was stunned, and remembered the neighbor she met on her way back. This was really possible. "How about this, I'll put another bag of food down in 10 minutes, and you guys come back at the right time. But I have to say, I don't have much food left, and this is the last time." Sumu sent another video, filling a large black plastic bag with beef, mutton, chicken, and some vegetables from the refrigerator. The two did not expect Sumu to be so considerate. They were immediately moved and quickly got up, put on the quilt again and ran to the underground garage, fearing that someone else would get there first. But they had already run back and forth twice, and since they usually didn't eat enough or well, they couldn't keep up the physical strength. Nearly 20 minutes had passed when the two men staggered to the door of Sumu's garage for the third time. When they stopped panting, they found a large black plastic bag at the garage door, with a thin layer of ice and snow on it. The two were overjoyed, looked around and saw no one, so they ran over and bent down to pick it up. But when he was about to leave with the bulging plastic bag on the ground, he was suddenly stunned. No one even mentioned it. They didn't believe it and tried to lift it up again, but still couldn't lift it. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei looked at each other, feeling a little surprised. What is going on? How could this scumbag Sumu be so generous and give them so many supplies? Two people used all 4 hands to try to lift up the plastic bag, but the handles were broken straight up. One of them was even broken, but it didn't move at all. They lowered their heads and carefully examined the plastic bag on the ground and found that the bag was frozen firmly to the ground. There were several layers of black plastic bags inside the plastic bag. They seemed to be splashed with water and were all frozen together. You couldn't see what was inside at all. The ice was firmly frozen to the ground. Not to mention lifting it up, even a strongman might not be able to knock it out with an axe. What's more, they were two weak and exhausted women. Yen Ching-shu immediately yelled in anger, "Sumo, you bastard! You must have done it on purpose." Yen Ching-shu yelled in anger, "Sumo, you bastard! You must have done it on purpose again." Yen Ching-shu, what do you mean? I gave you food out of kindness, and you scolded me like that. Since you don't want the food, then leave quickly, there are plenty of people who do. Yen Ching-shu was startled by Su Muhan's angry voice behind the door. She didn't expect that this guy was just inside the door and heard her curse. But didn't you deliberately soak the plastic bags with water and let them freeze on the ground? Aren't you a wicked person? Yen Ching-shu's momentum suddenly weakened. Although she was still a little angry, her voice had become much softer. However, when she spoke the latter part, she became furious again. Sumu snorted coldly, "Did your physics knowledge come from your physical education teacher? I can forgive you for not having been to school, but I will be angry if you say I am immoral. The alternation of cold and heat will naturally produce water vapor. My house is warm and the water vapor produced by these things outside has frozen. Isn't this normal? You came late, and it's none of my business if you freeze to death. If you don't want anything, get out of here right away, and don't ask me to give you supplies again. Your kindness is taken for granted. I am blind to help someone like you." After hearing what Sumu said, the two were stunned. Although they were not good at studying, they knew a little about this natural phenomenon. Yen Ching-shu forced out a smile that was uglier than crying at the door, "Brother Sumo, don't be angry. I wronged you, I apologize to you." Snort. There were faint sounds of footsteps coming from inside the door. It seemed that Sumu was really angry and left on his own. "Brother Sumo, I..." Yen Ching-shu was about to call him again, but heard Xie Baiwei say, "Forget it, let's move the food back first and talk about it after we are full. If you really want to apologize to him, you can just unlock a few more positions when you meet him." Yen Ching-shu agreed when she heard it, and started to move the frozen plastic bag on the ground with Xie Baiwei. "It's bulging in here, so there must be a lot of meat and vegetables. It's a pity that the plastic bag was also frozen solid and now it can't be opened at all." Before long, both of them felt that their hands were so frozen that they had lost all feeling. Sumu lay on the sofa in the monitoring room, poured a glass of red wine, and watched the two of them through the surveillance camera. He broke the frozen plastic bag with his hands and blew air on his hands to relieve the coldness. Sumu laughed and said, "Freeze to death, you two gold diggers." He originally thought that two people would definitely not be able to take away the plastic bag, but he still underestimated their fighting ability. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei cursed under their breath while taking off the quilts wrapped around their bodies, wrapped the plastic bag with it, and then shook it with all their strength. The underground garage had no shelter, and the cold wind blew in. It was very cold and the two people were shivering with cold. But even so, they were reluctant to cover themselves with the quilt again and were still shaking the plastic bag hard. Hard work pays off, the two of them actually managed to take down the plastic bag that was frozen solid by the ice. Then they excitedly carried the quilts and ran to the stairs quickly like dog thieves. Sumu looked at them with a sneer on his face, "This is a gift I prepared for you with great effort, please don't let me down." Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei worked together to move the things back home and put them on the ground excitedly. But the plastic bag was frozen into layer upon layer, and it was impossible to see what was inside. If you wanted to take the contents out, you had to thaw it first. These things weigh dozens of kilograms. If we eat them sparingly, they will be enough for us to eat for 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, I've been eating snacks, instant noodles, and sausages these days, and my mouth is so tasteless. I'll go boil some water, let's thaw it first, and then we can eat meat tonight. However, after working for a long time, when they finally melted the ice in the plastic bag, a foul smell came out. "Hey, is the meat rotten? It shouldn't be rotten in this freezing weather." Yen Ching-shu was very confused and reached out to pick out some meat that was not rotten or spoiled. However, those things were soft and slippery to the touch, and squeezed out from between fingers like mud, and then emitted a strong stench. Ah! Yen Ching-shu felt something was wrong, screamed, and swung her hands violently. Xie Baiwei was caught off guard and was directly splashed with those sticky things. Only then did they see clearly that the plastic bag was filled with feces and bone garbage. The two men quickly threw the plastic bag aside and retched. Ugh, Sumo, what do you mean? Yen Ching-shu was furious and quickly sent a message to Sumu. How come the food you said you would give us has turned into feces and garbage? Because you are shit and garbage. I am a person with misophobia. If someone who knows you well hadn't told me about your past, I wouldn't have treated you like this. Which man would like a woman like you who is available to everyone? Sumu smiled grimly and said, that's right, I just want to tease you and play with you. This is my revenge on you. After saying that, Sumu blocked her WeChat and phone number again. Why? Why? What did I do wrong to let Sumu treat me like this? After hearing Sumu's nonsensical words, Yen Ching-shu was stunned for a long time, then buried her head between her legs and cried very sadly. She really didn't understand. Although she loved money and worshipped material things, she didn't do anything to harm Sumu. Why did he target her like this? After cleaning the dirt, Xie Baiwei didn't understand why. She sat there in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. After a long time, Yen Ching-shu finally calmed down. Thinking about her current situation, she felt overwhelmed. She and Xie Baiwei had less than 20,000 yuan in total, and now they couldn't even afford a pack of instant noodles. But the rumbling stomach needs to be soothed, and life must go on. She thought about it for a long time and had no choice but to reluctantly exchange the bag that Sumu had given her for food. The total value of these bags is more than 1 million. Yen Ching-shu believes that some vain young female owners will not be able to resist the temptation and will exchange them with her for some food. Although she was reluctant, she had no choice but to do this in order to survive. Yen Ching-shu added some familiar female owners of Building 7 one by one, sent them photos of her bags, and expressed her request to exchange the brand name bags for food. However, what completely broke her defense was that several young female owners actually answered in unison, all your bags are parallel imports. Although the imitation is very real, it is still parallel imports after all. All these bags of yours are probably not worth even 5,000 yuan. What? Parallel imports. Yen Ching-shu was petrified and felt a buzzing in her ears. So after sleeping with Sumu for almost a month, not only did she fail to win his true love, but even the bag he bought for her was a smuggled product. No, it's impossible. These female owners must have made a mistake. Yen Ching-shu still did not give up and posted the photos on the social platform, asking enthusiastic netizens to help her identify them. The answer we got was still parallel imports. Ah, Sumo, you are a devil. Yen Ching-shu was so angry that she almost fainted. What did I do wrong that you want to torture me like this? Why? She collapsed on the bed, her heart was filled with sadness, shame and despair filling her whole body. How did I offend Sumu to deserve such humiliation from him? Xie Baiwei, who was lying nearby, was also very surprised. She didn't expect that her curse would come true. These bags are all fake. Xie Baiwei stared at Yen Ching-shu, whose eyes were lifeless, with a flash of contempt in her eyes. She felt that her chance had come. After thinking about it, she took out her cell phone and found Sumu from the address book. She used the excuse of going to the bathroom and sent him a message without Yen Ching-shu's knowledge. Sumu, I was right beside you when you scolded Yen Ching-shu. I think you are absolutely right. She is just a materialistic woman and she never really takes you seriously. You're right. She is indeed having affairs with many men outside. You can see her true colors. It's right to cut your losses in advance. Sumu picked up his phone and laughed when he saw the message from Xie Baiwei. They are really fake sisters. They sold out Yen Ching-shu so quickly. But this is normal. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Neither of them is a good person. Sumu thought about it and simply replied with one word, yeah. Xie Baiwei was greatly encouraged and continued, in the past, I watched you pursue Yen Ching-shu all the time, and I was actually very sad. Sumo, do you know? Actually, I have always liked you. Now you don't want Yen Ching-shu anymore, why don't we be together? Then, she sent a few slightly revealing photos. Of course, they are all refined. Sumu was drinking a can of snow beer and almost spit out the beer after seeing the message. This woman is so direct. TSK. It should be that Xie Baiwei found out that Yen Ching-shu and she had completely broken up, and saw that his family living conditions are so good, so she wanted to take advantage of the situation. Sumu touched Lao Mo's head and replied playfully, but why should I accept you? What benefits can you bring to me? Xie Baiwei said hurriedly, I am different from that bitch Yen Ching-shu. Although I am not as pretty as her, I am truly a virgin. Sumu was stunned. In this impetuous society, are there such female creatures that theoretically only exist in elementary schools? But now even the atomic bomb could be faked, so he naturally wouldn't believe it easily. He smiled and said, this is not enough to impress me. You know, the city is snowing outside and everyone is short of food and water, but my villa is as warm as spring and there is plenty of food. As long as I take out a box of instant noodles, I can get a woman with Zhang Lily's looks and figure to sleep with me. I don't know when this snow will stop. In a few days, even if I only use a sausage as a bargaining chip, women who are willing to come to my villa will line up in a long line. There are definitely some so-called young girls among them. Do you still think your body is an advantage? Xie Baiwei fell silent. She knew that what Sumu said was true. After thinking for a while, she answered word by word, Brother Sumu, don't worry, I will prove my worth. Sumu smiled, then prove it to me. If you can bring me enough benefits, I will consider giving you some food. I can even let you enter my villa. The end of the world is long and Sumu doesn't know how to spend the boring days. Since Xie Baiwei wants to play, he will play with her for a while. Xie Baiwei was immediately excited when she heard this. That's great. Let me tell you, this woman Yen Ching-shu. As Yen Ching-shu's roommate, Xie Baiwei naturally knew a lot of her negative information. In order to further gain Sumu's trust, she started to reveal all of it. Sumu looked at the negative news that Xie Baiwei kept revealing, with a playful smile on his face. He then took a screenshot of what she said, ready to send it out at the right time. In fact, Xie Baiwei had long been dissatisfied with Yen Ching-shu. After all, Yen Ching-shu is prettier than her, has a better figure than her, and is also able to act coquettishly and cutely, which makes her very popular among men. This means that Xie Baiwei can only serve as a foil beside her. But in this world, how many women are there who would willingly be someone else's supporting role? Therefore, Xie Baiwei was full of jealousy towards Yen Ching-shu. Gluttony, greed, laziness, envy, pride, lust, and anger are the 7 deadly sins of human nature as referred to in Western Catholic teachings. Jealousy is one of them. Wei. Hearing Yen Ching-shu's call, Xie Baiwei, who was hiding in the toilet sending messages, was startled and subconsciously hid her phone. She looked up and saw Yen Ching-shu with messy hair and red eyes, staring at her. Xie Baiwei's heart shrank, and she quickly asked, Ching-shu, what's wrong with you? Fortunately, Yen Ching-shu did not notice her little action, and deep hatred shot out of her eyes, that Sumu humiliated me so much, I wish I could kill him. Xie Baiwei screamed, murder. Are you crazy? You know, murder is against the law. Besides, Sumu is a man who even Qin Peng has suffered before. How could we possibly be his opponent? Yen Ching-shu said viciously, no, Sumu must die. Her self-esteem was trampled upon by Sumu, and she hated him in her heart. She hesitated for a moment, but we 2 weak women really can't do this. Then we'll look for outside help. We broke into Sumu's villa together, stole his supplies, and then drove him out to fend for himself. Doesn't he like posting pictures of those foods, Versailles? The corners of her mouth curled up into a cruel smile, then let this scumbag also experience the pain of being hungry and cold outside. Hearing that she was not asked to kill anyone directly, Xie Baiwei felt relieved, and then secretly happy. She was worrying about how to demonstrate her own value and win Sumu's trust, and now the opportunity has come. However, she was still very hesitant, not knowing whether to report it directly or follow Yen Ching-shu to do this. She thought about it and decided to seize this opportunity. After all, it was much more economical to just rush into his house and steal the food rather than let Sumu make a promise like an empty promise. Xie Baiwei suddenly became excited and leaned forward, count me in. She said angrily, this Sumu is too much. Even if he doesn't give us food, he can't tease us with feces and garbage. He made me stink. I hate him so much. Ugh. But who should we look for as foreign aid? Lu Wei or Qin Peng? Yen Ching-shu shook her head. No, Qin Peng and his gang are all ruthless thugs. Even if we succeed in breaking into Suma's villa, they will rob us of all the supplies, and we won't get any benefit. If anything, he dared to trap the two of us. Let's go find Han Lei. After receiving Yen Ching-shu's call, Han Lei still couldn't believe it. The goddess actually took the initiative to invite him to her residence. He hurriedly pocketed the last pack of sausages in the house and ran away. Before leaving, he thought for a while, took out a few more and left them behind, then excitedly knocked on Yen Ching-shu's door. After not seeing each other for a few days, Yen Ching-shu looked a little haggard. Although she put on light makeup, she still couldn't hide the traces of crying, which made Han Lei very distressed. The beast Sumo bullied me, I want to seek revenge on him. Yen Ching-shu didn't waste any words. She stared into Han Lei's eyes and said, "Will you help me?" When Han Lei heard that his goddess was bullied, he felt his blood rushing to his head and he immediately became furious. This Sumu is such a piece of shit, he actually bullies women. He patted his slightly thin chest and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely stand up for you and teach him a lesson." Yen Ching-shu stood up, put her arms around Han Lei's arm and shook him gently, saying in a tender voice, "I know you are the best to me. Sumo's family has a lot of delicious food, and he also video called us. His house has a fireplace, so it's very warm. He doesn't have to worry about wearing a vest and shorts in this weather. Let's find a way to take his house away." She slowly leaned her head on Han Lei's shoulder and said, "Let's live there together from now on, what do you think?" Han Lei felt the soft touch of Yen Ching-shu's chest through 7 or 8 layers of clothes. He felt dizzy and didn't bother to think about anything else. He immediately agreed, "Okay." He had always disliked Sumu because he was slightly more handsome and richer than him. Both of them pursue Yen Ching-shu, so naturally Sumu has the upper hand. Now Yen Ching-shu has taken the initiative to invite me to deal with Sumu. It seems that the two of them have completely broken up, and I am the man he trusts the most. Otherwise, why would she look for me first and not someone else? This is probably love. Not only that, Yen Ching-shu even said that after taking Sumu's house, she would live with him. Is this a hint or a promise? Han Lei's breathing suddenly became heavy. "Okay, I'll go rob his house and take you in." Yen Ching-shu was secretly proud of herself. She didn't expect Han Lei to be so easy to deceive. This made her suddenly feel confident in her charm again. This Sumu is selfish and shameless. If we rashly go to rob his house, he will definitely fight back. She thought for a moment and said, "So we have to go there with weapons, trick his door open, and then rush in and kill him." Xie Baiwei also fanned the flames. "Yes, kill him. Kill him." She said bitterly, "This guy actually teased us and made shit all over me." When Han Lei heard this, he hesitated. Killing someone is easy to say, but it has only been seen in movies, TV shows, and novels. We are all people living in a civilized society, and the education we received since childhood makes us reject such bloody things from the bottom of our hearts. Besides, the heavy snow will eventually pass, and when social order is restored, if I have killed someone, won't I have to spend the rest of my life in jail? Seeing Han Lei's hesitation, Yen Ching-shu immediately turned her face away. "Why, you don't agree? Sumo has bullied me so much, and you are still soft on him." She turned around suddenly, facing Han Lei with her back, and sobbed, "It seems that the love you told me was all fake." Han Lei was immediately at a loss when he saw Yen Ching-shu was angry. "No, no, no. The world can attest to my love for you. Ching-shu, don't be angry. Isn't it okay for me to listen to you?" He gritted his teeth. As long as he could get Yen Ching-shu, it didn't matter if it was just murder or arson. He would do it. The city is now blocked by heavy snow and the police cannot go out on patrol. The worst that can happen is that we have to be careful and not reveal any clues. And the two of them are accomplices, they won't report me. Yen Ching-shu immediately turned from sadness to joy, turned around and threw herself into his arms, kissed him heavily on the face, and said happily, "I knew you would agree, you are the best to me. There is no time to lose. Let's go now before it gets dark." When the time comes, we'll trick Sumu into opening the door, and then we'll. She raised her head from Han Lei's arms and made a throat-cutting gesture with her hands. Several people rummaged through the drawers and found 2 kitchen knives, a fruit knife, and removed 2 chair legs, then rushed to Sumu's house with murderous intent. On the way, Han Lei called Sumu and said that there was something very important that he wanted to discuss with him in person. As a rival in pursuit of Yen Ching-shu, Sumu's relationship with him was not very good. They were just nodding acquaintances. He asked lazily, "What's the matter? Do you have to talk about it in person?" Han Lei had already thought of an excuse. "I have a friend who happens to be Qin Peng's younger brother. I heard from him that Qin Peng has recently gathered a lot of his men and wants to take revenge on you. Of course, this information is not free. If you want to know their specific plans, you have to pay with something to eat." Sumu pretended to be surprised and replied, "There is such a thing. Then tell me quickly, what is going on? If it really helps me, why not give you something to eat?" He sneered in his heart. No matter whether this matter was true or false, as long as he didn't leave the villa, with those crowbars and steel pipes, Qin Peng couldn't break in even if he had 100 younger brothers. However, Sumu was a little confused. Even if Han Lei knew the news, he should have been gloating over it. How could he be kind enough to inform him? When something is out of the ordinary, it must be something wrong. Sumu sneered in his heart and decided to have some fun with them to see what Han Lei was up to. "Since you want to talk to me in person, then come over through the underground garage and tell me the situation in detail. I will definitely not treat you unfairly then." Han Lei was overjoyed. He didn't expect Sumu to be fooled so easily. He looked at Yen Ching-shu proudly and walked towards the underground garage first. The wind and snow poured into the garage, covering the cars parked inside with a thick layer of snow, and the entire underground garage was like a large ice cellar. After they arrived at the door of Sumu's garage, Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei hid nearby with weapons in their hands to avoid being seen by Sumu through the peephole. The two of them winked at Han Lei, indicating that Han Lei should knock on the door and lure Sumu out. Han Lei nodded, reached out and touched the fruit knife hidden in his sleeve, and suddenly felt confident. He reached out and knocked on the door, his gloved hand making a dull sound on the door. But after a long while, there was no sound inside, as if Sumu didn't hear it at all. Han Lei was shivering with cold. He took out his cell phone and was about to call Sumu. Yen Ching-shu whispered to him, "The signal in the underground garage is not good. I tried, but the phone didn't work at all. Your knocking is too soft, use the chair leg." Han Lei nodded, picked up the leg of a chair and started knocking hard on the door. The loud noise continued to echo in the garage. "Who is it? Why are you knocking? It's so noisy." Sumu's impatient voice finally came from inside the door. Several people were very surprised. They winked at each other, clenched their weapons, and waited for Sumu to open the door before rushing in. It was the first time for them to commit murder, so they couldn't help feeling a little nervous. But when he thought that after killing Sumu, he could live in his warm, comfortable house with plenty of food, his eyes immediately became determined again. However, the three of them waited for a long time, but Sumu did not open the door. Han Lei was anxious and shouted outside, "Sumu, open the door quickly and let me in, we can talk." Sumu saw Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei lying in ambush with knives nearby through the camera, and a chill ran down his spine. He still underestimated the viciousness of Yen Ching-shu. He had just teased her, and she came to take revenge. And it was only the first few days of the city being closed by heavy snow. How dare they just want to kill people and take over the house? There was murderous intent spreading in Sumu's eyes. "Just relying on a few ugly guys like you, you think you can kill me? It's not certain who will kill whom. My front door is frozen and won't open," he said calmly. "Just talk outside the door, I can hear you here." Han Lei was a little dumbfounded. If Sumu didn't open the door, how would they carry out their next plan? "Sumu, this concerns your life. I really have something very important to discuss with you. It's so cold outside. How can you let your savior freeze outside? This is really disrespectful." Han Lei tried his best to persuade Sumu to open the door and let him in. "I just told you that the garage door is frozen and can't be opened. If you have something to say, say it now." If you have to fart, fart now. I'll go back if I'm fine. It's so cold outside, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here. Sumu's impatient voice came from inside, and it seemed that he didn't mind the so-called secret mentioned by Han Lei. This. Seeing that Sumu was not fooled at all, Han Lei was suddenly at a loss. Yen Ching-shu over there couldn't bear it any longer, so she rushed over and slashed at the door with a kitchen knife, cursing loudly. Since deception failed, they had to attack by force. Seeing this, Han Lei and Xie Baiwei took out their weapons and smashed and chopped at the door. But there was no way that the thick alloy door could be broken by these people with only kitchen knives and wooden sticks. There was not even a white spot left after they chopped and hit it. Sumu was frightened by their madness. He took out a pistol from the infinite space, released the safety with a click, and was about to shoot them through the small hole reserved. But he quickly calmed down, and thought that just shooting them to death would be too easy for them. He chuckled, took out a ladder from the infinite space, climbed up, opened a small hole on the door, took off his pants, took out another gun, and fired it outside. Ah! What's that? It's warm. Yen Ching-shu and the others did not notice that a small hole suddenly opened above their heads and continued to bang on the door. Suddenly, a stream of warm liquid splashed all over their heads and bodies. It was not until they smelled the peculiar pungent smell that they reacted and screamed loudly. This is urine. Ugh. The two women screamed like pigs being slaughtered as urine poured down their heads. They immediately retreated far away and squatted on the ground, retching. Han Lei's eyes turned red with anger, and he banged the door even harder. Sumu, I'd hashtag Yuan and asterisk. And percent hashtag Yuan. Get out here, I'll kill you. He was in the middle, and was urinated on the most by Sumu, and was also the most angry. Sumu ignored Han Lei's scolding and laughed heartily. Haha, how does it feel to have hot urine pouring down your head? I'm sorry, I've been eating a lot of meat lately, so the smell is a bit strong, please bear with me. Humph, you idiots, you still want to come and kill me, it's too early for you. After saying that, Sumu closed the window with a snap and walked back to his room leisurely. Ah Sumu, you bastard, come out here. Han Lei took a fruit knife and stabbed at the alloy door, but the door did not move at all, and the knife accidentally broke due to his excessive force. The broken tip of the knife flew across his forehead, leaving a large bloody gash on it. Han Lei broke out in a cold sweat. If the knife had been a little higher, it would have hit his forehead directly. He escaped death, but his crotch was immediately wet. After a while, he felt a sharp pain on his forehead. He quickly covered the wound with his hand and ran away screaming in pain. Seeing this, Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei didn't even bother to pick up the dropped kitchen knife and ran away in a hurry. Several people fled in a panic. Sumu saw it clearly on the surveillance camera, but he had no intention of chasing them. He raised his beer and drank it all. To relieve the hatred in your heart, kill your enemy with a blunt knife. Letting these people live and being consumed bit by the fear of the end of the world is much more interesting than simply shooting them. Sumu returned to the sofa calmly and continued playing games. He was just playing Romance of the Three Kingdoms 7 and had just recruited the top-notch General Zhao Yun and was preparing to show off his skills. The three of them ran back to the house rented by Yen Ching-shu in a panic and sat on the sofa, gasping for breath. Han Lei was trembling all over. He almost lost his life just now and he is still scared. Yen Ching-shu panted for a while, then looked up and saw that Han Lei was stinking all over, with urine stained on her sofa. She immediately pointed at him and screamed. "Ah, get out of here, you filthy bastard! Who allowed you to sit on my sofa?" Han Lei felt very aggrieved because he was disliked by the goddess. He went to find trouble with Sumu just to avenge Yen Ching-shu. As a result, not only was he peed on by Sumu, he also almost lost his life. Yen Ching-shu not only did not feel sorry for him, but she felt sorry for her sofa being soiled by him. Could it be that in her mind, I am not as important as the sofa? However, Han Lei did not dare to get angry with Yen Ching-shu. He quickly stood up and apologized to her. "I'm sorry, Ching-shu, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry." Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei were also covered in urine smell, which made them feel sick. They were anxious to change clothes and immediately waved at him, "Get out now, we need to change clothes." Han Lei sighed, put the half-pack of sausage he brought on the coffee table, and left Yen Ching-shu's house. Sumu was right. He had been eating a lot of meat recently, and his urine did smell very strong. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei returned to the room and changed all the clothes stained with Sumu's urine, but they could still smell the pungent odor. After all, it wasn't just on their clothes, there was also a lot of urine on their hair and faces, and some even flowed down their necks into their underwear. But the weather was so cold that the water pipes were frozen, making it impossible to take a shower or wash my hair. Catching a cold would be fatal. Now that hospitals have come to a standstill, the little cold medicine we have at home is simply not enough. They could only suppress their nausea, pour out a little precious hot water from the kettle, and rub their bodies vigorously with a towel, wishing they could rub off a layer of skin. You and Yen Ching-shu came together to kill me. Is this what you call proving your worth? I don't think you can enter my villa anymore. Sumu was not the kind of person who would hide his loss. After finishing a game, he sent 2 messages to Xie Baiwei, and casually sent a screenshot of her chat with him in which she revealed some scandals to Yen Ching-shu. "Ah, you bitch, you actually said that to me." Yen Ching-shu had just finished washing herself and just picked up her phone when she saw this message. She was so furious. She instantly became furious, rushed over and pushed Xie Baiwei to the ground, and started scratching her face. Girls all love beauty, and Yen Ching-shu is no exception. She has long nails. This attack directly left several deep bloody marks on Xie Baiwei's face. Although Xie Baiwei didn't understand why Yen Ching-shu suddenly went berserk, she was furious that Yen Ching-shu had actually destroyed her face, and she screamed in counterattack. The 2 men wrestled fiercely, pulling each other's hair, pinching their arms, and scratching their faces. They stopped fighting only when they were completely exhausted and could no longer move. However, they continued to stare at each other viciously, as if they wanted to eat each other's heart. When Xie Baiwei finally found out what had happened, she hated Sumu very much. However, she was also secretly shocked. She didn't expect Sumu to be so cruel. She just hesitated for a moment and wanted to take advantage of the situation, so she took a screenshot of their chat and sent it to Yen Ching-shu. Xie Baiwei thought about it, and quickly sent a message to Sumu to apologize, saying that Yen Ching-shu and Han Lei were watching too closely, so there was no chance to send a message in advance. And he vowed that in the future he would work together with him and work hard to prove his worth. Unfortunately, Sumu never paid any attention to her, which made Xie Baiwei feel uneasy. After this incident, the already fragile relationship between the 2 sisters became even more precarious. Xie Baiwei moved directly to another room and the 2 of them ignored each other. The farce between Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei did not cause much splash, but the fact that Wang Hao spent a large amount of money on food caused an uproar in the entire community. Everyone began to realize how scarce supplies are now. When the snowstorm just started, some people would kindly share and exchange supplies with their neighbors. But now, everyone was nervously holding the food in their hands and becoming more stingy than granted. Even if their best friends asked to borrow food, they will refuse with all kinds of excuses. At Qin Peng's home, he held the phone in his hand and sneered, and ordered, "Ergu, remember these people had requested to pass the friend verification. Since they dare to sell supplies, they must have extra food at home. They will be our first targets for looting." And Lu Qian, this brainless woman, is a food blogger, and she usually stocks a lot of food at home. We are still able to provide support to Zhang Lily, which means we still have a lot of supplies left at home. Oh, and there's also that old bitch Lu Chuanxia. If it weren't for her making a few random stabs, I wouldn't have gotten hurt. That's right, Qin Peng has already started to have bad intentions. Qin Peng is used to fighting and killing, and knows that the essence of this world is the law of the jungle. Moreover, the city is now blocked by heavy snow, and government agencies and police stations have basically stopped functioning, so we are completely powerless and unable to take care of them. On the first day of the snowstorm, although Qin Peng bought and stockpiled a lot of items, there were more than a dozen younger brothers living in his house at once, and the consumption increased more than 10 times, so he could not hold out for long. Moreover, we were drenched in water 2 days ago and 2 of my brothers developed high fever. Under such low temperatures, the common cold medicines we usually have on hand were very slow to take effect and we had to just endure it. Therefore, he urgently needed a batch of supplies to appease his younger brothers. However, Qin Peng did not dare to offend top-rich second generations like Wang Hao, so he had to focus on ordinary people. Initially, Qin Peng contacted Lu Wei and Chao Guangming, wanting to cooperate with them. When it first snowed, these two people and I bought a lot of supplies, and we were basically the family with the most food in the building. Chao Guangming is the manager of a listed company with a net worth of tens of millions. He is not interested in this kind of gangster, and given his social status, he is not afraid of Qin Peng at all. But now everyone is trapped at home due to the heavy snow, and Qin Peng is a reckless character, and he has a large group of younger brothers with him. Chao Guangming was very smart. He knew that a man is innocent until he is guilty of possessing a treasure. After weighing the pros and cons, he happily gave half of the supplies to Qin Peng free of charge. However, he politely declined Qin Peng's younger brother's proposal to live in his house, on the grounds that it would be very inconvenient since he already had a wife and children at home. Qin Peng saw that he was quite sensible, so he didn't make things too difficult for him. However, Lu Wei firmly refused Qin Peng's solicitation and did not even hand over any supplies. He runs a martial arts gym and is quite skilled in martial arts. He also has a group of brothers under him and is as strong as Qin Peng. Qin Peng sneered and kept the matter in mind. He was waiting for his body to recover a little, waiting for his brother's cold to get better, waiting for a suitable opportunity to come. On the 10th day of the city being blocked by heavy snow, people gradually began to despair. The snow is still falling heavily and there is no sign of it slowing down. The snow outside was already 4 or 5 meters deep, submerging the entire first floor of the apartment building and most of the second floor. The military even took the risk of using helicopters to airdrop a batch of supplies to various communities, and the Danfeng Bailu community also received some. But there are too many people and too little supplies. There are more than 10,000 people in the entire community, and just over a ton of supplies is just a drop in the bucket. There is not enough to go around. Before the property management company could even distribute the items, they were snatched away by people who rushed in after hearing the news. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei arrived late and didn't even get a single drop. Qin Peng and his men, despite their large numbers, only managed to snatch 3 bags of flour and 2 boxes of instant noodles. Several armed fights broke out during this period, several owners were beaten and bleeding, and the conflicts among everyone were further intensified. But even so, even if people managed to grab food, they could only barely hold on for 2 or 3 more days. Sumu also knew about this, but there was plenty of food in his infinite space and he simply didn't bother to get involved. However, this was the only time the military airdropped supplies. Firstly, due to the sudden heavy snowfall, supplies were in short supply across the country. Secondly, it was freezing cold outside, with a strong wind of level 6 or 7, and it was very dangerous for helicopters to take off and airdrop supplies. How long will this horrible weather last? We're almost out of food. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten for a day, and I don't even have water to drink. Is there anyone who can help me? I don't have anything to eat at home. Who else has food? I'm willing to pay 20,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles. I want one too. Who has it? Please support me. Sumu grinned, took several photos of the braised beef, and quickly sent them to the group. Finally woke up. I haven't slept in for a long time. It's just another ordinary day. We're having braised beef for lunch today. I wonder if everyone has eaten yet. A few pictures and a few words instantly created a huge wave in the group. Looking at the thumb-sized pieces of steaming beef, everyone couldn't help swallowing. In the middle of the night, someone actually poisoned the place. I want to cry. I only had one meal today, and it was porridge. There were only a dozen grains of rice in it, and I had to drink the soup to fill myself up. It's been the 10th day since the city was closed due to heavy snow. How come Sumo still has food to eat? And it's braised beef. Sumo, sell me your portion of braised beef. I'm willing to pay 50,000 yuan. Kid, since you still have a lot of supplies, you should donate them and share them with everyone. After all, we all lived in the same building. That's right. Now everyone is starving to death. Don't you know that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda? Looking at the heated discussion in the group, Sumu sneered. Is saving a life better than building a 7-story pagoda? Fuck you. In this life, he doesn't want to be a saint. Even if he wants to be a Buddha, he would rather be Gatling Buddha. Sorry, I was eating and wasn't looking at my phone. After a while, a picture of an empty plate with only soup left was posted again. Sumu burped loudly. He had to say that the braised beef made in the 5-star hotel tasted really good. Seeing that Lao Mo was still looking at him, as if he had not eaten enough, he took out a portion of braised beef from the infinite space and poured it into his food box, and took a photo and sent it to the group. The neighbors were immediately furious, and some began to at Sumo. What do you mean? Did you post this kind of picture just to make us jealous? That's right, if you don't want to share with your neighbors, then don't send us these boring things. You have braised beef, but you feed it to the dog and are not willing to share it with your neighbors. Are you still a human being? If you don't love me, then don't hurt me. Master, I am your long-lost Wang Tsai. Please take me home quickly. I don't eat much, so I'm easy to feed. 3 meals of braised beef a day will do. The braised beef was a bit thick, so Sumu picked up a toothpick and said calmly, "Yes, I am just greedy for you. I just want to tell you how good it is for me to have free time. Besides, this isn't the first time I've posted similar photos in the group, and you guys just discovered it." That's right, Sumu is so boring, and he acts for Sai in the group basically every day. Even when he saw his neighbors asking for food in their moments, he would enthusiastically like their posts and write, "You don't have anything to eat." "Great, I do." Then they very considerately post a picture on the back, which may be roast chicken, steak, or steaming rice. Everyone was stunned, and then started cursing. "You little bastard. You are really looking for death. Hurry up and bring me the food, or I'll go down and kill you." That's right, this guy is so infuriating. I can't bear it anymore. Who wants to come with me to beat him up and rob his supplies? Count me in. Under this extreme weather, people have been trapped at home for more than 10 days, and the accumulated resentment has gradually increased. The cold and hunger became the last straw that broke the camel's back. They would do anything to get a bite to eat. Qin Peng was overjoyed to see this situation. The supplies they had stockpiled were almost used up, and they finally had the opportunity to act. "The army is ready." He immediately said in the group, "I am Qin Peng, the owner of Unit 1, Room 7001, and I volunteer to lead everyone through this snowstorm. In this situation, we must unite to overcome difficulties. So I propose that we collect everyone's supplies and distribute them equally." Seeing that Qin Peng actually supported her idea, Lu Chuanxia was excited and was the first to stand up and express her agreement. "Yes, I suggested this when the snowstorm just started. Practice has proven that this is the best way to survive the snowstorm." The other owners were also outraged and expressed their agreement. He was just waiting for Qin Peng to take the lead in attacking Sumu's house so that he could take advantage of the situation and get more supplies. After seeing this, Sumu just smiled playfully and didn't take it seriously at all. How could a mob like you possibly be able to enter the villa that he had specially renovated? Since everyone agrees, please hand over all the supplies to me, and I will distribute them to each household. Seeing everyone's speeches, Qin Peng nodded and finally stated his purpose. Aren't we going to rob Sumu's family of their supplies?" The owners were all shocked. The script was quite different from what they had imagined. "We must rob the Sumo family's supplies, but before that, we must first ensure the stability and purity of the entire Building 7. Lu Chuanxia, since you were the first to come up with this idea, let's start with your home." Qin Peng was like a poisonous snake, slowly revealing his fangs. "What?" Qin Peng's vicious words stunned Lu Chuanxia. She never expected that Qin Peng did not go to rob Sumu's stockpiled supplies, but instead targeted her first, and hurriedly said in a panic, "But I have run out of food at home, and I don't have any supplies left." Qin Peng's face suddenly darkened. "What? You were the one who came up with this idea, but you don't even support my work. Do you not trust me? Or are you selfish and don't want to share your supplies with your neighbors?" Lu Chuanxia was confused as she was accused of many crimes. It seemed like these were supposed to be my lines. But she didn't believe Qin Peng would dare to do anything to her, so she said sternly in the group, "Don't even think about it. I just won't hand it over. Can you still kill me?" "That's what you said." Qin Peng waved his hand gloomily. Brothers, come to life. He used 2 sticks as crutches and personally led the team to collect supplies. Qin Peng was very lucky. As his family happened to have some medicine for knife wounds, his third leg that was shot by Sumu did not become infected or inflamed, and was recovering slowly. Lu Chuanxia huddled at home and shivered. Her husband Wang Dehai blocked the door with a sofa and a cabinet, and complained that she shouldn't talk nonsense in the group. Now, we have provoked the evil star Qin Peng. Sumu poured a glass of red wine, sat on the sofa and watched the surveillance footage. The black dog Lao Mo lay quietly at his feet. Although Qin Peng's move was somewhat unexpected, it made him feel inexplicably happy. After all, who doesn't like watching dog eat dog? Soon, Qin Peng led a dozen of his younger brothers with crowbars and steel pipes to the door of Lu Chuanxia's house and started shouting and cursing outside. Seeing that they really came to their door, Lu Chuanxia and her husband were so scared that they hugged each other. Qin Peng brought a group of wolf-like and tiger-like brothers and quickly smashed open the door of Lu Chuanxia's house with a crowbar. They forced aside the objects blocking the door and broke into her home. Qin Peng walked in slowly with a cane, and slapped Lu Chuanxia, who was standing beside him in fear, to the ground, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. He grinned and said, "You damned old woman, not only did you disobey my orders, you even dared to confront me in the group. Beat me up." Immediately, a group of young men rushed over and beat and kicked the couple. How could 2 elderly people in their 60s and 70s resist this group of ferocious thugs? They wailed and begged Qin Peng for mercy. "Brother Qin Peng, stop fighting, we are wrong. We hand over the supplies, can't we just hand it back? If you had known this, what would you have done earlier?" Qin Peng didn't want to give up, so he waved his hand and ordered, "Search, bring back all the food they have at home." Lu Chuanxia was stunned. She ignored the pain in her body and quickly crawled forward a few steps to hug Qin Peng's thigh, begging desperately, "Brother Qin Peng, you can't move all the things away. It's snowing heavily outside, there's no way I can go out to buy anything. At least leave some for us old couple, otherwise how will we live?" Qin Peng kicked her in the face and said, "I don't care how you live. If it weren't for you, everyone would have gone out to buy some food and stock up, and there wouldn't have been so many troubles afterwards." Thinking that it was because of this that Sumu shot Kuan in half, Qin Peng became furious and picked up his crutch to hit her on the head. Soon Lu Chuanxia was beaten to a bloody mess and fell to the ground unconscious. "Old woman. What's the matter with you?" Wang Dehai rushed over and shook her for a few times, but found that his wife did not respond. He struggled to get up and rushed towards Qin Peng, shouting, "You killed my wife, I will fight you to death." Qin Peng was unable to move, and had no time to dodge, so Wang Dehai hit him in the crotch and he fell to the ground. Wang Dehai grabbed and hit Qin Peng like crazy. His younger brothers quickly pulled him back and helped Qin Peng up. Qin Peng felt a pain in the broken Kuan, probably because he was hit and bleeding again, and he couldn't help but get angry. "Beat him. Beat this old man to death. I'll be responsible if anything happens." The younger brothers rushed over and started beating Wang Dehai, soon knocking him out. Qin Peng was still furious, so he led his brothers to smash all the furniture and electrical appliances in Lu Chuanxia's house to pieces before returning to his own home. In order to intimidate people, he even arranged for a younger brother to take a video of the process and send it to the group of Building 7, shouting, "This is the fate of those who go against me, Qin Peng. I'll give you 1 hour now. Send all the supplies to my house immediately and I'll distribute them. Otherwise, just wait for me to bring people to your door one by one." After watching the video, Sumu sighed. "The weather is so cold and all the food has been snatched away, this old woman is doomed. But they are just a dog-eat-dog situation, it's none of my business." Sumu drank the beer in the glass and continued to tease Lao Mo. The snowstorm has entered its 10th day. The police station's phone has long been unreachable, and the government's rescue has been slow to arrive. The evil hidden in human nature has gradually begun to reveal itself. The video of Qin Peng robbing Lu Chuanxia's family of their belongings caused a huge response in the group. Especially the scene of the old couple lying on the ground with blood on their heads made the owners feel a little sad. However, they were all silent, no one dared to speak in the group, and they kept chatting privately or calling each other, discussing whether to obey or resist. Brother, we searched the old woman's house thoroughly, but we only managed to get a box of instant noodles, 2 handfuls of vegetables, 5 packs of sausages, more than 50 kilograms of rice, 2 bags of flour, a few kilograms of meat, and some oil and seasonings. These things may seem like a lot, but there are so many of us brothers. No matter how thrifty we eat, it's only enough for us brothers to eat for a week or so. Ergu came close to Qin Peng and whispered, but we don't know when the snow will stop. What should we do next? Qin Peng glanced at him and said, didn't I send the video to the group? We will go to collect the supplies in an hour. It will be up to us brothers to decide whether to distribute them or not, right? After seeing what happened to that damn old woman, these guys wouldn't dare to resist. Ergu looked worried. You can't say that. Even rabbits bite when they are angry. What if they unite against us? There are nearly 100 households in the whole building. Even if there is only one man from each household, we can't win. Also, it's freezing outside. As supplies run out, the situation will get worse. What if people from other buildings call us? Ergu's real name is Go Wenbin. Since he is the second child in the family, everyone calls him Ergu. This person is a serious college student with some knowledge and a relatively accurate view of issues, and is highly valued by Qin Peng. Hearing what he said, Qin Peng couldn't help but become serious. Then what should we do? I have already said some harsh words in the group, am I going to let them go like this? Ergu pondered for a while. We still have to establish our authority. The key is how to handle the aftermath. First, unify this building and put it under the management of Big Brother, so that it won't become a loose group of sand. But we can't just forcefully exploit these people. We have to give them some benefits and then select strong men to join us. Only when our team is expanded and our strength is strengthened, can we have the capital to survive. Qin Peng smiled and said, okay, let's do as you say. But what if they don't hand in the supplies after an hour? Ergu said, then find another person to establish your authority. Who are you looking for? How about getting rid of that Lu Wei first? I've been putting up with him for a long time. No, I'll pick the softest ones first. Let's go find that female college student eating live first. Ergu showed a cruel smile on his face. As the saying goes, the strong prey on the weak. First, we need to kill off the useless old, weak, women and children, and then threaten and coax the strong and healthy people to join us. Only then can we continue to grow and develop. Qin Peng also laughed wildly. He began to think about how to build his own organization. Maybe he could even make a name for himself in this doomsday. If you want to gain someone's respect, it's not because of your friendliness, but because of your strength. When you are strong, the whole world will be kind to you. Sumu didn't know about Qin Peng's lofty ambitions, nor did he want to know. He just wants to stay safely in his own safe house. No matter how chaotic the outside world is, I will remain unmoved. He was even less interested in Qin Peng robbing his neighbors of their supplies. Because he knew that this was their only choice to survive. Sumu did not indulge in pleasure and started exercising again. In these last days, there is a shortage of medical care and medicine, and a strong body is essential. Sumu made an exercise plan for himself and strictly followed it unless there were special circumstances. An hour passed quickly, and no household in Building 7 took the initiative to hand over supplies to Qin Peng. Everyone was watching and betting that Qin Peng was not so crazy as to risk offending everyone in the building by robbing supplies one by one. After all, Lu Chuanxia is just a property management staff, and many of them are social elites. When the snow stops and social order is restored, anyone can make Qin Peng pay for his crimes. Qin Peng showed a cruel smile on his face. Ergo, you guessed it right, these people won't cry until they see the coffin. Let's go to the 20th floor. That girl who's broadcasting food is alone and has stored a lot of supplies. She's a perfect target for us to attack. The next target he chose to establish his authority was the female college student Lu Qian. Due to the power outage, the elevator had long been out of service. Qin Peng and his group of more than a dozen people wore thick clothes and carried weapons such as crowbars and fire axes. They climbed up the stairs to the door of Lu Qian's house. Qin Peng's Kuan was hit by Wang Dehai, and the original wound broke open again. However, in order to further deter the neighbors, after simply applying some medicine, he still forced himself to lead the team to carry out the operation. Sumu exercised for an hour, wiped the sweat off his face with a towel and came to the monitoring room. The surveillance cameras in all the buildings in the community showed the movements of Qin Peng and others clearly. He did not choose to go out to rescue, but instead took a bottle of beer and sat on the sofa to watch quietly. He has seen a lot of this kind of thing in the Doomsday. He can't control it, and doesn't want to control it. Hearing the sound of banging on the door outside, Lu Qian turned pale with fright. Fortunately, after not giving Zhang Lili food last time, she had considered the possibility of this situation and prepared in advance by blocking the door tightly with heavy sofas, cabinets, etc. Seeing the door being smashed, Lu Qian kept calling the police station, but unfortunately, the call was always ignored and no one answered. Seeing that this approach was not feasible, Lu Qian had no choice but to shout for help in the group. It turned out that she had joined the group with a secondary account without knowing when. I am Lu Qian, who lives on the 20th floor of Unit 2. This is my cell phone. Someone is banging on my door outside. I am so scared. I can't even get through to 110. Neighbors, can anyone help me? It seemed that none of the neighbors in the group saw the message, and no one said a word. Seeing that the door had been smashed open and the cabinet behind the door was shaking due to the pushing of Qin Peng and others, Lu Qian became even more frightened. Whoever comes to save me, I will give him a pack of instant noodles. No, 5 packs. Seeing this message, some people began to be tempted, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Big sister, but there are so many of them. There are a lot of people in our building. Are you still men?" Lu Qian didn't care about anything else and yelled in the group, 70 or 80 grown men, are you afraid that you can't beat a few hooligans? Those of you who spoke up just now, I will remember you. Qin Peng said sinisterly, anyone who dares to come out and ruin my good deeds is against me, Qin Peng. There was a sudden silence in the group, and the few people who had just spoken were trembling with fear. They hurriedly got up and placed heavy objects such as tables, chairs, and sofas in front of the door, fearing that Qin Peng, the desperado, would come and kill them. The sofa and cabinet could not stop those burly men. Under Lu Qian's desperate gaze, Qin Peng and others finally broke into the house, and her miserable screams were heard from inside the house. After a long time, more than a dozen people happily walked out of Lu Qian's house, carrying large bags of food, blankets, and other supplies. They basically emptied out all the edible and usable things in Lu Qian's house, and even took away all the wooden furniture. I didn't expect this girl to have so much food hidden at home, enough for more than a dozen of us to eat for more than 10 days. Yeah, I haven't had a full meal in several days. Today I can finally have a full meal. She has to be a college student, with that skin and that voice, ugh. Brother Ergu is really getting a great deal. This female college student is actually a virgin. The first shot was originally meant for Brother Peng, but I don't know why he gave it to Brother Ergu. Shoo, stop talking nonsense and go. A dozen thugs left, leaving only the naked Lu Qian lying on the cold floor, dying with her eyes open. In the end, they couldn't hold back their desires and tore apart the last thread of civilization. Sumu sighed in front of the surveillance camera. The food chain in the apocalypse was finally formed, and the evil in human nature began to spread. In the end times, once Pandora's box is opened, the naked law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest will prevail. There will be more such things in the future. Qin Peng sent the video of looting Lu Qian to the group again, and once again demanded that everyone hand over the supplies within an hour. Otherwise, he would bring his brothers to each of their homes and use crowbars and steel pipes to reason with them. Qin Peng did not feel any guilt in his heart. Instead, he felt that an invisible shackle that bound him had been broken. He even felt that the end of the world was not a bad thing. Now he was like an emperor and could do whatever he wanted. He was very comfortable. It was Kuan that was broken, which made Qin Peng feel a little uncomfortable. Because he suddenly remembered the word eunuch. Ever since Qin Peng and others robbed Lu Qian's house and sent the video to the group, many owners of Building 7 finally couldn't stand the pressure and began to contact Qin Peng to hand over their supplies. Qin Peng did not go too far. As long as those who voluntarily handed over supplies were encouraged, he would only take half of the things and then let them go. These people had already prepared for heavy losses, but they did not expect that the usually violent Qin Peng would actually show mercy. They could not help but feel inexplicably grateful and went back with many thanks. As the news spread, some weak-willed owners began to hesitate and secretly took some items from their homes and humbly handed them over to Qin Peng. Qin Peng accepted all the offers and even specially invited a dozen young and strong male owners to join his team, promising that as long as they followed him, they would have enough supplies. Under the temptation of materials, these people agreed after just a moment's hesitation. Qin Peng once again accepted a dozen younger brothers. His strength increased greatly in a short time. He was unrivaled and was gradually becoming the #1 overlord of Building 7. "Ergu, you are amazing." Qin Peng patted Ergu on the shoulder and said, "You have a good grasp of these people's psychology. We robbed them of their supplies, but instead of holding a grudge against us, they were grateful to us." Ergu said proudly, "Big brother praised me. There are still a lot of people in Building 7. If they become a bunch of people, it won't be a good thing for us. As long as we don't push them too hard and give them a chance to survive, they won't fight back desperately. As for those diehards, we have plenty of time to play with them." Starting from the next day, Qin Peng led his younger brothers to go door to door asking for food, starting from the first floor. Anyone who did not voluntarily hand over food would have their door broken into and all supplies looted, leaving them to fend for themselves. Of course, there were owners who resisted, but Qin Peng and his men were numerous and powerful, and their actions were ruthless. Not only did the owners have all their supplies robbed, they were also severely beaten by Qin Peng and his men. In this kind of weather, with a lack of medical care and medicine, it is hard to say whether one can survive 2 days after being injured. It didn't take long before news came out that 2 seriously injured owners died of cold and hunger soon. For a moment, the entire building was filled with crying, begging, cursing, and threatening. Unfortunately, Qin Peng was hard-hearted and was not moved at all, so he continued to rob. Anyway, there are no police to supervise them now, so they start to act lawless. Even when robbing supplies, they would take a fancy to a young girl or wife and forcibly abduct her to play with her. If the owner resisted, they would beat her up and kick her. Several familiar neighbors secretly united together to keep each other warm and refused to hand over supplies. Qin Peng did not indulge them. He gathered the new owners and formed a strong team of more than 30 people, and began to rob one by one. There were many of them, and they were all desperate criminals. Those owners who formed a group were no match for Qin Peng and his team, and were quickly wiped out. This time, Qin Peng took ruthless action and killed all the owners who resisted most fiercely, snatched away all the supplies, and sent photos and videos to the group as a deterrent. Under surveillance, Sumu saw Qin Peng's evil deeds clearly. He let out a long sigh. In troubled times, human life is worthless. Qin Peng was not pretending at all. He did everything he could in Building Number 7, killing people and robbing people. Seeing the video Qin Peng sent in the group, Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei were trembling with fear. Relying on the half-package of sausages sent by Han Lei, the two of them survived another 2 days. It is now the 12th day after the snowstorm. The two people have long run out of food and can only rely on melted snow to fill their stomachs. Qin Peng has been busy searching for supplies on other floors these days and has no time to pay attention to them, but he will soon reach their floor. "Ching-shu, what should we do? Qin Peng and his men dare to kill people. If we can't hand over the food, we'll be in trouble when they break in." In the cold rental house, Xie Baiwei pulled Yen Ching-shu, who had become extremely silent in the past few days, and said worriedly. After all, they lived under the same roof, and Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei did not break up completely. On the surface, they were still good friends who depended on each other. Yen Ching-shu's hair was extremely messy. It hadn't been washed for many days. It looked like a bunch of dead grass and had an unpleasant smell of brain oil. Her face was pale, her eyes were sunken, and her lips were bloodless. There was no trace of the goddess she used to be. Yen Ching-shu raised her head, her eyes red, and her tone was terribly cold. "Just break in if you want. We still have 2 packs of Little Raccoon instant noodles and 2 sausages left, which are not enough for us to have another meal. I'll hide them in my underwear later. Will they still be able to search me?" She said nonchalantly, "By the way, there is still half a bottle of Lao Gan Ma in the kitchen. They can take it if they want. They are thugs, immoral thugs." Xie Baiwei screamed, "What if they resort to any means necessary? Even if they take a fancy to us. Yen Ching-shu said indifferently, it's good to look at it. At least I can exchange my body for some food, which is better than starving to death. Or, let's contact Sumu again. As long as we can get into his villa, we'll be safe. Xie Baiwei's eyes turned, don't forget, he is the one who made Qin Peng suffer before. When Sumu was mentioned, Yen Ching-shu was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she cursed loudly, don't mention that scumbag to me. I would rather starve to death or be toyed with by Qin Peng and his gang than beg for mercy from that bitch again. Xie Baiwei fell silent. Unlike Yen Ching-shu, she did not have much hatred towards Sumu. She even felt a little regretful that she had participated in Han Lei and Yen Ching-shu's action against Sumu last time, which caused Sumu to have an opinion of her, and she missed the opportunity to enter his villa. I've made up my mind. I want to join Qin Peng's team, even if I have to become their plaything. As long as he can help me kill that scumbag Sumu, I'm willing to do anything. Wait, do you want to come with me? After saying that, Yen Ching-shu raised her head and tilted her head to look at Xie Baiwei. Her eyes were filled with madness and unwillingness, which frightened Xie Baiwei so much that she trembled all over. Are you kidding me? Qin Peng's team has more than 30 men. Can you hold on? Xie Baiwei shouted loudly, I heard that the female college student Lu Qian was tortured to death by them. Yen Ching-shu shuddered, and a hint of fear finally appeared on her face, but it quickly disappeared. It doesn't matter. Sumu destroyed everything I had. As long as Qin Peng can help me kill him, I can bear any number of people. She was deceived and teased by Sumu, and lost both her life and money. She was driven crazy, and the only thought in her mind now was to kill Sumu. Yen Ching-shu smiled cruelly, Sumu is the person with the most food in the entire community. He is so flamboyant, and he posts his delicious food to disgust us in the group every day. We have long been resentful of him. Qin Peng was injured by him again. With his unwillingness to suffer loss, he will definitely find a way to retaliate. When the time comes, Qin Peng will definitely bring people into his villa and loot all the supplies. As long as I join them, I will have the opportunity to kill Sumu myself. The more Yen Ching-shu spoke, the more sinister her tone became, and her expression became extremely ferocious. Wait, are you willing to help me? This, okay. Seeing her hysterical look, Xie Baiwei couldn't help but swallow and agreed. Then she used the excuse of going to the bathroom and sent a message to Sumu on her mobile phone. At this time, Xie Baiwei had already figured out how to regain Sumu's trust. She is not a brainless woman with big breasts like Yen Ching-shu, who looks down on men too much and treats all men as animals who think with their lower body. She thinks she is young and beautiful, and as long as she makes a slight gesture, countless men will serve her. But Xie Baiwei never thought so. She believed that every rich person was very smart, otherwise they would not have earned so much wealth. Now it is the end of the world and everyone is short of food and water. However, Sumu had already made preparations in advance and stored abundant food and even heating equipment. Such a person must be very cautious and will not trust anyone easily. If you want to enter Sumu's villa, you must first be able to bring him benefits, and secondly, you must make him trust you enough. I will pretend to agree to Yen Ching-shu and join Qin Peng's team with her. As long as I can get the news of when they attacked Sumu's house, I can tell Sumu about it. Sumu will definitely thank me, especially for letting me into his house. Xie Baiwei was ecstatic. This was simply a great turn of events brought to her by two big fools, Xie Baiwei and Qin Peng. Her eyes sparkled, you slut, you want to be toyed with, but I want to enter Sumu's villa. Sumu was stunned after receiving Xie Baiwei's message. He didn't expect Yen Ching-shu to be so determined. In order to take revenge on him, she was willing to sleep with more than 30 men. He thought about it and said, okay, you have indeed proved that you have some value. I hope you won't be indecisive like last time, otherwise, hee. Xie Baiwei hurriedly said, I was confused last time, don't worry, it will definitely not be like this time. Look, I've told you such important news, can you let me into your villa? You must be lonely at home at this time, right? Although I'm not as pretty as Yen Ching-shu, I'm a woman after all, and I can help you do a lot of things. Sumu was speechless. Did he think that the hundreds of smart dolls and Catwoman robots in my infinite space were just decorations? There are people from all countries, all skin colors, and all body shapes, and they also come with built-in intelligent voice, so you can get whatever you want. Seeing that Xie Baiwei was getting a little too aggressive, Sumu sneered, "You need a token of your loyalty to join the Liangshan Mountain. This news is not worth enough to enter my villa. Well, you can blend in with them first and report their news to me at any time. As long as you behave well, I will consider whether to let you enter my villa." Xie Baiwei suddenly felt a little disappointed, and replied with tears in her eyes, "Brother Sumu, I will listen to you. It's just that Qin Peng's place is full of men, I'm afraid. I want to save my first time for my brother." Hearing her acting coquettishly, Sumu almost vomited the food he had eaten at noon. He suppressed his nausea and replied, "You are a smart woman. I think you can protect yourself. This is your first time, I don't believe you." In just 3 days, Qin Peng had almost robbed the entire Building 7. All property owners either join them or wait to die after all their supplies are robbed. Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei also successfully joined Qin Peng's team, but they were not teased or abused as they had imagined, which made them both feel relieved. It is freezing cold now, everyone is hungry and cold, and even their desires have been reduced a lot. In addition, the water pipes were frozen, and the two hadn't washed or dressed for many days. They looked unkempt, pale and thin, which really didn't arouse any sexual desire. However, this allowed them to escape the disaster for the time being. But after all, they are young and beautiful, and their foundation is still there, especially Yen Ching-shu, who is as beautiful as Zhang Lily. Although Xie Baiwei is a little behind, I heard that she is still a novice. This gave Qin Peng some different ideas, and he planned to take both of them into his harem. His Kuan was shot off, but who said that half of the Kuan cannot be used? Maybe it will get even worse after the wound heals. Short and sharp. After the snowstorm is over, or after he robs that Sumu's villa, Qin Peng can still show his prowess. Since the eldest brother has taken them as his concubines, the younger brothers naturally dare not act unruly. There are other women in the corridor anyway, so there is no need to offend the eldest brother. Only Han Lei was furious after knowing this. However, he was starving to death and couldn't take care of himself. Who would listen to his advice? He sighed and joined Qin Peng's team because he felt that this way he could at least be closer to his goddess, and if something really happened, he could continue to protect her. In just a few days, more than 100 owners of Building 7 were divided into 3 small groups and confronted each other. The most powerful one is of course Qin Peng. He has a dozen loyal followers and has recruited more than 20 strong male owners to join the gang. The two households opposite each other living in the same floor can keep each other warm and respond quickly if any problems arise. The second group was a dozen or so familiar owners that Lu Wei had recruited. They also gathered together and found baseball bats, steel pipes, and fire axes for self-defense. There are also dozens of scattered families who have gathered together for warmth. The number of people seems to be large, but they are basically the elderly, the weak, women and children. They were the most pitiful, being robbed back and forth by the 2 major gangs, who considered them a burden and refused to accept them into their gangs. They had no food at home. On the 15th day, the heavy snow showed no signs of stopping. The snow outside had reached 6 or 7 meters thick, and the entire second floor of the building was buried. The situation became increasingly serious. Even though Qin Peng had looted a lot of property from the owners, it was still very difficult to feed more than 30 of his younger brothers. He could only divide the food into small portions, first ensuring the supply for his loyal followers, and then distribute the rest to the newly joined peripheral owners, supplying a little bit at a fixed time and quantity every day. Things are getting more and more interesting. Sumu sneered and posted a video in the group. In the warm and comfortable luxurious villa, Sumu, wearing a vest and shorts, was busy in front of a copper hot pot. There were a lot of ingredients on the table, including beef, mutton, tripe, pig throat, quail eggs, shrimp balls, fish balls, scallops, meatballs, and a variety of fresh vegetables. When people in the group saw this, their mouths watered. "Sumu, I haven't had hot food for a long time, can you give me some food?" "Yes, Sumu, I'm so hungry. As long as you give me something to eat, I'll do anything you want me to do." "Sumu, do you want to form a team? I'll be the first to sign up as your younger brother." "Brother Sumu, I'm Linner's sister. Give me a bite to eat, and I can unlock any position for you. Sumu automatically ignored their request and asked in surprise, what? You haven't had hot food for a long time. It's okay, don't worry, just watch me eat. The ancients could quench their thirst by looking at plums, and you can surely quench your hunger by looking at rice. Then, Sumu started to show off his fandom. He put various seasonings into the hot pot, and then added beef, prawns, meatballs, and other ingredients. It was steaming hot and fragrant. Lao Mo squatted on the side and watched eagerly, his saliva almost flowing out. There is wine, meat, hot pot, and dogs. I really love this steamy world of fireworks. Damn it, this bastard is in Versailles again, I can't stand it anymore, who's going to come with me to teach him a lesson? That's right, this guy doesn't give us any food, but instead makes us greedy every day. There must be a lot of delicious food in this guy's house. Break into his villa and steal all his supplies. Brother Peng, come on. I have seen with my own eyes that this Sumu has stored a large amount of food. Tianhai Pavilion Seafood Restaurant uses dozens of dining trucks to deliver food to him. Yes, if we rob him, we won't have to starve. Did you notice that Sumu is wearing short sleeves? That means their home must be very warm. Qin Peng's younger brothers were also extremely greedy after seeing the video and started discussing all sorts of things. Qin Peng was also very interested. He looked at his military advisor Go Wenbin and said, Ergo, what do you think? Ergo pondered for a while and said, to fight against foreign enemies, we must first stabilize the country. Now there are still Lu Wei and his gang who refuse to obey us, and Sumu's villa has been specially renovated. If our attack fails, they will take advantage of the opportunity to cut off our retreat, which will be troublesome. Qin Peng was shocked, that's right. If we don't get rid of Lu Wei, he will become a serious threat to us sooner or later. In that case, let's kill him first and completely unify Building 7. Qin Peng led more than 30 people and went to cause trouble for Lu Wei with murderous intent. Lu Wei had already sent many people to guard each floor. After receiving the news, he was not willing to be outdone and brought people to block Qin Peng and others directly at the stairs. The two factions were in confrontation, and they couldn't agree on anything, so they started fighting. Lu Wei waved a machete and stood at the entrance of the stairs. He originally ran a martial arts school. He was very strong and had great skills. He knocked down 3 or 4 people in an instant. Those who rushed to the front were the newly joined owners, commonly known as cannon fodder. They had never seen such a bloody scene and they screamed and retreated. Qin Peng's loyal followers were blocked behind, waving steel pipes and crowbars, but they couldn't get through. Spread. Following Qin Peng's loud shout, his younger brothers cleared the road they were blocking. The owners, as if receiving a great command, quickly retreated, leaving space for the owner to move forward. Lu Wei held up the bloody machete and grinned, Qin Peng, you only have this much ability, and you dare to steal my supplies. Follow the rules of the martial arts world. Come and challenge me in a one-on-one duel if you dare. One-on-one. Qin Peng chuckled, pulled out a shotgun from under his clothes, aimed it at Lu Wei and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, Lu Wei was caught off guard and his body was beaten into a sieve. He fell in a pool of blood with a howl. Idiot. What era is this? Are you still trying to learn how to use a knife? He blew away the gun smoke from the muzzle and shouted, Go. Immediately, the younger brothers pounced on him like wolves and tigers. Qin Peng asked someone to modify this gun privately. He was in the earth-moving business, which inevitably involved fighting with others. With this thing, he could both give himself courage and protect himself in many situations. This time when he was fighting with Lu Wei, he took out his most powerful weapon, and it really decided the outcome and played a big role at the critical moment. The property owners who followed Lu Wei were so scared when they saw Lu Wei, who was unconscious because of being shot, that they peed their pants. Some turned around and ran away, some were so scared that they sat down on the ground, and some simply threw away their weapons. Kneel down and surrender. Hand over your weapons and you won't be killed. Hearing this, these people were immediately terrified, dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. Qin Peng easily gathered a dozen of Lu Wei's younger brothers. Lu Wei was shot, his chest was almost riddled with bullets, and he kept coughing up blood. However, Because the weather was too cold and he was wearing several layers of thick clothes, he did not die immediately. However, the wound was bleeding profusely, and in such extremely cold weather, the blood quickly froze and there was no way he could survive. Qin Peng grinned and said, I heard that this guy has a 16-year-old daughter and his wife is well maintained too. You guys got her at a bargain. Lu Wei widened his eyes and wanted to speak, but his mouth was filled with blood and his lips were trembling so much that he couldn't utter a single word. Hearing Qin Peng's order, the younger brothers were ecstatic. They cheered and ran to Qin Liuwei's house, banging on the door. Wait a minute. Qin Peng shouted, bring this guy in as well, and let him see with his own eyes how his wife and daughter are toyed with by you guys. This is the result of going against me, Qin Peng. Lu Wei's eyes were bloodshot, but he was helpless. He was dragged into the house by several people and watched his wife and daughter being humiliated. He didn't even finish reading it before he died of anger, his eyes wide open, and he died with his eyes open. Hearing the screams coming from the house, the owners who followed Lu Wei knelt on the ground with their heads in their hands, trembling in fear, not daring to say a word. Ha ha ha. Qin Peng was overjoyed. He put the spray gun on his shoulder and looked around at his neighbors who were all looking down on him. His heart was filled with infinite pride. He felt that at this moment, he was the king of the entire building. After ransacking Lu Wei's house, Qin Peng and his brothers, who were carrying large and small bags, slowly walked home. After so many days of recovery, his injured Kuan has recovered a lot and basically has no impact on his walking. Qin Peng was walking in front proudly with a shotgun in his hand. When he reached the 13th floor, he did not notice two blood-red eyes staring at him through the crack in the door. When Qin Peng walked in, the door of room 1301 was suddenly pushed open with a bang. A haggard, disheveled figure rushed out screaming, holding a bloody kitchen knife and chopped at Qin Peng's head. Qin Peng was suddenly startled and tilted his head in a hurry. The kitchen knife hit his left shoulder. He immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Seeing the black shadow raising the kitchen knife towards Qin Peng's neck and trying to chop it a second time, the younger brothers nearby finally reacted and rushed over to stop her. The black shadow was slashing wildly with a kitchen knife in hand. The dozen or so younger brothers were unable to stop her for a moment and were almost injured. Qin Peng stood up from the ground with the help of Ergu. When he looked closely, he found that the crazy figure was actually the property management staff Lu Chuanxia. A few days ago, Qin Peng robbed Lu Chuanxia of all her supplies and she had been silent since then. In such cold weather and without food, everyone thought she was dead. I didn't expect that she was not only alive, but also full of energy, but seemed like she was crazy. Qin Peng touched his shoulder and found his hands were covered in blood, which made him very angry. Fortunately, he was wearing thick clothes, even a leather jacket underneath, so the knife only cut his flesh but did not hurt his bones. However, if you get injured in such extremely cold weather, recovery will be extremely slow, and if you are not careful, you may even get infected or inflamed, which is absolutely fatal. Seeing that his brothers couldn't take down a crazy woman after such a long time, Qin Peng was furious. Scatter. He raised the shotgun and shot Lu Chuanxia. The scattered steel balls immediately smashed her chest and abdomen. The huge force of the spray gun carried Lu Chuanxia directly into the air, and she hit the stair railing heavily, then fell to the ground. No one knew where the kitchen knife flew to. Despite this serious injury, Lu Chuanxia was not dead yet. She fell to the ground, trying to raise her head, staring at Qin Peng with her bloodshot eyes. He shouted incoherently, "Qin Peng, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make you pay for my wife's life." Looking at Lu Chuanxia's crazy eyes, Qin Peng couldn't help but shudder. Damn old thing. Qin Peng's eyes flashed with ferocity. He snatched a long and thick crowbar from the hand of his younger brother next to him and smashed it towards Lu Chuanxia's head. Lu Chuanxia had been shot and was already dying, so how could she escape? With the sound of crackling bones breaking, Lu Chuanxia's brain burst out and she lay motionless on the stairs. Go. Go to her house and have a look. This old guy was robbed of all his belongings last time, but he is still able to live for this long. He must have hidden a lot of food. When Qin Peng swung the stick, the wound on his shoulder was affected. He gasped in pain, threw the crowbar to his younger brother, and said, "Search carefully." Several younger brothers rushed into room 1301 upon receiving the order, but they retreated with pale faces as soon as they entered. One of them even ran to the corner and vomited. Qin Peng immediately became alert. What's going on? Brother Peng, you'll know for yourself if you go and see for yourself. The younger brother vomited all over the place and answered reluctantly. Qin Peng was a little suspicious. He opened the door, walked in slowly to take a look, and then quickly walked out with a grim expression. Inside the house was Wang Dehai's body, which had been cut into pieces. The ground was covered in blood and there were a few bones that had been gnawed clean scattered around. It turned out that Lu Chuanxia had barely survived these days by eating the flesh and blood of her husband. The rage for revenge kept her from collapsing in the cold weather, and she finally found an opportunity to slash Qin Peng. Throw this crazy woman's body out of the window. Looking at Lu Chuanxia's open eyes, which seemed to still flash with resentment, Qin Peng shouted hysterically. He and his brothers hurried back to his home as if they were escaping, and fell on the sofa, gasping for breath. Sumu saw these two battles clearly on the surveillance camera and let out a long sigh. Several people died tragically this time, but Sumu felt nothing. None of these people are good people. Just let them die. It's none of my business. However, since Qin Peng has unified Building 7, the next step should be a battle for dominance in the community. Sumu was about to continue exercising when he suddenly had an idea and received a prompt that the system base was under attack. He quickly checked the surveillance video and saw a dozen unfamiliar people banging on the door of his underground garage with sledgehammers and crowbars. Who are these people? They don't look like the neighbors of Building 7. Sumu thought about it and immediately understood that he should send some steaming hot delicacies to the group in Building 7 every day to show off his Versailles style and let everyone know that he has abundant food stored. Most likely, the owner of Building 7 forwarded the photos to the owner groups of other buildings, which attracted another group of people to try their luck and see if they could break into their villas and steal the supplies. There was a flash of murderous intent in Sumu's eyes. No matter if it was his former neighbor in Building 7 or the owner of other buildings in the community, if they dared to take advantage of him, they would only have one way to go, and that was death. He took out a crossbow from the infinite space, loaded it with arrows, and ran to the underground garage with murderous intent. Sumu climbed up the ladder, quietly opened the small window reserved, and was about to use a crossbow to deal with the invading enemy. But they were all banging on the door with sledgehammers right below, which was a blind spot for shooting. It was impossible to shoot from this angle. When the safe house was being built, everything was done with personal safety in mind, and no one dared to make the shooting hole too low. Sumu was a little amused and helpless. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Is it still urine? He then shook his head. There were too many people outside. How much urine would he have to ensure that everyone got their food? Sumu thought about it, took out a roll of water pipe, connected it to the reserved interface of the sewer pipe in the next room, climbed up the ladder again, and aimed the opening towards the outside of the shooting hole. What is this Sumu garage door made of? How come after smashing it for so long, there's not even a white mark on it? Who knows? I heard that his villa was specially renovated. I saw with my own eyes that several trucks were pulling something in. Damn it, this Sumu posts food pictures and videos in the Building 7 owners group every day. After my sister forwarded it to me, I almost cried with greed. That's right. Everyone is starving and freezing, so why is this guy well-fed and well-clothed? Stop talking nonsense and get to work. Break down the door and steal his damned stuff so we can have a good meal. Okay, I want to eat that roast chicken. A few people were talking when they suddenly heard a loud shout from above their heads, no roast chicken, but there is a lot of poop. They were startled and looked up quickly, only to see a large amount of yellow liquid with a foul smell pouring down on their heads. The sewer pipe in Sumu's villa was connected to a garbage disposal device, which was filled with urine, feces, and various kitchen wastes. After fermentation, the smell was so sour. Ugh, what is this? Why does it stink so bad? Poo, 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 this stuff is flowing into my mouth. Damn it, is this guy throwing shit out there? I can't stand it anymore, run. The man who was banging on the door outside was unexpectedly drenched in the head and face, and then the draft from the underground garage froze him into ice chips that stuck to his body. They were anxious and angry, and quickly retreated far away, cursing at Sumu. Hey, grandkids. Watch the arrows. Sumu blew a whistle, closed the valve, took out his crossbow, raised his arrow and shot. Ah! A crossbow arrow more than 20 centimeters long accurately penetrated a man's thigh, leaving only half of the tail feathers dangling outside. The man fell to the ground suddenly, covering his wound and howling loudly. Run, he has a crossbow. The others were so shocked that they didn't even bother to help their injured companions. They turned around and ran away. Don't go, wait for me. The injured man covered his wound with one hand and tried his best to crawl forward, leaving a pool of blood on the ice and snow-covered ground. He. Sumu smiled cruelly, reloaded the bowstring, ignored the injured men, and shot at the other fleeing person. The man was shot through the calf and fell to the ground. His nose hit the hard ground and he started bleeding from the nose. Sumu calmly shot the third arrow, piercing the right shoulder of the third person who was running away. The man was a tough guy. He gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. He ran forward with the crossbow. Seeing their companions getting injured one after another and facing life and death, the other few people could not help but unleash all their potential and ran faster than wild dogs on the loose. Seeing that everyone had run out of his shooting range, Sumu put down his crossbow regretfully and closed the shooting hole. There were two enemies outside struggling on the ground holding their legs, but Sumu was not interested in them and didn't even shoot another arrow. In this extremely cold weather where water freezes into ice, if they don't receive timely treatment, they will eventually die in pain. Because they lost the ability to protect themselves due to their injuries, these people would definitely become targets of exploitation by their companions, and might even be eaten as food in the most desperate times. Isn't Lu Chuanxia's husband Wang Dahai a living example? It is now the 15th day of the snowstorm, and everyone's stored food has been almost consumed. In a few days, it will not be uncommon for starving people to eat human flesh. The two men with injured legs were overjoyed to see that Sumu did not continue to chase them. They cursed and ran away dragging their injured legs. Sumu returned to his room to continue his physical exercise. He was not even interested in asking the people who smashed his garage door which building they belonged to. Even if there is a sea of blood and corpses outside, it has nothing to do with him. Anyway, his villa is impregnable and no one can possibly break in, so he is willing to stay comfortably inside and never come out. After Qin Peng unified building number 7, he concentrated all the materials in the building in his own hands and distributed them on time and in a quantitative manner. The core few brothers can basically eat half full every day, but the peripheral owners are miserable. They can only get a little bit of food every day, barely enough to survive. As for the last group of owners who surrendered, Qin Peng only picked out a few strong young men to join him. All the food in the homes of the rest were taken away, leaving them to fend for themselves. Young women could even sell their bodies to Qin Peng's gang in exchange for some food, while the rest of the old, weak, sick and powerless children cooked and ate the leather clothes, belts and leather sofas in their homes, suffering in the cold weather. Many people did not survive and froze to death huddled in the corner of their homes. After killing Lu Wei, Qin Peng's confidence soared. He accepted Ergu's suggestion and moved all the owners of the lower floors to the upper floors. He divided the 50 or so young men under his command into 3 groups, and then had them live there together, guarding the area layer by layer. At the same time, they blocked the stairs leading to the underground garage with debris to prevent people from other buildings from coming to attack them. It's time to show off your daily routine again. What are we having for dinner today? Sumu sat at the dining table and said in a distressed tone, by the way, I haven't had steak for several days. Let's eat this today. He first took out a bottle of 1982 Lafite and poured himself a glass. A large piece of steaming steak was placed on the table, weighing about 2 or 3 pounds and emitting an enticing aroma. Sumu used a table knife to put the cut steak into his mouth and tasted it carefully. The steak is just the right amount of tenderness and melts in your mouth, and the strong black pepper flavor is irresistible. Not only that, he also casually inserted a large piece of steak and stuffed it into the black dog Lao Mo's mouth. After seeing the video that Sumu posted in the group, Qin Peng felt that the instant noodles and sausage in his hands no longer tasted good. He slammed the flour bucket on the table and cursed, "Damn it, this Sumu is so annoying. Damn it. The dog in his family eats better than us. In fact, this is the best food they have found so far. When the government can only guarantee 2 hours of normal electricity supply every day, it is very difficult to eat instant noodles with hot water. Brother Peng, should we go to Sumu's villa again and break in to take all his things? One of the younger brothers drooled and shivered and said, look at him, he's still shirtless. There must be some special heating equipment in the villa. Qin Peng was very interested and turned to look at Ergu next to him. Ergu pondered for a while and said, Sumu's villa has been specially renovated. What we know so far is that the garage door is made of alloy steel and the windows are as hard as bulletproof glass, but he can't just replace all the walls with steel plates, right? I think we can give it a try. After all, it's too cold here and we urgently need a warm base. Besides, this Sumu is so flamboyant. Even if we don't attack his villa, people from other buildings will find a way to get in sooner or later. Qin Peng was very excited and stood up in a flash, well, let's go and rob him now. Ergu stood up and stopped him, saying with a smile, don't worry, big brother. This Sumu has a crossbow in his hand, we have to be on guard. I think we should change our thinking. He paced a few steps in the room and said, since Sumu's villa cannot be breached, why don't we just rob another one? We can't have all the villas be like his, a cowardly one. It's already very crowded with dozens of us squeezed into a few houses. The villa has a large space, which is just enough for the brothers to toss around. Qin Peng was a little confused, scratched his head and asked, if we don't rob Sumu's, who should we rob? Ergo laughed and said, needless to say, of course it's Wang Hao's. This guy spent a fortune on buying a lot of food a few days ago. Robbing him will help alleviate our material crisis. Everyone is starving to death, but Wang Hao has so much food stored. Even if we don't steal it, someone will target him sooner or later. Lawyer Zhang San said that if someone is starving to death, even if they kill someone, it's okay. It's called emergency avoidance. Qin Peng laughed loudly, you are really knowledgeable. Okay then, I'll listen to you. Let's kill the rich and help the poor, and enforce justice on the side of heaven. They do it as soon as they say it. Regardless of the fact that Lu Chuanxia's shoulder injury had not yet healed, Qin Peng personally led dozens of his men, walked out of the door with various weapons, and began to move the debris blocking the stairs, preparing to attack Wang Hao's Villa No. 8 through the underground garage. Sumu didn't know what Qin Peng and the others were planning, because he discovered something very interesting in the surveillance video. Eiichiro Yamamoto actually showed up. Of course, he did not appear alone. There were more than 20 Japanese following him, who walked out one by one from the underground garage door of Yamamoto Eiichiro's villa. These people all held long knives and crowbars in their hands, and had a white ribbon tied outside their thick hats with 2 big red words "Victory" written on it. They should all be Japanese living in this community. From the looks of it, there are senior executives of Benimaru Corporation, employees of other Japanese companies, and international students studying here. Seeing that the city was blocked by heavy snow, there was no idea when it would stop. They knew that their identity as Japanese made them hated in Dacia, so they spontaneously gathered in Yamamoto Eiichiro's villa to keep each other warm. It was impossible for Sumu to watch the surveillance camera 24 hours a day, and he didn't even know when they gathered together. Looking at their sneaky figures, I don't know what evil things they are going to do. As no one has taken care of it for a long time, the underground garage has been frozen into ice holes by the ice and snow that have poured in. Various vehicles are frozen in the ice and snow, like a work of art in an ice hell. What on earth does that bastard Yamamoto Eiichiro want to do by bringing so many Japanese people out? When Sumu saw these Japanese soldiers gathering in the underground garage, he couldn't help but feel puzzled, and then he became excited. Are they here to attack my villa? He posts various food photos and videos in the community group and the Building 7 owners group every day to show off, just to let all the owners know that he has the most abundant food reserves in the entire community. That's right, Sumu's purpose is to fish, especially to catch the ferocious piranha, Eiichiro Yamamoto. It was too cold and dangerous outside, and he didn't want to leave his safe house, so he had to slowly lure people into the trap in this way. However, it had been snowing heavily for 15 days, and except for Qin Peng and his younger brother from Building 7 who came twice, there was basically no movement in other buildings, including Yamamoto Eiichiro, which made Sumu somewhat disappointed. Now that Yamamoto Eiichiro has finally appeared, Sumu is ready to go, thinking quickly in his mind how to teach him a profound lesson. Of course, we must not let this guy die early. We must torture him in the most cruel way and let him die in despair. However, after gathering, Yamamoto Eiichiro and his men did not go towards Sumu's villa. Instead, they sneaked to the garage door of the rich second-generation Wang Hao, then raised a crowbar and started smashing the door. Sumu understood that Wang Hao had been publicly purchasing food at sky-high prices in various groups a few days ago, and now it finally attracted the attention of some interested people. Most likely, Yamamoto Eiichiro and his men were running low on food, so they set their sights on Wang Hao. After a few hits, the garage door suddenly opened and more than a dozen big men rushed out, holding machetes and steel pipes, hacking and smashing at these Japanese. The Japanese were caught off guard and several of them were chopped down and smashed on the spot. They lay on the ground wailing with blood on their heads. Wang Hao's arrogant voice rang out from behind, "Seeing that I spent a lot of money to buy so many supplies, there are always unruly people who want to harm me. Unfortunately, I have been prepared for this move of yours and have teamed up with brother Li Guodong. You little devils, you still want to attack me? Bah, dream on. Brothers, beat these bastards up. If you injure someone, you will be rewarded with a bowl of instant noodles. If you kill someone, you will be rewarded with 3 bowls." In the surveillance video, Sumu saw Li Guodong, a big brother from northeast China who was in the seafood business, taking the lead, holding a machete more than half a meter long, roaring and slashing left and right, unstoppable. Suddenly, the two groups started hacking and killing each other in the cold garage. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and people kept falling to the ground injured, wailing in a pool of blood. Sumu was so excited when he saw the surveillance video that he patted Lao Mo's head, took out the M200 sniper rifle from the infinite space, and ran towards the underground garage. He opened the firing hole reserved on the wall, stretched out the muzzle of his gun, and wanted to continue observing the battle situation through the scope, waiting for an opportunity to provide support. However, due to the angle, he couldn't see anything at all. Sumu was so angry that he slammed the butt of the gun and was about to open the garage door and rush out to help. At this moment, a crisp gunshot suddenly rang out from the garage, followed by Wang Hao and the others shouting in panic, "Oh no! Brother Li was shot. The Japanese are too insidious. They even hid guns. Take the injured brothers and retreat quickly." Sumu was frightened by the gunshot and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly closed the garage door, which was 1/3 open. He slapped himself. He had promised to stay in the villa until the end of time, but how come he couldn't bear it when he saw the Dacia people beating the Japanese? Sumu hurried back to the monitoring room to see what the battle situation was like. The northeast big brother Li Guodong had his chest tightly covered by someone, but the blood gushing out from there could not be stopped at all. Everyone hurriedly lifted his body and fought while retreating. However, the Japanese were in high spirits and chased after them relentlessly, wielding long knives and crowbars. At the cost of 2 lives, Wang Hao and others finally retreated into the garage, desperately closed the garage door again, and blocked it with all kinds of debris. Although the Japanese chopped the door lock and opened the garage door a little, the people inside were hacking and stabbing at random with machetes. Several people attacked desperately several times but could not get in. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the solid wooden table blocking the door, but did not penetrate directly. The flying debris scratched the cheeks of the 2 people behind the door. They took 2 steps back in fear, but immediately rushed forward, roaring and slashing with machetes. Wang Hao also took a machete and squeezed in front, shouting loudly, "Brothers, be careful, these little devils have no moral principles and are shooting from behind. Everyone should eat their fill after we go back today. This is my reward to you brothers. Damn it, I won't live anymore." Under the desperate resistance of Wang Hao and others, the Japanese did not gain any advantage and instead injured several people. Sumu could see clearly from the surveillance video that the gloomy-looking Yamamoto Eiichiro was holding an M57 pistol in his hand. It was he who shot Li Guodong. Baka. Yamamoto Eiichiro cursed loudly. He fired 3 shots in this battle, but only the first shot injured Li Guodong. The other 2 shots missed anyone. Seeing that they could not take the city after a long time, Wang Hao and his men made preparations for defense. Yamamoto Eiichiro saw that more and more of his men were injured, so he had no choice but to lead his men to retreat. Wang Hao and others did not dare to be careless at all. They quickly moved out a large number of sundries such as sofas and cabinets from upstairs and blocked the entire underground garage of the villa tightly. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Sumu watched helplessly on the surveillance camera as Yamamoto Eiichiro and his men calmly retreated to their villa, but he was powerless to do anything. Only the pools of blood in the underground garage showed that a brief but fierce confrontation had just taken place. No one would have thought that in the country where gun control is so strict, Yamamoto Eiichiro, a Japanese, would secretly hide a pistol. Maybe it was because he didn't have enough bullets, or maybe his shooting skills were not accurate or his psychological quality was not up to standard. The last 2 shots missed the target. Otherwise, Wang Hao and his men would be caught off guard and would most likely be caught by these Japanese devils. The gunshots not only shocked Sumu and Wang Hao, but also scared Qin Peng and others who were moving debris in the stairwell. In this era of information explosion, the power of thermal weapons has long been deeply rooted in people's minds. This is also the reason why after Qin Peng killed Lu Wei with a shotgun, he was able to quickly force the owners who followed him to surrender. But the shotgun in Qin Peng's hand was just a homemade gun that fired steel balls. Although it was powerful at close range, it could basically not hit anyone beyond 20 meters. The sound of Yamamoto Eiichiro's pistol is exactly the same as the one in the movie. It is definitely a product of modern industrialization. Its power and range are much greater than the shotgun in Qin Peng's hand. Through the gaps between the debris, they happened to witness the scene of hacking and fighting between the two sides. The sight of blood and flesh flying everywhere made these gangsters tremble with fear. Seeing that Yamamoto Eiichiro was holding a gun but failed to capture Wang Hao's villa, Qin Peng and Ergo looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. The combat effectiveness of both sides is higher than expected. Ergo gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, I think we need to think about this matter carefully." Qin Peng had already intended to retreat, so he took the opportunity to back off after hearing what he said. He quickly led his men back to his home. At the same time, arrange for them to move in some cabinets and tables, and make sure to block the staircase entrance tightly. After a while, Wang Hao posted a message in various groups, "Who has medicine for gunshot or knife wounds? As long as you deliver it to Villa number 8, I will exchange it for 10 servings of food. After the snowstorm is over, I will give him 20 million directly. Also, who is the surgeon in our community? Someone is injured here. Come and help us perform surgery. The conditions are up to you." Seeing that Wang Hao offered such generous conditions, the group immediately became lively. "I just heard a few gunshots in the underground garage. Could it be that you were fighting? Wow, Daxia has such strict gun control. Who is so awesome to get a gun? Has anyone been shot? I have some Yunnan Baiyao at home. I wonder if it can be of any use. I have some ibuprofen and cephalosporins at home that can stop swelling and inflammation. I'll trade with you." Yamamoto Eiichiro also saw this news in the community group, and he said sinisterly, "Anyone who dares to help that Wang Hao is against me, Yamamoto. Those who spoke in the group, I will remember you. I will bring my men to visit each family one by one later. Don't you have medicine at home? Then wait and use it for yourself. I hope you find it useful." This little devil is so arrogant that he openly threatens everyone in the group. But the effect was very good. After seeing it, the people in the group got a chill and no one dared to speak anymore. "I have a full set of surgical instruments and treatment drugs here, please send someone to get them." Eiichiro Yamamoto was feeling proud when he suddenly saw Sumuet in the group and sent this message. "Baka." Yamamoto was furious and quickly at Sumo, "It was you, the damn Daxia pig, who cheated our company out of 200 million Japanese won. Not only that, you also used my name to defraud several colleagues of hundreds of millions of Japanese won. I haven't bothered you yet, but now you dare to openly oppose me. Do you want to die?" Sumu lazily replied, "You didn't even see through such a crude trick. Calling you stupid is an insult. Brain is a good thing, but unfortunately you don't have it. What's wrong with going against you? Come and bite me." His safe house is impregnable. It is impossible to break into it without heavy weapons like tanks. So what is there to be afraid of? Besides, if I don't teach this greatest enemy of my previous life a lesson, how can I justify God for allowing me to be reborn again? Okay. You wait. Without further ado, Yamamoto Eiichiro personally led a dozen of his uninjured men out to attack Sumu's villa and seize supplies. This Sumu always shows off all kinds of delicious food in the group, and I have been drooling over him for a long time. It's just that he has always been so high profile, and I can't figure out what this guy has up his sleeve, so it has been delayed until now. After a fierce battle with Wang Hao, our side suffered 7 or 8 Japanese casualties. In the absence of medical care and medicine, it is unknown how long the wounded can last. If they could take advantage of the situation and attack Sumu's villa, the abundant food there would definitely help them recruit more men. Even the people of Dacia would crawl at his feet for a little food, obey his orders, and become the new imperial army and detective team. 100 years ago, Yamamoto Eiichiro's ancestors had used this method in Dacia and were very familiar with it. Sumu was feeling a little disappointed when he saw that Yamamoto no longer paid attention to him. Suddenly, Wang Hao applied to add him as a friend. He knew it was about the medicine, so he quickly approved it. "Brother Su, thank you. But those surgical instruments and treatment drugs are not available for the time being. Brother Li was shot in the vitals and has just passed away." Wang Hao sent a voice message with a choked tone. Sumu was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Li Guodong, the always generous big brother from northeast China, would be killed by the Japanese devils. He was about to reply when he suddenly heard a system prompt, "Someone is trying to attack the base, do you want to fight back?" Sumu quickly checked the surveillance footage and saw a dozen Japanese soldiers banging on the door of his garage. He snorted coldly, took out his AK-47, pulled the safety with a click, and was about to go down and teach them a lesson. Suddenly, my eye flashed, and I saw on the surveillance camera that Eiichiro Yamamoto was hiding behind a car not far away, pointing a gun at the door. Sumu's eyes narrowed. These Japanese devils were so cunning. More than a dozen people attacked his villa and even played dirty tricks in secret. He took out a grenade from the infinite space, waited twice, and a grim smile appeared on his face. After taking just 2 steps, he felt that it would be too easy for them to be killed directly, so he thought about it and put the grenade back. Sumu walked around the room for a few times, found a few empty beer bottles, poured half a bottle of a mixture of gasoline and alcohol into them, plugged the bottle mouths with cloth strips, and made simple Molotov cocktails. He felt that this was not powerful enough, so he searched in the infinite space for a while and put some white phosphorus and rusty iron nails in it. The Japanese smashed the garage door for a long time and were exhausted, but there was not even a white spot on the door. "Bakayalu, what is this door made of? Why is it so hard?" "Yeah, even with the thick gloves on, the recoil force almost tore my knuckles apart. This door is almost integrated with the wall. There is not even a door lock. How can we open it? Yamamoto-kun, we can't break through this door, what should we do next?" The Japanese who were smashing the door stopped and turned to look at Eiichiro Yamamoto, who was hiding behind the car, waiting for his further instructions. Yamamoto had heard that Sumu's villa seemed to have been specially renovated, but he didn't quite believe it at first. "I didn't expect that I couldn't even open a door now. I can't help but be scratching my head." Before he could figure out a way to break the door, a small hole suddenly opened above the garage door, and a lit Molotov cocktail was thrown out. Sumu's arrogant laughter came from inside. "Little Japanese, have a taste of the gift Grandpa gave you." The Molotov cocktail exploded as soon as it was thrown out of the garage and hit the ground. Flames immediately rose up. 4 or 5 little Japanese soldiers were unable to dodge and were immediately surrounded by flames. In order to increase its power, Sumu also added white phosphorus and rusty iron nails into the Molotov cocktail. No matter how these little Japanese soldiers rolled on the ground and wailed, the flames covered with white phosphorus were like maggots attached to their bones, burning through their skin and flesh. There were also a few people who were shot by nails. They lay on the ground, covering their wounds with their hands and screaming. "Baka." Seeing this, Yamamoto Eiichiro became furious and immediately raised his gun and shot. However, Sumu was prepared. He closed the shooting hole immediately after throwing out the Molotov cocktail. The bullets hit the door with a bang-bang sound, but unfortunately they could not hurt Sumu at all. Sumu's heart was pounding, and he felt inexplicably nervous and excited. He quickly ran to the monitoring room to check his results. "I saw a circle of flames still burning at the door of my own house. 4 Japanese soldiers were pulled into a blind spot where they could not be shot by other Japanese with crowbars, and they were constantly covered with ice and snow in an attempt to extinguish the flames on them. Unfortunately, gasoline and alcohol mixed with white phosphorus are like hellfire, which can never be extinguished. Seeing that these men were seriously injured and it was impossible for them to receive timely treatment in the extremely low temperature, they were basically sentenced to death. Yamamoto Eiichiro, who was standing by, had a dark face. Ah! Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, he howled wildly, and pulled the trigger at the 4 devils. Carefully strip off their clothes and bring the bodies back to the villa. Yamamoto Eiichiro made the arrangements while panting like a wounded lone wolf. Food reserves are seriously insufficient now. When necessary, the bodies of their companions can serve as a guarantee of their survival. They did the same thing over 100 years ago. It's unknown when the heavy snow will stop. Obviously, Eiichiro Yamamoto has fully considered the worst-case scenario. Sumu, who was sitting in front of the surveillance camera, was also shocked by the ruthlessness of Yamamoto Eiichiro. He didn't expect that these Japanese devils would become so cruel that they would even kill their own people. After returning to the villa, Eiichiro Yamamoto picked up a Japanese sword and chopped the table in front of him into pieces. They don't have much food left in their storage. If they don't find a way to loot some food, it won't be long before they either freeze to death or kill each other. In their previous lives, these Japanese people relied on their strict hierarchy and obedience to quickly unite into a powerful force, occupying this community, expelling and looting others, and claiming to be the kings and overlords. But this time, they were not so lucky. Because of the appearance of Sumo, the troublemaker, Yamamoto Eiichiro first fought with Wang Hao and his men, resulting in more than 10 casualties. Then Sumo burned 4 of them to death and injured 3 with Molotov cocktails, and his accumulated strength was suddenly reduced by more than half. These are the elite forces under his command, and the foundation for his survival in the doomsday. Yamamoto Eiichiro's heart was bleeding and he couldn't swallow a breath. However, he had no way to break it. Sumo's villa was as hard as a turtle shell, and there were things like Molotov cocktails. Yamamoto received professional military training when he was young, and he could tell at a glance that although the Molotov cocktail was simple to make, it was a white phosphorus bomb that was banned internationally. The opponent will do anything to achieve his goal, which brings great fear to Yamamoto Eiichiro. Damn Sumu, just wait, sooner or later I will make you feel the pain of hell. After venting his anger, Yamamoto Eiichiro said hatefully. Sumu sent a message to Wang Hao, I just killed 4 or 5 Japanese devils, which can be regarded as revenge for brotherly. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional, thinking that none of these rich people were stupid. Their foresight and judgment far exceeded those of ordinary people. Whether it was buying food at a sky-high price when the situation was not good, or joining forces with Li Guodong to keep each other warm and guard their villa, the qualities displayed by Wang Hao were definitely not just that of a rich second generation who just lived a life of idleness and waiting to die. This also reminded Sumu that he should never look down on the people in the world just because he was reborn. It's too dangerous outside, you'd better stay in your own safe house. He stretched and took Lao Mo to his own yard, which had been specially renovated into a large sunroom. But now the glass on the roof is covered with thick ice and snow, and you can't see what's outside at all. However, it is not completely dark here. Dozens of LED fill lights make it very bright. In the more than half an acre of vegetable fields, all kinds of vegetables are growing thrivingly. That's right, Sumo did not waste the space in the yard. Dozens of 3-dimensional cultivation devices were placed here, and vegetables such as tomatoes, Chinese cabbage, spinach, Shanghai green, cucumbers, etc. were planted. Now they are all growing well. Sumu picked a tender cucumber, wiped it slightly, took a bite, and immediately an enchanting fragrance burst in his mouth. He chewed it twice, and seeing Lao Mo looking at him eagerly, he smiled and stuffed the remaining half of the cucumber in his hand directly into its mouth. Sumu was lying on a recliner next to the pond in the yard. He opened a bag of fish food and started feeding the fish. Looking at the dozen or so koi carps over a foot long that were squeezing over to grab food, his heart was filled with peace. Slowly, in this safe house that seemed like a paradise, Sumo fell asleep. He slept so soundly that he didn't even notice that Lao Mo was afraid that he would catch a cold and ran into the house to get a blanket to cover him. However, other residents in the community were not as sleepy as Sumo was. they were still fighting and killing each other for a little food. In the end times, what matters is strength and violence. The heavy snow had been falling for 20 days. With the consumption of materials and the scarcity of food, social order began to become chaotic, and the evil in human nature was increasingly released. People formed groups spontaneously or passively, robbing others or being robbed by others. In every building, there were more or less human tragedies. This is how the world is. Some people may be struck by disaster even if they are cautious and law-abiding. Some people do whatever they want, even murder and arson. Qin became even more brutal. Among the more than 100 households and 400 people in Building 7, less than half are still alive. Qin snatched all the supplies to his home, where he lived with a group of younger brothers. The men who disobeyed were killed long ago, and the beautiful women were kept for their fun. As for the elderly, the weak, women and children, they were left to fend for themselves. It's freezing cold now, like a natural refrigerator. Although they haven't reached the point of eating human flesh, many corpses have been regarded as food reserves by them. After seeing Lu Chuanxia eat the corpse of her husband Wang Dehai, Qin suddenly felt less psychologically burdened about cannibalism. When people are extremely hungry, what else can't they eat? While Qin was exploiting the neighbors in his building more brutally, he was also actively preparing for war, guarding against people from other buildings taking the opportunity to attack. It turned out that Zhang Lili, who followed Lu Wei, had been beaten beyond recognition by several of Qin men. His Kuin's injuries had not healed yet, so he couldn't enter the Tao at all. He could only watch the two beauties Yen Ching-shu and Xie Baiwei without eating. Seeing his men's eyes becoming more and more crazy and brutal, in order to maintain morale, Qin finally gave the two of them to his men as rewards. While Xie Baiwei endured the humiliation, she did not forget to secretly send a message to Sumu to report the movements of Qin and his group. She also fantasized about being able to live in Sumu's warm villa and live a life without worries about food and clothing. "Brother Ergu, when are we going to attack Sumu's villa?" Yen Ching-shu asked while panting as she tried her best to please Ergu. "Why do you ask that?" Ergu shivered a few times, then climbed up from Yen Ching-shu's snow-white body with satisfaction, lit a Hontashan cigarette, and took a deep breath. In this cold doomsday, only those of them who can basically get enough to eat have the desire to do such things. A wimp who can only last 2 minutes. Yen Ching-shu's eyes first showed a trace of disdain, and then flashed with resentment. "I will kill this scum with my own hands. He won't be able to jump for much longer." Ergu blew out a smoke ring and sneered, "We don't have much supplies left. If we don't find a way to get some food, we'll have to eat human flesh." Yen Ching-shu shuddered and dry-heaved, covering her mouth. She had also heard that Lu Chuanxia barely survived by eating her husband's flesh. I also know that several families in this building had been plundered by Qin and had nothing left to eat. The hungry neighbors turned their knives on their husbands, wives, and children. She didn't want to be like them, dying miserably like a dog, being eaten by someone and turned into dirty feces to be excreted. Thinking of this, Yen Ching-shu stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Ergu's neck, saying sweetly, "Brother Go, I have served you like this, and from now on it will all depend on you." Ergu's hands kept wandering over her body, trying to regain his strength, and said with a lewd smile, "No problem. I guess the boss will call me to discuss this matter soon. When we catch the kid Sumu, you can do whatever you want with him." Sure enough, not long after, a younger brother came and knocked on the door. "Brother Go, the boss wants you to attend a meeting." "Here it comes, here it comes." Ergu touched Yen Ching-shu's chest twice, then reluctantly put on his clothes and left. Watching Ergu walk away, the younger brother who came to call for help closed the door, rubbed his hands, and pounced over with a lewd smile on his face. "My little beauty, here I come." "Ergu, there are only a bunch of old, weak, sick and disabled people left in Building 7 waiting to die. We can't squeeze out any more supplies. Our food can only support 3 days at most. We must find a new source of food. Otherwise, we can only eat human flesh to satisfy our hunger like Lu Chuanxia's old gang." Now all the buildings have basically been unified by major forces. I heard that several villas have also been occupied by people. There are not many weak ones left. Let's discuss what to do next. The yellow crane tower cigarette in Qin Peng's hand had already burned to the butt, but he was still reluctant to throw it away. He took a deep breath and said to Ergu. He had snatched the cigarette from a business owner. There were not many left in stock, and every cigarette he smoked was one less. He was reluctant to even exhale the smoke quickly. This fucked up world, think about how high Brother Peng's status was before. He used to smoke quasi-cigarettes, but now even smoking Huang Helu cigarettes is a luxury. Brother Peng, I suggest we attack that Sumu's villa. I asked around, and even though his villa had been specially renovated and was extra warm, and he had a lot of food stored, he was the only one in there. The snow outside is now piled up to about 10 meters high, covering all 3 floors. Although Sumu's villa is a bit higher, it has also been almost submerged by the snow. And the barbed wire on his courtyard wall was buried under the heavy snow and became useless. We can take a sled and climb directly to the top of his 3-story building. He can't possibly block the roof with steel plates. Let's bring more hammers and steel chisels. As long as we can break a hole in the roof and get into his villa, he will be at our mercy. And it has to be fast. This guy is a conspicuous person. He shows off all kinds of steaming hot food in the group every day. The other buildings have also heard the news, and many people are eyeing him. We currently only have more than 50 brothers. We don't have enough troops to attack other buildings, but it should be more than enough to take down a sumo. Ergu took out a Huang Helu cigarette from Qin Peng's cigarette box, lit it, swallowed the smoke into his lungs, and exhaled a long smoke ring. Okay. Gather the brothers immediately. Qin Peng fiercely extinguished his cigarette butt in the ashtray and said, I will lead the team myself. Let's set off now. Wait a minute. Wait until it's late at night and Sumu is asleep before taking action. Ergu stopped him and said, although it was cold then, it was relatively safe. Qin Peng made the final decision, okay, let's set it at 12 o'clock tonight and raid Sumu's villa. Assign weapons and equipment and tasks to everyone. Move quickly and try to break into his house within 5 minutes. In addition, give each person a pack of instant noodles so that the brothers can have a full meal and have more energy to work. In the other room, Xie Baiwei, disheveled and huddled in the quilt, secretly sent a message to Sumu. Brother Sumo, Qin Peng, and the others have decided to attack you at 12 o'clock tonight. When will you come to rescue me? Because of you, my sister has suffered a lot. After accompanying a few of Qin Peng's trusted brothers, Xie Baiwei finally learned the news. She was very excited, thinking that her chance had finally come, and quickly informed Sumu. Sumu was exercising and sneered after receiving Xie Baiwei's message. This Qin Peng really thinks himself to be a big shot. He dares to attack his villa with only dozens of younger brothers under him. After thinking for a while, Sumu replied, well, I understand. Thank you, Baiwei. You really helped me a lot. How about this, as long as I'm free tonight, I will definitely give you some food as a reward, and I can even let you come to my house, and we can have a good in-depth discussion. At 11:45 p.m., Qin Peng and his younger brothers quietly jumped out of the 4th-floor window and paddled a simple sled slowly towards Sumu's villa. After much persuasion, Yen Ching-shu finally got the chance to join them in attacking Sumo villa. She must kill this scum with her own hands. The heavy snow was still fluttering in the air, and the entire neighborhood was in darkness. Only the faint reflections from the snow illuminated the path they were walking on. The temperature at night was even lower, basically reaching -60 to 70 degrees Celsius. Although Qin Peng and others had wrapped themselves in all the clothes they could wear, they still felt the cold wind whistling into their bones. Yen Ching-shu walked at the back, holding a kitchen knife that was sharpened to a shine. As long as the roof wall is broken open, she will definitely rush in and chop Sumu's kuiner into pieces immediately. Fortunately, Sumu's villa was not too far from Building 7. Not long after, everyone saw the house that was almost half buried by heavy snow. Seeing that there was no light coming from the house, Qin Peng knew that Sumu had fallen asleep. He was secretly happy in his heart, and with a wave of his hand, his men gathered around with weapons in hand. They knew that Sumu had bows and crossbows, so just in case, they made a few simple shields using solid wood tables, and had a few strong brothers holding them as they walked in front. Before they got close to the villa, a sudden sharp whoosh sound cut through the air. Then Ergu covered his throat, groaned, and fell to the snow. His blood soaked the snow like blooming peonies. He struggled a little, then fell there motionless. Qin Peng turned his head and saw a feather arrow stuck in Ergu's neck, still trembling slightly. Unexpectedly, Sumu was well prepared and shot his right-hand man to death with one arrow. No. Qin Peng's eyes suddenly turned red. He took out a shotgun and fired at the villa. Everyone, come on. Break into Sumu's villa and tear him into pieces. Seeing Ergu being shot to death by an arrow that came from nowhere, the younger brothers were shocked and hid behind their shields in fear. However, under the urging of their eldest brother, they had no choice but to charge forward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the dim moonlight, the crossbow arrows were like deadly ghosts, shot from nowhere and piercing their bodies accurately. Suddenly, several younger brothers rolled on the snow, wailing, covering their wounds. Fortunately, they prepared solid wooden shields in advance, otherwise, more people would be injured. However, under the leadership of several fearless younger brothers, they finally succeeded in arriving next to the third floor of Sumu Villa. However, before they could take out crowbars and hammers to start removing the tiles on the roof, suddenly a burning bottle flew out and exploded in midair, and flames immediately surrounded 4 or 5 people. Ah! The screams of these people pierced the quiet night. The neighbors in other buildings had already been awakened by Qin Peng's gunshots, and now they could no longer sleep. The brave ones would lie in front of the window and peek in, while the timid ones would hide under their quilts and tremble, fearing that these thugs would break into their homes. Sumu wore night vision goggles and hid in a secluded corner of the villa. He used a crossbow to shoot Qin Peng and the others one by one through the reserved shooting holes. He bought his night vision goggles online, and their effectiveness was only average. Except for the first arrow, the other arrows didn't hit the vital points at all, and he had no idea that he had killed Qin Peng's general with just one arrow. However, this has caused them a lot of pressure, especially the explosion of the Molotov cocktails, which made these owners who had only seen such scenes in movies and TV terrified. Just as they were about to turn around and run away, Qin Peng rushed over and shouted, "Don't retreat. If we can't break into Sumu's villa and steal food, we will starve to death, or even be killed by others and eaten. Then we might as well give it a try. I declare that after we go in, you and your brothers will have a full meal. And the first person who rushes into Sumu's villa will be rewarded with an extra 10 portions of food." Sumu was greatly impressed after hearing this. He didn't expect that this roughman who only knew how to fight and kill could also know how to motivate and boost morale. So he shot an arrow in the direction where Qin Peng's voice came from, based on his feeling. Ah! A scream was heard from the other side, but I didn't know whether Qin Peng was hit. However, Qin Peng's strategy worked. After hearing it, the morale of his younger brothers increased greatly and they rushed up shouting. Although Sumu tried his best to resist in the villa and killed and injured more than 10 people, Qin Peng brought more than 50 younger brothers with him and attacked from all directions. He could not take care of so many directions. Soon, dozens of people approached the third floor of the villa and started chopping and smashing the walls with fire axes and crowbars. Qin Peng also rushed over and fired a shot at the window with a spray gun. A gunshot was heard, and Sumu's bulletproof glass was unharmed. The steel balls and iron sand bounced back and injured several people nearby, causing them to scream in pain. A younger brother quickly reminded loudly, "Brother, his glass is very strong, it seems to be bulletproof, you can't shoot over there." Then smashed the wall. Qin Peng's ear was half knocked off by the steel ball that bounced back, but in the extremely cold weather his nerves were numb and he didn't feel any pain, so he gave orders loudly. The younger brothers, armed with hammers and crowbars, started smashing the wall. Due to the angle problem and the fact that these people were getting closer, Sumu did not risk opening the shooting hole. Qin Peng has a shotgun in his hand. If he is discovered and shoots me, I have no confidence that I can withstand the flying steel balls. Sumu simply retracted the crossbow, turned on the lights in the room, opened the curtains, and stood behind the window on the third floor. He poured himself a glass of red wine, watched Qin Peng and the others busying around with an amused look on his face, and kept mocking them. "You guys haven't eaten yet. Try harder. Hey, I'm talking about you, the big fool. With the way you're smashing it, you won't be able to break my wall even if you work until dawn." Qin Peng and the others were so angry when they heard this. They had seen many annoying people before, but never one as annoying as this. They couldn't help but increase the strength in their hands. Damn it, I've been annoyed with this kid Sumu for a long time. He just prepared some supplies in advance, but he's been pretending to be awesome in the group all day long. What a jerk. That's right, people who love to show off like this deserve to die. See. There's electricity and a burning fireplace in Sumu's villa. There are fruit snacks on the table. It's simply heaven. Everybody hurry up. Go in, kill him, and steal his house and food. In the past 2 days, these owners followed Qin Peng and his men from house to rob supplies and kill people, and they were completely assimilated. They have long forgotten about morality and ethics, and now have only the most primitive desire, which is to fill their stomachs and survive. People like Sumo, who have a lot of supplies and always show off in the group, are like a lamb jumping back and forth in front of them, constantly tempting them to come and rob. Yen Ching-shu also took the kitchen knife and hacked at the window glass, cursing. Sumo, you beast, come out. I am not someone you can sleep with whenever you want. Since you are playing with me, then go to hell. Before you die, I'm going to chop that thing off and stuff it into your mouth. Damn it, come out now. What kind of men are you if you hide in the house? Looking at the crazy Yen Ching-shu, Sumu smiled teasingly and said, whether I am a man or not, don't you know enough about it? Are you crazy? You're going to kill me, so why would I go out and let you chop me up? Qin Peng and others worked hard for a while, but it took more than 10 minutes before they managed to break the lime wall on the surface of the villa. Finally someone noticed something was wrong, stopped swinging the hammer, took a closer look at the material behind the lime wall, and was stunned. Peng, brother Peng. There seems to be a titanium alloy wall behind the lime wall. Qin Peng was furious when he heard this. He kicked the men away and cursed. Do you think I'm an idiot? Whose walls are made of titanium alloy? You can't even do your job well. When we get the supplies later, you'll take 2 less. You loser. At this time, a trusted younger brother came over to take a look, then retreated to Qin Peng's side with a very ugly expression. Brother, he is right. This wall seems to be made of titanium alloy. Now Qin Peng finally became suspicious. He walked over and touched the back of the cave entrance with his hand. After taking a closer look, his face suddenly changed. This is indeed not an ordinary wall. He doesn't know whether it is titanium alloy, but it is definitely some kind of metal. Is this kid out of his mind? He actually used metal to transform the wall. Qin Peng cursed. It's fine that the door is made of special materials, and I can tolerate the windows being bulletproof glass, but now even the walls are made of metal. What do you mean by this? Qin Peng was about to collapse. He finally understood why Sumu was so confident. He just stood behind the window, holding a glass of red wine and watching them smash the wall. It turned out that Sumu lived in an iron house, and they were sure that they couldn't get in. Brother Peng, what's going on? Why don't you continue? Yen Ching-shu saw that something was not right, so she hurried over and asked with a frown. Qin Peng spat on the ground and cursed, damn it, not only are the windows of this guy bulletproof, but even the inner layer of the wall is made of metal. Not to mention using a hammer, even a professional laser cutter would have a hard time opening it. Hiss, is this true? Yen Ching-shu widened her eyes. She looked at Sumu, who was drinking calmly through the window, with an expression of disbelief on her face. She immediately understood that this Sumu had already anticipated the coming snowstorm. So not only did he stockpile a lot of food in advance, he also spent a lot of money to transform his villa into a warm iron turtle. And from the very beginning, Sumu was just playing with her casually and was always very wary of herself. No wonder Sumu never let her stay overnight at his house, let alone enter the villa. Ah Sumu, you are really a devil. No, you are more vicious than the devil. After figuring it out, Yen Ching-shu broke down her defense. She didn't care whether it was useful or not, and swung the kitchen knife madly at the glass. Just when Qin Peng and others were at a loss and wanted to find another breakthrough, Sumu's mean voice appeared in their ears through the two-way intercom mounted on the wall. Looks like you guys have nothing better to do than to stay awake in the middle of the night and come over to smash my windows and walls. Come on, keep smashing. Come in and kill me. Are you going to smash it or not? If not, then it's my turn to take action. After hearing this, Qin Peng was stunned at first, and then became nervous. He didn't expect that all the plans he had set before were disrupted. First, the plan was leaked somehow, and the sinister villain Sumu actually ambushed there in advance and shot his right-hand man Urga to death with one arrow. After finally getting close to the villa, 4 or 5 people were killed by Molotov cocktails. Moreover, Sumu was so cruel that he even modified the walls of the house with metal. They worked for most of the day in the snow and wind at temperatures of -50 to 60 degrees Celsius, but they still couldn't break through the wall. Now their physical strength has long been exhausted. If Sumu starts to fight back and takes out a crossbow to shoot themselves, it will be terrible. Qin Peng quickly asked his brothers to disperse, then grabbed a homemade shield that he had prepared in advance and put it in front of him, cursing in a bluffing manner. "Sumu, you bastard, come out and challenge me if you dare. I will kill you. What kind of hero is it to hide in such an iron turtle?" Sumu chuckled twice and drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. "Yes, I am not a brave man, and I dare not go out. With so many of you out there, which idiot would go out and fight you one-on-one? But don't just stand there barking like a dog. Come in and kill me if you can." He picked up a crossbow from the table next to him and slowly strung it. "It's so cold outside. I wonder how long you can hold out." Sumu showed a sinister smile. "When you can't stand the cold and retreat, I will shoot you one by one." Seeing the devilish smile on his face, Qin Peng and the others all gasped and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Sumu was about to speak again when he suddenly heard the system frantically reminding him that someone was preparing to attack the base. Should he fight back? He couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't Qin Peng attacking outside? Why was he giving a warning? Suddenly, a muffled sound came from underground, and the whole villa shook slightly, as if someone had detonated explosives in the underground garage. Damn, is Qin Peng so smart that he actually divided his troops into 2 groups? However, explosives are materials controlled by the state. Where did they get this stuff from? Although the Golden Shield Security Company vowed that all doors, windows, and walls had been specially modified so that even a small bomb could not blow them up, they were still not very reassured without having seen the results with their own eyes. Sumu was anxious and wanted to go down to take a look, but Qin Peng and the others had not retreated yet, so he hesitated for a moment. Qin Peng saw the commotion and thought Sumu was up to something again. He turned around and ran away, screaming, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" The rest of the brothers were also frightened and followed in a hurry. It is better to use the remaining courage to pursue the enemy. Sumu was overjoyed. He opened the reserve shooting hole, picked up the crossbow and shot at the outside without caring who it was. A tall and thin man had been hit by an arrow in the calf before, making it difficult for him to move. He was unable to dodge this wave of arrows and was hit by another sharp arrow. This time, he was not so lucky. The 20-centimeter long arrow penetrated right into his anus, ripping his stomach open and causing blood to gush out. In this situation, no one can resist this arrow that breaks the chrysanthemum unless it is a golden anal wolf. When the others saw this, they were so frightened that they quickly sped up. Some even lay directly on the sled and paddled away quickly. A mob. Seeing that they were out of the range of the crossbows, Sumu laughed a few times, put away the crossbow, turned around and ran towards the monitoring room. In the picture, the entrance of the underground garage was in a mess. The smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the figures of more than a dozen people in the distance. These people were holding axes and chisels and other tools in their hands, with searchlights on their heads and mountaineering bags on their backs. They looked unfamiliar and did not seem to be the owners of Building 7. It was also unknown which building they were from. It was obvious that they had also set their sights on Sumu, and they actually chose the same time as Qin Peng and his men to launch a sneak attack at midnight. The only difference is that one of them chose to ski over from the ground and smash the wall, while the other chose to blast through the underground garage door. When the dust settled, a leader-like man dusted himself off, waved a Swiss Army knife, and shouted excitedly. "There is a lot of food stored in this Sumu's villa. Come with me, brothers, rush in and kill that bastard. This house will be ours from now on. You won't have to go hungry anymore. Kill. Kill." Others also rushed to the garage door with weapons in hand, shouting. However, when they saw the door behind the dust, they were all stunned. The garage door of Sumu's house was not damaged at all by the explosion of explosives, and there was not even a hole on it. Sixth brother, what's going on? The leader turned to one of his companions and asked, you have been doing blasting for so many years, how come you can't even fix a small garage door? How is this possible? The man called Lao Lu was also stunned when he saw this situation, his face full of disbelief. You know, they were using point blasting explosives for blasting mountains and building roads. The explosion range of this type of explosives is not very large, but its power in a small range is very considerable, similar to the C4 explosives often used by special forces in attacking buildings and breaking through doors. Lao Lu has been a professional demolisher for more than 10 years and has never failed. He ran over and touched it with his hand, only to find that the door seemed to be made entirely of metal. Lao Lu's face suddenly looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit, and he still couldn't figure out what was going on. He did not think that the material of the door was alloy. Just imagine, which good person would make his own door look like a bank vault door? Sumu was relieved when he saw this scene. So what if you have C4 explosives? The RPG rocket launcher couldn't blow open my door, what use are you going to get with this crappy explosive? Could it be that the explosive got damp? Lao Lu touched his head and said doubtfully, how about I add a little more and try again? He took off the backpack on his back, intending to use twice as much this time. Humph, even if you blow up this door 10 more times, you won't be able to blow it open. But I'm not a pushover. You want to ride on my head and blast me continuously? Do you think I'm a motionless dead man? Sumu smiled coldly, then took out a high-pressure water gun from the infinite space. Since this group of people were able to get a large amount of explosives, they must be extraordinary people. Either he works in large-scale civil engineering projects or he works in the underground tunnels. He is definitely not a good person. Compared with them, Qin Peng, who does earth-moving business, is at best a big gangster and an obedient kid. In the end times, this group of people are the real desperados. But Sumu didn't care about their identities. Since they came here to seek death, he would just send them to report to the King of Hell. He originally wanted to use the AK-47 to shoot indiscriminately, but he considered that they still hadn't used explosives. Open the hidden hole and stick the muzzle of the gun out. If the explosives explode accidentally, you might be affected. In this doomsday environment of ice and snow, even the slightest injury could be fatal. He didn't use a crossbow either, as that thing was a bit slow to load and could only shoot one arrow at a time. There are more than a dozen people on the other side. They even have explosives. Who knows if they have hidden guns or grenades? If he were shot like this through the shooting hole, wouldn't Sumu be barbecue? Sumu would never risk his precious life to gamble with these thugs for a 1 in 10,000 chance. Lao Lu took out the C4 explosives, squatted down and was about to stick them on Sumu's garage door. The other accomplices also watched attentively and helped him pass the things. Suddenly, a blue arc of light flashed, Lao Lu howled, his whole body was flung away, he curled up on the ground and trembled, and no one knew where the explosives in his hand had been thrown. The incident happened suddenly and everyone didn't understand what was going on. When they saw Lao Lu lying on the ground, they all gathered over to check. No one noticed that a secret hole above them slowly opened, and a high-pressure water gun faucet extended from it. Wow! Sumu first electrocuted Lao Lu with high-voltage electricity, then turned on the switch of the high-pressure water gun. Suddenly, a white torrent rushed towards the dozen or so people below. Caught off guard, everyone was swept around by the current and fell to the ground one after another. The underground garage is already quite cold, and on such an extremely cold night, the temperature dropped to more than 70 degrees below zero, making it like a big ice cellar. In this case, there is a temperature difference of nearly 100 degrees between indoors and outdoors. The originally warm water column was still emitting a trace of hot steam when it was sprayed out, but after it fell on them, it instantly began to freeze. Some people wanted to shout loudly, but the cold water kept pouring on their faces, into their noses, mouths, and collars, and they couldn't even open their eyes. Some people wanted to hide, but unfortunately they all had searchlights on their heads, which were like bright fireflies in the dark underground garage, guiding Sumu's direction and position. After a while, the ice water had penetrated into their whole bodies. The cold air continued to drill into their bones. Their clothes were soaked and stuck to their skin, quickly freezing into hard ice cubes. Ah! These people screamed in terror, their lips turned purple, and their whole bodies felt cold and stinging, as if thousands of tiny needles were piercing every pore. They wanted to get up from the ground, but the high-pressure water kept hitting them and they couldn't stand steadily. Moreover, there was a thick layer of ice on the ground, which made their feet slippery and they couldn't even climb up. Sumu ignored their screams and continued to hold the faucet, splashing water at them. Since they want to use explosives to blow open the door and kill me, I must be prepared to be brutally killed in return. 2 minutes later, these people were lying on the ground, unable to make any sound, but twitching with their bodies turning blue and purple. 3 minutes later, they couldn't even move because they had turned into a dozen large ice cubes of various shapes. 5 minutes later, these ice blocks became even larger, and some of them even connected together to form a large piece of solid ice. They are frozen like this. Even if we break the ice immediately and send them to the hospital for treatment, they will be skinned alive if not dead. However, Sumu did not save water, but continued to spray water. He was a little annoyed by the harassment from these people and was ready to use them to establish his authority. 10 minutes later, a huge block of ice appeared 7 or 8 meters away from Sumu's garage door. There were about 10 people frozen inside, like ants and flies trapped in amber, each of them with strange postures and hideous faces, their eyes wide open, revealing an expression of extreme fear. Humph! You overestimate your own abilities. Sumu did not go out to check. After putting away the high-pressure water gun, he closed the shooting hole with a click. In the dark underground garage, only the faint light from the searchlights worn on the heads of the people frozen in the ice made this place look like an icy hell. What Sumu didn't notice was that outside the garage door, in a blind spot that was out of his sight, 2 fish that had escaped the net crawled up tremblingly. They were standing relatively far away and luckily were not affected by the high-pressure water gun. In addition, when he was dodging, he accidentally dropped the searchlight on his head to the ground, but he was lucky enough to escape. However, seeing how cruel Sumu was, freezing more than a dozen of their companions into ice sculptures, they were so scared that they couldn't even stand up. Only after they had finally waited until the evil spirit closed the firing hole and left did the 2 of them dare to slowly get up. They didn't even dare to turn on the searchlight, and they supported each other and sneaked away, taking 1 step forward and 1 step back. Qin Peng and his companions fled back to their home in Building 7 in a panic. After counting the number of men, they found that out of the more than 50 brothers who had gone out this time, only less than 40 returned, and almost all of them were injured. The rest were either shot or burned to death during the attack on Sumu's villa, or fell into a 10-meter deep snow pit while escaping and never came back. In such extremely cold weather, you can imagine what would happen if you get stuck in a snow pit. Not only did this operation fail to capture Sumu's villa as planned, but it also resulted in the loss of 1/3 of the troops, and even his right-hand man Ergu was shot dead. Not only did he not gain any benefit, but the loss was so heavy that Qin Peng's heart was bleeding. Although there are fewer brothers, they can save some supplies and survive for a longer period of time, but the threat they face from other buildings is even greater. To survive in the apocalypse, you must have food, people, and strength. Otherwise, you will only become someone else's stepping stone or meat on the plate. Qin Peng was sitting on the sofa in deep thought. Yen Ching-shu, who was bandaging the wound on his ear, seemed to suddenly remember something and said anxiously, "Brother Peng, something is wrong." It was as if Sumu knew we would come tonight. He stayed up late at night and ambushed us there, using crossbows and Molotov cocktails to catch us off guard. Let's not talk about the crossbows, the Molotov cocktails are flammable and explosive. There's a fireplace in his room, so they must have been prepared just before our attack. Yen Ching-shu has always been known for her big breasts and no brains, but I didn't expect her to be able to analyze things in such an organized way this time. Her words made Qin Peng react suddenly. It was obvious that Sumu had already known that they would attack the villa at midnight and had prepared in advance how to deal with them. Who leaked the news? There is a traitor. There is a traitor. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone reacted. Sumu's behavior tonight clearly showed that he had been prepared long ago and was waiting for them to come. Who on earth was the one who leaked the news of our attack on the villa tonight to Sumu in advance? Qin Peng stood up with a grim face, squinted his eyes and looked around at everyone present, his eyes full of murderous intent. My brothers looked at each other, and no one spoke. Qin Peng's expression became increasingly ugly, and he ordered loudly, "Everyone in the room, hand over your cell phones, and we will check them one by one." The dozen or so loyal followers under him looked at each other, stood up immediately, put their mobile phones on the table, and then pointed their weapons at the owners who joined later. The owners had been freezing in the cold wind and heavy snow for most of the night, and had barely managed to survive, now huddled together shivering. Seeing Qin Peng suddenly checking everyone's mobile phones, several people's faces turned pale. But when he returned to the house, all his weapons had been taken away. Now Qin Peng's brothers were all pointing machetes and steel pipes at him ferociously. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice but to hand over his phone. Qin Peng checked the cell phone messages of these people one by one, and his expression became uglier and uglier the more he looked. There were actually 4 or 5 people here who were flirting with acquaintances and friends from other buildings, and even tipping off each other. Almost all their actions were exposed under the eyes of others. He stood up with a whoosh, pointed at several owners angrily, and shouted, "Kill these guys and grab all their supplies here. By the way, kill their families too, so the family can be whole and complete." Those people were horrified when they heard this and immediately collapsed to the ground in fear. 2 people crawled over on their knees, hugged Qin Peng's thighs and begged, "Brother Peng, we were wrong, forgive us this time, and you will let us do anything in the future. My daughter is very beautiful, she is only 12 years old. I sent her here to serve Brother Peng. I only ask Brother Peng to spare my life. Even if you die, your daughter will still belong to me." Qin Peng was not moved at all. He kicked them both away and waved to his younger brother. The younger brothers understood and, ignoring the owner's desperate pleas, dragged them out of the room. After a while, several shrill screams were heard from outside. The other owners felt a tightness in their hearts and huddled aside in fear, not daring to move. Qin Peng eased his anger a little, sat down again, and asked in confusion, "Is it strange? Those people are traitors, they deserve to die." But after checking their cell phones, not a single one of them tipped off Sumo. Yen Ching-shu rolled her eyes and said uncertainly, "Did someone who didn't participate in today's operation know the news and secretly reported it?" Qin Peng's eyes suddenly lit up, "That makes sense." He shouted, "Bring here all the personnel who did not participate in the operation today and check their phones one by one." Xie Baiwei and several young and beautiful women lived in a room on another floor of Building 7. They were half asleep when they were suddenly woken up by the gangsters who broke in and searched their cell phones. A woman complained a few words and was slapped twice by the little brother. She dared not say a word. Xie Baiwei didn't know what was going on and felt very uneasy. After a while, more than 20 people who stayed behind were brought over, and their mobile phones were laid out on the table. Most of them were young and beautiful women that Qin Peng kept to play with, and there were also a few trusted younger brothers who were responsible for looking after the house. Qin Peng checked the phone messages one by one. Suddenly, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He held up a pink fruit phone and asked, "Whose phone is this?" Xie Baiwei's face suddenly turned pale. Yen Ching-shu looked at her strangely, took the phone and looked at it, and immediately became furious. "Brother Sumo, they plan to ride a sled to your villa at 12 o'clock tonight while you are asleep, and then break in violently. But they said that the windows of your villa are specially made and difficult to break, so they decided to use tools to directly chisel open the wall, or make a hole in the roof to get in. I heard that you shot Qin Peng's Kuan with a crossbow. As long as you prepare in advance and shoot a few more people with a crossbow, this group of rabble will scatter immediately and will definitely lose their fighting power immediately. But you have to be careful too. They used the solid wood table to make a few simple shields to protect against your crossbows. Also, the shotgun in Qin Peng's hand is extremely powerful. I have personally seen him beat a person into a sieve. Brother Sumo, I have helped you so much, can you let me live in your villa? You, a grown man, must be very lonely at home. I am not much less pretty than that bitch Yen Ching-shu. I can do everything she can do, and even better. Besides, I only eat a small amount, so you don't have to worry about not being able to support me." Not only did Xie Baiwei reveal Qin Peng's entire plan in one breath, she also thoughtfully thought of a countermeasure for Sumu, and even negotiated terms with Sumu to live in his villa. Qin Peng narrowed his eyes, took out a hidden dagger from his waist, and a sinister look appeared on his face. "It's you, you stinky bitch. You are the one who caused us to suffer heavy losses. Even Ergu died at Sumu's hands. Seeing the undisguised murderous intent in Qin Peng's eyes, Xie Baiwei suddenly panicked. She took 2 steps back, sat down on the ground, and looked at him in horror. "Brother Peng, please listen to my explanation." Xie Baiwei turned to Yen Ching-shu and pleaded, "Ching-shu, we are good sisters, you can't just stand by and watch me die. You tipped off Su Mu in the hope that you could use it as a stepping stone to enter his house alone, right?" Yen Ching-shu stopped Qin Peng, walked over and squatted on the ground, pinched Xie Baiwei's chin, and looked at her with a sad face. "Baiwei, we have been sisters for so many years, why did you betray me and join that scumbag Su Mu?" Xie Baiwei seemed to have grabbed the last straw, hugged Yen Ching-shu's thighs and burst into tears. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have believed the lies of that scumbag Sumo. Ching-shu, please help me beg Brother Peng for mercy. Please forgive me. However, before she could finish her words, she felt a strong wind blowing towards her. It turned out that Yen Ching-shu raised the very sharp kitchen knife with a ferocious look on her face and chopped it straight towards her forehead. "Wait." Qin Peng was quick-witted and grabbed Yen Ching-shu's wrist, and the kitchen knife stopped less than a centimeter away from Xie Baiwei's face. Xie Baiwei escaped death, and took several steps back in horror using her hands and feet, gasping for breath, unable to utter a word for a while. She never imagined that her best friend Yen Ching-shu actually wanted to kill her with her own hands. "How?" Yen Ching-shu tilted her head and looked at Qin Peng. "She betrayed us, why didn't you let me kill her?" Qin Peng turned to Xie Baiwei with a sinister smile on his face. "She killed Ergu and so many brothers. It would be too easy for her to die like this." He ordered his men murderously, "Today, all of you go and fuck her. Finally, they'll be stripped naked and thrown outside, waiting for them to freeze to death. Dismember the bodies and prepare food reserves." Qin Peng's cruelty made everyone shudder, but no one dared to stand up and express his opposition. Amid Xie Baiwei's terrified cries for help, one man after another rushed over with a grim smile. Han Lei was among them. For the sake of the goddess in his heart, Han Lei gave most of his food to Yen Ching-shu after it started snowing, and he almost starved to death. In order to vent her anger, Han Lei even plucked up the courage to cause trouble for Su Mu, but he returned empty-handed after being covered in urine, and was despised by Yen Ching-shu, who even refused to let him sit on the sofa. When Qin Peng unified Building 7, seeing that Han Lei was young and strong, he absorbed Han Lei into the team, and he barely survived. Han Lei was very sad to see Yen Ching-shu become a plaything of Qin Peng and others. He even used the food he had saved with great difficulty to take care of her business. However, for some reason, Yen Ching-shu flew into a rage at this former bootlicker. "Are you here to pity me? To tell you the truth, I don't like you at all. I just enjoy the feeling of you holding me in your arms. I just treat you like an ATM machine. Although I'm down and out now, it won't be your turn even if I take over the helm." From then on, Han Lei finally understood something and felt very ashamed of his previous behavior as a bootlicker. As Yen Ching-shu's best friend, Xie Baiwei often fanned the flames and tried to cheat him of his money. So when it was Han Lei's turn to ravage her, he used extra force, as if he wanted to vent out his years of resentment. Han Lei's eyes were red and he was desperately venting his anger on Xie Baiwei. "It's the end of the world now, and I don't know if I can survive tomorrow. What do benevolence, righteousness, and morality mean? Damn it, I also want to live well in this apocalypse. I also want to be strong and have beautiful women." Han Lei screamed wildly in his heart. But all this had nothing to do with Su Mu. He had been busy for most of the night and was extremely tired. After taking a hot bath, he lay on the warm and comfortable big bed, hugged Lao Mo, and fell asleep sweetly. Maybe the pile of ice sculptures at the garage door had a deterrent effect. For the next 2 days, no one dared to provoke Su Mu. However, as time goes by and supplies are consumed, the big guys will have less and less food and will become more and more crazy. Su Mu could vaguely feel the undercurrent surging in it, and secretly raised his defenses. That day, after his routine exercise, he sat in a massage chair for a massage. This massage chair is a high-end product obtained from the warehouse of Benimaru Corporation. It is worth more than 100,000 yuan. It is much better than the shared massage chairs in shopping malls and the massage is quite comfortable. Suddenly his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that someone had applied to add him as a friend. The note was Qin Kuer, a doctor in Building 13. Judging from the profile picture, it was a woman. Before this, many female residents in the community had sent private messages, and many of them were married. They knew that Sumo had stored a large amount of food and was not short of money, so they all proposed to use their bodies as capital in order to get his protection. Even if I can't get into the villa, at least I can get some food. Unfortunately, Sumu was not interested in this at all. He just took it as some interesting little essays and was too lazy to reply. Of course, there were also a few people who were bold enough to directly send Sumu private selfies or videos. Brother Sumo, I'm so hungry, can you give me some food? Handsome guy, please adopt me. I can be a lowly or a mature lady. I will definitely meet all your requirements. Brother, please give me my contact information. I'm 36D. My goodness, Sumu was almost so excited that he took out the Catwoman robot on the spot to relieve his sexual desire. Are you using this to test the cadres? Which cadre cannot withstand such a test? But they underestimated Sumu's aesthetic views. Sumu just took a few glances, then picked out a few of the more interesting ones and stored them away, planning to enjoy them slowly when he had time, and ignored the rest. After all, they are not like the female anchors on certain audio platforms who have professionally practiced how to twist their waists and buttocks. There is basically nothing to see. Sumu thought that this was the same situation for the person who applied to add him as a friend, so he didn't care at all. He was bored and just clicked to approve it. Not long after, Chin Kur sent a message. Hello Sumo, I'm Chin Kier, a resident of Building 13, and a clinical doctor at the First People's Hospital of Shenzhen. I have something I want to talk to you about. This woman is very smart. She reveals her identity as a doctor right from the start. Even if it is not the end of the world with heavy snow blocking the city, no one can guarantee that they will not get sick. Doctor is definitely a respected profession. But Sumu didn't care about this. He had already stored a large amount of medicine. As long as he didn't do anything stupid, he wouldn't get any serious illness. Moreover, he had never met Chin Kur before, so who knew what this woman was thinking? He replied lazily, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Chin Kur replied quickly and directly, "I heard from my friend in Building 7 that your villa has a fireplace and plenty of food. I want to live in your villa." Sumu laughed dumbly, "Why are you so confident that I will let you into my villa? I'm a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Shenzhen, a doctor with rich clinical experience. It's impossible for people to not get sick if they eat all kinds of grains. You need me. I'm sorry, but now you need me. I can go 3 to 5 months without a doctor, but you can't go without food for 3 to 5 days." Chin Kur was silent for a while. Besides that, I am still a woman, a 24-year-old, young and beautiful single woman. She sent a photo of herself, and Sumu clicked it and saw that she was indeed a very eye-catching girl, with the right curves, a pretty face and a hot body. Haha, these women really all use the same trick. I don't lack women. Sumu laughed loudly, there are many young and beautiful women living in our community. If I want, I just need to beckon them and they will scramble like crazy to enter my villa. I admit that what you said is true, but not every beautiful woman is a doctor. Chin Kur was silent for a while, then said, "You have to admit that in this apocalyptic situation, I am much more valuable than those coquettish bitches." Sumu did not respond, but asked another question. "You said you are a single woman. But from what I know, under the current circumstances, life for single women is not very good. You either become the exclusive lover of some big boss, or you are robbed of all your things and die of hunger and cold, or even your body is cut into pieces and eaten. How did you survive so many days?" He was really curious. It snowed heavily for more than 20 days, and cannibalism had even occurred in many buildings in order to get a bite to eat. How did such a beautiful single woman survive when surrounded by wolves? It's simple. There are conflicts in various buildings almost every day, with countless casualties. I am an excellent surgeon and I also know a lot about internal medicine. Due to my professional habits, I also store a lot of medicines at home. Although I am young, I am an elite scholar in the country. When the snowstorm first started, I received an official notice asking me to evacuate to the nearest shelter on my own. Unfortunately, I was skeptical at the time and missed the evacuation time, and ended up being trapped in this community. Chin Kur hesitated for a while and replied, You also said that there are many beautiful girls in the community, but not many excellent doctors, so why should they take the risk to offend me? Sumu had heard someone say this in his previous life. Shortly after the snowstorm began, governments of various countries implemented doomsday survival plans. In order to avoid social unrest, all countries tacitly chose to keep it secret for the time being. According to the plan, important figures and elite groups were selected first to be notified, and they were asked to quietly rush to the nearest underground shelter. Then why did you come to me again? Because I don't really have much to eat now. There are less than 150 people left in Building 13. They will do anything to get a bite to eat. I sense danger, so I must find a way out for myself. This is a very calm and rational woman. Sumu lay comfortably on the massage chair, thinking quickly in his mind, should I keep her to take care of me and my good brother? Although I am living a comfortable life now, my second brother is having a miserable life. He hasn't eaten real meat for a long time. As the saying goes, when you are well fed and warm, you will think about sex. As a young man full of vigor and vitality, he naturally has this need, but he usually relies on smart dolls or Catwoman robots to solve it. Even in peacetime, it is not a big deal for a man to have sex with a strange woman. What's more, in this end times where morality, etiquette, and laws have all disappeared, there is no need to live too depressed. Sumu was really tempted, but he had experienced the fate of being eaten by others in his previous life, and he was very resistant to strangers approaching him. Chin Kur is an option that can be considered, but Sumu dare not let her in until he is 100% sure of controlling her. Oh, forget it. There will definitely be survivors after the snowstorm. Brother, I have such good conditions, so why should I worry about not being able to find a good doctor and a good woman? As expected of a man who had died once, Sumu was quite open-minded. He replied to Chin Kur, I'm sorry, I'm in good health now, there's no need for a doctor. All you can offer is your medical skills and at most your health. I am living very comfortably by myself now. Letting a strange woman into my safe house would be too risky. Chin Kur had been smooth sailing since she was a child, and she never thought that Sumu would refuse. She was dumbfounded and said anxiously, but I really can't hold on any longer. The neighbors are looking at me with green eyes now. What does this have to do with me? Sumu muttered to himself and replied, I have no shortage of food or medicine. If you want to enter my villa, you must at least prove your worth, or give me something useful in exchange. This. You often show off your food in various groups and have long become the public enemy of this community. From what I know, at least 7 leaders in the building are planning to attack you and are discussing how to break into your villa. Chin Kur thought for a moment and then said, if I tell you their actions in advance when they attack you, will you let me enter your villa? Wow, this woman seems so smart, but it's not easy to be an undercover spy. Didn't you see that after being exposed, Xie Baiwei was brutally tortured to death by Qin Peng and his men? Sumu was dismissive of this. Come on. Let's see whether they can enter my villa or I will kill all these invaders. He had long anticipated that these starving neighbors would attack his house and steal food. However, he spent so much money to build this steel fortress. Even if a group of armed soldiers wanted to break into his house, it would be impossible without heavy weapons. Not to mention those living dead neighbors who have been starving and freezing for more than 20 days and are only half breathing. Also, wasn't Sumu's purpose of staying in this community just to wait for this day to come? The more they come, the more fun Sumu has in killing, and the faster his inner demons retreat. Chin Kur urged anxiously, but there are more than 10,000 people in the entire community. Even if half of them are dead now, there are still more than 5,000. How can you handle it all by yourself? If I were them, I wouldn't have to actually attack. I could just use a simple tactic to distract the enemy and make them sleep-deprived and exhausted. Also, there are all kinds of people living in this community. I heard that there is a group of people who specialize in engineering, and they have explosives. A few days ago, they used explosives to break into Villa number 13, killed everyone inside, and looted all the supplies. I know this. I have made them into ice sculptures and placed them in front of the garage door to intimidate others. But what Chin Kur said does make some sense. After all, Sumu is not an Iron Man. He can't stay awake 24 hours a day. He always needs to eat, sleep, and go to the toilet. It would be troublesome if he was careless and was attacked by them. Having one more inside player would provide an extra layer of insurance and allow him to prepare early. Thinking of this, Sumu nodded. What you said makes sense. I agree that you can be my insider, but the final outcome depends on your performance. Ching-shu was overjoyed and quickly said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, and I will work hard to demonstrate my value. A smile appeared on Sumu's lips. He had fooled another traitor. As for whether I let you enter my villa or not, isn't it up to me to decide? Ching-shu was right. As supplies were consumed, cannibalism inevitably occurred in many buildings. At this time, Sumu, which had sufficient supplies and warm villas to live in, became their best target for plunder. The bodies of Lao Lu and the others, frozen into ice sculptures, did not scare the group of hungry neighbors. Sumu discovered through surveillance that recently some people have been sneaking around his villa despite the severe cold, and among them is a Japanese who came out of Yamamoto Eiichiro's villa. Sumu sneered in his heart. It seemed that his methods were not cruel enough and these neighbors still had unreasonable expectations. Sumu, I heard some rumors that Cui Heng from Building 13 has organized 70 or 80 owners to attack your villa. That night, when Sumu was about to go to bed, he suddenly received a message from Ching-shu, but I didn't find out the exact time, so you should be careful. Sumu's heart trembled. Are they going to take action so soon? If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will drown it. It's no big deal. But thank you for your reminder, I will pay attention to it. I'll give you my bottom if there's a chance next time. On the morning of the next day, hundreds of people came out of Building 13 one after another. They were all wrapped tightly, holding machetes, steel pipes and other weapons, and slid to the front of Sumu's villa using a simple sled made of door panels. Now that he knew that Cui Heng was going to attack him, in order to facilitate observation of the enemy situation, Sumu simply set up a bed in the monitoring room and lived and ate there. Sumu was very surprised when he saw this scene on the surveillance camera. He thought of countless possibilities, but he never expected that this group of people would dare to come here so brazenly in broad daylight. A leading young man walked out of the crowd with a machete in his hand and shouted, "Is it Sumu who lives in the villa? Come out and answer." Now the heavy snow has completely submerged the 2 floors of the villa. Sumu climbed to the 3rd floor, opened the curtains, and looked at the brave young man outside through the window. I am Sumu. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Although this group of people had heard before they came that Sumu's villa had been specially renovated and was very warm and comfortable inside, most of them had never seen it and did not quite believe it. The wind outside was as cold as a knife and freezing. Everyone was dressed like Michelin tires and their stomachs were growling with hunger. Now, through the window, they saw that Sumu was only wearing a thin nightgown, with a blazing fire burning in the fireplace behind him and fresh fruits on the table. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Suddenly, a gleam of greed spread in their eyes. The young man swallowed and said loudly, "My name is Cui Heng, and I am here to negotiate with you on behalf of the hundreds of households in Building 13. Sumu, we are all neighbors living in the same community. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Now that it's snowing heavily, since you have stored a lot of food, you should share some of it to support our poor neighbors." According to the information provided by Ching-shu, Cui Heng himself is a brave and aggressive social gangster who lives with his parents. After the disaster, he relied on his ruthlessness and fighting spirit to quickly unify Building 13. He had more than 100 male owners under his command and was very powerful. So Cui Heng was full of confidence, thinking that since he had brought so many people here, Sumu would definitely be scared to death and would quickly welcome him into the villa. Unexpectedly, Sumu burst into laughter. "I bought all this food with my own money. You just opened your mouth and asked me to give it to you for free. Why?" As soon as these words were spoken, these people suddenly became agitated. "You are such a piece of shit. You knew the disaster was coming but you didn't warn your neighbors. Instead, you stockpiled a lot of supplies in advance. Everyone has nothing to eat now, but instead of sharing with us, you show off in the group every day. Everyone has been displeased with you for a long time." "That's right. I haven't even had enough instant noodles in the past 20 days. My mouth is almost dry. This guy eats steak or roast chicken every day. I'm so greedy that I drool." I'm starving and freezing every day, and this guy is just talking nonsense here. If he doesn't give us some food today, we'll rush in and rob him. Yes, kill them. Kill them. Hearing that Sumu had publicly rejected him, Cui Heng's face turned grim. He clenched his left fist and raised it above his head, and the owners behind him gradually quieted down. He pointed the long knife in his hand at Sumu behind the window and shouted, "Sumu, did you see that? This is the voice of the masses. There are more than 100 of us. I advise you to learn your lesson and open the door to let us in. Otherwise, if everyone gets impulsive and breaks into your house, I can't guarantee what bad things will happen." "Haha, you're going to rob me if we don't agree, right?" Sumu crossed his arms and said with a teasing smile, "Then you guys just give it a try." "Humph, if you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you." Cui Heng's face changed, and he swung his long sword forward fiercely, "Kill." After entering, occupy his house and steal all his supplies. The people behind him suddenly became excited and started charging with various weapons in hand. Sumu showed a cruel smile on his face, opened a secret compartment on the window, and extended the muzzle of the AK-47 out. He had just carefully checked the surveillance video and found that these people were all holding cold weapons such as machetes and crowbars, and no guns or other things were found, which allowed him to carry out the massacre with confidence. Da-da-da. A burst of gunfire like popping beans rang out, and bright blood flowers suddenly appeared on the chests of the dozen or so people rushing in the front, and they fell down screaming. "He has a gun." The remaining people were shocked and immediately stopped charging. How could people living in peacetime have ever seen such scenes that can only be seen in movies? Smelling the strong smell of blood around them, many people's crotches were already wet. After firing a magazine of bullets, Sumu did not stop. He quickly took out another magazine from the infinite space, replaced it, and pulled the trigger again. Amidst loud screams, a dozen owners fell in a pool of blood. "Run!" Now no one could hold it anymore. Someone shouted and everyone turned around and ran away in panic. No one cared about the wounded who were lying on the ground groaning. Sumu put on the third magazine with a grim smile and fired another rain of bullets. The few people running at the back fell down with screams. The others were even more panicked. They wished their parents had 2 more legs and slid forward desperately. Many people rolled on the ground and even fell into snow pits. Sumu changed the gun's speed from continuous to single shot, aimed at the fleeing owners, and killed them one by one. The effective range of the AK-47 is 400 meters, but it cannot hit the target beyond 300 meters. Moreover, Sumu had not received any professional training, and his shooting skills were not very accurate. It often took him 4 or 5 shots to hit an enemy. But this was not enough. In just 1 or 2 minutes, dozens of corpses were lying on the snow, and more than a dozen injured people were groaning in pain on the snow. Of the more than 100 people who came, less than half escaped out of the shooting range or were in the blind spot of the shooting. "You don't know your own limitations." Sumu sneered, retracted the muzzle of the gun and closed the shooting hole. He did not waste bullets by shooting the injured people again. In such cold weather, if they are shot and cannot receive timely medical treatment, the only thing waiting for them is death. Cui Heng was standing at the front and was shot 3 times. The long knife in his hand was thrown away somewhere unknown. Controlled by fear, he lay on the cold snow and crawled out with difficulty, leaving a trail of blood behind him. However, he did not climb far before he ran out of strength and collapsed on the snow, waiting for the cold wind to take away the last bit of heat in his body, and finally he was slowly covered by the wind and snow. The windows of the surrounding tall buildings were filled with people watching the fight, their faces pale and their legs trembling. At the beginning, they secretly regretted that Cui Heng from Building 13 had gotten there first, and after breaking into Sumu's villa, they were unable to get a share of the spoils. No one expected that this Sumu actually possessed automatic rifles, a powerful weapon that is strictly controlled by the state, and he opened fire and killed people at the slightest disagreement, killing dozens of owners in just a few minutes. This Sumu is not easy to mess with. Many owners in the community have already labeled him as a devil. Sumu sat on his comfortable sofa, his heart pounding, and took out a bottle of cold beer and poured it into his mouth. Although it was not his first time to kill someone, he still felt a little uncomfortable using guns to kill so many people at once. After waiting for a long time, Sumu slowly calmed down. Outside the window, except for dozens of corpses half buried by the wind and snow, there was no living person. Building 13, it's over. It is foreseeable that after Cui Heng's death, Building 13 will definitely fall into civil strife again until a powerful figure emerges again to unite them. Of course, it is also possible that people from other buildings will take advantage of their leaderlessness to rob them, steal their supplies, and kill or recruit them. However, these are not within Su Mu's consideration. As he said, what does the life and death of others have to do with him? At noon, Su Mu posted a photo in the community group again. It showed a bloody steak and the following words. Dear neighbors, it's time to show off again. Today I had steak and cooked it only medium rare on purpose, to symbolize the bloody battlefield outside. I wonder what you eat. Thanks to Dacia's world-leading power grid construction, even after more than 20 days of heavy snow, residents can still maintain electricity supply for about 2 hours a day. During this period, you can melt snow to use for cooking, drinking, charging your cell phone, etc., but forget about using large heating appliances. There are also satellites in the internet, which can actually be used barely, which ensures that they can communicate normally in the group. On the other side of the ocean, in America, except for a few wealthy people who were well prepared and could use generators at home, the entire country was plunged into darkness, and countless people died of hunger and cold. After seeing the news, the neighbors were silent and no one dared to say a word. Su Mu taught them a profound lesson this morning with cold-bloodedness and violence. Qin Peng was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and was terrified. It turns out that this kid actually has a powerful weapon like AK in his hand. When they attacked Sumo's villa that day, if Sumo had pointed a volley of bullets at them, they would have been wiped out. Compared with the automatic rifle, the shotgun in his hand is like a joke. Qin Kuer sent a message to Su Mu as soon as she got the news, Su Mu, you are awesome. One person actually blocked the attack of hundreds of them, and even killed so many of them. Look, I've already informed you in advance. When can I enter your villa? As soon as she saw that she won, she was eager to show off. This woman is a little impatient. These rabble are no match for me. It doesn't matter if you don't inform me. Su Mu said playfully, if you want to enter my villa, don't be impatient, keep proving your worth. Seeing that Su Mu refused to let her enter the villa, Qin Kuer was furious, but there was nothing she could do. After a long period of coaxing and begging, Su Mu just refused to give in. He only agreed to give her some food and let her get it herself through the underground garage. Qin Kuer was afraid that he would be disgusted, so she didn't dare to press him too much and had to give up. Fortunately, she managed to get back a few packets of instant noodles and a bag of sausages, so it was worth her risking her life to be an undercover agent. Wang Hao also sent a congratulatory message in time, and at the same time tactfully expressed his willingness to borrow some supplies. What a joke! Who doesn't know that in this situation, any borrowed supplies will be like throwing meat buns at a dog and will never come back? You and I don't have any special relationship, so how can you have the nerve to open your mouth? The last time I wanted to help you, it was because the people you were fighting were the Japanese, not because I had any good impression of you, a playboy. Su Mu sneered and was about to reject it cleanly, but suddenly changed his mind and replied. It's not impossible to lend you some supplies, but the city is blocked by heavy snow now, so I can't give you these things for free. You have to exchange them for other things. Wang Hao was very happy to see Su Mu agreed, and quickly said, I don't know what Brother Su needs, but as long as I have it, I will definitely give it to you. But in this end times when money is as worthless as waste paper, he was smart enough not to mention the money. Su Mu said coldly, I want Yamamoto Eiichiro's head. Hearing Su Mu's conditions, Wang Hao hesitated, this is not easy. The last time these devils fought with us, they suffered heavy losses. But these days, Yamamoto Eiichiro attacked several owners again. Not only did he rob their supplies, he also gathered some of Dacia's scum. He has more than 30 men under his command, and they are quite powerful. And he has a gun in his hand. We can barely protect ourselves and have no power to attack them. Su Mu sneered. How could he want to get supplies for free without spending any effort? How could such a thing be possible? Just because it's hard doesn't mean it can't be done. How about this, if you kill Yamamoto Eiichiro, I'll give you 10 days worth of food. If you capture Yamamoto Eiichiro alive and send him to me, I'll give you 15 days worth of food. As for his minions, whether dead or alive, I will give you 3 days' worth of food for everyone you kill. How is it? Is this price high enough? Also, you need to speed up. Because in 2 days, I will send this reward to the community's general group. I can't guarantee whether you can get the reward by then. Just by killing a Japanese soldier or a traitor, can you get so much food? Done. When Wang Hao heard Sumu's condition, his eyes widened and he quickly agreed. Even though Yamamoto Eiichiro is well guarded and it is not easy to kill him, they always have to go out to look for and loot food, so it is still possible to find a way to kill 1 or 2 of his men. After sending Wang Hao away, Sumu thought about it and posted another message in the building number 7 group. Qin Peng provoked me many times for no reason and wanted to kill me. Even after all the lessons he learned, he still refused to repent. Today I am offering a reward. Whoever kills Qin Peng and records a video or cuts off his head as evidence can get 10 days' worth of food for 1 person from me. After the insider incident, Qin Peng strengthened his control over his subordinates, and all mobile phones were collected and kept by him. After he saw the message in the group that Sumu had offered a reward for him, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He secretly thanked himself for having the foresight to take away the mobile phones of his owners in advance. 10 days of food for 1 person is not a small amount. In this end times where humanity is ignored and morality is corrupted, people may do anything for a bite to eat. He subjugated those owners by force, and they had no loyalty at all. Even those younger brothers who followed him in the past, he couldn't guarantee whether they would stab him in the back for food. After all the food in Building 7 was basically consumed. Even Qin Peng himself only secretly hid 3 packets of instant noodles and 5 sausages. Even the bodies of his men who died during the attack on Sumu's villa that day were secretly dragged back by Qin Peng's men, who cut them into pieces and fed them to his men. Poor Ergu was loyal to Qin Peng, but he never expected that he would end up like this after his death. Qin Peng carried the shotgun with him at all times, even when he was sleeping, and he also had a sharp dagger in his sleeve. No matter who it is, he feels that they are planning something bad to him. Even if it is his closest younger brother talking to him, he will keep a distance of more than 3 meters from him. He was really scared. Han Lei also saw the reward news about Sumu in the group. He was very happy and felt that his chance had come. He had 2 mobile phones. The one he usually carried with him was taken away by Qin Peng, but he secretly kept another one in his rental house. However, he did not send a message to Sumu to express his loyalty. Han Lei knew that he and Sumu had a bad relationship and he had attacked him a few days ago at the instigation of Yen Ching-shu. Sending a message rashly will only earn Sumu's contempt. It would be better to wait until Qin Peng is killed. Even if he couldn't get into his villa, he could at least eat some food that normal people eat. He had been eating only human flesh for the past 2 days, and his stomach was filled with acid reflux. In the evening, Sumu posted a few more pictures in the group, with the caption, "The freshly made stew fills the house with fragrance, and even I am crying with greed. Excuse me, in this frozen apocalypse, can my bowl of braised pork be exchanged for 5 wives? Who will change it for you? Don't you know how many bowls of braised pork you can make with 5 wives? Qin Peng's eyes lit up when he saw it. Aren't you inciting other people in the building to take my life? Then I might as well cut off the source of the problem.